soft and tender, sweet and moist, like a bouncy jelly swirling in one's mouth. Chu Yun felt as though he was sipping from a spring of fresh water, the sweet liquid flowing into his mouth as he quenched his intense thirst. He opened his eyes. Before him was the exquisite and stunning visage of a girl, her fragrant essence enveloping him, causing him to awaken with a jolt. And this was not a spring, it was the girl's saliva. What lingered in his mouth was not jelly, but the girl's tongue. Is this a return? He had truly been reborn to his youthful days on earth. Chu Yun vividly recalled his past life. He was once the young master of the Chu family in Yanjing, but his family had tragically met with annihilation. He was forced to reside with Aunt Lu while attending university in Beiguan. He thought it was a new beginning. Yet, during his university years, he was subjected to various forms of bullying by the school bullies, who tormented him for being a poor, homeless boy. Later, those scoundrels, led by Sun Sheng, even attempted to assault Aunt Liu's daughter. He intervened, but was beaten to near death and tossed into the river. Chu Yun, you are but a stray dog. I could kill you without anyone noticing. Once you're gone, we'll have our way with Tang Shui. Go die. Sun Sheng laughed maniacally, his face twisted with malice, as he shoved him into the river. Chu Yun thought he would perish. Instead, he was saved by the celestial master Song Bei, who took him away from Earth. That departure lasted 300 years, for 3 centuries. He diligently followed his master, enduring countless hardships, ultimately becoming the renowned Xiantian Immortal Lord of the Celestial Realm. Yet, he could never forget the hatred from his time on Earth, the humiliations of his youth, his family, his parents. To erase that regret, he forcefully activated a forbidden technique of the Celestial Realm, not expecting it to actually allow him to return to his youthful days, back to Earth. Woo. The girl was furiously pounding on Chu Yun's chest, tears streaming from her eyes in frustration. What was he doing, sitting there dumbfounded while still devouring her? Chu Yun snapped back to reality and hastily released her, the lingering sweetness still on his tongue. Shameless scoundrel, we miss by. Found you unconscious and kindly performed artificial respiration. A kiss is one thing, but you even stuck out your tongue. What are you sucking on, you pervert? Scolded the female assistant beside her. Bystanders pointed and whispered about Chu Yun. Bai Zishuan's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She had not anticipated that she would save a lecher who had plunged his tongue into her mouth. She was left parched, her saliva consumed entirely by this cat. That was her first kiss. Apologies, I was merely thirsty. Chu Yun scratched his head awkwardly and added, besides, to engage in the exchange of yin and yang through a kiss is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Your luck is truly remarkable. Those words left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. What audacity it took to utter such brazen words. Lucky? Me? To encounter a rogue like you is to have run out of luck for 8 generations. Bai Zishuan stomped her foot in anger, pulling her assistant away in haste. She felt sullied by merely speaking to this scoundrel. Chu Yun had no time to dwell on her, his gaze scanning the current situation. He found himself by the riverbank, drenched, his body bruised and aching, and the environment felt hauntingly familiar. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. This was precisely the night he had been thrown into the Yangtze River. Aunt Liu's daughter, Tang Shui, would suffer misfortune tonight at the hands of Sun Sheng and his comrades. Aunt Liu was a close friend of his mother, and he had lived in her home. In his previous life, he had failed to prevent those bullies. And although he was saved by the celestial master Song Bei, it led to Tang Shui's defilement and her subsequent descent into madness, while Aunt Liu and Uncle Liu succumbed to despair and took their own lives. The aftermath was utterly tragic. In this life, that cannot happen again. Chu Yun anxiously glanced at his phone. Time was running out. He had to hurry. Otherwise, those scoundrels would do anything. Repugnant man, you were saved by her, yet you stole her first kiss and still act shamelessly. In the car, the female assistant fumed. Bai Zishuan thought of that man, her skin crawling in revulsion, as she hastily pulled out a bottle of water to rinse her mouth repeatedly. Let's hurry. We still need to discuss cooperation with Taikon. Just as they were about to depart. Chu Yun stood in front of the car, causing the assistant to slam on the brakes, splashing water all over Bai Zishuan's face. Chu Yun boldly entered the vehicle, declaring, "Take me to the Miami nightclub." You, you. Bai Zishuan wiped her face, her expression contorted with anger. On what grounds? On the basis of that kiss. Chu Yun replied bluntly. You kissed me, which can nourish your skin. Don't act coy after taking advantage. Drive on. The two were utterly dumbfounded. Was this guy not out of his mind? Did he think he had the upper hand? If Bai Zishuan wanted a kiss, men could line up from Baiguan to France. Just as Bai Zishuan was about to explode in fury, Chu Yun shouted forcefully. Now, his sudden aura frightened Bai Zishuan into silence. She feared he might do something reckless, so she hastily urged her assistant to drive him away. Soon, they arrived in Miami. As Chu Yun exited the car, he reminded her, you'd best not rinse your mouth, swallow all that saliva, or the nourishing effect will be greatly diminished. He paid no mind to whether Bai Zishuan heard him, striding straight into the nightclub. Bai Zishuan stood there, stunned, and then yelled at his retreating figure. Tui, who wants your saliva? Shameless scoundrel. She was utterly disgusted by this man. The female assistant was about to unleash her anger, but caught sight of the back seat and was rendered speechless. This was impossible. President Bai, your face. Bai Zishuan noticed the assistant's astonished expression and looked into the rearview mirror, only to be taken aback herself. Her complexion had become subtly radiant, more effective than any high-end cosmetics she had ever used. This was too miraculous. She immediately recalled the man's words and eagerly looked out the window, but he was nowhere in sight. Could it be that he truly had the ability to nourish me? If so, if I could experience this several more times. Bai Zishuan's face flushed crimson as she cursed herself for being lewd. Yet, she couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Chu Yun entered the Miami nightclub. Men and women were dancing on stage, the explosive beats of the DJ, the flashing lights, the cacophony of noise. Chu Yun navigated through the chaotic crowd, grabbing a hot towel from a server's tray and wrapping it around his hand. He moved directly toward the third floor. Sun Sheng, relying on his wealth and power, had committed numerous atrocities, not only bullying Chu Yun, but also seeking to possess Tang Shui. Tonight, this demon was set to ruin Tang Shui's life. In 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, Chu Yun had failed to stop him. In this life, he would not allow tragedy to unfold again. Sun Sheng, after 2 lifetimes and 300 years, Chu Yun had returned to confront you once more. Has Chu Yun been dealt with? Rest assured, brother Sun. That brat was tossed into the river. He's definitely dead. Aha. The little bastard dared to meddle in my affairs. He deserved to die. Inside the private room, Sun Sheng, Wang Chong, and the others lecherously scrutinized Tang Shui, who was lying on the sofa. Tang Shui was delirious, her face flushed, and she writhed incessantly, emitting soft moans. Her clothes were disheveled from her own restless movements. Sun Sheng's mouth went dry with anticipation. He had been lusting after Tang Shui for a long time, and after finally drugging her drink, he could at last indulge himself. I'll have the lion's share, and you guys can lick the platter clean later. Thanks, brother Sun. Wang Chong and the others eagerly lined up. This was Tang Shui. After all, the belle of Jianglong University. Just hearing her seductive moans was enough to make one's heart pound. A single night with her would be worth dying for. Tang Shui, pinned beneath Sun Sheng, had her clothes torn open as she cried and struggled. No, please, don't. Please let me go. Wah. Her cries and resistance only fueled Sun Sheng's excitement. Soon, Tang Shui was stripped bare, save for her undergarments, revealing her snowy, smooth skin. Little darling, I'm about to make my move. Just as he was about to breach her final defenses, thump, the door to the private room was kicked open. The door crashed to the ground, stirring up dust. Chu Yun strode in, stepping over the splintered wood. Release her. Sun Sheng recoiled in terror. He hastily pulled up his pants, and upon seeing Chu Yun, he was both shocked and enraged. He never imagined the kid would still be alive. And to think he would dare to meddle again. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Sun Sheng roared, clutching his crotch in fury. Wang Chong and the others lunged at Chu Yun, their lustful desires now channeled into violent rage. However, the one-sided beatdown they had envisioned never materialized. Chu Yun's fist, wrapped in a white towel, landed squarely on Wang Chong's face. In an instant, his nose shattered and blood gushed forth. Wang Chong collapsed to the ground, clutching his bleeding nose and writhing in agony. The others were felled by Chu Yun's punches, one after another, leaving them bleeding and defeated. In a mere matter of seconds, Chu Yun had dispatched them all. Though Chu Yun was currently bereft of his powers, his 3 centuries of combat experience were more than a match for these petty thugs. Beating them was as easy as disciplining his own children. Sun Sheng stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Was this the same Chu Yun he knew? Just moments before, he had been helpless against their attacks, begging for mercy as they tossed him into the river. Had he returned from the depths as some kind of avenging deity? As Chu Yun advanced, step by step, Sun Sheng wet himself in fear. Chu Yun, calm down. How about you go first? And I'll take seconds. The first time is always the best. I'll let you have it. Chu Yun seized Sun Sheng by the hair, hoisting him up like a helpless chick. Slap, slap, slap. A flurry of blows rained down upon his face. Soon, his face was swollen like a pig's head, and several teeth had been dislodged. He was then tossed to the ground like garbage. The others dared not linger any longer, scrambling away on their hands and knees. Only the 2 of them remained in the private room. As Chu Yun turned around, a fragrant scent wafted towards him, and a soft form collided with his chest. Tang Shui clung to Chu Yun like a koala, her fair skin pressed tightly against him. Her flushed face gazed at him with longing, her eyes glazed with desire. Chu Yun, I feel so hot, so itchy. Can you help me? I can't take it anymore. It's unbearable. Please, satisfy me just once. I won't hold you responsible. Faced with a naked, stunning beauty, even a 300-year-old ascetic would find it hard to resist. But she was Aunt Lu's daughter, and he couldn't take advantage of her. Chu Yun gently placed Tang Shui on the sofa. The immediate priority was to counteract the drug's effects, or else she would be in mortal danger. Lacking acupuncture needles, he would have to use toothpicks as a substitute. He gazed at Tang Shui's writhing, snow-white body, and couldn't help but inhale deeply. His hands caressed her fair skin, as smooth as jade. As he massaged her, he inserted sharpened toothpicks into her skin, eliciting moans of relief from Tang Shui. The drug had already permeated her system, so Chu Yun had to employ celestial acupuncture techniques to draw out its effects. But some of the pressure points were located on Tang Shui's chest and lower abdomen. Chu Yun couldn't help but gulp. I am a doctor, not a pervert. He slowly removed Tang Shui's final defenses and inserted several needles into her sensitive areas. Her flushed complexion gradually faded, and Tang Shui slowly stabilized. After a while, Tang Shui awoke, seeing herself lying on the sofa, with Chu Yun still by her side. She hastily sat up in a panic. What happened? The drug had completely erased Tang Shui's memory. Nothing. You just fainted, Chu Yun said calmly. He didn't intend to tell Tang Shui the truth, lest it traumatize her young mind. Besides, he had given her acupuncture, helped her put on clothes, and touched her all over. Well, it was hard to explain. Who told you to bring me here? Tang Shui glared at him resentfully. Chu Yun gave a helpless smile. In the Tang family, only Aunt Lu treated him like her own son. The Tang father and daughter had always disliked him. Chu Yun didn't bother to invite trouble. I'll be going now. Wait, let's go home together. Tang Shui hurriedly tried to follow, but Chu Yun walked away without looking back. Tang Shui stamped her foot in exasperation. That jerk. What's gotten into him? He never dared to disobey me before. After resting for a few days, Chu Yun went to school. Jianglong University was one of the top universities in China. He and Tang Shui were both in the medical school, but he was in the medical department, while Tang Shui was in the nursing department. Stepping once again into the familiar yet foreign campus, Chu Yun felt a pang of nostalgia. The same tree-lined paths, the same buildings, everything was just as he remembered. Chu Yun entered the classroom, and many students cast mocking glances his way. He was a country bumpkin from out of town who was often bullied, and many people looked down on him. Chu Yun paid them no mind and found a corner to sit down. In truth, he didn't need to attend these medical courses at all. With his 300 years of alchemic skills, no one in Baiguan was qualified to teach him. He came to class simply to adapt to his current life as quickly as possible. Just then, Sun Sheng barged in with a group of people, causing the classroom to fall silent. In the medical department, Sun Sheng was the local tyrant. Many of the male students were in his gang, and no one dared to provoke him. Looking at Sun Sheng and Wang Chang's faces, which were covered in gauze, especially Sun Sheng, who only had his eyes showing like a mummy, the students were all bewildered. Sun Xiao got beaten up? Who would dare to hit him? Who was this fierce man? Then, they saw Sun Sheng leading a large group of people straight towards Chu Yun. Upon seeing this, everyone turned to look at the corner with amusement. Sun Xiao was about to bully Chu Yun again. This was a regular event in the medical department. Every morning, Sun Xiao would give the kid a warm greeting. Everyone was used to watching this spectacle. However, some observant students noticed something strange. Normally, Chu Yun would have been so scared that he would have cowered under his desk. begging for mercy before Sun Sheng even approached. But today, Sun Sheng was standing right in front of him, yet he was still calmly playing on his phone, not even bothering to look up. Sun Sheng snatched Chu Yun's phone in a rage and threw it aside. You ruined my plans that night and dared to hit me. How are you going to settle this? That night, Sun Sheng had escaped, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had gathered his men and was waiting for Chu Yun to come to school so he could deal with him. What? Did I hear that right? The entire room was in shock. Sun Shao had been beaten up by Chu Yun? This was truly eye-opening. It is known that Chu Yun has always been submissive in this class, bullied by Sun Sheng like a grandson. Yet now, he has actually struck back at Sun Sheng and his companions. Chu Yun glanced at him, unbothered. So what if I hit you? Haven't you had enough? The classroom fell into silence, everyone astonished. They could hardly believe that Chu Yun dared to retort. Sun Sheng's face twisted with rage. You're seeking death. He lunged for Chu Yun's hair, ready to strike him. In an instant, Chu Yun tilted his head slightly and firmly grasped Sun Sheng's wrist. Look who's getting bold now. Almost simultaneously, Wang Chong, furious, slapped Chu Yun. Without even looking at him, Chu Yun swiftly retaliated with a backhand strike, faster than Wang Chong could react. The sound of the slap was particularly jarring. Wang Chong fell to the ground, clutching his face, blood seeping through the bandages. The classroom was eerily silent. A pin drop could be heard. People gasped in disbelief, those who had once bullied Chu Yun nervously swallowing their saliva. The group of followers surrounding them stood frozen in fear. What are you standing around for? Get him. Sun Sheng howled in pain, struggling as the agony in his wrist nearly suffocated him. What noise are you making? Return to your seats. At that moment, the lecturer, Song Tao, walked in with a frown, prompting Chu Yun to release Sun Sheng. Song Tao slammed his book on the desk and angrily rebuked Chu Yun, demanding he apologize to Sun Sheng. You were wrong to strike a classmate. Chu Yun scoffed. He remembered well how Song Tao had fawned over Sun Sheng, catering to him in every way, always siding with him regardless of right or wrong. Seeing Chu Yun indifferent only fueled Song Tao's anger. If you don't apologize today, get out of my class. Chu Yun chuckled and strode out of the classroom, having no intention of attending. This left everyone dumbfounded. Was this still the weak Chu Yun? Song Tao gaped in disbelief, his mouth twisted in rage. He shouted at Chu Yun's retreating figure. If you dare to leave today, you'll never attend my class again. You'll fail. Chu Yun halted for a moment. Song Tao, smug, thought he had frightened the student. After all, students feared failing, which would hinder their graduation. But the next moment, the quiet classroom echoed with Chu Yun's cold voice. You, Song Tao, are fit to teach me? With that, he departed. Song Tao stood frozen, like a disheveled penguin in the wind, and after a while, he finally roared in frustration, Damn it. Study on your own. He stormed off to the administration office. In the classroom, whispers erupted among the students. Sun Sheng's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fists as he overheard comments like, Chu Yun is incredible. And Sun Sheng got beaten, his face flushed with humiliation. A once bullied underdog now dared to defy him. This was intolerable. Sun Sheng immediately sent a text to Chu Yun. Tonight at the old dump, kid, we meet again. You clearly haven't had enough punishment. It's time to teach you a lesson and put you back in your place. Exiting the school, Chu Yun dismissed Sun Sheng's message. His immediate priority was to cultivate as quickly as possible. The city offered no tranquil spots for practice. He proceeded to a park in Baiguan City, where many elderly people were dancing. After much effort, he finally found a secluded spot. Just as he settled into a meditative position, preparing to cultivate. Who gave you permission to be here? Get lost. An impatient voice shattered the tranquility. A group from a martial arts school approached, led by a boisterous man who barked at Chu Yun. This is our Tianyuan martial arts school's training ground. This isn't a place for any riffraff to linger, understand? The Tianyuan martial arts school boasted a long history, dating back to the late Qing dynasty. Founded by a man named Xia Tianyuan, their martial arts have been practiced for nearly 2 centuries and gained a modest reputation in Baiguan City. Chu Yun cast a calm glance at him. Is this your territory? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. They had trained on this ground for several years, and citizens would often make way for them, much like how square dancers claimed their space. Although it was a public area, they treated it as their own. You dare question me? Su Li's demeanor shifted, rolling up his sleeves. Seeing their master brother prepare to strike, the Tianyuan disciples readied themselves as well. Brother Su. Just then, a girl approached with a frown. Her hair was elegantly styled, and beads of sweat glistened on her smooth, delicate face, trickling down her fair neck into her partially visible collar. Her presence captivated the attention of many male passers-by. Sister Xia. Su Li eagerly ran to her side, pointing at Chu Yun with a grin. There's an unseeing fool here, and I'm just about to teach him a lesson. Xia Xiaoyu curiously regarded Chu Yun. He's meditating. Yes, right. This isn't our martial arts school's ground, so he has every right to be here. Besides, he isn't taking up much space. Su Li quickly nodded in agreement. What my junior sister says is correct. He then shot a menacing glare at Chu Yun. You should thank my junior sister, otherwise I would have knocked you out already. Chu Yun cast a casual glance and disregarded him, continuing his practice. The earth exists in a period of diminished spiritual energy, and he might be the only cultivator left. The first stage of cultivation is foundation establishment, which poses little challenge for Chu Yun. However, once he reaches this stage, he will require medicinal herbs and arrays to assist him, which entails significant expenses. Alas, cultivation is costly. Chu Yun circulated his energy, striving to absorb the scant spiritual energy surrounding him. After 2 hours, he was drenched in sweat, yet he could faintly sense his spiritual lake in the dantian slowly opening. The spiritual lake marks the entry into cultivation, serving as the reservoir for spiritual energy in the body. With just one more session of practice, he could surely open the spiritual lake and enter foundation establishment, but his body could scarcely endure any longer. Meanwhile, the Tianyuan disciples continued their drills. Chu Yun leaned against a tree to rest, glancing at Xia Xiaoyu, who was training diligently, her thin clothing soaked with fragrant sweat, her movements causing her curves to sway enticingly. Chu Yun initially watched with a civilized interest, but soon his brows furrowed. If you continue practicing this martial art, you won't make any progress and may even injure yourself. His abrupt interjection broke the monotony of their training. The Tianyuan disciples looked at him in confusion. Xia Xiaoyu, bewildered, pointed at herself. Are you talking about me? Yes, Chu Yun replied. He didn't wish to meddle, but Xia Xiaoyu had left a favorable impression on him, so a gentle reminder seemed warranted. You're giving me face, huh? Before Xia Xiaoyu could respond, Su Li pointed at Chu Yun, cursing, You little brat. What do you know? You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Su Li had long harbored disdain for Chu Yun. The other Tianyuan disciples chuckled, mocking him. A mere child dared to critique martial arts, akin to a primary school student instructing a university student. Utterly ridiculous. Soon, the commotion attracted a crowd of onlookers, who watched the spectacle with amusement. Most residents of the area were aware of the Tianyuan martial arts school's reputation, and this young man was clearly unaware of his own insignificance. Chu Yun frowned. His well-meaning warning had invited a torrent of ridicule. Young man, don't come here just to seek attention. At that moment, the crowd parted to allow a sprightly elder in traditional attire to approach. The Tianyuan disciples hurriedly bowed and greeted him. Master. The onlookers gasped in surprise. The master of Tianyuan, Xia Fengyan, Xia Xiaoyu, noticing her grandfather's presence, hurried to explain, Grandpa. He is just an ordinary person who knows nothing about martial arts. There's no need to argue with him. Although she found Chu Yun's pretentiousness irritating, she was nonetheless concerned about her grandfather reprimanding him. Xia Fengyan waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to remain silent. He turned to Chu Yun, his expression haughty. Young man, do you have any idea how many years of history our Tianyuan martial arts possess? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Under normal circumstances, he would not even cast a glance at someone so insignificant. However, today, this youth had publicly slandered Tianyuan martial arts, attracting a crowd. And thus he felt compelled to intervene. Chu Yun merely glanced at him nonchalantly, choosing not to engage further, instead closing his eyes to meditate. With 3 centuries of composure, he understood that words would yield no benefit. Moreover, speaking to these people would be akin to playing music to a cow. Haha, the master has stepped in. This kid won't dare to act up now. What a foolish clown. He is back down. The crowd, witnessing Chu Yun's silence, erupted in ridicule. Xia Fengyan sneered at the mockery directed towards Chu Yun. Normally, he would defend the public against bullying, but this boy needed to learn a lesson from society. Where are the drugs? Li Xiong inquired coldly. Chu Yun regarded him with indifference. What are you talking about? Li Xiong, pointing at him angrily, retorted. Don't play dumb with me. Where are the drugs you stole last night? That pill is a life-saving medicine for elderly, worth $1 million. It was locked in the 3rd-floor storage of Miami, and it must have been stolen by you since you were the only unfamiliar face present that night. I did not steal anything, Chu Yun replied flatly. Li Xiong, now furious, laughed derisively. All right, you have a tough mouth. Let us see if your life is as tough. With a wave of his hand, his men advanced towards Chu Yun. With a shake of his head, Chu Yun felt a strange calmness wash over him. He even found the time to glance at Xia Xiaoyu in the crowd, thinking to himself, very well, I shall show you a thing or two. Observe closely how I utilize my strength, for this shall be the only demonstration. The crowd erupted in laughter, questioning his sanity. Any normal person would be begging for mercy at this moment, yet he continued to act as if nothing were amiss. Xia Xiaoyu sighed helplessly, dismissing his words. It was absurd that he was contemplating instructing her while facing imminent danger. At that moment, a dozen men charged towards Chu Yun simultaneously. He cast a cold glance at the oncoming assailants, and his gaze rendered them momentarily stunned, as if he were regarding mere ants, contemptuous of their existence. What is martial arts? It is the union of external and internal strength, he stated as the attackers closed in. The onlookers were bewildered, questioning his intentions. Suddenly, Chu Yun struck a tree behind him with a powerful punch, causing it to shake violently, and the leaves fell like a curtain of rain, obscuring the young man's figure. Leaning against the tree, he raised his right hand, catching a falling leaf between his fingers. External strength is merely one aspect, and it can harm oneself, he declared. With that, Chu Yun casually flicked the green leaf. It shot through the air with incredible speed, striking the first assailant and penetrating his left shoulder, drawing forth a crimson flow of blood. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The crowd was utterly petrified, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Xia Fengyan and Li Xiong's faces paled, while Xia Xiaoyu gasped, covering her mouth. The disciples of Tianyuan were exhilarated by the unfolding spectacle. This is the art of leaf injury. They finally comprehended Chu Yun's intentions. He was using these men as teaching tools for Xia Xiaoyu. His calm voice echoed in their ears, followed by another proclamation. Internal strength is the essence, yet it is but one aspect. Without it, one is weak and powerless. As he rapidly flicked his wrist, leaves transformed into streaks of green light, striking one after another as the cries of pain filled the air. You practitioners, relying solely on external strength, are nothing but brutes, Chu Yun stated leisurely. When the flurry of leaves finally ceased, only one trembling individual remained before Chu Yun. His eyes wide with terror as he glanced at his fallen companions, trembling as he stumbled backward. As Chu Yun caught the last leaf, the individual's composure shattered, and he turned to flee. However, Chu Yun disregarded him, casting a disdainful gaze over the crowd. They instinctively retreated, heads bowed in fear. Finally, his gaze landed on Xia Fengyan, who was nervously swallowing. His previous arrogance vanished. I said your Tianyuan martial arts are worthless. Do you have any objections? He thundered. In the next instant, he sent a leaf flying, striking the fleeing man in the back, causing him to collapse with a scream. The park was eerily silent. Among the nearly 1,000 onlookers, not a single soul dared to utter a sound. The laughter and skepticism had dissipated, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Chu Yun stretched lazily and, under the watchful silence of the crowd, departed the park. As he passed by Li Xiong and Xia Fengyan, Li Xiong nearly crumpled, while Xia Fengyan could not help but bow slightly. How impressive, Xia Xiaoyu murmured in awe, instinctively following after him, seeing his junior disciple chase after Chu Yun. Su Li gritted his teeth in frustration. Master, he insulted our Tianyuan. Why did you not intervene? He asked, feeling aggrieved. Xia Fengyan seemed not to hear, urging anxiously. We must return to the martial arts hall at once. What is the matter? Su Li questioned, bewildered. Xia Fengyan replied, I must heed the words of a wise man. I need to thoroughly examine our martial arts shortcomings. Su Li. Upon exiting the park, Chu Yun strolled along the street. At that moment, a military green SUV halted beside him. Young man, hold on. A robust middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle, with Li Xiong following closely behind. The man approached with a smile, saying, My brother was in the wrong earlier. I must apologize to you. Chu Yun frowned, replying, I have indeed not seen any drugs. Li Minin was taken aback, disappointment evident in his eyes. What shall we do then? That pill is worth $1 million. $1 million for a pill. Although he had been away from China for some time, Chu Yun understood that $1 million was no trifling sum. An ordinary office worker might not earn that much in 10 years. He was in dire need of money, especially as he approached the foundational stage of cultivation, a period notorious for its expenses. What kind of pill could be worth $1 million? He inquired, intrigued. Gu Xian Dan, Li Minin replied. Chu Yun nodded thoughtfully, casually stating, It appears the patient suffers from blocked blood vessels, leading to heart failure and insufficient blood supply. No wonder you are in such a hurry. This is indeed an urgent matter. The Lee brothers were left dumbfounded. Even a skilled healer adheres to the principles of observation and inquiry. He merely uttered the name of the elixir, yet this young man remarkably analyzed the elder's ailment with utmost precision. Such prowess is astonishing. Who exactly is this individual? Can you concoct the heart-solidifying pill? Lee Minnan inquired eagerly. Chu Yun can, came the response, igniting renewed hope in the two members of the Lee family, who hurriedly invited him into their vehicle. Throughout the journey, Lee Minnan, still uneasy, posed numerous questions. Upon learning that Chu Yun was merely a medical student, their spirits sank once more. The heart-solidifying pill is notoriously difficult to produce. Otherwise, it would not command such a lofty price. And given that Chu Yun had yet to graduate, they found it hard to believe in his capabilities. However, in their desperation, they had no choice but to grasp at straws. As the car entered the villa's courtyard, Chu Yun immediately discerned that the bodyguard at the entrance was a veteran. Old Master Li was a prominent figure who had retired from the Jianglong military, and it was through his influence that Li Xiong thrived, often embroiling the family in troubles over the years. The eldest son, Li Minnan, followed in his father's footsteps. Just as Chu Yun stepped inside, Li Minnan's phone rang, prompting him to rush outside to take the call. Moments later, he returned, elatedly exclaiming, "Old Master's son has agreed to concoct another heart-solidifying pill for us." At this proclamation, Li Xiong nearly sprang from his seat in joy. In the entire Jianglong province, only Old Master's son possessed the ability to create the heart-solidifying pill. The lost elixir of the Li family had been crafted by him, yet he had a strict rule. He only concocted the pill once for a patient, never twice. Given his acquaintance with Old Master Li, he was prepared to break this decades-old rule for the sake of an old friend. In their excitement, the two men suddenly remembered Chu Yun's presence, feeling somewhat awkward. They had doubts about Chu Yun from the start, and with Old Master's son now willing to assist, they were determined to entrust the matter to him. Sensing their thoughts, Chu Yun remarked, "Then I shall take my leave." Li Minnan quickly stopped him, exclaiming, No, Brother Chu Yun. Old Master's son's time is precious. We need to prepare the herbs in advance. Just assist Old Master's son, and upon completion, I will reward you with 500,000. While he spoke subtly, it was clear he intended for Chu Yun to act as an apprentice to Old Master Sunday. However, Chu Yun was indifferent. Receiving 500,000 for a simple task was a welcome prospect, and he readily agreed. After Old Master Li fell gravely ill last year, the Li family had set up an extensive pharmacy within the villa, stocked with various rare herbs. Chu Yun swiftly gathered the necessary materials, arranging the medicinal furnace and herbs in Old Master Li's room. The Li family was bustling about throughout the afternoon, laying a red carpet in the courtyard and hanging a banner to express their gratitude to Old Master Sunday. Once he finished his tasks, Chu Yun seated himself in a corner, ignored by the Li brothers, who did not even offer him a glass of water, completely overlooking his presence. As dusk approached, an Audi A8 pulled up to the entrance. Li Minnan excitedly opened the door for Old Master Sunday. Minnan, there's no need for pleasantries. Let us commence with the pill-making. Sun Zitao waved dismissively. Given his status in the medical field of Jianglong province, he had an array of patients vying for his attention, and his time was limited. The Li brothers hastily escorted him to Old Master Li's room. Sun Zitao first assessed the elder's condition before glancing at the arranged herbs and furnace, momentarily taken aback. Who prepared this? He inquired, astonished. The brothers felt a wave of anxiety, fearing they had made a mistake, and quickly pointed to Chu Yun. Sun Zitao scrutinized Chu Yun and couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. This young man is intriguing. The concoction of the heart-solidifying pill required over 100 types of herbs, many of which were quite obscure. For most, merely remembering their names was a challenge, let alone identifying them. Yet this young man had gathered them flawlessly, even measuring the quantities with remarkable precision. "Young man, what is your name?" Sun Zitao asked with a smile. "Chu Yun," he replied. "Are you studying medicine?" "I suppose so," he answered. Sun Zitao chuckled. "You possess a certain talent in medicine, reminiscent of my own youthful vigor." The Li brothers breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing Chu Yun had erred, but now he had received praise from Old Master's son. Observing Chu Yun's nonchalant demeanor, they inwardly scolded him for his ignorance. He was oblivious to the significance of this recognition. Should he seize the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Old Master's son, he could secure his place in the Jianglong medical community. Sun Zitao, unfazed, merely smiled. He understood the youthful arrogance. In fact, He had already contemplated taking this young man as his disciple. Over the years, he had searched Jianglong province for a worthy successor, yet his own descendants had proven inadequate. This child, with proper guidance, held limitless potential. He decided not to divulge his thoughts to Chu Yun just yet. To prevent him from becoming overly pleased and complacent, it was essential to temper his arrogance first. As Sun Zitao began the alchemical process, flames danced as he meticulously added the herbs, his fan-like hand movements directing the blue and red flames in rhythmic patterns. This must be old Master Sun's fire control technique. Li Xiong murmured in awe. Li Minen's eyes widened. There was no one in Baiguan City who could command the alchemical flames as he could. This mastery was the result of decades of dedication. While concocting the elixir, Sun Zitao observed Chu Yun's reactions. As he had anticipated, the young man furrowed his brow, appearing bewildered, clearly overwhelmed. After a brief moment, Sun Zitao retrieved a blue pill from the furnace and handed it to Li Minen, instructing him that his father would awaken shortly after consuming it. "Thank you, old master," the brothers exclaimed, filled with excitement. Sun Zitao then turned to Chu Yun with a wry smile. "Young man, are you not comprehending?" "I truly do not understand," Chu Yun replied. Sun Zitao chuckled, stroking his beard. "Child, do you now realize that there are those beyond your kin, and mountains beyond your mountains? This pill cannot be consumed." Before he could finish, Chu Yun interrupted, halting Li Minen as he was about to administer the medication. The three men stared at him in astonishment. Chu Yun coolly stated, "The method is incorrect. Consuming this pill would surely result in death." Sun Zitao was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, finding the young man's boldness amusing. He was quite tolerant of such youthful arrogance, believing that once the patient awoke, Chu Yun would naturally concede his error. The Li brothers were at a loss for words. Had they known this would transpire, they would have expelled this young man for his disrespect towards old Master Sun. The three men disregarded his words as if they were inconsequential. Li Minen promptly administered the pill to his father. Seeing this unfold, Chu Yun found himself at a loss for words. Throughout the centuries, he had witnessed countless life and death situations. His caution had been a gesture of goodwill. With the elder's ailment resolved, the Li brothers were overjoyed, rushing to summon the housekeeper to prepare a lavish dinner to express their gratitude to old Master Sunday. "Just leave." Li Minen waved dismissively at Chu Yun, as if he were shooing away a beggar. "Leave your account number. We'll transfer the money to you. Just hurry and go." This young man had disrespected old Master Sun, and the Li family needed to assert their position. At that moment, Sun Zitao intervened, smiling as he addressed Chu Yun. "Young man, I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" The two Li brothers were taken aback. Such magnanimity was astounding. At this moment, old Master Sun still cherished his talent, willing to overlook past grievances and accept him as a disciple. "Quickly, kneel and pay your respects," they urged Chu Yun. "Old Master Sun is a renowned physician in Jianglong province. If you become his disciple, your ancestors will surely be honored." Li Minen was nearly frantic for Chu Yun. Sun Zitao stood patiently, awaiting Chu Yun's bow of submission. Chu Yun cast a disdainful glance at the three men. Approaching the furnace, he noticed it contained only the remnants of herbs. "Is Jianglong really that vast?" he mused, placing the lid atop the furnace with a playful smile. Sun Zitao proudly declared, "Jianglong is not large. My medical skills rank among the top 3. Young man, I am more than qualified to be your master." Chu Yun placed his hand on the furnace, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. "Do not speak of this insignificant Jianglong." With a surge of spiritual energy flowing from his palm, he infused it into the furnace, causing it to tremble violently. He regarded Sun Zitao with disdain, as if looking down upon a mere jester. "Within the 9 provinces, I have no master." Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. The three men stood in stunned disbelief as they watched Chu Yun depart. This young man was indeed excessively arrogant. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion jolted them from their stupor. The furnace erupted. Fragments flew in every direction, and plumes of white smoke filled the air. As the smoke finally dissipated, the 3 individuals beheld a deep blue elixir nestled within the shattered base of the alchemical furnace, emanating a faint, ethereal glow. Li Minen was utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? Sun Zitao swallowed hard, realizing that the potion had been concocted from the very waste he had deemed useless. The room fell into an oppressive silence as they all stared at the elixir, rendered speechless. What an extraordinary feat. The refuse had coalesced into a pill. "Ah, this young man seems to possess some arcane knowledge of the underworld." Li Xiong broke the tension with a chuckle, recounting how the individuals he had brought earlier had been wounded by leaves, concluding it was merely a display of trickery. Li Minun suddenly grasped the situation, so that was how it was. Sun Zitao, relieved yet still concerned, lamented the loss of such a talented youth, whose arrogance had cost him dearly. Later that evening, a lavish dinner unfolded. At the table, the two members of the Li family frequently raised their glasses in gratitude to Sun Lao for his assistance. Sun Zitao, however, was preoccupied, reflecting on the unfortunate fate of the young man, whose talent was undeniable, yet his hubris was a significant flaw. The two brothers shared a knowing smile, recognizing the folly of the youth who had squandered his opportunity, destined to regret it. Suddenly, the housekeeper rushed in, her face ashen. "It's bad. The master has started to cough up blood." "What?" Panic gripped the trio as they dashed back to the room. Li La lay in bed, blood staining the sheets, while the nurses floundered helplessly as the monitors displayed alarming drops in vital signs. Sun Zitao hastily assessed the situation, but after several agonizing minutes, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he found himself at a loss. Li Xiong, in a fit of desperation, clutched Sun Zitao's collar, demanding, "You said he would be fine after taking the elixir." Sun Zitao, his face drawn, could only respond, I couldn't have anticipated this." At that moment, a realization struck the three of them. They had not foreseen it, but someone else had. In unison, their gazes shifted to the elixir on the table. As Li Xiong seized the potion, Sun Zitao urged him nervously, "If anything goes wrong after consuming that, I'm not liable." Li Xiong shot him a cold glance, retorting, "Can it get any worse than it is now?" Sun Zitao fell silent, feeling the weight of the situation. With trembling hands, Li Xiong administered the elixir to his father, though none held any hope. Time dragged on with no reaction, and the Li brothers slumped despondently to the floor, their hearts heavy with despair. Suddenly, the monitor's readings began to rise. The nurses erupted in exhilaration, their voices ringing out in disbelief, convinced the machine was malfunctioning. Yet, to their astonishment, the elder gentleman's pallor gradually returned to a healthier hue, and his fingers began to twitch. Sun Zitao stood frozen in disbelief. The refuse had transformed into an elixir, breathing life back into the dying. What manner of sorcery was this? This was nothing short of a medical miracle. The sight before them left everyone astounded. The Li brothers rose unsteadily, their eyes wide as they watched their father's complexion regain its color. Li Qingjun slowly opened his eyes, still feeble and bewildered. "Have you all perished too?" The brothers, overwhelmed with joy, laughed through their tears. "Father, you are alive." Li Qingjun, in disbelief, touched his own body, aware of the grave illness he had battled, a condition deemed incurable. However, upon seeing Sun Zitao, realization dawned upon him. "Dr. Sun, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention." Sun Zitao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he bowed his head, insisting, "This is not my doing." He could not accept the praise, as his own elixir had almost led to Li Lao's demise. "Not you?" Li Qingjun questioned, scanning the room. Aside from Sun Zitao, no other physician was present. Who else could it be? Li Minun and Li Xiong stood awkwardly, as if caught in a child's mischief, hastily explaining the events. Li Qingjun frowned in contemplation, astonished that such a young prodigy had emerged in Baiguan City. Upon learning that his sons had driven this gifted individual away, fury surged within him, causing him to cough violently. Were it not for his frail state, he might have leapt from the bed to chastise them. "You two have done something utterly foolish," he bellowed, trembling with rage. "If you do not find our benefactor, you may as well not return home." The brothers nodded vigorously. Even without their father's admonition, they were determined to locate their savior and offer their apologies. Li Qingjun, still weakened, dismissed the others. Sun Zitao, too, fell out of place and left the Li household, grappling with doubts about his own skills, contemplating whether he had wasted decades in the study of medicine. After leaving the Li residence, a spark of inspiration ignited within Sun Zitao. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, having neither eaten nor drunk at the Li residence, was left hungry and resorted to a bowl of noodles. Finishing his meal, he was walking home when he abruptly halted, turning his back and saying, "How much longer will you follow me?" A red Jeep Wrangler pulled up alongside him. The window rolled down, revealing Xia Xiaoyu, who playfully beckoned, "Little master, hop in. I'll give you a ride home." Chu Yun shot her a glance, retorting, "Who is your little master? Oh, come on, just get in. I've been waiting for you since noon." Xia Xiaoyu leaned forward slightly, revealing a hint of her figure, winking at Chu Yun in a captivating manner. How infuriating. She knows too well how to manipulate a man's heart. Chu Yun climbed into the vehicle, merely weary from his day, his mind devoid of ulterior motives. Throughout the drive, Xiaoyu gushed excitedly about the flying leaves incident, clearly enamored with Chu Yun, bombarding him with questions. He responded with perfunctory remarks. As night deepened, Tang Shui sat at her desk, flipping through a book, unable to concentrate. Chu Yun had yet to return, although she often found him insufferable, considering him weak and ineffectual. She was aware of the bullying he faced from Sun Sheng and others at school, and she couldn't help but worry for his safety, fearing he might be victimized yet again. Tang Shui ran her fingers through her disheveled hair, approaching the window to check for his return. To her surprise, she spotted a Jeep Wrangler parked below. Inside the car, Xiaoyu said, "I think you need a particularly adorable little apprentice." She propped her chin on her hands, leaning in toward Chu Yun, playfully suggesting, "You need one." Chu Yun glanced at her. "I do not need one." Xiaoyu leaned even closer, her eyes sparkling. "No? You really do." Chu Yun could smell her fragrance, a sweet aroma wafting from her. As she inched closer, her enticing lips nearly brushed against his. "Chu Yun." Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, "Dinner's ready. Your mother is calling you." Xiaoyu peeked out the window, mischievously raising an eyebrow at Tang Shui. "Hey," she asked, getting anxious. Chu Yun, exasperated, pushed Xiaoyu away from him. The girl had practically draped herself across his lap. "Little master, consider this your agreement." As he exited the vehicle, Xiaoyu waved enthusiastically, "Drive safe." Chu Yun shook his head in resignation as he returned to the Tang household. Just as he was about to enter, Tang Shui stormed out, fuming, "Chu Yun, my mother took you in, not to have you flirt with girls. You have nothing to your name, and yet you neglect your responsibilities. Do you really think I need your guidance?" Chu Yun interrupted, casting her a glance before retreating inside. Tang Shui stood frozen, her face flushed with indignation, resembling a ripe apple. In the dead of night at the Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall, Xia Fengyin was deeply engrossed in his studies at his desk. Xiaoyu entered. "Grandpa, still researching?" Sighing heavily, Xia Fengyin lamented, "I've aged considerably tonight. My skills are so lacking that I cannot discern the issues within our family as martial arts. Perhaps this is the nature of the gap." Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Grandpa, to untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it." Xia Fengyin's eyes widened in realization, excitement coursing through him as he clapped his hands. "Yes. How could I have overlooked that? I shall seek out that expert. He will surely enhance the Tianyuan martial arts." As he spoke, he turned to Xiaoyu and instructed, "Please inform Su Li that tomorrow morning we shall gather at the park to see if we can encounter that formidable expert again. We have offended him this morning, and we must not be remiss tomorrow." Xiaoyu promptly conveyed the message to Su Li. Upon receiving the news, Su Li was seething with anger, nearly on the brink of explosion. His master had been completely deceived by that scoundrel, and he still harbored hopes of improving Tianyuan martial arts. He recalled that the junior sister had been with that fellow all day and returned late at night, causing a pang of sorrow in his heart. At Tianyuan Martial Arts School, Su Li had always been the pride of his peers, believing that the junior sister would one day be his wife, and that he would inherit the school and become a true victor in life. However, all these dreams had been shattered by that brat today. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Tomorrow, he would demonstrate the strength of Tianyuan martial arts and show the junior sister who the true master was. At 11 o'clock that night, Sun Sheng stubbornly stood beside a heap of garbage, while a group of younger followers huddled together, shivering from the cold. Wang Chong, trembling, said, "Brother Sun, it's been several hours. We're freezing to death here. Let us head back." Sun Sheng's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists, exclaiming, "No way. That brat wouldn't dare stand me up. Unless he wants to die, he knows the consequences." A sneeze escaped him, and two strands of transparent mucus swung from his nose like pendulums. Sun Sheng forcefully wiped away the mucus, cursing, "Damn it. Call him again." Wang Chong dialed Chu Yun once more. Previously, numerous calls had gone unanswered, but this time, the call connected. "Chu Yun, who is it?" Sun Sheng roared in fury. "You damn bastard Chu Yun. Do you want to die? You dare not come?" "I." Chu Yun, huff, huff, huff. Sun Sheng was taken aback, realizing that this fool was asleep. The group stood bewildered in the wind, listening to the loud snoring, as Sun Sheng trembled in place, resembling a gas canister on the verge of explosion. After a long pause, a furious roar erupted from the garbage heap. "I will make Chu Yun pay. I will kill that bastard." Chu. Late into the night at the Sun family estate, Sun Zitao furrowed his brows and sniffed upon seeing Sun Sheng return. Did you eat something foul? Sun Xing's face flushed with frustration. It was all because of that bastard Chu Yun, standing by the garbage heap for so long. He couldn't possibly smell pleasant. Grandfather, A sneeze interrupted him. Hurry and wash up. I have something to discuss with you. Sun Zitao waved his hand dismissively. After bathing, Sun Sheng sat obediently beside his grandfather. The Sun family's current standing in the medical world of Baiguan City relied entirely on his grandfather. So Sun Sheng dared not act out of line. Today, I encountered an extraordinary master, Sun Zitao stated solemnly. Oh, Sun Sheng replied, intrigued. I plan to take him as my teacher. Oh, what? Sun Sheng suddenly reacted, disbelief etched on his face. Initially, he had thought little of it. After all, no one in Baiguan could surpass his grandfather. Yet, his grandfather was willing to take this person as his teacher. It was utterly outrageous. Just how powerful could this person be? You need not be astonished, Sun Zitao smiled. If I take him as my teacher, it would be a blessing for our family. Currently, our family status is constrained by Baiguan, but if I can stand alongside that individual, the Sun family may soon enter the realm of elite medical families. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Sun Xing felt a surge of excitement. A master willing to teach his grandfather could elevate the Sun family to provincial status. This was undoubtedly a grand figure in the medical realm. Sun Sheng envisioned an ancient, ethereal elder, embodying the essence of a transcendent master. Can I be the master's apprentice? Sun Sheng eagerly inquired. If he could connect with such a medical genius, wouldn't he stand out among medical students? Sun Zitao shot him a sideways glance. You are not worthy. He was acutely aware of his grandson's capabilities, knowing that Sun Sheng lacked even the qualifications to be a mere shoe shiner for that master. Seeing Sun Sheng's disappointed expression, Sun Zitao added reassuringly, however, you may have a chance. In a few days, I will take you to meet the master. For now, you must pay close attention to etiquette and conduct so that you may leave a favorable impression. Sun Sheng was nearly ecstatic, understanding that this was an extraordinary opportunity. Even if he could only receive a few pointers, he would far surpass his peers in medical school. He resolved to seize this chance with unwavering determination. The next morning, Chu Yun arrived at the park early, returning to the same clearing as yesterday. Today, he aimed to complete his initiation and embark on the path of cultivation. Chu Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating his energy as he began his practice. Isn't that Chu Yun? Wang Cheng and his companions halted upon spotting him. Damn it, we finally caught that brat. Let's take him down. Last night, they had foolishly waited for him, now boiling with frustration. Wait, Wang Cheng restrained the impulsive group. First, let's find Brother Sun, then we'll deal with him. The group hurried back to school. In class, Sun Sheng was engrossed in a book entitled Etiquette and Cultivation. Brother Sun, we saw Chu Yun in the park. Wang Cheng exclaimed. Sun Sheng abruptly stood up. Damn it. He immediately covered his mouth, clearing his throat. I extend my warmest regards to his mother. I kindly request you all to handle Chu Yun for me. The group looked at Sun Sheng in confusion. Was this really the same Sun Sheng they knew? So polite? Aren't you going? Wang Cheng asked, puzzled. Sun Sheng patted his shoulder, as someone of my standing. I must exhibit decorum. It would be too much trouble for you all. The group left in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Sun Sheng's baffling behavior. Unfazed by his classmates' astonished gazes, Sun Sheng returned to his reading. In the coming days, he must transform into a courteous and refined individual, for only then would he attract the attention of the master. Yet, deep down, he soared beyond the clouds, eagerly awaiting the triumphant news from Wang Cheng and the others. At that moment, Chu Yun entered a state of complete oblivion, the surrounding noise fading into a blur as he sat like an ancient pine, motionless. Not far away, a military jeep came to a halt. Li Minin alighted and, upon seeing Chu Yun, breathed a sigh of relief as he hurried over. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for yesterday. Li Minin bowed beside Chu Yun, expressing remorse. My family was unaware of your true prowess. Please do not hold it against us. Chu Yun remained silent. Li Minin awkwardly produced a bank card, lowering his demeanor further as he extended it toward Chu Yun with both hands. Mr. Chu, this is 5 million. The password is written on it. This is your rightful compensation. You must accept it. After a significant pause with no response from Chu Yun, Li Minin awkwardly tucked the card into Chu Yun's pocket. Since he was there to apologize, he disregarded whether Chu Yun acknowledged him, continuing, I heard there were some grievances between you and the Tianyuan martial arts school yesterday. You must be a martial artist as well. Otherwise, you could not have injured so many of my brother's men with mere leaves. My family patriarch has some connections with Xiaofengyan. The Li family can not only assist you in resolving your troubles, but may even help you join the Tianyuan martial arts school. Noticing that Chu Yun remained unresponsive, Li Minin pressed on. Mr. Chu, you may not understand the benefits of joining a martial arts school. Take Tianyuan Martial Arts School, for example. If Master Xia is willing to cultivate you. Before he could finish, a throng of nearly 100 individuals from the Tianyuan Martial Arts School approached. Led by none other than Master Xia Fengnian, Li Minin's expression tightened. It was evident that they had come to confront Chu Yun. He quickly pulled out his phone. Realizing that Xia Fengnian would likely not be lenient, he needed to call his father. The phone had yet to connect when Xia Fengnian, accompanied by a group of individuals, approached Chu Yun. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, everyone present at the Tianyuan Martial Arts School knelt before Chu Yun. This scene not only startled Li Minin, causing his phone to drop, but also left the citizens surrounding the park utterly astonished. Xia Fengnian knelt on the ground, cradling the Tianyuan martial arts book in his hands, and earnestly implored, Mr. Chu, I beseech you to intervene and amend the Tianyuan martial arts. Our school is willing to honor you as our founding master. The previously bustling park fell into an eerie silence. Li Minin stood frozen, his mind racing. The resounding voice of Xia Fengnian had left everyone in a state of shock. After a prolonged moment, people began to comprehend. The head of the Tianyuan school was actually seeking to acknowledge this young man as their master. Li Minin swallowed hard, trembling as he realized how naive and ridiculous his earlier remarks had been. He had grossly underestimated Mr. Chu's prowess in martial arts. Yet, at that moment, Chu Yun remained unresponsive, seated with indifference to the world around him. Li could no longer contain himself. He had long harbored disdain for this young man. With the entirety of Tianyuan kneeling before him, Chu Yun didn't even bother to open his eyes. What an affront. What are you pretending to be? Li exclaimed, rising to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Yun. Who do you think you are to disregard our Tianyuan martial arts school? You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, Li lunged forward. His fist charged with a fierce wind aimed directly at Chu Yun's face. Xia Fengnian's expression shifted dramatically. This was unacceptable. However, it was too late to intervene. Li's fist, imbued with a chilling force, hurtled toward Chu Yun. The crowd held its breath, anticipating that this blow would shatter Chu Yun's nose. With a sharp noise, Chu Yun uttered 2 words, reverberating in the ears of those present. Enough. A shockwave erupted around him, sending Li flying several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushing forth. Chu Yun gradually opened his eyes, casting a detached gaze over the crowd, which fell into utter silence. He was at the initial stage of foundation establishment. As he reveled in the long-lost essence of the celestial path, he paid no mind to the astonished look surrounding him. The spectators failed to witness his movement. Li had simply been sent sprawling several meters away. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li, consumed by rage, screamed and charged towards Chu Yun again. A resounding slap echoed as Xia Fengnian struck him across the face. Enough, he bellowed. Li clenched his fists, his chest heaving with anger. Fine. You'll regret this. From today onwards, I am withdrawing from Tianyuan. Chu Yun, I won't let this go. He stormed off in fury. Xia Fengnian sighed helplessly. He was unconcerned with Li's departure. Instead, he hurriedly knelt before Chu Yun once more, presenting the Tianyuan martial arts. Mr. Chu, I have failed in my duties and have disturbed you. Please, I implore you to amend the Tianyuan martial arts. Xia Fengnian was indeed a perceptive man. Disciples could be recruited again. But the future of Tianyuan martial arts depended on seizing this opportunity. If missed, there might never be another. With a deep bow from Xia Fengnian, nearly 100 disciples of Tianyuan followed suit, kneeling before Chu Yun in unison, their voices resonating in the now quiet park. The onlookers gazed at Chu Yun with reverence. Just yesterday, the Tianyuan martial arts school had looked down upon this young man. Today, they were all kneeling before him, utterly submissive. Li Minin stood rigid, his expression stiff. Previously, he hadn't perceived Chu Yun as formidable, but now, even standing beside him filled him with immense pressure. A moment later, he heard whispers. I'll pin Chu Yun down, and you all kick him. Haha, we must beat him until he cries. At that moment, the tranquil park was disrupted by a distant commotion. Wang Chong and his companions excitedly plotted how to deal with Chu Yun, too engrossed in their chatter to notice the unusual silence around them. A group of them approached, laughing. Chu, As Wang Chong pointed towards Chu Yun, he glanced around, bewildered, his hand trembling and lowering. The words caught in his throat. They finally realized the entirety of the park was filled with spectators. Everyone from the Tianyuan martial arts school, including the head Xiaofingyan, was kneeling before Chu Yun. This group appeared as lost lambs in a den of wolves, rendered speechless by the sight before them, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The onlookers regarded the group of young men with confusion. Facing the gaze of ordinary citizens was manageable, but when Xiaofingyan and the others turned their attention towards them, Wang Chong and his friends could no longer maintain their composure. They trembled, exchanging fearful glances. What are they doing? Should we kneel too? Consequently, they too knelt before Chu Yun, aligning themselves neatly. Why were they kneeling? They had no idea. Seeing the Tianyuan martial arts members kneel prompted them to do the same. Their minds were blank, filled only with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Chu Yun glanced at them, amused. Why are you kneeling? Aren't you supposed to be in class? The group remained dazed for an extended moment, as if their reflexes had slowed. Right. Class. We should get to class. Wang Chong suddenly slapped his forehead, and the group scrambled to their feet, rushing away in a frenzy. Observing Wang Chong and his companions flee in disarray, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. The Tianyuan martial arts members remained kneeling. This was hardly a solution. Chu Yun sighed in exasperation. Accepting the Tianyuan martial arts book from Xiaofingyan. Very well, I can spare some time to assist you with the amendments. To Chu Yun. This martial arts text was rather rudimentary, hardly warranting the effort of revision. However, given Xiaofingyan's earnestness, he felt it would be impolite to refuse. Moreover, revising such elementary martial arts would not consume much of his time. Thank you, Mr. Chu, Xiaofingyan exclaimed, overjoyed, bowing once more. After exchanging a few more words with Chu Yun, he departed, not wishing to intrude further. As they left, Xia Xiaoyu linked her arm with her grandfather's. Glancing back at Chu Yun with a mischievous wink and mimicking a phone gesture, Chu Yun shot her a bemused look but chose to ignore her. Mr. Chu. Li Minin fidgeted awkwardly. My grandfather is hosting a recovery banquet in a few days and would like to invite you. What do you think? Chu Yun replied indifferently, if I have time, I will attend. Li Minin nodded excitedly. Great. Mr. Chu, if you need anything in the future, please just let me know. Chu Yun acknowledged him with a simple Li Minin, wishing to forge a closer bond with Mr. Chu, hesitated, afraid of annoying him or saying the wrong thing. He exchanged a few more pleasantries before taking his leave. Now, having entered the initial stage of foundation establishment, Chu Yun would require medicinal herbs to aid his cultivation. In the past, he would have needed no such assistance, but due to the Earth's current state of diminished spiritual energy, he must rely on these aids to keep pace with his training. He wondered if the 5 million Li Minin provided would suffice. Chu Yun planned to visit Aunt Lu's pharmacy in the afternoon to inquire about the prices of medicinal materials. Lu Shuxiang, Tang Shui's mother, owned a large pharmacy opposite the People's Hospital in Baiguan City, while her husband, Tang Jiangwo, was the chief physician there. Together, they had prospered in the pharmaceutical business over the years, enabling them to afford a home in the prestigious Hanlin Villa district. He sat down again to consolidate the foundation he had just established. In the medical school's classroom, upon Wang Chong and his friend's return, Sun Xing eagerly stood up. So, what happened? Did that kid cough? Did Chu get beaten up? The others hung their heads, exchanging glances, their faces pale. Wang Chong, stammering, finally blurted out. He got beaten. We really laid into him. He was begging us for mercy. Sun Sheng burst into laughter, thoroughly amused. By the way, brother Sun, let's not mess with Chu Yun anymore. Wang Chong quietly suggested. Sun Sheng paused, contemplating, before nodding in agreement. He had indeed considered this. As long as Chu Yun obediently followed orders and diligently served as a subordinate, he could afford to strike him fewer times. After all, he would soon be the apprentice of the renowned medical sage, a status that set him apart from ordinary students. To strike at someone as insignificant as Chu Yun would be beneath him, a loss of dignity. Presently, Sun Sheng lacked the enthusiasm to deal with Chu Yun. He resumed his reading of etiquette and cultivation, realizing that it was imperative to perform well in the coming days and strive to become a distinguished apprentice. In the afternoon, Xiangxiang Pharmacy was located directly across from Baiguan People's Hospital. Lu Shuxiang was arranging medicines on the shelves when she spotted Chu Yun entering, her face lighting up with joy. Yun, you have no classes this afternoon. Chu Yun offered a rare warm smile. No classes, Aunt Lu. Our medical school requires some herbs. I wonder if you have them here? In Jianglong Province, only Aunt Lu could provide him with a familial sense of care, akin to that of a mother. In this lifetime, he vowed to repay Aunt Lu's kindness. Lu Shuxiang took the note from him and read it, her brow furrowing increasingly. Are you certain your medical school needs these herbs? She inquired, shaking the note in confusion. Chu Yun paused. What's wrong? Lu Shuxiang sighed, explaining that there were over 10 kinds of herbs listed, 7 of which were rare. The Jiakeo, in particular, was exceedingly scarce at last year's auction in Baiguan City. A single plant fetched around 200,000 yuan. Lu Shuxiang then enumerated several prices for the herbs. Chu Yun calculated in his mind that crafting a single foundation establishment pill would cost him around 500,000 yuan. He truly felt like a lavish spender. Aunt Lu, do you have these herbs? Chu Yun inquired. Lu Shuxiang waved her hand with a smile. Only Taikong Pharmaceutical can procure these 7 herbs. Just as she finished speaking, a number of vans stopped outside, and over 20 young people clad in bizarre attire with multicolored hair descended from them, armed with various clubs and knives. They stormed into the pharmacy, led by a brash blonde who kicked the glass door open, shattering it into pieces. He pointed his baseball bat at Chu Yun and Lu Shuxiang, arrogantly shouting, "Damn you. Your medicine has killed someone." The sudden turn of events terrified the employees. Lu Shuxiang's face went pale. She had never encountered such a scene. As the store manager, she steeled herself to confront the intruders. This can't be. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The blonde sneered, pulling out a box of Jintian, a medication for gastritis, and tossing it at Lu Shuxiang's feet. A couple of days ago, someone bought medicine from you and has been throwing up blood ever since. You dare say it's a misunderstanding? Lu Shuxiang trembled, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, she was merely a seller of medicines and had no understanding of the circumstances. Chu Yun retrieved a pill, licking it and wrinkling his brow. Initially, he thought these individuals were merely troublemakers, a gang seeking to stir chaos, but there was indeed an issue with the medication. Aunt Lu would never falsify her products. Noticing the Kangtai Pharmaceutical label on the box, he realized the supplier might be at fault. However, he could not voice this concern lightly. It pertained to Aunt Lu's pharmacy, and causing trouble could lead to significant repercussions. What do you wish to do? Lu Shuxiang asked, her voice trembling. The blonde lounged in a chair, casually smoking. I don't ask for much. Just pay me 3 million in compensation, and I'll make this go away. Otherwise, we can just sit here and wait. Lu Shuxiang's eyes reddened in desperation. Most of her funds were tied up in inventory, leaving her with merely 1 million. Furthermore, she couldn't just hand over money without a second thought. This group clearly intended to stay until they received payment. Several customers who had approached to buy medicine were frightened away by the gang blocking the entrance, severely impacting business. Yun, you should go home first. Auntie will call your Uncle Tang to handle this, Lu Shuxiang urged, trembling as she spoke to Chu Yun. This is not something you can resolve. Listen to Annie and go home. With that, Lu Shuxiang hurriedly exited the pharmacy, unimpeded by the thugs. They remained in the store, unconcerned about Lu Shuxiang fleeing. The blonde and his group began playing cards, puffing smoke, turning the pharmacy into a chaotic marketplace filled with vulgarities. Chu Yun glanced at a man standing at the entrance of the pharmacy across the street. The man bore a scar on his face and sat on the steps, sipping cold beer while observing the situation intently. Zhao, the owner of the pharmacy across from Xiangxiang, stood beside him with a smug expression, relishing the scene. Chu Yun took a brief look and proceeded towards the visibly shaken female employees. You all can go home now, he said calmly. Come back to work tomorrow. The frightened employees huddled closer to Chu Yun, their voices barely audible. We dare not. Chu Yun smiled gently. It's all right, just follow me. The girls clung tightly to his arm as he led them out of the pharmacy. The blonde and his companions ignored them, continuing their card game. As long as the store remained, they were indifferent to who left. Boss, that kid is going to find Boss Lu, one of the younger gang members warned. The blonde glanced back, coldly chuckling. He's truly seeking his own demise. Across from Aunt Lu's pharmacy was another large drugstore. Zhao, with years of rivalry against Lu, felt pleased to observe the unfolding drama. Chu Yun approached, picked up a cold beer from a white box, and sat next to the scarred man, taking a sip. Are you with him? Chu Yun asked. Lu Chong, amused and puzzled, scrutinized the young man. In all his years in the underworld of Baiguan, this was the first time someone dared to speak to him so boldly while sitting beside him. Fortunately, Lu Chong was in a good mood today and didn't wish to quarrel with such a youth. Kid, you better leave quickly. Don't risk your life for a job. Naturally, Lu Chong assumed Chu Yun was an employee of Xiangxiang Pharmacy. Chu Yun continued with a smile. You are killing 3 birds with 1 stone, benefiting from our pharmacy while also taking advantage of our competitor. I suppose you will also gain something from the victims. Lu Chang paused, suddenly amused. This young man was surprisingly astute. So, what do you propose? Lu Chang inquired with a grin. Zhao, standing nearby, joined in the laughter. Just a mere pharmacy employee dared to question Brother Chang? If he inquired on the streets about Brother Chang's reputation, he'd surely be terrified. This was a classic case of a frog in a well, unaware of the vast world outside, seeking his own destruction. Chu Yun took another sip of beer and calmly stated, I offer you two options. First, continue to linger here, and I cannot guarantee what your fate will be. Second, he glanced back at Zhao's pharmacy. I can ensure your safe departure if you demolish his store. Upon hearing this, both Lu Chang and Zhao were taken aback. Where did this young man find the audacity to speak so brazenly in their presence? Huh, you little rascal, go ahead and demolish my store. Zhao laughed heartily, unable to contain his amusement. I will make sure your pharmacy faces adversity. What can you do about it? Over the years, Zhao had been envious of Xiangxiang Pharmacy's success. This time, he had finally discovered an opportunity and would not let it slip away. To him, the threat posed by a mere employee was insignificant, merely a joke. Lu Chang shook his head, laughing, completely dismissing Chu Yun's words. A fledgling had no fear of a tiger. He saw no need to engage with a petty fool. This boy was not worth his time or effort. Chu Yun smiled faintly. It seems we have nothing more to discuss. With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Li Xiong, come to the People's Hospital. He spoke briefly before hanging up. Lu Chang and Zhao laughed even harder, finding the entire situation utterly amusing. The little rascal, still lacking in maturity, dares to rally others. Soon, a swarm of students clad in school uniforms will likely arrive. How amusing. However, the name Li Xiong. It rings a bell for El Chang, though he cannot quite recall where he has heard it. Kid, let us be on our way. Brother Chang has no desire to quibble with a mere student, Zhao Boss chuckled. El Chang, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. I have no time to play house with you, Scram. Chu Yu closed his eyes to collect himself, choosing not to speak further. El Chang found the situation utterly amusing. He mused that once the students arrived, he could simply intimidate them with his subordinates. After all, he could not truly engage with children. Minutes slipped by, and soon, a convoy approached. Leading the procession was a black Hummer, followed by a line of identical off-road vehicles, around 10 in total, halting beside the two pharmacies. From the foremost vehicle emerged a man wearing sunglasses. Upon removing them, his piercing gaze locked with El Chang's, causing the smile on El Chang's face to freeze. As if a layer of frost had enveloped him. He finally recalled who Li Xiong was. He was the supreme leader of his superior. Witnessing the cadre of suited thugs, Zhao Boss's expression shifted drastically. Brother Chang, who are these people? El Chang, paralyzed by fear, stammered, rising abruptly, trembling uncontrollably. Brother Xiong, please let me explain. As Li Xiong approached, El Chang's words faltered, his legs quaking, nearly collapsing to the ground. Under normal circumstances, he would not have even been worthy of meeting Brother Xiong. Explain what? Slap. Li Xiong delivered a heavy slap to El Chang's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood and teeth scattered on the pavement. El Chang covered his face, quaking in terror, unable to move. His superior stood nearby, his face ashen. He could not defend El Chang. Even if the boy were killed, he would applaud the act. Having navigated the underworld for years, he recognized that El Chang had crossed a significant figure. A mob of men began to rain blows upon El Chang, his cries for mercy echoing through the streets. Zhao Boss stood frozen in shock, utterly terrified. Huang Mao and his companions rushed out, no longer daring to linger in the pharmacy. These young ruffians had never witnessed such a display and lined up in fear, heads bowed as if they were misbehaving students. Li Xiong was genuinely furious. Earlier that morning, he had painstakingly mended relations with Mr. Chu, only for his men to provoke Mr. Chu in the afternoon. If the old man were to find out, he would surely flay him alive. He picked up a bottle of liquor, approached Chu, and bowed. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for the trouble my subordinate has caused you. He downed the drink in one gulp. The scene left everyone present in shock. Who was Li Xiong? A figure whose mere name could make the underworld of Baiguan City tremble. To see him personally toast and apologize to this young man, with such a humble demeanor, was astonishing. Li Xiong's subordinates hurriedly memorized Chu Yu's face, knowing that regardless of who he was, they must never provoke him again. Chu Yu glanced at the pharmacy behind him and pushed it away. Zhao Boss trembled, eager to plead for mercy, yet Li Xiong's fierce gaze rendered him mute. Li Xiong summoned several excavators. Zhao Boss knelt on the ground, witnessing his pharmacy reduced to ruins. Chu Yu would not tolerate any threat to those around him. Since Zhao Boss sought to undermine Aunt Lu's shop, he decided to level his pharmacy, simple and brutal. Come here, Chu Yu beckoned to El Chong. El Chong, clutching his bleeding head, shakily approached, his arrogance vanished. Take me to a patient's home tomorrow, Chu Yu instructed. There was indeed an issue with the medicine, and he needed to assist Aunt Lu. Otherwise, if the matter came to light, she would no longer be able to operate her pharmacy. El Chong nodded tremulously. Mr. Chu, I apologize. El Chong was not foolish. He recognized that Chu Yu had no intention of holding a grudge against them, or else their lives would be forfeit. Li Xiong instructed his men to wait in the vehicles while he and Chu Yu entered the fragrant pharmacy. Mr. Chu, how about I purchase all the medicine from your pharmacy? Li Xiong suggested, rubbing his hands together with a forced smile. No need for that, Mr. Li, Chu Yu replied coldly. Alternatively, I can have someone expand your pharmacy or acquire the nearby ones for you. Li Xiong was desperate to create a positive impression. Chu Yu shot him a disinterested glance. Ignoring him, Li Xiong swallowed hard, suddenly struck by inspiration. He retrieved a card from his bag. Mr. Chu, this is a Beidong black card from my group. With this card, all your expenses at any of my establishments will be completely free. Li Xiong beamed at his clever idea. This not only served as an apology to Mr. Chu but would also encourage him to frequent his businesses in the future, killing two birds with one stone. Chu Yu, growing increasingly irritated, accepted the card and carelessly tucked it into his pocket. Li Xiong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, Lu Shuxiang and Tang Jingwo hurried back. Upon seeing Li Xiong in the store, the couple froze in shock. Previously, Li Xiong had often visited the people's hospital, and through their interactions, Tang Jingwo had heard of Li Xiong's reputation. With only Chu Yu and Li Xiong present, Tang Jingwo immediately assumed Chu Yu had offended someone significant. You little rascal, look at the trouble you've caused. As he entered, Tang Jingwo pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Yu. You are a calamity for our family. Do you think you are worthy of offending Mr. Li? Hurry and apologize. Oh my, what the hell? Li Xiong, exasperated, promptly leaped up and slapped Tang Jingwo on the back of his head. Stunned, Tang Jingwo clutched his head in bewilderment. I must be going. Li Xiong glared at Tang Jingwo and quickly departed. Lingering any longer could lead to further complications. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Jingwo were left perplexed. Yun, where are those troublemakers? Lu Shuxiang inquired. Chu Yu smiled. They have all left. Tang Jingwo scanned the store, noticing nothing amiss, but his gaze suddenly froze in shock at the window. My goodness, where is Zhao Boss's pharmacy? He exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Shuxiang, equally astonished, stood rooted to the spot. Across from them, Zhao Boss's pharmacy had been reduced to a desolate wasteland, with Zhao Boss sitting amidst the rubble, dazed and confused. What on earth happened in such a short time? That night, the three returned to the Tang family home. Throughout the evening, Tang Shui wore a sulky expression, her sparkling eyes occasionally glaring at Chu Yu, as if still angry about that night. Chu Yu paid little mind, having a simple meal before retreating to his room. Yu insisted on taking him in. After a while, raised voices echoed from the living room. Tang Jingwo, consuming our resources and causing trouble, is nothing but a parasite. Lu Shuxiang exclaimed. Today's events have nothing to do with Yun. Silence. At that moment, Tang Shui shouted, Can you two be quiet? I'm trying to study. The house fell silent. Chu Yu sat on the edge of his bed, a serene smile gracing his lips. In a past life, such words would have stung, but now he felt an unparalleled calmness, listening to their bickering as though it were the chatter of ants. He understood that Tang Jingwo had never held him in high regard. It would be best to seek an opportunity to move out of the Tang household. Currently, the pressing issue was the medicinal materials. According to Aunt Lu, the 7 required herbs were difficult to procure, with only Taikong Pharmaceutical in Baiguan City possessing them. Chu Yu retrieved the medicine box from earlier, a sudden idea forming in his mind. The following morning, he set off for Taikong Pharmaceutical. Taikong Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in Baiguan City, effectively monopolizing the supply of all pharmacies in the area. A saying has even emerged in Baiguan. Whenever one falls ill and requires medication, one cannot escape Taikong Pharmaceutical. Beneath the towering edifice, a long queue forms. Chu Yun steps into the lobby, only to be halted by a security guard. I am from Shangshang Pharmacy. Here to see your chairman. Chu Yun states his purpose. The guard, displaying impatience, waves his hand dismissively. Haven't you ever been to a pharmacy? Queue up. This place isn't for just anyone to enter. What makes you think you can meet our chairman? The line consists of employees from various pharmacies, here to collect orders for supplies. The sight of this novice being rebuffed brings quiet amusement to the others, as many newcomers have faced similar reprimands from the security guard. Chu Yun furrows his brow slightly. I am not here to collect supplies. The guard, taken aback, erupts in anger. If you're not here for medication, then scram. If you dare to obstruct, I'll deal with you. Having served as a guard at Taikong for over a decade, he is accustomed to being assertive, and this is the first time a pharmacy employee has dared to retort. Just as tensions rise, a bespectacled man in line quickly pulls Chu Yun into the queue. You're bold. How dare you challenge them here? The bespectacled man whispers. I was scolded by that guard on my first supply run as well. To them, we are just the lower class, insignificant. He advises Chu Yun to endure, lest his order be withheld, leading to reprimands from his superior. Chu Yun maintains a calm demeanor. I am here to see the chairman. There are issues with their medication. Laughter erupts from the surrounding queue. You, an employee from a pharmacy, wish to see Chairman Tai and claim there are issues with their medication? This young man must be delusional. The bespectacled man mutters under his breath, calling him foolish, and dismisses him. At that moment, a group of security guards rushes to disperse the crowd awaiting at the entrance. Hostesses stand on either side of the door, and staff swiftly roll out a bright red carpet. What is happening? My goodness! What a spectacle! Who is arriving? The people in line murmur among themselves. Soon, a convoy of luxury cars approaches. Seeing the procession, Taikong employees immediately straighten up. As the cars come to a halt, the entrance to the building falls into a hushed silence. Executives from the pharmaceutical company eagerly open the car doors, and an elderly gentleman in traditional attire steps out. Welcome, Dr. Sun, to our pharmaceutical company. The executives exclaim, leading the applause that quickly reverberates around them. The crowd bursts into excited gasps. Wow, Sun Zitao, the medical sage of Baiguan City. Whispers circulate about the recent news that Sun Zitao would soon assume the role of chief physician at Taikong. Now confirmed. The scale of Taikong's ambitions is astounding, attracting even the renowned physician. Anyone involved in Baiguan's pharmaceutical scene knows Sun Zitao's name. Many pharmacies display medicines he has developed. Eagerly, people pull out their phones to capture the moment and post it on social media. The bespectacled man nudges Chu Yun, saying, Brother, did you see that? Only figures like him can challenge Taikong Pharmaceutical. You are nothing in comparison. Chu Yun remains composed. Sun Zitao smiles and waves to the excited crowd, embodying the stardom of Baiguan's pharmaceutical world, surrounded by applause and cheers. Just as he is about to enter the building with several accompanying executives, he suddenly halts. His gaze lighting up as he spots Chu Yun in a corner. Mr. Sun, what is the matter? An executive asks. But Sun Zitao pushes him aside and jogs over to Chu Yun, standing before him, visibly excited yet somewhat shy. The crowd falls silent in astonishment, watching as the esteemed physician bows deeply to Chu Yun. Gasps of shock ripple through the onlookers, and the bespectacled man swallows nervously, inching away. The security guard, who had previously scolded Chu Yun, now pales in disbelief. The distinguished medical authority of Baiguan is bowing to a junior and addressing him as Mr. What kind of background does this person have? Chu Yun glances at him, responding simply, I am well. Sun Zitao, rubbing his hands together in enthusiasm, inquires, Mr. Chu, what brings you here? I seek the chairman regarding issues with their medication, Chu Yun replies. Sun Zitao promptly bows again, gesturing for Chu Yun to enter. Please, Mr. Chu, allow me to escort you. With a slight nod from Chu Yun, the two enter Taikong Pharmaceutical, with no one daring to hinder their passage. Sun Zitao joyfully follows behind Chu Yun, elated to assist him. The onlookers remain in stunned silence, while the executives watch, bewildered, as Sun Zitao tailing the young man resembles an eager devotee entering the building. The hostesses lead them to a lounge, where Sun Zitao quickly sends them away. Eager to serve Chu Yun himself, he pours tea and offers it to Chu Yun. Mr. Chu, have you had breakfast yet? Sun Zitao asks cautiously. Chu Yun shakes his head. Having arrived early to resolve matters with Taikong, he had hoped to finish quickly and enjoy breakfast, but was thwarted by the security guard. Absolutely right, brother. You are absolutely right. Sun Zitao's heart races with excitement. Yet, he maintains a calm facade. I shall go fetch you breakfast. With that, Sun Zitao rushes out. The hostess waiting outside sees him dash out and sighs, I'll go buy breakfast. Sun Zitao waves her off, happily humming a tune as he departs. Why let someone else buy? He isn't foolish. He aspires to be under Mr. Chu's guidance in the future. This is his chance to impress. He would go to any lengths, even to the point of holding a chamber pot for Chu Yun if he expressed such a need. Chu Yun sits in the lounge, sipping tea with a sense of ennui. His purpose for visiting Taikang Pharmaceutical is to address the issues surrounding the medication Jintayan, hoping to exchange it for some herbal materials. After a while, the door swings open, and a girl in a form-fitting dress enters. She scans the lounge with curiosity, and upon realizing it is just Chu Yun, she politely requests, "Please follow me to the conference room." Chu Yun follows the assistant out. Inside the conference room, Vice Chairman Tai Linen occupies the main seat, flanked on his right by members of the Taikang board, most of whom are from the Tai family. On the left sits a solitary trio. The first on the left is an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, dressed in professional attire that accentuates her alluring figure, with her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders. Though her head is bowed, with bangs obscuring much of her face, her beauty is undeniable, causing the men present to steal glances at her. Tai Linen scrutinizes the girl with a shrewd gaze, his eyes gleaming with avarice, particularly fixated on her legs, accentuated by Balenciaga stockings. "We have conveyed our intentions clearly to Miss Bai," Tai Linen smirks. "If the Bai family wishes to enter the pharmaceutical market in Baiguan, a union between our families is the only viable path. Miss Bai is in her prime, and I, Tai Linen, am still unwed. This should indeed be a fortunate arrangement." Bai Zixuan bites her lip, her cold gaze fixed on Tai Linen. "This is absolutely impossible." Tai Linen chuckles, raising a hand dismissively. "I advise you not to refuse so hastily. The first order of business upon your arrival in Baiguan is to secure Dr. Sun's signature to swiftly penetrate the Baiguan market." "Did you think we were unaware?" A sudden change swept over Bai Zixuan's face. "What do you mean?" Tai Linen chuckled. "This time, I have a surprise for Miss Bai." As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and the conference room door swung open, causing all board members to stand up hurriedly. With a radiant smile, Tai Linen welcomed Sunday. His words abruptly halted. Upon seeing the unfamiliar young man who entered, Tai Linen stood frozen, confusion etched on his face. "Who the hell are you? Who let you in?" The board members stared at the young man in bewilderment, and Bai Zixuan cast a curious glance his way. Suddenly, her body trembled. It was him, the man who could quench her thirst with mere words. Bai Zixuan's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. Chu Yun, oblivious to her presence, strode in confidently and took a seat opposite Tai Linen. He pulled out a box of Jintayan and tossed it onto Tai Linen's desk. "This medication has issues. I'm here to save your pharmaceutical company." His plain words reverberated in the conference room. This statement left everyone present stunned. After a long pause, Tai Linen and the others burst into laughter. Bai Zixuan cautiously raised her head, her expression a mixture of emotions. Jintayan was a renowned medication for treating gastritis in Baiguan. How could there possibly be a problem? This guy was terribly arrogant. Did he consider himself a god of medicine? Chu Yun completely disregarded the laughter surrounding him. He calmly stated, "I can help you resolve the issue, but in return, I want 50 portions each of Jiakeo and Zinc Sinhua." Wow. At this, the conference room fell into a slight silence. Tai Linen and the others stared at Chu Yun as if he were a lunatic. The materials he requested totaled over 20 million. Which insane asylum did he escape from? To call him insane would be an understatement. All medications undergo rigorous safety inspections. How could there be an issue? This kid thought he could extort 20 million and treat them like fools. "Kid, while I'm still in a good mood, you better get lost." Tai Linen scolded with a laugh, and the others joined in, settling back down. They had no time to waste on someone from the lower rungs of society. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you don't need my help?" Tai Linen, now impatient, retorted, "I need you to get lost. Get out now." Just then, a flustered assistant rushed in. I'm sorry. I mistook Mr. Sun for someone else." The young assistant bowed repeatedly in apology. The crowd suddenly realized that the new assistant had misidentified someone, allowing this young man to enter. She hurriedly attempted to pull Chu Yun away, but he gently brushed her off. He walked to the door, paused, and without turning back, declared, "Remember, the opportunity won. Chu Yun, provide is a one-time affair." With that, he strode out. Once this young man departed, the conference room erupted into laughter. Several attendees even mimicked his departing tone, causing everyone to burst into hearty laughter. This little interlude was harmless, merely a deranged young man who had lost his wits trying to extort a pharmaceutical company. While everyone was entertained, Bai Zixuan felt quite the opposite. The family had entrusted her with the task of expanding their pharmaceutical market in Baiguan, and she had hoped to sign Mr. Sun to open the market, but found that Taikong Pharmaceuticals had already beaten her to it. In the pharmaceutical realm of Baiguan, Taikong was an insurmountable giant. After a while, Sun Zitao rushed in with steamed buns and soybean milk. "Ah, Mr. Sun, you finally made it." People quickly rose to greet him. Tai Linen, noticing the breakfast in Sun's hands, smiled helplessly. "Mr. Sun, if you wanted breakfast, you could have just asked the staff. Why did you come yourself?" He hurriedly invited him to sit down. Sun Zitao looked around, puzzled. Did Mr. Chu leave? He wondered, feeling dejected. "Miss Bai, I trust you know Mr. Sun," Tai Linen said proudly, standing beside Sun Zitao. "Today, under your witness, Mr. Sun will officially sign a contract with our company, becoming our resident pharmacist." Bai Zishuan lowered her head in disappointment, feeling like a defeated rooster. She ultimately could not outmaneuver Tai Linen. If she wished to expand into Baiguan, she would need Taikong Pharmaceuticals' approval. Did this mean she must marry him? Bai Zishuan thought bitterly. A hostess entered, carrying a contract and placing it before Sun Zitao. Tai Linen, with a smug expression, looked up, reveling in Bai Zishuan's despondence, imagining her begging for mercy in bed. The more he thought about it, the more he smiled. "Ah, by the way, Mr. Sun, let me share something amusing." Tai Linen, in high spirits, began to chat. Sun Zitao, absent-mindedly flipping through the contract, pondered. "Did I do something wrong to upset Mr. Chu? The buns and soybean milk will get cold. Should I find out where he lives and deliver them personally? But would that annoy him?" Sun Zitao's mind was a whirl. Earlier, some kid dared to say there's an issue with our company's medication and tried to extort over 20 million. Haha. Tai Linen laughed as he recounted this, prompting more laughter among the attendees. He mimicked Chu Yun's tone, saying, "I, Chu Yun, provide this opportunity only once." Haha. Upon hearing this, Sun Zitao froze. Just as he was about to sign the contract, he abruptly halted. The room fell silent as everyone noticed Sun Zitao's sudden change in demeanor. "Mr. Sun, what is the matter?" Tai Linen asked cautiously. Sun Zitao's hand trembled violently, and the pen fell to the ground. His chest heaved with rage, as if he were a volcano ready to erupt. "What the hell am I signing for?" Suddenly, Sun Zitao stood up in anger and tore the contract in half. He hurled the soybean milk at Tai Linen's face, bit into a bun in frustration, and stormed out. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in shock. Frozen in their seats, Tai Linen, bewildered, wiped the soybean milk off his face, utterly confused, as if his brain had short-circuited. Bai Zishuan reacted swiftly and hurried after Sun Zitao. "Mr. Sun." She caught her breath and intercepted him downstairs. "I truly wish to sign you. We are Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, aiming to penetrate the Baiguan market." Sun Zitao waved his hand dismissively. "Don't you understand yet?" "What?" Bai Zishuan asked, bewildered. Sun Zitao, agitated, replied, "The one you should be signing with isn't me." Without waiting for Bai Zishuan to comprehend, he sighed, shook his head, and turned to leave. Once at the parking lot, Bai Zishuan pondered Sun Zitao's words, trying to decipher their meaning. An idea sparked in her mind as she analyzed the moment of Sun Zitao's anger. "Shall we find out everything about that Chu Yun? I want his complete profile." "But, are you referring to that spit guy?" the assistant asked, astonished. Bai Zishuan smiled. "He might very well be our savior." As for Chu Yun, he paid little mind to the events unfolding. However, he needed to consider alternative sources for medicinal materials. In the afternoon, Lu Chang called. It suddenly reminded Chu Yun that he needed to visit a patient's home to assist Aunt Lu with a matter. An incident had occurred at Aunt Lu's pharmacy involving a patient, and if the situation escalated, the pharmacy would undoubtedly be at risk. Aunt Lu was the person Chu Yun was closest to in Jianglong. He could not sit idly by. Lu Chang had come specifically to drive Chu Yun. His face bore bruises, and he seemed considerably subdued compared to yesterday, not daring to initiate conversation with Chu Yun. The car drove into the impoverished district of Baiguan. The scene was one of desolation, with dilapidated houses leaning precariously, heaps of garbage emitting foul odors, and rats scurrying about freely. The two stepped out of the vehicle. Chu Yun was perplexed. What could possibly be extorted from this place? Since Lu Chang was causing trouble for the patients in search of a pharmacy, he must have received some benefit, and Chu Yun did not believe Lu Chang was a benevolent youth. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he truly struggled to fathom what could be the target of extortion here. Lu Chang awkwardly scratched his head. "Mr. Chu, to be honest, that girl is incredibly beautiful. Like a fairy descended from the heavens. I've never seen anyone so stunning in my life. I figured, if I can get the money back, Offering her 30 to 50,000 should allow me to taste her charms. Huh, Mr. Chu. If you're interested, I could assist you. Chu Yun frowned. Noticing his displeasure, Lu Cheng quickly corrected himself. I didn't mean it that way, Mr. Chu. Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling him to lead the way. Lu Cheng brought Chu Yun to a dilapidated door. After knocking for quite some time without anyone answering, a woman emerged from the next door. Are you looking for the Lu family? 2 hours ago, the old man Lu passed away. He was taken to the People's Hospital. She called out to them. Chu Yun's expression changed. He hadn't expected to arrive too late. He hurried towards the hospital. Quick, get the respirator. Hurry, lower the patient's blood pressure. Move. In the emergency room of the People's Hospital, Tang Jiangwo was overwhelmed with chaos. The newly admitted patient was showing rapid decline in vital signs. With so little time, he was unable to identify the cause, and despite his best efforts, he could not alleviate the patient's symptoms. If you can't save my husband, I will sue you. A distressed woman's voice echoed down the corridor. She cried out, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Jiangwo. It was you who treated my husband. And it was your prescribed medication that caused the issues. I will sue you. I will. Her outburst attracted a crowd, murmuring and casting disapproving glances at Tang Jiangwo. Sweat poured down Tang Jiangwo's face as he felt the weight of the situation pressing down on him. If it were just another patient who could not be cured, it would be manageable, but this particular case felt like a catastrophe. Over the years, Tang Jiangwo had taken advantage of his position to recommend patients to buy medication from his wife's pharmacy, benefiting financially from both sides. Logically, it seemed like a win-win situation. Yet, it was precisely this patient who had suffered complications from the medication. If this were kept quiet, it would be of little consequence. But if the patient were to die and the matter were to escalate, he would not only lose his position, but he and his wife could be imprisoned. This life was crucial to the survival of the Tang family. At that moment, Song Tao rushed in. Taozi, you finally made it. Tang Jiangwo exclaimed upon seeing him. As if seizing a lifeline, grasping his hand and pulling him into the ward. The two were college roommates after graduation. Tang Jiangwo joined the People's Hospital while Song Tao continued his studies and became a lecturer at Jianglong University Medical School. In desperation, Tang Jiangwo sought out his old friend. They exchanged no pleasantries as Song Tao quickly began examining the patient. Beside the patient sat a girl, silently weeping. Jiangwo, come with me, Song Tao said gravely after finishing his examination. They moved to the conference room, followed closely by the distraught woman, who pounded on the door, wailing and cursing. In the emergency ward, the doctors and nurses had dispersed, as if death had been declared. Lu Wanner sat forlornly by her father's side, tears streaming down her face as she clutched his frail hand, watching his color fade. Her tears dripped onto her pale jeans as the heart monitor emitted its foreboding beeps, signaling the approach of death. Unable to suppress her anguish, she collapsed beside her father, crying out for a divine intervention to save his life. She would gladly offer her own soul in exchange for his survival. She prayed for a deity to descend, as the desperate often attribute their hopes to ethereal beliefs. Suddenly, she pressed her palm to her dizzying forehead, and as the overwhelming vertigo took hold, her delicate form began to topple. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a strong hand gently caught her. She looked up to see a young man with sharp features, illuminated in the light, as if refracting brilliance. His tall stature stood beside her, and she had to strain her neck to see his face clearly. Staring blankly at him, her emotions in turmoil, she murmured, "Are you a deity?" The young man did not respond. He placed a hand on the patient's chest for merely 3 seconds before withdrawing and turning to leave. Everything transpired so swiftly, as if nothing had occurred. The knight-like figure seemed to have never existed. Lu Wanner sat dazed in her chair, perhaps due to her overwhelming sorrow. She began to doubt her senses. Surely, there were no deities or knights in this world. She could only confront the disheartening reality before her. Beep, beep. Suddenly, rhythmic sounds broke the silence. Lu Wanner lifted her tear-stained face in shock, staring at the heart monitor, which displayed a gradually recovering line. This patient is certainly beyond saving. In the conference room, Song Tao stated solemnly, after all our years in medicine, you know that even a bodhisattva couldn't save this patient. Tang Jiangwo trembled as he took a drag from his cigarette, his hand shaking uncontrollably. He knew this truth all too well but was reluctant to confront it. If this patient died, the Tang family would likely face irreparable ruin. He could hear the woman outside, her frantic screams echoing. He had no doubt that if her husband perished, she would tear the Tang family apart, sending him and his wife to prison. Doctor, Lu Shibao has died, a nurse announced from outside. The cigarette fell from Tang Jingwo's hand, as if struck by lightning. In the next moment, the woman burst through the door, seizing Tang Jingwo's collar and shaking him violently, her sanity slipping away. I will put you in prison. I will sue your entire family for killing my husband. Tang Jingwo stood frozen, his mind blank, unable to utter a word. Doctor, Lu Shibao has come back to life. Huh? Are we playing here? The conference room fell silent. The group stared in disbelief at the nurse. They could hardly believe the news. Is this a miracle? One moment he was dead, and the next, he was alive? It's true. He is awake. The nurse exclaimed excitedly. They rushed to the ward. Inside the ward, Lu Shibao lay weakly in bed, chatting with his daughter. When Tang Jingwo and Song Tao rushed in, they were flabbergasted, witnessing a miracle for the first time after years of medical practice. They could hardly comprehend how he had suddenly revived. The woman began to sob uncontrollably with joy. Lu Shibao comforted his wife while expressing gratitude to Tang Jingwo. Thank you, Dr. Tang. Tang Jingwo felt a flush of embarrassment, awkwardly nodding his head. Both he and Song Tao could not fathom the medical reasoning behind this phenomenon. But such sudden recoveries do occasionally occur, albeit inexplicably. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Tang Jingwo felt relief wash over him. It had all been a false alarm. This is truly a divine intervention, Song Tao remarked. Indeed. Tang Jingwo clasped his hands together, unable to suppress a prayer of gratitude. As night fell and silence enveloped the hospital, a sense of calm finally settled in. In the hospital room, the Lu family engaged in cheerful conversation, savoring the sweetness of having survived a calamity. Dad, I've suddenly found a subject I'd like to study, Lu Warner said, her head bowed, fingers fidgeting. Lu Shibao smiled at his daughter, curious about her revelation. He knew she was considering changing her major, having lost interest in the humanities, but had yet to discover her true passion. Warner gazed dreamily out the window into the dark night, where the shadow of a divine figure seemed to reflect on the glass, that tall, poised youth. I want to study medicine, she declared resolutely. Late at night, at the Tang residence, Chu Yun returned from the hospital, engaging in his practice when he heard the sound of the door opening and lively chatter. Yun, come out for dinner, Aunt Lu called out. As Chu Yun stepped out, he saw Song Tao and Tang Jingwo seated at the dining table, enjoying drinks. Song Tao praised Tang Shui, saying, Jingwo, you have a wonderful daughter. She ranks first in the nursing department. Many of the faculty have sung her praises. Oh, not at all. My daughter still needs guidance from her old classmates. Tang Jingwo chuckled as they clinked glasses. Chu Yun quietly took a seat beside Tang Shui. Upon noticing him, Song Tao's expression shifted, looking at him with curiosity. This is Yun, Lu Shuxiang introduced, the son of my best friend. And it seems he is one of your students, Teacher Song. Yun, why aren't you greeting your teacher? Chu Yun merely glanced at Song Tao before returning to his meal. Well, I wouldn't dare. They say I, Song Tao, am not worthy to teach him. Song Tao replied coldly, slamming his chopsticks down. The previously warm atmosphere turned frosty. His sudden demeanor indicated that Chu Yun had once again caused trouble at school. Tang Jingwo frowned and chastised Chu Yun. You little rascal. Have you misbehaved at school again? Apologize to Teacher Song at once. Tang Shui subtly nudged Chu Yun with her elbow. Unmoved, Chu Yun continued to eat. Song Tao, irritated by Chu Yun's indifference, taunted, Oh, I see. He hasn't attended class for days. How could I possibly accept an apology from him? Upon hearing this, Tang Jingwo exploded with fury, slamming his hand on the table and standing up. You better apologize now. The dining area fell silent. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Shui anxiously watched Chu Yun. Song Tao crossed his arms and smirked, waiting for Chu Yun to comply. If he apologized, Song Tao, in light of their old friendship, might let the matter slide. After a prolonged silence, Chu Yun leisurely swallowed the last bite, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and raised his head. Teacher Song is right, he stated abruptly. The four of them were taken aback. Indeed, he is not worthy to teach me. The words hung in the air, leaving the villa in stunned silence. Tang Shui and Lu Shuxiang's eyes widened in disbelief at Chu Yun's audacity. Song Tao was so enraged he nearly collapsed, clutching his chest, his face turning ashen. Tang Jingwo, furious, smashed his bowl on the floor, pointing a finger at Chu Yun, shouting, Get out. Chu Yun cast a calm glance at him, disregarding the furious Song Tao, and retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him. Tang Jingwo, fuming, sat down again. He lifted his glass, apologizing to Song Tao. Please, don't mind this child. Old friend, for my sake, Let us not impose any punishments on him. He is still just a kid. Lu Shuxiang hurriedly agreed. Yes. Teacher Song. We truly appreciate your concern. Song Tao waved his hand dismissively. He is merely a troublemaker. I can't be bothered to dwell on it. The atmosphere at the table grew tense. Tang Jiangwo quickly shifted the topic, recounting the events of the evening. Tang Shui and Lu Shuxiang listened, equally astonished. It's all thanks to the divine intervention, a miracle. Otherwise, the Tang family would have been doomed. Tang Jiangwo said, still shaken. Song Tao nodded, recalling the shocking events at the hospital, still incredulous. After several rounds of drinks, both had imbibed quite a bit. Song Tao, leaning closer to Tang Jiangwo, whispered drunkenly, Jiangwo, do you wish to advance further? Tang Jiangwo forced a bitter smile, shaking his head. At my age, I'm content being the head of the hospital. There is no further I can go. Despite his words, he secretly worried about promotions. However, as one reaches middle age, thoughts of advancement seem futile, with age often blocking the path. Song Tao smiled mysteriously, leaning in to whisper, what if you could befriend old son? Tang Jiangwo's eyes widened in surprise. Song Tao patted his shoulder, prepare a gift in the next couple of days, and I'll come to see you. You understand what I mean, right? Tang Jiangwo, filled with excitement, raised his glass to toast Song Tao. Thank you, old friend. The two continued drinking late into the night until it was finally quiet. In the stillness, Chu Yun sat on his bed practicing when a knock echoed through the room. He quickly settled at the edge of his bed as Tang Shui entered, her face cold, carrying a plate of food. My mom worried you might not eat well, so she warmed this for you, Tang Shui said icily. Thanks, Chu Yun replied. Tang Shui shot him an annoyed glance before turning to leave, but then hesitated. Chu Yun, what do you think you have left? She coldly questioned, raising an eyebrow. He inquired, what do you mean? Tang Shui scoffed, can you wake up? Do you still think of yourself as a noble son of Yinjing? You have nothing now. You can't even compare to Sun Sheng. Your only path is to study hard, graduate, and find a good job. You should apologize to Teacher Song. Chu Yun regarded her with a frigid glare. His icy demeanor startled Tang Shui, causing her to take a step back. You know nothing of me, Chu Yun, he stated coolly. Tang Shui huffed, her frustration boiling over. Even now, he clung to his ridiculous pride, refusing to yield. You're a hopeless case, she retorted before slamming the door behind her. Chu Yun resumed his practice, unaffected by Tang Shui's words, his heart unperturbed. To avoid disappointing Aunt Lu, he returned to school a couple of days later. Throughout Jianglong province, the only person he truly cared about was Aunt Lu. Upon entering the classroom, his classmates cast curious glances at him before quickly resuming their activities. Chu Yun had always been somewhat of a ghost in class. The only thing that surprised his peers was the recent incident involving Sun Sheng and his confrontation with the teacher. Has Chu Yun returned from the hospital? Sun Sheng asked, casting a puzzled look in his direction. Wang Chong swallowed hard, stammering, he should be discharged. Sun Sheng frowned, reprimanding, it seems you all went easy on him. Wang Chong laughed awkwardly, feeling helpless. Easy. We were just lucky he didn't end up kneeling the whole time. If it weren't for the need to keep up appearances, he wouldn't have deceived Sun Sheng. He ended up in the hospital due to their actions. At that moment, Song Tao walked in with a textbook, and the classroom fell silent. He stood at the podium, excitedly clapping his hands. Today, we welcome a new classmate, the top student from the College of Arts, who is transferred to our medical department. The students looked curiously toward the door. A slender girl, dressed simply, entered with her books held close to her chest. When she lifted her head, all the boys in class gasped, whistles and cheers erupting in a cacophony of excitement. Sun Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. This girl was stunningly beautiful, rivaling even the goddess, Tang Shui. She donned sky-blue jeans, faded and tattered, caressing her long, slender legs. Her upper attire was a simple white shirt, revealing her delicate collarbones and fair skin. Her captivating visage evoked an instinctive desire to protect her. Song Tao swiftly silenced the rowdy male classmates. The girl nervously pressed her lips together, her voice as sweet as a spring in the valley. Hello, everyone. I am Lu Wanner. Lu Wanner, the belle of the School of Liberal Arts. The male students erupted in excitement. Within the school forum, there existed a ranking for the most beautiful students. Tang Shui from the medical school and Lu Wanner from the School of Liberal Arts were prominent contenders. However, this girl was too understated and simple, rendering her less known in school. Yet, upon hearing her name, many forum-dwelling male classmates instantly recalled her. Sun Sheng was transfixed. Unable to tear his gaze away from Lu Wanner's graceful figure, he envisioned himself with Tang Shui on one arm and Lu Wanner on the other. both beauties of the medical school at his feet. "Boss, you're drooling," Wang Chong whispered. "Get lost." Sun Sheng hurriedly wiped his mouth. Song Tao addressed Lu Wanner, "Classmate Lu, please find a seat." Lu Wanner's eyes scanned the sea of eager male classmates. Suddenly, her gaze landed on someone, and she covered her mouth in surprise. Her face lighting up with joy. She hurried down from the podium. As she passed by Sun Sheng, he quickly offered his seat, puffing out his chest in what he deemed an attractive pose. "Hey, classmate." Sun Sheng attempted to greet Lu Wanner, but was entirely ignored. She breezed past him without a glance. Sun Sheng froze in embarrassment. Reluctantly, he turned back, curious along with his classmates about whom this stunning beauty would choose to sit beside. This classmate, do you have someone beside you?" Lu Wanner asked nervously, standing in the corner. "Chu Yun?" The bustling classroom fell silent. The students were astonished, never imagining that the inconspicuous Chu Yun would garner the affections of such a beauty. Could he possibly be related to her? Sun Sheng was furious, nearly exploding on the spot. He could tolerate losing to anyone, but not to Chu Yun. Chu Yun, without raising his head, replied coolly no. Lu Wanner happily took a seat next to Chu Yun. "Damn, no taste," Sun Sheng muttered under his breath. Just as Sun Sheng was seething, a glint of inspiration sparked in his eyes, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. Class commenced. Lu Wanner, distracted, flipped through her textbook while stealing glances at Chu Yun. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his handsome profile as he focused intently on his book, resembling a protagonist from a comic. Lu Wanner could hardly believe her fortune. Fate had been so kind to her, allowing her to attend the same university and share a class with him. Thank you for saving my father." Lu Wanner hesitated before whispering. "Chu Yun." Lu Wanner yearned to say more, but upon sensing Chu Yun's indifferent demeanor, she felt disheartened and refrained from interrupting him, choosing instead to watch him from the corner of her eye. Chu Yun was engrossed in revising Heavenly Origin martial arts. By the end of the class, he had completely revised the martial arts text. After class, Sun Sheng eagerly gathered a group of followers around Chu Yun and Lu Wanner. "Chu, have you recovered at the hospital?" Sun Sheng inquired with a grin. Chu Yun looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend his words. Sun Sheng, with an arm draped around Chu Yun's shoulders, boisterously declared before Lu Wanner, "Actually, if you obediently become my underling, as the elder brother, how could I possibly hit you? How about this? I won't treat you poorly. I'll take you to see the world. Come with me tonight to the Yunming Grand Hotel for a banquet. The new beauty can join us too." "The Yunming Grand Hotel?" Chu Yun paused, recalling the invitation from Li Minin that morning for Li Lao's recovery banquet at that very hotel. Since they were headed in the same direction, Chu Yun agreed. Lu Wanner initially intended to decline, but seeing Chu Yun's consent, she hesitantly nodded. Sun Sheng's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "Then let's invite Tang Shui as well after school." Sun Sheng chimed. "The more, the merrier." "Suit yourself," Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Once school ended, Sun Sheng, accompanied by a large entourage, eagerly awaited outside the nursing department. After a while, Tang Shui emerged, clutching her textbooks. Sun Sheng quickly intercepted her, explaining his intentions. Tang Shui glanced at Chu Yun standing not far away, her eyes filled with disappointment, assuming Chu Yun had become just another of Sun Sheng's lackeys. "I'm not going." Before Sun Sheng could say another word, Tang Shui turned and left with an icy demeanor. Sun Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment, but shrugged it off. Tonight, once he became the esteemed alchemist's apprentice, Chu Yun would understand the disparity between them, and Lu Wanner would realize her error in judgment. It was he, Sun Sheng, who was the most exceptional man. The only regret was Tang Shui's absence. If she had come, he was certain he could win the affection of both beauties. They arrived at the Yunming Grand Hotel, one of the few star-rated hotels in Baiguan City, exuding high standards. Upon entering, Sun Sheng felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Tonight was pivotal for him. He had spent the last few days honing his etiquette and poise, all for this moment, to perform admirably before the esteemed figures and secure his place as the alchemist's apprentice. Yet, Sun Sheng felt uncertain, his heart racing. The opulent hall was adorned with elegantly dressed men and women mingling in clusters. Servers wheeled carts laden with drinks and pastries, weaving through the crowd. Classical music played softly in the background, enhancing the luxurious atmosphere. Upon his entrance, Sun Sheng drew many into conversation. In contrast, Chu Yun and Lu Wanner became mere shadows, their simple attire attracting disdainful and condescending glances. Lu Wanner, attending such an event for the first time, felt nervous and out of place. She closely followed Chu Yun, feeling her modest clothing starkly contrasted with the extravagant ambience. Chu Yun, taking pity on her, led her to a quiet corner to sit. After a considerable wait, Sun Sheng strutted over, his demeanor brimming with self-satisfaction. Apologies. I've been swamped with people wanting to chat. Wang Chong quickly chimed in, Brother Sun. You are after all the grandson of Sun Zitao. It's only natural that so many wish to curry favor with you. Lu Wanner looked on in astonishment. Sun Zitao was a well-known figure in Baiguan City, and Lu Wanner had not realized that Sun Sheng was his grandson. Seeing Lu Wanner's surprised expression, Sun Sheng felt a swell of pride. This was the effect he desired. Oh, please don't refer to me as Sun Zitao's grandson in the future. I will soon be the esteemed alchemist's apprentice. Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. The esteemed alchemist's apprentice? Lu Wanner's curiosity piqued. Sun Sheng nodded with a smile. Have you not heard? A great medical master has emerged in Baiguan City. Even my grandfather wishes to learn from him, and I shall be the apprentice. My heavens! This news is astounding. Sun Zitao is to become an apprentice. Sun Sheng's proclamation instantly captivated the surrounding guests, drawing them closer, eager to hear more. Everyone was aware that Sun Zitao was a revered figure in Baiguan's medical community, known as the Divine Doctor. For him to humble himself and seek a mentor, this esteemed master must be extraordinarily talented. Sun Zitao had dedicated decades to the field. Who could have imagined he would one day seek apprenticeship? The sensational revelation quickly gathered a crowd, and Sun Sheng, reveling in the attention, eagerly elaborated. My grandfather stated that this esteemed master's medical skills rank first in Baiguan. Even across the entire Jianglong, few can compare. If our Sun family aligns with such a master, we shall soon soar beyond Baiguan. His words elicited waves of astonished gasps from the audience. Wang Chong was greatly stirred. The saying goes, when one person ascends to greatness, even their chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. If Brother Sun were to become that esteemed individual's apprentice, wouldn't he also soar alongside him? Lu Wanner was equally entranced. In her eyes, Sun Lao was an unattainable figure, and she could hardly fathom the existence of such a revered master. Subconsciously, she glanced at Chu Yun, recalling the scene at the hospital, wondering if he could ever compare to that eminent healer. Chu Yun sat in a corner, sipping red wine with a tranquil demeanor. Sun Sheng, while speaking, cast a glance at Chu Yun. This fellow was still pretending to be composed while everyone else wore expressions of shock and envy. He displayed no reaction whatsoever. Chu Yun, what are you doing here? Pretending to be nonchalant? Sun Sheng jested. If you're envious, just say it outright. You lack the qualifications to know a master. I can make you my disciple instead. The guests around them sneered at the young man dressed so simply, as he seemed so out of place at this opulent gathering, looking even less refined than the waitstaff. Chu Yun merely glanced at Sun Sheng, remaining silent. Ignored in front of so many people, Sun Sheng's temper flared. You truly are ungrateful, he exclaimed, jabbing a finger at Chu Yun. The only reason you are in this setting is due to my favor. Otherwise, do you really think you deserve to sit here? You lack gratitude, and still try to act cool. The guests quickly grasped the situation. So, it was young Master Sun who had brought this fellow in. No wonder he seemed so out of place, dressed like a pauper. Amusement spread among the crowd, not out of disdain for the less fortunate, but rather at the absurdity of someone with nothing attempting to appear calm and collected. Young Master Sun, it seems your little brother has grown wings. Why not just throw him out? They jeered. Haha, your little brother sure knows how to put on a show. Though Sun Sheng wished to expel Chu Yun, he understood the significance of the evening and knew he must maintain decorum and dignity. The levels are different now. I don't bother to argue with you, he scoffed. He was not anxious. When the master arrived, this fellow would surely be at a loss, likely too busy groveling at Sun Sheng's feet. Why don't we leave? Lu Wanner whispered, gently nudging Chu Yun, her voice low. She feared that when Sun Lao and the master appeared, Sun Sheng would further complicate matters, leading to even greater embarrassment for him. Chu Yun waved his hand lightly. Lu Wanner sighed, nervously sitting beside him. Indeed, they were ill-suited for such an event, surrounded by guests clad in exquisite attire, far beyond what they could aspire to. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Sun Lao has arrived. Greetings, Divine Dr. Sun. As soon as Sun Zitao appeared, people swarmed toward him, leaving Sun Sheng's group deserted. After all, it was more advantageous to curry favor with Sun Lao than with his grandson. Chu Yun, now observe closely. I will illustrate the insurmountable gap between us, Sun Sheng declared, eagerly seeking his grandfather. Everyone was eager to ingratiate themselves with Sun Zitao, especially after hearing that Sun Lao was about to take on a master in the medical arts. They flocked around him, anxious not to miss the opportunity to befriend the esteemed healer. Sun Sheng pushed through the crowd to reach him. "Grandfather, where is the master?" he asked excitedly. The guests fell silent, their anticipation palpable as they looked at Sun Zitao, eager to meet the esteemed master. Sun Zitao scanned the banquet hall, his gaze settling in the corner. "Shengner, prepare the tea quickly," he instructed gravely. Of course, Sun Sheng hurriedly fetched the teapot and cups. He had practiced serving tea diligently in preparation for this moment, ensuring he would perform the rituals correctly when his grandfather took on his master. Sun Zitao led Sun Sheng to the corner, and the guests hastily followed, a throng trailing behind the grandfather and grandson. At last, Sun Zitao stood before Chu Yun and halted. "What is this for?" Sun Sheng queried, confused, as the guests shared his bewilderment, unable to comprehend the situation. Lu Wanner, frightened, hid behind Chu Yun, for before them stood Sun Lao, a titan of the medical field in Baiguan. "Shengner, serve the tea," Sun Zitao said, barely concealing his excitement. Sun Sheng, bewildered and at a loss, could only comply, presenting the tea to his grandfather. In a moment that caught everyone off guard, Sun Zitao knelt before Chu Yun, hands poised with the tea, and proclaimed loudly, "I, Sun Zitao, the 16th descendant of the Sun family, have practiced medicine and alchemy from a young age, dedicating over 60 years to the healing arts. Today, I wish to honor Mr. Chu as my master for life." As he spoke, he bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground, lifting the tea high before Chu Yun. His resonant voice reverberated throughout the hall. "Please, Mr. Chu, accept this humble disciple." The hall fell into stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The guests stood frozen, struck dumb as if thunderstruck. Lu Wanner covered her mouth in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Even witnessing the event unfold before her eyes, she thought she might be dreaming. Sun Zitao was bowing to Chu Yun. With a crash, the teapot and cup Sun Sheng held fell to the ground. The look of pride and satisfaction on his face vanished, replaced by sheer shock that rendered him speechless. He staggered back, instinctively shaking his head. "Impossible. This cannot be," he mumbled repeatedly, as if he had become a fool. What a surreal feeling. It was akin to a classmate who had often bullied you suddenly becoming your father. The abruptness of this blow left Sun Sheng's mind reeling. This is outrageous. Seeing Sun Sheng's disarray, the tea spilled everywhere, inciting Sun Zitao's fury. "Kneel before Mr. Chu at once. Do you still wish to be an apprentice?" Sun Sheng stood dumbfounded, nearly collapsing from the shock. "Am I to serve him?" "Serve what?" he thought, wishing he could just vanish on the spot. The surrounding guests were equally dumbstruck, those who had mocked Chu Yun now hanging their heads in shame. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed Master Sun Lao wished to bow to this unassuming young man? Sun Zitao, urgently pressing, urged, "Kneel quickly." Lu Wanner now felt a tinge of sympathy for Sun Sheng, who stood trembling, utterly pitiable, as all his pride crumbled. The revered master he had idolized was none other than the very person he had bullied, Chu Yun. The reality was too hard for him to bear. "I absolutely refuse to kneel," Sun Sheng shouted, pointing at Chu Yun. "Grandfather, you must be mistaken. What is he? He is nothing but trash." "Enough." Sun Zitao erupted in anger, rising to deliver a sharp slap across Sun Sheng's face, leaving a distinct red mark. His chest heaving with rage, Sun Zitao demanded, "Apologize to Mr. Chu at once." The banquet hall was suffused with silence, the guests terrified to breathe, finally comprehending how esteemed Mr. Chu was in Sun Lao's eyes. Chu Yun, disinterested, swirled his wineglass, appearing entirely unconcerned as if he were a celestial being indifferent to the squabbles of mere mortals. Sun Sheng clutched his face. His teeth gritted as he glared at Chu Yun. Chu Yu's nonchalant demeanor shattered his pride even further. How could he possibly kneel before him? This insignificant creature he had always toyed with? What right did he have to apologize? "Grandfather, you must be mistaken. This fellow's presence at the banquet is solely due to my efforts. The opportunities he has encountered today are all thanks to me. Otherwise, what right would such a lowly wretch have to grace this occasion? Grandfather, you are the distinguished guest here. You are the one who saved Old Li's life. Security, where are the guards? Hurry and throw this scoundrel out." Sun Sheng had lost all reason, howling madly like a rabid dog, desperately searching for security to expel Chu Yu. Just then, a booming voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. "I wish to see who dares to dismiss my honored guest, Li Qingjun." Instantly, the hall fell silent. and Sun Sheng stood frozen in confusion. A stately elder strode in, flanked by Li Minin and Li Xiong, followed by dozens of sunglass-clad bodyguards. The moment the elder appeared, a palpable tension enveloped the hall. Li Qingjun of Beiguan, a former high-ranking official of the Jianglong military. Upon his arrival, all guests instinctively bowed, respectfully greeting him, "Old Li." Even Sun Sheng, no matter how arrogant, trembled and lowered his head in the presence of Li Qingjun. Though Li Qingjun had retired from the military, the Li family remained a prestigious lineage in Beiguan City. Who would dare show him disrespect? Yet, Li Qingjun did not even glance at these people, including his grandson, Tao, whom he completely ignored. He walked directly to Chu Yu. "Thank you, Mr. Chu Yu, for saving my life. Please allow me to bow to you." With that, he deeply bowed. What? Old Li's life was saved by this young man. The guests were astounded. Their gazes toward Chu Yu transformed completely, shifting from mockery and ridicule to suspicion and confusion. And finally, to profound reverence. Now, the doubts in everyone's hearts could be somewhat explained. No wonder Old Sun wished to take this young man as his master. He had saved Old Li's life. It had been rumored in Beiguan that Old Li was gravely ill, and people had assumed it was Old Sun who had rescued him. But it turned out to be this young man. Lu Wanner was taken aback, her face pale as she stared at Chu Yu, realizing that he was the true powerhouse of this banquet. Chu Yu, however, merely waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. Li Qingjun straightened up, casting a cold glare at Sun Sheng. Insulting his honored guest at his own banquet was utterly intolerable. Sun Zitao anxiously nudged Sun Sheng, and everyone's gaze turned toward him. Li Qingjun's stance was unmistakable. If Sun Sheng did not gain Mr. Chu Yu's forgiveness tonight, he would not be permitted to leave. Sun Sheng stood rigidly, his face ashen. All his confidence had been systematically dismantled in an instant. Just days ago, Chu Yu had been the ant he had bullied. Now, he was expected to kneel and apologize? He simply could not accept it. "I would rather die than kneel," Sun Sheng screamed in desperation. In the next moment, Sun Zitao's hand struck like raindrops. "Then I shall beat you to death, you wretched creature." Sun Sheng staggered back, clutching his face as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his cheeks swollen from the resounding slap. The sound echoed repeatedly as Li Qingjun and the others watched him passively. Though it appeared that Sun Zitao was attacking Sun Sheng, he was in fact protecting him. If Li Xiong and the others were to intervene, the consequences would be dire. Enough. At that moment, Chu Yu frowned slightly, glancing at the two from the Sun family. "It has become rather noisy. He is merely a child. As for the matter of apprenticeship, your son Zitao's talent is too shallow." Sun Zitao was taken aback, a bitter smile spreading across his face as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chu Yu, for sparing my wretched grandson." He no longer dared to hope for an apprenticeship. Preserving his grandson's life was already a tremendous blessing. Sun Sheng trembled, clutching his swollen face. Compared to death and the need to apologize, Chu Yu's words, "He is merely a child," struck him with even greater force. Those words made Sun Sheng feel as if he were living a fate worse than death. With tears welling in his eyes, he stumbled away in disgrace. "I detest being disturbed." Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Yu spoke flatly, causing Sun Sheng to halt in his tracks. "A fly may bother me once or twice, and I may choose to ignore it. But if it continues to pester me, I won't hesitate to take action. Do you understand?" The guest felt a chill at Chu Yu's words. Li Qingjun regarded him with a complex expression. In the Jianglong military, he had encountered countless powerful figures, many of whom were killers with blood on their hands. Yet none had instilled in him the sense of oppression that this young man did. It was as if, through mere words, he could dictate life and death. What had this young man experienced? Sun Sheng swallowed hard, clenching his teeth, and quickly departed. Outside the Yunming Hotel, on the street, Sun Sheng gasped for breath. Everything that had transpired in the banquet hall felt like a nightmare. Only the stinging pain in his face reminded him that it was indeed real. Wang Chong stood beside Sun Sheng, helpless and silent. After a long while, Sun Sheng finally regained his composure, yet his eyes still burned with unquenchable fury. "I will kill him." He gritted his teeth, speaking through clenched jaws. Wang Chong trembled. "Brother Sun, why not? Let it go. We are no match for him." Sun Sheng roared, "Nonsense. Just days ago, you had him hospitalized. Now you're backing down?" Wang Chong summoned his courage and recounted what had transpired at the park that day. Upon finishing, he stammered, "If we wish to deal with him, we can only seek out warriors." Sun Sheng was stunned for a moment, his eyes narrowing with malice. "Then we shall find warriors. In any case, I will see him dead. From this day forward, Chu Yu shall be my nightmare. As long as he lives, I shall find no peace. Elegant music wafted through the banquet hall. The elite always managed to maintain their composure, each one a consummate performer. Just a moment ago, they had been disdainful and contemptuous. Now, they crowded around Chu Yu, eager to curry favor with him. Lu Wanner trailed behind Chu Yu like a little follower, observing as guests rushed to toast him. While ostentatiously dressed socialites employed various schemes to obtain his contact information, even Li Qingjun remained by his side. He was indeed the unattainable figure, watching Chu Yu surrounded by admirers. Lu Wanner couldn't help but feel a pang of inferiority, recalling the scene in the hospital. Chu Yu was clearly uncomfortable in such a setting. After 300 years of cultivation, he had grown accustomed to tranquility, and this bustling environment was a true disturbance to his peace. Recognizing Chu Yu's displeasure, Li Qingjun decided to disperse the banquet early. Truthfully, the entire event had been organized for Mr. Chu Yu. Otherwise, Li Qingjun had no desire to hold a rehabilitation banquet. He simply wished to leverage the occasion to connect with Mr. Chu Yu. As the banquet concluded and guests exited the Yunming Hotel, excitement filled the air. They were coming out. They were finally dispersing. Song Tao and Tang Jiangwo stood eagerly at the hotel entrance, both impeccably dressed in formal attire, carrying gifts. Song Tao held an expensive bottle of liquor, while Tang Jiangwo brought a set of exquisite blue and white porcelain tea where he had procured from a friend for several thousand. As more guests emerged, their anxiety grew. Tang Jiangwo took deep breaths, while Song Tao encouraged him. Jiangwo, this is our moment. Whether you get promoted or I become a professor hinges on this. Let us do this. We can make it, Tang Jiangwo declared, raising his fist with determination. Just then, Sun Zitao emerged, looking disheveled. They exchanged glances and hastily seized the opportune moment to follow suit. Elder Sun. Sun Zitao scrutinized them with knitted brows. What is it? Song Tao chuckled. Elder Sun, haven't we brought you 2 bottles of fine wine? This matai is too good for my own palate. You, with your connoisseurship, are the perfect recipient. You simply must accept it. Tang Jiangwo promptly presented his gift, fawning. Elder Sun, I know you cherish tea. So I specially commissioned a friend to procure this tea set from Mount Wutai. I've long admired you. It's a mere token of my respect. I hope you won't find it inadequate. Sun Zitao examined the gifts with a frown. Huh, he suddenly scoffed, pointing a finger at the 2 of them. The medical community of Baiguan is infested with degenerates like you, utterly inept. Rather than dedicating yourselves to the study of medicine, you indulge in these underhanded practices. You 2 are a disgrace to the medical profession. Sun Zitao was frustrated and eager to vent his anger, and they happened to cross his path. Tang Jiangwo and Song Tao, thoroughly rebuked, hung their heads in shame, their faces etched with embarrassment. You must be Song Tao, am I right? He said, pointing at Song Tao. A lecturer who can't even deliver a coherent lecture? What exactly are you teaching my grandson? If you devoted your attention to teaching, you wouldn't be stuck as a mere lecturer. Song Tao, his face stiff, nodded tremulously. Elder Sun is right to scold me. Sun Zitao then turned his attention to Tang Jiangwo. And you must be that physician from People's Hospital. How dare you present yourself for treating patients when you behave in such a way? And to think you brought a tea set. I foresee a grim future for you. A physician with no medical ethics. How dare you come before me? Tang Jiangwo's face was crestfallen. Suddenly, Tang Jiangwo noticed Chu Yun emerging. He hastily whispered, Chu Yun, what are you doing here? Your Aunt Lu's car is waiting outside. Go over there now. Chu Yun cast him a dismissive glance. I know, and departed without hesitation. Sun Zitao was left speechless. Tang Jiangwo quickly lowered his head once more, contrite and respectful. Elder Sun, please continue. You're absolutely right. Sun Zitao stood frozen, his mouth agape. Unable to utter a word, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged pause, he exclaimed, this is quite a fine tea set. Abruptly, Sun Zitao, wearing a beaming smile, accepted Tang Jiangwo's tea set. Oh, this is a tea set from Mount Wutai, isn't it? I've long admired it. Xiao Tang, you've truly gone to great lengths. Tang Jiangwo was bewildered, unsure of what to do. He had been prepared to accept criticism, trembling with trepidation. But this sudden shift in tone left him completely disoriented. Sun Zitao patted Tang Jiangwo's shoulder with a smile. Xiao Tang is a fine man, brimming with medical ethics. Without waiting for the 2 to react, Elder Sun hummed a tune and strolled away. Song Tao, gazing at Elder Sun's departing figure and then at his own expensive liquor, scratched his head in puzzlement, unable to fathom where he had faltered. In the parking lot, Tang Jiangwo returned to the car, elated. Guess what? Elder Sun praised me. Tang Jiangwo exclaimed excitedly. He said I'm a fine man. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Shui also grew excited and joyous. Elder Sun controlled many resources within Baiguan's medical community, and gaining his favor could pave the way for rapid advancement in the field. Lu Shuxiang exclaimed excitedly. The gift was well received. Tang Jiangwo, however, remained somewhat perplexed. It doesn't seem to be related to the gift. I'm not sure what happened. Elder Sun was scolding me, but suddenly, he started praising me. Tang Jiangwo was still bewildered and couldn't quite grasp the situation. In any case, being praised by Elder Sun was a good omen. Throughout the journey, Tang Jiangwo wore a beaming smile, his body swaying to the rhythm of the music. By the way, what's Yun Yun doing at Yunming? Lu Shuxiang inquired. Tang Shui icily interjected. She's Sun Sheng's follower, attending grand events. Chu Yun silently gazed out the window, too lazy to retort. Humph. Being someone's follower isn't so bad. Tang Jiangwo glanced at Chu Yun. At least Sun Sheng is Elder Sun's grandson. Sucking up to him is a skill in itself. Tang Shui immediately bristled. Dad, what are you saying? Lu Shuxiang quickly played peacemaker. All right, stop arguing. Your aunt and cousin will laugh at you later. Tang Shui's aunt and cousin were coming to Baiguan City and would be staying at the Tang residence temporarily. They were now heading to the airport to pick them up. Chu Yun's expression suddenly shifted, a rare hint of excitement appearing. Brother Zhou Feng is coming? Lu Shuxiang smiled. Yes, Yun Yun. Xiao Feng used to work as a bodyguard at your house, didn't he? Chu Yun nodded excitedly. When the Chu family was still a top-tier family in Yinjing, Aunt Lu had introduced Zhou Feng, who was studying martial arts, to work as a bodyguard for the Chu family. After the Chu family was destroyed, those who were hired dispersed. In the past, Chu Yun often hung out with Zhou Feng in Yinjing, and they were very close friends. Hearing that Zhou Feng was coming, Chu Yun revealed a rare, joyful smile. Friends are forever friends. Even after 300 years, they remain friends. Chu Yun had not forgotten. At Baiguan Airport, Chu Yun stood among the crowd, eagerly looking around. He knew that Zhou Feng had been practicing martial arts. Now that he was coming to Baiguan, Chu Yun intended to keep him by his side. At that moment, a fashionable woman and a tall man emerged from the exit. It was Tang Shui's aunt, Tang Yuling, and her cousin, Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng politely greeted Aunt Lu, teasing that his cousin had become even more beautiful. Brother Zhou Feng, Chu Yun called out happily, stepping forward to help Zhou Feng with his luggage. Zhou Feng paused slightly, looking at Chu Yun with amusement, and said mockingly, "Oh, isn't this young Master Chu? You were a noble scion of Yinjing. How could I dare let you carry my luggage?" Suddenly, he patted his forehead. "Oh, I forgot. You're so down on your luck that you don't even have a home anymore. Here, you can have the luggage." With that, he tossed the luggage to Chu Yun. Chu Yun didn't catch it, and the luggage fell to the ground. The excited smile on his face gradually froze, and his gentle gaze turned icy as he stared coldly at Zhou Feng. Seeing the luggage fall to the ground, Zhou Feng angrily rolled up his sleeves. "You little..." All right. Let's get in the car quickly. Let's go have some late-night snacks." Aunt Lu hastily played peacemaker, picking up the luggage and urging everyone to leave. A group of people left the airport, chatting and laughing. Tang Shui glanced at Chu Yun with concern, wanting to say something. Chu Yun smiled understandingly. "I'm fine." Having experienced the coldness and warmth of human nature for hundreds of years, Chu Yun had long grown accustomed to it. The group went to a barbecue restaurant not far from the Tang residence. The barbecue restaurant was bustling in the evening. Many men, shirtless, were playing finger-guessing games and drinking, creating a noisy and lively atmosphere. The group found a place to sit and ordered food. "Xiao Feng is here this time for the spot of the top disciple of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, right?" Tang Jiangwo said with a smile as he opened a bottle of wine and handed it to Zhou Feng. Tang Yuling proudly raised her head. "Of course. My son is determined to get that spot. Now, my Fenger has the opportunity to become a martial artist." A martial artist. Hearing this, Tang Jiangwo was stunned. Tang Shui covered her mouth in surprise, and Aunt Lu was equally shocked. Ordinary people were too far removed from martial artists. Mentioning martial artists was like talking about unfathomable and distant. Becoming a martial artist meant stepping into the world of martial arts. And the world of martial arts was completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Zhou Feng smiled smugly, glancing at Chu Yun subconsciously. He saw Chu Yun sitting there calmly, showing no reaction to the news. "Huh, still pretending to be a young master here?" Zhou Feng sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he smiled and said, "Young Master Chu, what are you doing now? If you can't make it in Baiguan, I can give you a job when I become the top disciple of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Tang Yuling wore a smug expression as she derisively looked at Chu Yun. She was aware that this young man was once the eldest son of the Chu family, while her own son had merely been a security guard for the family. Lu Shuxiang hurriedly attempted to defuse the situation, reminding everyone that Yun Yun was still in school. Zhou Feng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Aunt Lu, I believe she is not a student anymore. She is more of a freeloader in your household. Haha. At this, both mother and son couldn't help but burst into laughter. The three members of the Tang family had their expressions darkened. And even Tang Jiangwo appeared somewhat irate, while Chu Yun remained remarkably composed, as if their mockery did not concern him at all. In truth, Tang Shui was eagerly anticipating a retort from Chu Yun. Observing his passive demeanor, she sighed in resignation. He still exhibited such weakness, Tang Shui mused. As an array of grilled and stir-fried dishes appeared, Zhou Feng animatedly discussed various significant events in the realm of Jianglong martial arts. Tang Yuling sat there, proud and interjecting occasionally, her gaze towards the Tang family brimming with arrogance. Tang Jiangwo could only smile subserviently as he drank with his nephew, feeling quite diminished. The divide between martial artists and ordinary people is profound, and once Zhou Feng becomes a martial artist, he would likely mingle with the elite circles of Beiguan. Thus, the haughtiness displayed by the mother and son was, in a sense, justified. Their visit to Beiguan was to vie for the position of the top disciple at Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, seeking its resources to advance in martial arts. Zhou Feng paid no further attention to Chu Yun, having already deemed him unworthy, a once great heir of the Chu family who had now become a mere parasite. Chu Yun sat quietly at the side, consuming his food, utterly disinterested in the conversations around him. At that moment, a group of bare-chested, tattooed men descended from an upper-floor private room. They were visibly intoxicated, leaning on one another as they stumbled towards the exit. The surrounding patrons lowered their voices upon seeing these intimidating figures, and Tang Shui instinctively edged closer to the interior, feeling frightened by the imposing presence of these burly individuals. Just as they were about to leave, the group suddenly halted. A scruffy-haired man with a sly grin pointed at Tang Shui, exclaiming, "Hey boss, what a stunning beauty." Lu Chang, heavily intoxicated, gazed over, his eyes widening in astonishment. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful. Immediately, Lu Chang, along with his companions, swayed towards the Tang family's table, the stench of alcohol wafting heavily in the air. Upon seeing the approaching group, the faces of the Tang family turned ashen, particularly Lu Shuxiang, who recognized them as the troublemakers from the pharmacy incident. Tang Yuling recoiled behind her son, and Zhou Feng clenched his fists in anxiety. "Hey, little lady, step out here," Lu Chang shouted drunkenly, beckoning Tang Shui to join him. The surrounding guests glanced fearfully at the Tang table, while the barbecue shop owner trembled and stood aside, too terrified to intervene. Tang Shui, trembling with fear, moved closer to Chu Yun, her eyes welling with tears. The Tang couple looked towards Zhou Feng for help. At that moment, only he, a martial artist, could save them. Confronted with their pleading gazes, Zhou Feng gritted his teeth and stood up, albeit nervously. He was not yet a martial artist, and even if he were, facing dozens of burly men would be a considerable challenge. Zhou Feng swallowed hard. "Gentlemen, please grant me a favor. I'm somewhat of a martial artist myself, so I kindly ask you not to trouble my cousin." The drunken group erupted into laughter at his words. "Half a martial artist, you say? Even if a true martial artist were here, they'd think twice with so many of us around." Lu Chang scoffed, raising his hand as if to strike Zhou Feng. Just then, Chu Yun, who had been quietly eating, slowly raised his head. He merely cast a cold glance at Lu Chang and his companions before returning to his meal with deliberate calmness. That simple, indifferent look sent chills down Lu Chang's spine, causing him to freeze in place, cold sweat pouring down his brow. As soon as they recognized Chu Yun, the group sobered instantly. Lu Chang's hand halted just a centimeter from Zhou Feng's face. Lu Chang stammered, retracting his hand and scratching his head. "What was I here for again?" The scruffy-haired man wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly chimed in, "Strong brother. You came over to toast." "Ah, right," Lu Chang exclaimed, hurriedly opening a bottle of liquor. "I toast to all the uncles, aunts, handsome guys, and beautiful ladies here. Wishing the uncles and aunts longevity, and may their fortune be as vast as the East Sea and their lives as long as the South Mountain. And to the handsome guys and beautiful ladies, may you study hard and strive for greatness every day." With that, Lu Chang gave the bottle a vigorous shake and downed the entire contents in one go. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. The Tang family sat in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. Zhou Feng looked equally bewildered. The sudden shift in demeanor was astonishing. One moment they were aggressive, and the next, they were transformed into polite young men, even including well wishes in their toasts. After finishing, Lu Chang burped and wiped his mouth, timidly asking, "Can you forgive me? Should I drink another one?" Tang Shui, taken aback for a moment, nodded stiffly. However, Lu Chang and his companion seemed reluctant to leave, standing there like schoolchildren caught in mischief, too scared to move. Only when Chu Yun frowned at them did they feel as if they had been granted clemency. And they hastily fled the barbecue shop, disappearing in an instant. On the way back, Tang Yuling, who had earlier cowered behind her son, stood tall again. "It was my son who saved the day," she declared proudly. "Once my son revealed his identity as a martial artist, those men were too scared to act." Tang Jiangwo and Lu Shuxiang nodded in agreement. Thank goodness for Xiao Feng. Tang Jiangwo expressed his gratitude. Otherwise, Shui would have truly been bullied by those ruffians. Zhou Feng puffed out his chest with pride, declaring, "I'm a man, unlike some young men who hide in corners and don't dare to stand up." The others stole a glance at Chu Yun. Although Zhou Feng didn't T-name him, it was clear to everyone whom he was referring to. Tang Jiangwo and Lu Shuxiang bore no ill will towards Chu Yun. After all, he was not a martial artist and lacked Zhou Feng's strength, so standing up would only invite trouble. Though Tang Shui understood this rationale, she still felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon returning to the Tang residence that night, as they were about to rest, Zhou Feng instructed Chu Yun, "You need to carry the plaque for me tomorrow. It's an important moment for me, so you'll have to lend a hand." Chu Yun glanced at him indifferently, ignoring the request. Lu Shuxiang and the others were chatting in the living room when she cheerfully suggested, Yun, why not help Xiao Feng tomorrow? Just lend a hand." At Aunt Lu's urging, Chu Yun finally nodded. On the following morning, Zhou Feng did not head straight to the martial arts academy, but instead took Chu Yun to a place that carved plaques. He had made a reservation there a couple of days prior to pick up the order today. The shopkeeper produced a plaque with golden characters. Upon seeing the inscription, Chu Yun felt speechless. It boldly proclaimed Tianyuan's first disciple. "Tell me, isn't that impressive?" Zhou Feng boasted, lifting his chin. "You have no idea of the worth of this plaque. Once I become the top disciple of Tianyuan, you can be my little brother, and I'll protect you." Zhou Feng reveled in this feeling. Once the illustrious young master of the Chu family, now reduced to being the little brother of someone he deemed beneath him. Indeed, 30 years of fortune may shift to misfortune, and 30 years of misfortune may turn to fortune. One must not underestimate the youth in their struggles. Chu Yun coldly inquired, "May we depart? What is the rush? Can't my elder brother assist you?" Zhou Feng chuckled, "With your little strength, can you even carry it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yun effortlessly tossed the plaque into the air, which landed squarely on his shoulder. Zhou Feng's expression shifted as he realized the plaque was crafted from solid wood and was quite heavy. His strength was indeed formidable. Zhou Feng muttered something under his breath, paid the fee, and the two proceeded to the Tianyuan Martial Arts School. The school was not far from their location. As they walked, Chu Yun hoisted the plaque, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon reaching the martial arts school, Zhou Feng reminded him, "Be mindful of your status. Inside, you will encounter formidable characters whom you cannot provoke. With just a flick of their fingers, they could take your life. If you wish to survive, stay close to me. As the eldest disciple, they won't dare to harm you." Chu Yun paid him no heed. Zhou Feng, noticing this, smirked coldly, "You truly do not know what is good for you. When you find yourself in trouble, don't come crying to me." Before long, they arrived at the Tianyuan Martial Arts School, and Zhou Feng began to feel nervous. After all, he was not yet the foremost disciple. He had to prove himself today. Zhou Feng valued this opportunity greatly, whether he could enter the school and learn genuine martial arts, and whether he could join the ranks of martial artists in the future, all depended on this day. However, as Zhou Feng entered the school, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. In the courtyard, a large group of disciples ceased their training upon seeing the two. These disciples appeared to regard him with a mixture of respect and fear. Even those nearby stepped back to avoid obstructing his path. His mere presence seemed to alter the ambience of the martial arts school. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Both fear and reverence cast a pall over the atmosphere, rendering it suddenly oppressive. Zhou Feng found himself baffled by this change. Could it be that they had heard tales of my exploits? Do they already recognize my name and acknowledge me as their elder brother? Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Feng felt a swell of pride. He straightened his chest and adopted a swaggering gait, waving to the disciples on either side with a smile, akin to a leader inspecting his domain. "Did you see that, kid? This is my standing in the Bei Guan martial arts." Zhou Feng couldn't resist turning back to flaunt this to Chu Yun. As the two entered the inner courtyard, the onlookers finally exhaled in relief. Once they departed, the disciples dared to whisper among themselves. Who was that fool? He had the audacity to have Mr. Chu carry a plaque for him, and he seemed so pleased with himself, thinking we were afraid of him. What an idiot. The first disciple of Tianyuan martial arts? Huh. I think he is the biggest fool here. They exchanged remarks, unable to contain their disdain for the earlier display. Had it not been for Mr. Chu's presence, they would have been tempted to confront that imbecile. In the inner courtyard, Zhou Feng hummed a cheerful tune, relishing the earlier scene where he had made a grand entrance that left a deep impression on the disciples. The assessment for the position of chief disciple was to take place in the inner courtyard, due to the unexpected departure of the previous chief disciple, Su Li, and the absence of any suitable candidates among the disciples. The Tianyuan Martial Arts School was conducting this assessment to recruit talented youths and vie for the position of chief disciple. In the inner courtyard, there was a spacious platform for martial arts demonstrations. Surrounding it were several disciples of Tianyuan, who glanced at the proud Zhou Feng and then at Chu Yun, their expressions filled with curiosity. "I have some matters to attend to. I will return shortly," Chu Yun said as he set the plaque beside Zhou Feng and departed. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback, then shouted in frustration, "Where are you going? Are you looking for trouble? You dare wander around here? Come back." Yet, Chu Yun was already far away. Zhou Feng gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. "If that kid gets hurt, it's not my concern. He asked for it." Chu Yun entered the residential courtyard. Just as he was about to inquire with the disciple, Xia Xiaoyu, like an exuberant little rabbit, skipped over to him. "Master," she exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around his, nearly pressing against him, making Chu Yun acutely aware of her softness brushing against his arm. "I've missed you so much." Xia Xiaoyu gazed up at him, her lips forming a cute pout. Chu Yun instinctively withdrew his hand. This little enchantress always disturbed my tranquility. How vexing. "Take me to find your grandfather," he instructed. "Weren't you here to see me?" Xia Xiaoyu stood on her tiptoes, her lips almost brushing against Chu Yun's face, her large, adorable eyes blinking. Chu Yun couldn't help but glance at the deep valley before him and her delicate, fair legs. He was not a lecherous man. Rather, he sought to challenge his own vulnerabilities to test the steadiness of his resolve. "Seems I'm still not quite steady." He swallowed hard. "Enough of this. I've completed the martial arts revisions." Xia Xiaoyu was slightly taken aback. The significance of the matter compelled her to act swiftly, and she eagerly pulled Chu Yun to find her grandfather. In the study, upon seeing Chu Yun, Xia Fengyan quickly rose to personally pour tea. "The martial arts have been revised." Chu Yun placed the document on the table, stating calmly, "As long as you practice according to this, you will not injure yourselves." Xia Fengyan excitedly picked up the revised Tianyuan martial arts as if it were a treasured artifact, handling it with utmost care. He began to peruse it, and soon realized that Chu Yun had practically rewritten the entire text. As he read, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. After quite some time, he stood up and bowed deeply, his voice tinged with emotion. "Thank you, Mr. Chu, for your great kindness." If it were an ordinary person, they would hardly discern the intricacies of this new martial arts manual, and even Xia Fengyan, at this moment, grasped only a fraction of its depth. Yet, he could recognize that Mr. Chu had precisely identified every error in the original text, and even derived new variations from the previous techniques. What remarkable prowess must one possess to achieve such a feat? Xia Fengyan could only revere him. Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Merely a waste of a few minutes." A few minutes? Both he and his daughter were taken aback, especially Xia Fengyan, who, after reading it, had thought that such a profound and intricate martial arts manual would take Mr. Chu at least several days of painstaking effort to complete. To think it was accomplished in just over 10 minutes. Xia Fengyan smiled bitterly, increasingly aware of the vast chasm between individuals. In comparison to Mr. Chu, I am but an ant gazing at the bright moon. He mused internally. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Chu Yun announced as he stood up. "Mr. Chu, please wait." Xia Fengyan hastily urged him to stay. "Today, our martial arts school is selecting the chief disciple, and several martial practitioners have arrived. I would be grateful if you could lend your discerning eye." Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Xia Fengyan was instantly delighted and promptly led him to the inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, Zhou Feng began to lose confidence as he observed the incoming competitors. Among them were several robust individuals, their mere appearance suggesting formidable opponents, causing Zhou Feng to feel somewhat intimidated. "Brother, you're quite impressive." A disciple of Tian Yuan approached him, giving him a thumbs up. "What do you mean?" Zhou Feng was puzzled. "The one you had carrying the plaque, who is he to you?" The disciple inquired curiously. Zhou Feng paused, then replied with a grin. "He is like a little brother to me." The disciple was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, don't boast." "What am I boasting about?" Zhou Feng replied, puffing his chest with pride. "He is just an insignificant ant, hardly worth mentioning." The disciple's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief evident as he scrutinized Zhou Feng. "If you're that impressive, why are you here at Tianyuan? You could easily establish your own sect." Zhou Feng was somewhat bewildered by the intentions of his disciple. Primarily, he was not in the mood for conversation. Over a dozen individuals had already arrived for the assessment, each appearing rather formidable, which heightened his anxiety to the utmost. Where on earth was Chu Yun? Zhou Feng muttered under his breath, feeling exasperated as if he were a sloth forced to toil. The Tianyuan disciples surrounding him, upon hearing Zhou Feng's remarks, cast bewildered and astonished glances in his direction. The disciple who had spoken to him earlier could not suppress a gasp, shivering involuntarily. At that moment, Xia Fengyan and a few others entered the inner courtyard. The master of the academy had arrived. The participants in the assessment hurriedly lined up, bowing in "Greetings, Master Xia." Zhou Feng, amidst the crowd, intended to bow as well, but as he uttered a word, he found himself frozen in place, as if struck by divine lightning, utterly petrified. How could he possibly be in the presence of Master Xia? Was he hallucinating? Zhou Feng's astonishment rendered his mind a chaotic jumble. He widened his eyes, watching as Chu Yun entered the courtyard alongside Xia Fengyan. Chu Yun led the way, with Master Xia following closely behind, as if Chu Yun were the true head of this martial academy. "Now do you understand why I say you are impressive?" A nearby Tianyuan disciple whispered to Zhou Feng. "That is Mr. Chu, the esteemed founder of our academy, revered even above Master Xia. The martial arts you will learn, the Tianyuan martial arts, were all authored by him. You have the privilege of having him assist you. So what is there to be anxious about? Brother, you are destined to be his top disciple." The Tianyuan disciple patted Zhou Feng on the shoulder, attempting to reassure him. Zhou Feng felt as if he might crumble under the weight of it all, utterly dazed. As he absorbed the disciple's words, his body trembled in response. He wished only to find a crevice in the ground to burrow into, or to simply perish on the spot. At that moment, the realization dawned upon him. Why had all those disciples regarded him with such reverence and trepidation upon his arrival? Why had the entire assembly fallen silent as soon as he appeared? All this time, he had been basking in the false glory of a tiger's shadow. They did not fear him at all. Rather, they held Chu Yun, whom he had looked down upon, in high esteem, the very person tasked with assisting him today. Zhou Feng lowered his head deeply. The opening remarks of Xia Fengyan and the surrounding clamor seemed to fade into oblivion. He pinched his arm sharply, feeling the pain as bruises formed. This was no mere nightmare, but a wretched reality. He had thought he could finally stand atop the head of the former heir of the Chu family. Yet reality had delivered a stinging slap across his face. Once the esteemed heir, now transformed into the master of the Tianyuan Martial Academy. This sudden blow left Zhou Feng completely bewildered. The assessment had commenced. The evaluation method was straightforward, demonstrating their foundational martial skills. The participants were not martial artists per se, their abilities merely surpassing those of ordinary individuals, thus only their most basic skills could be assessed through a simple display of martial techniques. "Mr. Chu, how does this look?" Xia Fengyan inquired cautiously, fully intending to follow Chu Yun's guidance. It was not merely to curry favor with Chu Yun, but Xia Fengyan understood that Chu Yun's insights far surpassed his own, enabling him to discern true potential. Chu Yun shook his head nonchalantly. None of the subsequent candidates piqued his interest. One by one, they were eliminated. Moments later, only Zhou Feng remained, standing alone like a lifeless statue. "Zhou Feng! Zhou Feng!" The Tianyuan disciples called out to him multiple times, yet he remained unresponsive, his gaze cast downward. It was not until a disciple nudged him that he finally snapped back to reality, realizing it was his turn. Zhou Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he ascended the martial platform. Xia Fengyan observed him with curiosity. The young man appeared excessively nervous, visibly shaking, and he dared not lift his head. "You may begin," Xia Fengyan announced. Zhou Feng's breaths quickened, his mind buzzing, his body stiffening as he moved. Chu Yun watched calmly, nodding slightly. Among the dozen or so participants, Zhou Feng was relatively competent. Yet, his nerves were overwhelming. as if he had suffered a deep internal wound, rendering him tense and frantic, which distorted his movements. At that moment, Zhou Feng inadvertently locked eyes with Chu Yun, and he completely unraveled, his composure shattering as he stumbled and fell to the ground. He awkwardly tumbled off the martial platform, landing squarely on his knees before Chu Yun. The arena fell silent. In the next instant, the spectators could not suppress their laughter. Kneeling on the ground, Zhou Feng felt as though he could die from embarrassment. His legs felt too weak to rise, and he trembled uncontrollably. Zhou Feng understood fully that his prospects were bleak. Having mocked Chu Yun and ordered him about, how could he ever hope to become the top disciple? All he wished for now was to hastily conclude this ordeal and retreat in disgrace, his aspirations for the position of top disciple extinguished. This young man shows promise. A calm voice broke through the laughter. Zhou Feng incredulously lifted his head. Kneeling before Chu Yun, he beheld those eyes, devoid of worldly desires, neither pleased nor angered, and he heard the detached words that seemed indifferent to the world around them, as if they scorned all of humanity. Xia Fengyan nodded in agreement. He addressed Zhou Feng, saying, "From this day forth, you shall be the top disciple of Tianyuan. Mr. Chu is the founding figure of our academy. You must remember him and never take him lightly in the future." With that, Xia Fengyan accompanied Chu Yun as they departed. Zhou Feng remained kneeling in a daze, unresponsive for quite some time. It was only after the tall figure vanished that he regained his senses. In that moment, a tumult of emotions, humiliation, shame, and a medley of complexities swelled within him, causing his eyes to redden. He bowed deeply toward the already vanished figure. Chu Yun had never paid heed to Zhou Feng's jibes and mockery. To put it plainly, after Zhou Feng's dismissive attitude upon arriving, Chu Yun had ceased to regard him. He was merely assisting Xia Fengyan in selecting a top disciple. Among the candidates, Zhou Feng was relatively better, thus he was recommended. Nothing more. Upon returning to the study, Chu Yun and Xia Fengyan engaged in a game of Go while sipping tea. After a short while, Xia Fengyan furrowed his brow, a wry smile crossing his face. "Mr. Chu, you truly possess remarkable talent. Your skill in Go is unparalleled, and I cannot compete." Chu Yun smiled gently, waving his hand dismissively. In terms of Go, he had centuries of experience. His 300 years of cultivation had been monotonous, and playing Go was his sole source of enjoyment during his time in the cultivation realm. He had been unrivaled, and playing against Xia Fengyan was akin to playing with a child. "Grandfather, Uncle Gu has arrived." A small head peeked through the door as Xia Xiaoyu called out. Xia Fengyan set aside the Go board, inviting her in. Moments later, a portly middle-aged man entered, accompanied by an assistant. This man was stout, adorned with wooden beads on his left wrist, an agate bracelet on his right, and a jade pendant hanging from his thick neck, clad in an expensive tank suit. "Oh, Master Xia, long time no see." The man bellowed with laughter, approaching to shake hands with Xia Fengyan, his face brimming with joviality. "Please, take a seat, Boss Gu," Xia Fengyan replied with a courteous smile. Gu Huaibao plopped down beside Chu Yun, seeming to entirely overlook him, treating him as if he were invisible. Xia Fengyan poured tea for him, smiling as he inquired, "What brings you to me, Boss Gu?" Gu Huaibao reclined casually on the sofa, exclaiming, "Since Master Xia is so straightforward, I'll get straight to the point." He then proceeded to discuss his troubles. Gu Huaibao was a well-known collector in Baiguan City, wealthy and deeply involved in the realm of antiques and cultural artifacts. Just a few days ago, Han Yu from the Baiguan Wharf was set to sell a treasured item from his collection, with the transaction scheduled for the near future. This was ostensibly a fortuitous event. However, Han Yu's notorious reputation in Baiguan cast a shadow over it. He held considerable influence over the wharf and was notorious for his nefarious deeds. Most troubling was the rumor that he was a martial artist. Gu Huaibao sighed, "Master Xia, I am truly apprehensive. I have invested a considerable sum in this treasure, and I do not wish to suffer a loss. I hope you can intervene when the time comes. If Han Yu were to offer a fair price and pay in full, it would not be an issue. But if he intended to deceive me, I, an ordinary person, would certainly need your protection." Xia Fengyan remained silent, his demeanor serious. Sensing this, Gu Huaibao quickly added, "Of course, there will be benefits for you as well, Master Xia. Along with the 2 million fee, I can also offer you this jade pendant." As he spoke, Gu Huaibao removed the pendant from around his neck and placed it on the table. Chu Yun's eyes flickered with interest at the sight of the pendant. But Xia Fengyan hesitated. Han Yu had some standing in the martial arts community of Baiguan, and it was said that he had powerful backing. Even those within the martial arts community showed him a measure of respect. If the rumors held any truth, Xia Fingyan could find himself in serious trouble. Moreover, as an ordinary martial artist, he was uncertain if he could stand up to Han Yu. He had no desire to involve himself in this matter. I can handle it, came a cool voice, breaking the quietude of the study. Only then did Gu Huaibao turn to look at Chu Yun, who he had assumed was merely a disciple of the Tianyuan martial arts school accompanying Xia Fingyan for a game of chess. Gu Huaibao regarded the young man with a bemused expression. Before he could speak, Xia Fingyan exclaimed with delight, "Mr. Chu is willing to intervene? That is splendid. With your presence, there is no need for concern." Gu Huaibao frowned in discontent. Any martial artist from Beiguan, even if unfamiliar, would have heard of this young man. Where did he come from? Xia Fingyan, sensing the doubt, smiled reassuringly. "You may not be aware, but Mr. Chu has only recently arrived in Beiguan. Yet his prowess is formidable, far beyond that of an ordinary martial artist. You need not worry." Xia Fingyan breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He had no intention of becoming involved, nor did he dare to refuse. Now that Chu Yun was willing to step in, it was a fortuitous turn of events. Chu Yun spoke calmly. "The conditions I require are simply what you mentioned, 2 million and the jade pendant." Xia Fingyan nodded with a smile, turning to Gu Huaibao. "What do you think?" Gu Huaibao's expression darkened. He promptly snatched the jade pendant from the table and stood, declaring, "If you can resolve my troubles, then the terms are acceptable, but I fear you may lack the capability. If you wish to test your mettle, you may come by in a few days." With that, Gu Huaibao offered a slight bow to Xia Fingyan, avoiding any glance at Chu Yun, and departed. Once outside the Tianyuan martial arts school, Gu Huaibao's expression was frosty, clearly displeased. "Boss, do you think that person is reliable?" His assistant asked cautiously. Gu Huaibao scoffed. "What do you think? That fellow is clearly a pawn pushed out by Xia Fingyan to serve as a shield. Xia Fingyan dares not involve himself with Han Yu, and instead presents me with some nameless individual. Claims of formidable strength are merely the old fox's exaggeration. Then what should we do?" the assistant asked nervously. Gu Huaibao replied coldly, "We must quickly find someone else. My life is not so worthless as to be entrusted to a nobody. Xia Fingyan is truly infuriating." With that, he stormed off in his vehicle. As Gu Huaibao left, Chu Yun exited the martial arts school as well. In truth, he had taken a liking to the jade pendant. For an ordinary person, the pendant was merely a decorative trinket of no real utility. However, for a cultivator, it held significant value. The material of the pendant was known as spirit jade. Unlike ordinary jade, spirit jade contains fluctuations of spiritual energy within it, invisible to the naked eye of mortals, yet palpable to Chu Yun as a cultivator. Such jade is exceedingly rare, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The applications of spirit jade range from crafting protective talismans to creating magical artifacts, or even forming a low-level array. Given the size of Gu Huaibao's jade piece, it could only be utilized to create a low-level artifact. Chu Yun was not merely interested in the small pendant, but was also eager to learn of Gu Huaibao's acquisition of it. If he could trace it back through him, he might discover even greater spirit jade, allowing him to establish a spiritual array and enhance his cultivation significantly. Outside the martial arts school, Zhou Feng anxiously awaited, his head bowed. Upon seeing Chu Yun emerge, he hurriedly followed suit. Chu. Zhou Feng stammered, his earlier bravado vanished, his tone now humble. "Young Master Chu." Chu Yun chuckled lightly, teasing, "No need for that. Recover your composure. I prefer your defiant demeanor." Zhou Feng's face flushed in embarrassment, unable to meet Chu Yun's gaze. "Young Master, I admit I was wrong before. I judged you poorly. Please forgive my foolishness." Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, let us go. You're not worth my time." Zhou Feng finally relaxed, relieved that in his eyes, he was merely insignificant. Otherwise, it could have been catastrophic. He was experiencing the peculiar sensation of being treated as inconsequential, yet feeling elated by it. Upon returning to the Tang family home, the news of Zhou Feng becoming the top disciple of the Tianyuan school brought joy to the 3 members of the Tang family. Tang Yuling sat on the sofa, her nose nearly in the air as she proclaimed, "I knew my son was destined for greatness. He would never remain a mere security guard." Her sarcastic remarks were clearly directed at Chu Yun, as Zhou Feng had only served as a security guard at the Chu family. Tang Shui, however, looked at Zhou Feng quizzically. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Feng would have boasted about his achievement, eager to show off, especially in front of Chu Yun. Yet today, he sat composedly on the sofa, appearing cautious and urging her mother to refrain from boasting, suddenly adopting a low-key demeanor. Tang Yuling struggled to contain her excitement. incessantly bragging and nearly elevating Zhou Feng to the heavens. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Zhengwo expressed their admiration, acknowledging the challenge Zhou Feng had overcome. In China, becoming the top disciple of a martial arts school is no small feat, far more challenging than gaining admission to prestigious universities. To be a top disciple signifies a future possibility of becoming a martial artist, a realm vastly superior to that of ordinary people. "I've reserved a table at the Imperial Suite of the Taoren Hotel," Tang Yuling announced proudly. Upon hearing Imperial Suite, the three members of the Tang family were momentarily stunned. The Imperial Suite at the Taoren Hotel was renowned in Beiguan, with a reservation costing tens of thousands. The Tang family had never dined there before. During the journey, Tang Yuling chattered incessantly. "You've probably never tasted the food in the Imperial Suite, have you? Today, we can indulge freely. My son will have plenty of money in the future, and you'll all benefit from his fortune." As the saying goes, when one person ascends, the chickens and dogs rise with him. Tang Zhengwo awkwardly nodded, while Tang Shui rolled her eyes in exasperation. This aunt clearly exhibited the traits of a nouveau riche. Too proud and ostentatious to rein herself in. Zhou Feng sat anxiously in the car, stealing glances at Chu Yun, who gazed out the window. Seemingly indifferent to his mother-esque chatter, Zhou Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Outside the Taoren Hotel, a group of Tang family relatives stood waiting. As Tang Yuling stepped out of the car, they immediately surrounded her, showering her with compliments, praising Zhou Feng's achievements and lauding Tang Yuling's parenting skills, all eager to curry favor. Meanwhile, the three members of the Tang family, along with Chu Yun, were left on the periphery, ignored. In the past, the Tang family had been the most prosperous among their relatives, and many had sought their favor, reaping significant benefits from their association. As the Zhou family began to stir, a throng of people encircled Tang Yuling and Zhou Feng. Lu Shuxiang stood awkwardly in place, neglected by her former close friends. "What a bunch of snobs," Tang Shui muttered under her breath. Among these relatives, Tang Yuling was the center of attention. She clapped her hands and smiled. All right. Let us discuss this further in the VIP room." At that moment, derisive laughter echoed through the crowd. "Can someone unrelated join the room?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned their mocking gazes towards Chu Yun, their eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain, as if looking at a beggar from a position of superiority. Chu Yun was the only outsider present. In truth, since adopting Chu Yun, the Tang family had distanced themselves from these relatives. It was akin to an ancient emperor who had fallen from grace, with everyone eager to kick him while he was down. The Chu family, once one of the 5 great families of Yinjing, was now the subject of ridicule and scorn from these people. Gradually, the Tang family ceased their interactions with them, wishing to spare Chu Yun any discomfort. However, this time, seizing the opportunity, these relatives clearly had no intention of letting the fallen young master off the hook. Tang Yuling shot a glance at Chu Yun and teased, "Why don't you wait outside?" Instantly, laughter erupted among the relatives, who eagerly joined in. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 members of the Tang family darkened, and Chu Yun frowned slightly. "Mom, what are you saying?" At that moment, Zhou Feng, startled, quickly intervened, urging everyone to go inside and stop lingering. Tang Yuling nodded with a smile. "My son is quite magnanimous." With that, the group entered the hotel. Young Master Chu." Zhou Feng approached Chu Yun, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, eager to explain. Yet, Chu Yun ignored him entirely and walked in. The VIP room of the Taoren Hotel was renowned for its opulence throughout Beiguan City. After all, dining here would cost someone an entire year's salary. A banner hung on the wooden door, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Zhou Feng for becoming the senior disciple of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy." It was evident that Tang Yuling had arranged this with the hotel in advance. As they pushed open the massive wooden door, the luxurious interior was on full display. A round dining table accommodating 30 people, a spacious lounge, and a statue of a Western goddess stood majestically at the center, with water cascading down from above, creating a stunning waterfall effect. Dozens of beautiful waitresses stood nearby, bowing to greet them. As the guests entered the VIP room, they were akin to country bumpkins entering the city, gazing in wonder and exclaiming in admiration. Tang Yuling was pleased with their reactions, while only Chu Yun's calm demeanor irked her. However, there was little she could do, having frequented places 100 times more extravagant in Yinjing to him. This room was merely a shabby abode. "Come, everyone, take a seat," Tang Yuling cheerfully beckoned, casting a cold glance at Chu Yun. "You sit by the entrance." She intended to put this boy in his place, thinking he was still the privileged young master of old. Zhou Feng was nearly startled into jumping up. He was about to pull Chu Yun to the main seat, but Chu Yun had already seated himself at the entrance with the 3 members of the Tang family. Young Master Chu, you. Zhou Feng was at a loss. It's fine. Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. In Huaxia, the seating arrangement in a private room is quite significant. The position near the entrance, known as the dish entrance, is designated for juniors or those of lower status. This placement effectively marked Chu Yun as someone of lesser importance. Zhou Feng felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could slap him twice. Meanwhile, in the hotel corridor, Mr. Chang, please come in. The lobby manager, Manager Wang, personally accompanied an elderly gentleman. Though the old man appeared frail, he walked with an air of dignity, as if a breeze followed him. Su Li walked respectfully beside the elder, while behind them trailed a group of disciples clad in martial attire. Today is the apprenticeship banquet for my beloved disciple, Chang Yunyao smiled, addressing Manager Wang. Please ensure the best room is arranged. Chang Yunyao was in high spirits. The foolish Xia Fengyan had driven away his own senior disciple for the sake of a mere novice, leaving Chang Yunyao with an unexpected advantage. He had recognized Su Li's talent early on and had taken him as a disciple the moment he arrived to seek mentorship. Today marked Su Li's apprenticeship banquet. Manager Wang smiled apologetically. Mr. Chang, I assure you, you are a distinguished guest here. I would never dare to neglect you. Suddenly, Su Li's gaze froze as he fixated on the banner of the VIP room, coming to a halt. Upon reading the inscription, in an instant, Su Li clenched his fists in fury, his eyes ablaze. Chang Yunyao, puzzled, paused to follow his disciple's gaze, and upon seeing it, he quickly understood. Xia Fengyan has already found a new favorite and forgotten his old love. Su Li had originally been expelled by Xia Fengyan, only for the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy to swiftly acquire a new senior disciple, a blatant affront to his pride. How could he not be enraged? Chang Yunyao's eyes narrowed as he told Manager Wang, we want to change our minds. We'll reserve the VIP room. Manager Wang was taken aback, awkwardly chuckling. The VIP room is already occupied. Perhaps Mr. Chang. Chang Yunyao's eyes narrowed. Did you not understand my words? Manager Wang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding stiffly. As a distinguished guest, he could not afford to offend Chang Yunyao. I must tell you, the dishes in this room are all imported. Did you see that statue waterfall? It's worth over $1 million. Tang Yuling boasted from her seat of honor, continuously talking. The crowd, busy snapping photos, some posing with the statue and others taking selfies for social media, created a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Tang family, seated by the entrance, clearly held no interest. Tang Zhengwo kept his head down, Lu Shuxiang sat awkwardly, and Tang Shui had resorted to playing with her phone, seemingly detached from the lively ambience. At that moment, the door to the VIP room was abruptly pushed open. Manager Wang entered with a group of people, striding confidently. Tang Yuling stood up, brimming with pride, astonished that the hotel manager had come personally to greet her. The relatives, witnessing this scene, could not help but marvel at how well the Zhou family had fared. Would you mind stepping outside? Manager Wang smiled. Your money will be refunded. Instantly, the room fell silent, everyone frozen in place. Tang Yuling was initially taken aback, then, in a fit of rage, shouted like a shrew, on what grounds? We reserved this room first. The payment has been made. I assure you, your money will be refunded, Manager Wang replied with a smile. Tang Yuling trembled with fury. This isn't just about money, it's about face. She pointed at Chang Yunyao and the others, yelling, don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should they not leave? Why should we be the ones to go? Manager Wang was about to respond when Chang Yunyao raised his hand to halt him. On what grounds? Chang Yunyao scoffed, stepping forward. He produced a gold card from his wallet and tossed it onto the table, declaring, because I possess the gold card of this hotel. What more do you need to know? The Taoran Hotel's gold card. Gasps filled the room as everyone stood up, bewildered. Most in Baiguan City had heard of the Taoran Hotel's gold card. To obtain one must spend over 5 million annually and gain the approval of the hotel's elusive owner. In Baiguan City, those who held a Taoran gold card could be counted on one hand. With this gold card, one was akin to royalty within the establishment. This card, at the Taoran Hotel, serves as a potent emblem of wealth and status. A group of relatives who had never encountered such grandeur were utterly silenced. Their previous mockery of Chu Yun extinguished in an instant. This imperial private room was a first for them all, let alone encountering an individual possessing the hotel's prestigious gold card. The elderly gentleman before them undeniably belonged to the upper echelons of society in Baiguan. With the gold card laid before her, Tang Yuling's confidence dwindled significantly. In truth, she had already spent a year's savings merely to book this room. It was her first exposure to such high society, and the presence of a gold card holder left her so frightened that she could scarcely utter a word, fearing any misstep might lead to dire consequences. Chu Yun smiled faintly, thoroughly amused by the bewildered expressions of these simpletons. "Which one of you is the great disciple of Tian Yuan? Step forward and let me see," he said casually. Among the crowd, Zhou Feng reluctantly stepped forward. "Mr. Chang," he stuttered, trembling as he bowed slightly before Chu Yun. Prior to arriving in Baiguan, Zhou Feng had researched the local martial arts scene and immediately recognized the man before him as the owner of Yumen, whose reputation surpassed even that of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Chu Yun had stood at the pinnacle of Baiguan's martial arts for decades, his strength and status eclipsing that of Xia Fengyan. Zhou Feng had once aspired to join Yunmen, but his application had been flatly rejected. "Disciple, how do you propose we handle this matter?" Chu Yun inquired of Su Li, his expression one of anticipation. Su Li fixed a cold gaze upon Zhou Feng, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. "Oh, great disciple of Tianyuan, if you kneel before me, I shall relinquish this private room to you. What do you say?" Zhou Feng clenched his fists, trembling with indignation, his relatives' faces contorted with discomfort. Having just become the great disciple, how could he possibly kneel? Would he not lose all dignity? Moreover, this act would not only reflect on him, but also on the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Su Li was intent on humiliating Tianyuan. As the crowd fell into a heavy silence, Su Li's gaze fell upon Chu Yun, who sat unperturbed, engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to the commotion. Tang Yuling, sensing a glimmer of hope, urged Chu Yun, "You should quickly bow to him." The relatives, once hesitant to speak, now rallied in support. "Yes, just bow. It won't cost you anything. For the sake of all of us, what's the harm in kneeling?" Su Li crossed his arms, relishing the sight of the crowd pressuring Chu Yun. The Tang family members stood protectively beside him. Even Tang Zhengwo clenched his fists in anger. Though he harbored disdain for Chu Yun, he considered him family. He could despise him, but that did not grant others the right to insult him. Yet, Chu Yun remained calm, absorbed in his phone, seemingly unaffected by the ruckus. "Enough," Zhou Feng bellowed. "Let us all go out and find somewhere else to eat. No more talking." With Zhou Feng's declaration, the others fell silent. They trudged out of the private room, casting resentful glares at Chu Yun, blaming him for their expulsion. The Tang family members followed suit, feeling humiliated to have been ejected from the room. Standing in the corridor, the relatives bowed their heads in shame, particularly Tang Yuling, whose face had turned almost green with embarrassment as the host. Yet, Chu Yun remained seated, unfazed, still focused on his phone, as if everything that had transpired in the private room held no significance for him. "Get out here, you shameless fool. If you want to eat for free, you can kneel." The crowd, already simmering with anger, unleashed their scorn upon Chu Yun, who appeared completely unperturbed. Chu Yun and Su Li watched with amusement, as if observing a jester. Manager Wang, losing patience, prepared to eject Chu Yun. At that moment, Chu Yun finally set his phone down, having finished a game, and glanced at Manager Wang. "The Li family has properties?" he asked nonchalantly. The crowd looked on in confusion, unsure of his meaning. Only Manager Wang paused, nodding slightly. Chu Yun then casually produced a card from his wallet, tossing it onto the table before returning to his phone, uttering just a single phrase in the process. The crowd stared at the card, utterly baffled. It was a black card, simply inscribed with the words Beton card. Chu Yun's expression mirrored their confusion. After years of patronage at Taran Hotel, he had never encountered such a card before. "What kind of card is this? I have no idea. What is a Beton card? Never heard of it." The murmurs rippled through the crowd, hesitant to voice their thoughts aloud. Manager Wang, puzzled, picked up the card and examined it from various angles. Utterly bewildered, he then tossed it back onto Chu Yun's table, scoffing. "Do you take me for a fool? A poor wretch tosses a toy card and thinks he can deceive us into a free meal? Get lost." His words provoked uproarious laughter, and the people quickly realized that Chu Yun had attempted to feign importance with a mere trinket, only to be exposed. Su Li and Chu Yun laughed heartily, finding the spectacle of this fool utterly hilarious. Tang Shui and Tang Zhengwo could not help but cover their faces, mortified by Chu Yun's lowly antics, which were even more humiliating than being ejected. Chu Yun frowned slightly, irritated by the disruption to his gaming experience, and sent a brief message to Li Xiong before setting his phone down. A few minutes, he muttered irritably, as the ruckus had thoroughly disrupted his focus. Manager Wang was about to insist on ejecting Chu Yun again, but was interrupted by Chang Yunyue's laughter. He was curious to see what further antics this jester might present. A few minutes later, the corridor echoed with hurried footsteps. A group of sharply dressed individuals approached swiftly. The crowd, having never witnessed such an impressive display, parted in fright. Upon seeing the approaching group, Manager Wang froze in place, instinctively calling out, "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Wang, Minister Song, Minister Liu." The entirety of Taoran Hotel's upper management had arrived. Slap. Zhao Qiming delivered a resounding slap to Manager Wang's face, sending him staggering aside. Immediately after, he hurriedly led the group, bowing and scraping as they gathered around Chu Yun, each senior executive appearing as though they had erred gravely, heads bowed in deference. Yet, Chu Yun paid them no heed. Faced with Chu Yun's indifference, Zhao Qiming appeared flustered and uncertain. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, nervously stammering an apology. "Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize. My subordinates were thoughtless. Please let us know in advance when you visit, and I will ensure you receive the utmost treatment." As these words left his lips, an astonished silence enveloped the room. The corridor was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd stood in stunned silence, witnessing Zhao Qiming and the Taoran executives bowing in apology to Chu Yun. Tang Yuling and the others were completely dumbfounded, the three members of the Tang family equally incredulous, while Su Li and Chang Yunyue stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. The scene before them was too sudden to comprehend. They could hardly fathom that a message from Chu Yun had summoned the entirety of Taoran's upper management. Chu Yun, however, remained utterly indifferent. After speaking, he picked up his phone and began to play, as if he had no intention of engaging with the matter at hand. In fact, he hadn't even glanced at Chang Yunyu or Su Li since the beginning. Seeing Chu Yun unfazed, Zhao Qiming let out a slight sigh of relief. He straightened up and coldly surveyed the people present, finally fixing his gaze on Chang Yunyu and the others. "You may leave," Zhao Qiming stated bluntly. This was undoubtedly a slap in the face for Chang Yunyu. His face flushed with humiliation as he vigorously waved the gold card in front of Zhao Qiming's eyes. "Do you see this clearly? This is your hotel's gold card. And you speak to me like this?" He bellowed angrily. "Your hotel claims that possessing this card makes one the supreme ruler here. Chang Yunyu, who spent millions here annually, found it intolerable that the owner would dismiss him so cavalierly." Zhao Qiming cast a casual glance at him. Even though Chang Yunyu was a martial artist, Zhao was unperturbed. As he too had formidable backing, he took out the baton card and waved it in front of Chang Yunyu. "Do you know what this is?" Chang Yunyu was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Qiming continued with a smile. "This card is called the baton card. With it, one can enjoy complimentary services at any Li family establishment. Only 3 people in the entire Baiguan possess this card. One is Mr. Chu, and the other 2 are Old Li and his eldest son. I trust one need not elaborate on who Old Li is." As he spoke, Zhao Qiming disdainfully glanced at the gold card in Chang Yunyu's hand. "If your card is the emperor, then Mr. Chu's baton card is akin to the supreme emperor of the Li family's enterprises." Chang Yunyu's face stiffened in mortification. The Li family of Baiguan was a prominent family in Jianglong province. He certainly recognized the weight of that name. This was not a matter a mere martial artist could confront. In the hallway outside, Tang Yuling and the others stood in bewildered silence. They could not comprehend what Zhao Qiming was referencing regarding the Li family, but they sensed they had brushed against an inaccessible realm. At that moment, no one dared to breathe. Tang Shui cast a complex glance at Chu Yun, feeling increasingly confounded by him. "Do you understand now?" Zhao Qiming said coldly. "If you do, then leave quickly. And you, Manager Wang, pack your things and get out as well." Manager Wang was on the verge of tears. He never anticipated that in his effort to please a gold card client, he would offend someone of greater stature, making him wish he could vanish. Chang Yunyu cast a reluctant glance at Chu Yun, his confidence dissipating. "Let us go. We'll change to another room." Su Li, flushed and agitated, shouted, "No way. I'm staying right here." Suddenly, Chang Yunyu's resounding slap struck Su Li's face, and he hissed in a low voice, "Isn't this embarrassing enough for you?" Su Li covered his face and trembled, bowing his head as he followed Chang Yunyu and the others out of the private room. "Mr. Chang seems not to have grasped my meaning." Just as they reached the door, Zhao Qiming's icy voice rang out behind them. Chang Yunyu halted in his tracks. "I did not suggest you change rooms," Zhao Qiming smiled. "What I meant is that you are to leave Taoran Hotel entirely." and your gold card is hereby rendered void from today onwards. Moreover, my superior has decreed that you are no longer welcome at any Li family establishment. Chu Yun's breath hitched as he crushed the gold card in his hand. What a profound humiliation. As a martial artist from Baiguan, he had never endured such indignity. He shot a fierce look at Chu Yun, memorizing his face, and then, with reddened eyes, growled, "Let's go." Subsequently, the group fled the hotel in disgrace. "Mr. Chu, you see." After Chu Yun and the others departed, Zhao Qiming rubbed his hands together and approached Chu Yun, eager to please. "If you need anything, please let me know, and I will arrange it for you." Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "No need." Zhao Qiming forced a smile, pulling out a business card from his pocket and placing it on Chu Yun's table. "This is my business card. If you require anything, Mr. Chu, feel free to reach out." Chu Yun ignored him. Zhao Qiming hurriedly led the others away, anxious not to provoke Chu Yun further. Chu Yun continued engrossed in his phone. After 20 minutes, having finished a game, he finally noticed the unusual silence in the private room. Tang Yuling and the others stood outside, still at a loss, their relatives feeling utterly embarrassed and silent. "Come in." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Aren't we here to eat?" They exchanged cautious glances before carefully entering the room. However, those who had previously occupied the main seats now dared not sit there, relinquishing their positions to the three members of the Tang family. While everyone hurried to offer the central seat to Chu Yun. "I'm fine here. You all may sit as you please," Chu Yun said. Only after he spoke did everyone settle down. Delicious dishes were served, filling the large round table. Yet, the room lacked the previous liveliness. Conversations were muted, the atmosphere tense. With every gaze furtively darting towards Chu Yun, even the three members of the Tang family were no exception. Tang Yuling felt quite displeased. Today was supposed to be the moment for her and her son to shine, yet it had been stolen away by Chu Yun. Clearing her throat, she prepared to speak. "Ahem. Everyone, please listen to me." Slap. Before Tang Yuling could utter a word, Zhou Feng, having held back for too long, finally erupted. He leapt up and slapped his mother on the back of her head, shouting in exasperation, "Will you just stop talking?" This display of mother-son dynamics left everyone dumbfounded. Tang Yuling, rubbing her head, felt tears welling up in her eyes, finally falling silent. During the meal, Zhou Feng frequently raised his glass to toast Chu Yun, yet Chu Yun showed little interest. This perplexed the onlookers. After all, even though Chu Yun was a distinguished guest at the hotel, Zhou Feng's subservience seemed excessive. The dinner concluded in an oddly strange atmosphere. That day, Tang Yuling departed with her tail between her legs after booking tickets. On the way back to the Tang family, Tang Shui, unable to contain herself, gazed at Chu Yun's nonchalant demeanor. "Don't you have anything to say?" Tang Shui's beautiful eyes bore into Chu Yun. He glanced at her, responding, "What should I say?" Tang Shui retorted, "About the Baitong card. What is this Li family all about?" In the front seats, Tang Jiangwo and Lu Shuxiang perked up, curious about the day's events. Chu Yun replied lightly, "I have a debt of gratitude to the Li family." "What is the Li family?" Tang Shui furrowed her brow. Although the Tang family was wealthy in Baiguan, there were many aspects they were unaware of. Chu Yun found himself at a loss for words. Lu Shuxiang, thinking he had a hidden past, recalled the Chu family's past influence in Huaxia, speculating that the Chu family might have aided the Li family at some point. After all, the former Chu family was powerful enough to have a presence throughout Huaxia. "Don't pry. It might be related to Yun Yun's background," Lu Shuxiang advised. Tang Shui promptly fell silent, while Tang Jiangwo understood. He had thought Chu Yun had climbed the social ladder, but it turned out to be connected to a former aristocratic family. Chu Yun remained silent. He could not explain himself to the three of them. If they could piece it together on their own, that would be best, sparing him the trouble of elaboration. Upon returning to the Tang family in the afternoon, Chu Yun closed the door to his room and focused on his cultivation. However, without the aid of medicinal pills or formations, the spiritual energy in the air was exceedingly sparse, resulting in a painfully slow progression. He thought to himself that acquiring medicinal materials was now the top priority. Nevertheless, he currently had no means to procure them. That night, Chu Yun dined with the Tang family. While Tang Shui was eating and engrossed in her phone, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my! Big news! Tomorrow, Baiwa Pharmaceutical will arrive at the Northgate Medical Department to recruit pharmacists." Tang Jiangwo was slightly taken aback. "Baiwa and Bayan? Which other Baiwa could it be?" Tang Shui exclaimed in excitement. "And moreover, this recruitment is open to the entire medical department. Everyone must participate in this assessment." With that, She sighed in frustration, lamenting, "Unfortunately, I'm in the nursing department." Baiwa Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical enterprise in Jianglang province, possessing formidable strength. In Bayan, there is a saying, for every 10 residents, one is an employee of Baiwa Pharmaceutical. While this may be an exaggeration, it nevertheless reflects its prominent status in Jianglong's medical field. Undoubtedly a leader. Comparatively, Taikang Pharmaceutical in Baiguan cannot hold a candle to Baihua's scale. However, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Baihua has struggled to penetrate the Baiguan market and has never succeeded. This marks Baihua's first recruitment venture at Jianglang University. Such explosive news naturally left everyone astonished. Lu Shuxiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't Yun part of the medical department? Make sure to give it your all tomorrow. Strive to join Baihua." Tang Zhengwo immediately chuckled dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Chu Yun. Him? It would be a miracle if he doesn't embarrass himself, let alone join Baihua. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, he's dreaming. Tang Shui couldn't help but laugh. Being in the same college as Chu Yun, she knew him well, year after year. He lagged behind, failing countless courses. Forget about joining Baihua. Even getting into her mother's pharmacy would be a struggle. Lu Shuxiang flushed with indignation, retorting, "What if he can? Don't undermine Yun's confidence." Tang Zhengwo rolled his eyes. "Don't be delusional. It's simply impossible. Let us eat." Chu Yun quietly continued his meal, utterly uninterested in the conversation. The next morning, at the entrance of Jianglang University, a vibrant red banner proclaimed, "Welcome Baiwa Pharmaceutical to our school for recruitment." The school's etiquette team stood on either side of the entrance, with charming young women clad in cheongsams, each one a picture of grace. The main thoroughfare of the campus was cordoned off, with colorful flags fluttering along the sides. Students excitedly gathered outside the caution tape, eagerly gazing towards the entrance. Clearly, the school administration had accorded Baiwa the highest level of respect. It is worth noting that for several years, as the leading pharmaceutical company in Jianglang, Baiwa had never recruited a single student from Jianglang province, showing little regard for its talent pool. This sudden departure from tradition commanded significant attention from the school's leadership. Students were abuzz with excitement. Even those not in the medical department rushed to witness the spectacle. Baiwa Pharmaceutical's choice to recruit from their school was also a testament to the institution's strength, and the students beamed with pride. At that moment, several buses from Baiwa Pharmaceutical slowly rolled into the campus. Amidst the cheers of the students, the buses made their way to the gymnasium. As Chu Yun passed by, he glanced at the scene before heading to class. In class, students animatedly discussed Baihua's recruitment. Many began cramming pharmacological knowledge at the last minute. Sun Sheng was surrounded by admirers, basking in their congratulations, his expression one of pride. Sun Sheng was the student most likely to be recruited by Baihua, after all. His grandfather, Sun Zitao, was the most esteemed pharmacist in Baiguan, and Sun Sheng himself was no slouch, consistently ranking second in the medical department and often taking first place in pharmaceutical studies. It was only when Chu Yun entered that Sun Sheng's triumphant smile faltered. He glared at Chu Yun, clenching his fist in anger. The memory of his grandfather kneeling haunted him like a nightmare, an image he could not shake off. But today, everything would change. He would prove to his grandfather that he was not mistaken. He would defeat Chu Yun in the assessment, forcing him to kneel before him and apologize for that day. "Chu Yun, you must participate today. You can't escape," Sun Sheng said with a smile as he passed Chu Yun. "I can't wait to see you make a fool of yourself," eagerly anticipating your failure. The other students turned to Chu Yun and laughed. "Sun Shao, why bother with him? Competing with him would only tarnish your reputation. Haha. The medicine that Chu, the academic underachiever, concocts might as well be lethal to a cow. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Defeating Chu Yun is something even we students can manage without any effort from Sun Shao. After all, this fellow was at the bottom of the ranks. Any student could easily outdo him in a competition." Chu Yun paid no mind to the group, directly settling into a corner. The students soon lost interest in him. There was nothing noteworthy about the last place. At that moment, Lu Wanner anxiously sat next to Chu Yun, fretting, "What should we do? Baiwa Pharmaceutical is suddenly here for recruitment." Lu Wanner had just transferred to the medical department and knew nothing about pharmacology. She didn't particularly want to join Baiwa, but she also didn't want to embarrass herself during the assessment. Chu Yun cast her a disinterested glance. "Aren't you going?" Lu Wanner asked, slightly surprised. "Isn't everyone supposed to participate?" Chu Yun replied indifferently, "It's merely a formality." Lu Wanner sighed, feeling flustered. She didn't possess Chu Yun's level-headedness. She had never embarrassed herself in front of others before. Just then, Wang Chong hurriedly entered. The students quickly returned to their seats, falling silent as they looked expectantly at him. Wang Chong took a deep breath as he stood at the podium, clearly nervous. You should all be aware that Baiwa is here for recruitment. He paused, scanning the room, and said solemnly, the assessment will begin shortly. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly turned tense, with students unprepared. Less than 24 hours had elapsed since the announcement, indicating that Baiwa Pharmaceutical intended to conduct a surprise assessment of the students' usual performance. Wang Chong quelled the murmurs from the class. This assessment is exclusively for our medical department, totaling 300 students. I hope our class performs well to uphold the teacher's honor. The departmental leadership will be present. Wang Chong was anxious. If his class performed poorly in front of so many leaders, it would reflect poorly on him as well. This critical surprise assessment not only evaluated the students, but also indirectly assessed the teachers. I will call the names in order. Please line up in the hallway. Wang Chong pulled out a list. Number 1, Sun Xing. Amid the admiring gazes of his classmates, Sun Xing stood tall. He cast a triumphant glance at the corner where Chu Yun sat before striding out of the classroom like a victorious general. As he passed the podium, Wang Chong smiled at him. Son, do your best. I have faith in your abilities. The order was clearly designed to determine the seating arrangement for the assessment. Those called earlier would sit closer to the front and receive more attention. Wang Chong naturally placed the better students at the front to give them more opportunities to showcase their skills while relegating the poorer performers to the back. As if to hide them from shame, he continued calling names. Soon, only Lu Wanner and Chu Yun remained in the spacious classroom. Lu Wanner, number 299. Wang Chong explained. Lu, since you just arrived and are unfamiliar with pharmacology, I've placed you at the back. Work hard, and there will be opportunities ahead. Lu Wanner let out a small sigh of relief. Thank you, teacher, before hurrying out of the classroom. Chu Yun, number 300. Wang Chong frowned at Chu Yun. He had offered words of encouragement to every student, but when it came to Chu Yun, he sighed and shook his head before leaving the classroom. Chu Yun paid no heed and took his place at the very end of the line. The 300 students of the medical department marched towards the gymnasium in a grand procession. A multitude of individuals traversed the path, yet an eerie silence enveloped the assembly, as a palpable tension permeated the air. For the students, this could very well be a pivotal moment that alters their destinies, akin to the National College entrance examination. Sun Sheng strode confidently at the forefront, his pride radiating as if it had returned in an instant. He glanced back at the serpentine line behind him, seemingly endless, with no trace of Chu Yun in sight. This disparity between them was unmistakable, Sun Sheng mused. He would eternally be at the forefront, while Chu Yun languished at the rear. No matter how hard he tried, unable even to glimpse Sun Sheng's silhouette. Such a worthless figure as Chu Yun, surely his grandfather had misjudged him. Today, he intended to leverage this assessment to unveil the truth. When he trampled Chu Yun underfoot, leaving him utterly humiliated, his grandfather would undoubtedly owe him an apology. The thought invigorated Sun Sheng, who could hardly contain his excitement for the forthcoming evaluation. The crowd formed an orderly queue, entering the gymnasium. The moment they crossed the threshold, a cacophony of lively sounds enveloped them, reminiscent of stepping into a concert. The medical students stood in stunned silence at the sight before them. The gymnasium's center was transformed into an examination arena, with 300 desks meticulously arranged, each equipped with a medicinal furnace, while the surrounding bleachers were filled to capacity with students from the medical college. Dentistry, pharmaceutical management, nursing, thousands gathered. The medical students felt their anxiety escalate. Utterly unprepared for such a spectacle, other departments, not participating in the assessment, had come merely to spectate. This evaluation shattered any previous scale of assessments at the medical college, reaching an unprecedented magnitude. Yet Sun Sheng reveled in the atmosphere. The more people, the better. It was the perfect opportunity to showcase his formidable prowess before the entire faculty and student body, while Chu Yun would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Sun Sheng scanned the audience, his gaze landing on Tang Shui, causing his heart to race with excitement. She had also come. What a delightful turn of events. Now, everything was in place. All that remained was for Sun Sheng to display his brilliance. He tossed his flowing hair and strode confidently to the front row, claiming the first seat with an air of unparalleled superiority. His presence swiftly attracted numerous gazes. The grandson of Sun Lao. Surely, he would secure the top position. He had always been the best in our department. There was no doubt he would pass the assessment. If Sun Xing failed, then no one would succeed. Whispers circulated among the audience. The only student guaranteed to pass was Sun Sheng. His reputation within the medical college was immense. A spoiled scion, merely one of his many identities, grandson of Sun Lao, the foremost alchemist. With such accolades, it was only natural for everyone to be utterly convinced of his ability to triumph in this evaluation. Tang Shui cast a fleeting glance at Sun Sheng before seeking out Chu Yun's figure. After a considerable wait, Chu Yun entered last, positioning himself in the farthest corner, nearly invisible. As the 300 medical students assembled, the assessment officially commenced. The format was straightforward. Baiwa Pharmaceuticals designated various medicinal herbs, from which the candidates could select several for concoction. The completed medicines would first be tested by the pharmaceutical company's testers before being administered to laboratory mice for precise evaluation. Notably, the testers would not consume the medicines entirely. Instead, they would merely taste them to ascertain their properties, components, and completeness. These testers were highly skilled, virtually eliminating the possibility of erroneous judgments. Chu Yun, I'm so nervous, whispered Lu Wanner, trembling at his side. Noticing his lack of response, she turned in confusion, only to find him seated cross-legged on the ground, propping his head with one hand, lost in meditation. Lu Wanner, is he giving up? Many spectators had also noticed the scene in the corner and couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the first to shine would soon become the last to embarrass himself. The ancients were not mistaken. Witnessing this, Tang Shui rubbed her forehead in exasperation. She shouldn't have held any expectations. He had surrendered before the assessment even began. At that moment, staff members wheeled in several carts laden with medicinal herbs. A representative announced the list of herbs designated for the assessment: basil leaves, heart-s desire flower, wisteria. Upon hearing the names of these herbs, Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock, and he sprang to his feet. What's wrong? Lu Wanner gasped in surprise. Chu Yun did not respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the array of herbs, narrowing his eyes, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. These herbs were precisely the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Chu Yun was quite certain that he was the sole possessor of the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill in the entire world. Unless there existed another practitioner of the arcane arts, he had previously revealed the formula twice, once at Aunt Lu's apothecary and once at Taikong Pharmaceutical. The former was unlikely to have any issues, leading him to believe that the problem must have arisen during his visit to Taikong. Nonetheless, since he was already present, he might as well take advantage of the opportunity to refine a Foundation Establishment Pill free of charge. As the medicinal ingredients were disclosed, the venue erupted with deafening gasps of astonishment. What? Base leaf grass. Free will flower. My goodness. Baiwa Pharmaceutical is making quite the investment here. They brought forth priceless herbs worth over 100 million for this assessment. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. Even the professors and lecturers were taken aback. The students present, all from the medical college, had a basic understanding of herbal medicine and recognized the immense value of these materials, particularly the base leaf grass, which was rare and exceedingly expensive. It could only be said that Baiwa Pharmaceutical was making an audacious move. Despite the shock, the assessment had to proceed. The candidates approached the carts in succession, selecting their required herbs. Chu Yun examined each ingredient, but regrettably, he could only take one of each. Otherwise, he would have been able to refine several Foundation Establishment pills. His actions elicited laughter from the onlookers, as he was the only one to sample every herb, while the other candidates merely selected a few. Do you think this is a hodgepodge? The more herbs you add, the better the efficacy? Sun Xing chuckled, prompting the crowd to join in his mirth. It was evident that he knew nothing, as his approach suggested a lack of understanding. In the audience, Tang Shui covered her face, embarrassed to witness the spectacle. It was only the beginning, and Chu Yun had already become the laughingstock of the institution. However, Chu Yun remained unfazed by the laughter directed at him. After gathering the herbs, he returned to his position. With all candidates having made their selections, the assessment commenced. The evaluation lasted 2 hours, during which the candidates busied themselves with their tasks. The audience's attention primarily focused on the few individuals in the front row, as they were the CRME de la CRME of the medical department, capable of concocting commendable potions. Most notably, many gazes were fixed upon Sun Sheng. As the grandson of the esteemed Sun Lao, expectations were high for him to produce something remarkable. In the face of countless eyes, Sun Sheng calmly unveiled the herbal furnace. He ground the herbs into powder, ignited the wood, then extinguished the flame, using the residual warmth to heat the furnace. His initial actions distinctly demonstrated his superior expertise compared to his peers. The audience erupted with admiration, and the faculty members regarded him with approving glances. After observing Sun Sheng for a while, Tang Shui turned her attention back to Chu Yun. Wow, this guy really is dumping all the herbs into the furnace. Going for a big stew, she chuckled in disbelief, no longer paying attention to Chu Yun. Even a nurse could do better than his concoction. As the assessment progressed fervently, the audience gradually quieted down, engrossed in the candidate's endeavors. At that moment, a group of individuals entered from outside the venue. The students were taken aback, their astonishment rendering the venue even quieter. Among the newcomers were the esteemed leaders of the medical school, with the director, Tian Sun, leading the way. Accompanied by a young and attractive woman, dressed in professional attire and a form-fitting skirt paired with black stockings, her alluring figure captivated the attention of many male students, instantly making her the center of attention. Upon seeing Dean Tian's arrival, the professors and lecturers promptly vacated their seats. He and the young woman occupied the most coveted spot in the audience. Mr. Bai, our college boasts many exceptionally talented students, Tian Sun remarked with a smile. You must take a few with you this time. We cannot afford to miss out on talent. Bai Zixuan scanned the examination hall, seemingly searching for someone. I will only hire one, she replied coolly. Tian Sun forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, securing even one candidate from Baiwa Pharmaceutical would suffice for him. In the past, Baiwa would not have recruited from Jianglong University. They typically sought experts or high-caliber talents from elite institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. Let me introduce you properly. So Mr. Bai does not overlook anyone, Tian Sun said, beckoning towards Wang Cheng. Xiao Wang, come here. Introduce Sun Sheng to Mr. Bai. Wang Cheng hurried over and pointed to the front row. Mr. Bai, that is Sun Sheng, our college's top student in potion making. Bai Zixuan casually glanced over. He has quite the background, Wang Cheng exclaimed. He is the grandson of Sun Zitao. I need not elaborate on him. Upon hearing this, Bai Zixuan's eyes brightened slightly, and she scrutinized him more closely. After observing for a moment, she nodded slightly. In terms of technique and skill, Sun Sheng indeed displayed some resemblance to his grandfather, but he still fell short of being suitable for the role of an apothecary at Baiwa Pharmaceutical. However, if she could leverage Sun Sheng to secure Sun Lao, Bai Zixuan would be willing to give him a spot, though he would only be considered a backup for now. She continued her meticulous search. Mr. Bai, are you looking for someone? Tian Sun inquired cautiously. Yes, Chu Yun, Bai Zixuan responded. Upon hearing this name, Tian Sun furrowed his brow in confusion. He was familiar with most of the high-achieving students in the medical school, but he had no recollection of this Chu Yun. Wang Cheng, however, was suddenly struck dumb. As if struck by lightning, his body jerking slightly. Are you certain you are looking for Chu Yun? He stammered incredulously. Bai Zixuan nodded gently. Yes. Where is he? Wang Cheng swallowed hard, his mind going blank, and instinctively pointed to the far corner of the examination hall. Bai Zixuan looked over, and her eyes immediately sparkled. Yes, that's him. The one who appeared at Taikang Pharmaceutical. Bai Zixuan suppressed her excitement. Her efforts, investing in over 100 million in herbs to recruit at Jianglong University, had been solely aimed at Chu Yun. It could be said that the other candidates were mere background figures in this assessment, which had been meticulously arranged for Chu Yun alone. Bai Zixuan fixed her gaze on him, unable to look away. She intended to observe his potion-making techniques. However, he merely stood there, motionless. While the other candidates were busy controlling the flame and measuring the herbs, Chu Yun appeared to allow the furnace to operate on its own, lacking any apparent method. Bai Zixuan couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I have misjudged him? He seems to understand nothing at all. In the examination hall, aren't you going to control the flame? Lu Wanner asked curiously. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, I am already doing that. Lu Wanner looked perplexed, as she only saw him with his hand resting on the furnace lid, standing still. Enormous amounts of spiritual energy flowed from Chu Yun's palm into the furnace, merging the temperature of the spiritual energy with the heat emanating from the furnace bottom, both enhancing the internal workings of the alchemical cauldron. Should the lid of the furnace be lifted, one would undoubtedly be astonished. Within the alchemical furnace, a fierce flame blazes. Chu Yun is concocting a foundation establishment pill. Distinct from ordinary elixirs, for it is a potion of cultivation. Thus, the control of fire during its refinement is exceptionally intricate, requiring a perfect fusion of spiritual energy and flame. However, to the untrained eye, it merely appears as though he is standing idly. Chu Yun's demeanor has also drawn attention. Remaining utterly still, one might jest, is he merely dawdling? This resembles a potpourri stew. Just toss in the ingredients and let it simmer. A contemporary culinary master. Laughter erupted from the audience, as his motionless posture during the alchemical process strikingly mirrored that of a slacker lost in thought during an examination, amusing everyone present. Tang Shui sighed in despair, regretting her decision to attend. Sun Sheng glanced back at Chu Yun, smirking with disdain. At this juncture, he was entirely convinced that his grandfather had misjudged. Throughout the entire process, Chu Yun had exhibited not a hint of alchemical prowess. He eagerly awaited the moment of public humiliation. Time slipped by slowly. Many peers had completed their concoctions, and Chu Yun extinguished the furnace. Lu Wanner anxiously stood in place. Yet she had not even begun her own process. Having just transferred to the medical department, she was entirely ignorant of alchemy, randomly selecting a few herbs, let alone attempting to refine them. Chu Yun, what should I do? Lu Wanner exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears, pitifully aware of her inadequacy and fearing embarrassment in front of the entire academy. Little did she realize the impending humiliation before so many spectators filled her with dread. Her delicate face, resembling a weeping pear blossom, evoked sympathy. Chu Yun softly advised, just follow my instructions. You will teach me? Lu Wanner was momentarily taken aback. The last in class instructing the second to last. Was that appropriate? Forget it, Chu Yun. No, please. I beg you to teach me. Lu Wanner grasped the sleeve of Chu Yun's robe, her eyes brimming with tears. With no other options left, she decided to place her trust in him. Chu Yun glanced at the herbs Lu Wanner had gathered. If she had taken one of each, he could have refined another foundation establishment pill. Regrettably, she had only selected a few. The honeysuckle was ground into a powder, forming small granules divided into 3 portions. The fallen leaf grass was turned into a paste and spread at the bottom of the furnace. The fruit roots were divided into 3 segments, igniting the first segment first, placing the second when the furnace glowed red, and using the third as fuel to infuse the furnace with the fragrant smoke of the burning fruits. Chu Yun spoke slowly. Lu Wanner hurriedly began her frantic operations. The fire control for this potion required a vigorous flame, with the red fire enveloping the blue, fanning it up and down. Once the furnace turned red, she would switch to the blue flame, which would then envelop the red fire, swirling around the furnace. Lu Wanner gazed at Chu Yun in astonishment. She had not anticipated such depth of knowledge from him, whether in alchemy or fire control. He spoke with such clarity that even though she understood little, she grasped a fraction of it under his guidance. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "If you understand so well, then why did you?" Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. "My methods are beyond comprehension." Lu Wanner nodded obediently, following his instructions meticulously. 2 hours swiftly passed. The assessment concluded. It was time for the testing of the elixirs, and the audience fell silent, for this was the true moment of validation. The time to measure their merits. 300 furnaces were collected by the staff. The examinees felt a mix of tension and anxiety in front of so many. Everyone feared public disgrace. The venue fell quiet as numerous testers retrieved the pills, first tasting them before administering them to white mice for a secondary, precise testing. After testing one pill, the testers rinsed their mouths and repeated the process. The concoctions produced by the examinees varied widely. Some were for treating colds, others for wounds, and yet others for acne. Most were simple remedies. The pills were classified by quality: inferior, good, excellent, and premium. The majority of examinees produced inferior pills, with very few reaching the good quality, and many were substandard, resulting in the unfortunate demise of the test mice, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Tian Sun observed while secretly gauging Bai Zixuan's reaction. However, Bai Zixuan seemed disinterested, even neglecting the testing phase. One by one, the pills were evaluated. Over 200 had been tested, with the highest quality being merely good. It is essential to note that in the market, medicines must at least be of excellent quality to be viable. Only those reaching this standard could barely touch upon the threshold of becoming a renowned pharmacist. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly oppressive. The students appeared dispirited. At this rate, it seemed unlikely that anyone would qualify for the prestigious Baihua. Number 001. Sun Sheng's elixir. Upon hearing this, The audience immediately perked up, nearly all rising to gaze in anticipation. Bai Zixuan also glanced over, a flicker of interest in her eyes. As the tester retrieved the potion, gasps echoed throughout the venue. A stir of excitement spread. Alalilai. This is Old Sun's renowned medicine for treating hypertension. In his heyday, Old Sun had gained fame with this very remedy, bringing relief to countless hypertension patients. Sun Sheng had replicated his grandfather's signature potion. The tester placed it in his mouth, nodded in approval, and subsequently administered it to the white mouse. After a brief moment, a blood pressure test revealed a drop in the mouse's blood pressure. After discussion, the tester raised the scoring card. Excellent. My heavens. The first excellent quality has emerged. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue, with exclamations of "Sun is incredible," echoing as people praised him as the pride of the medical academy. Tian Sun rejoiced, exclaiming, "Bai Zong, I told you Sun Sheng would excel." Wang Chong added with a smug grin, "This child has an unlimited future ahead. With proper guidance, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of Baiwa." Bai Zixuan nodded gently. Although it fell short of her grandfather's premium alalilai, Sun Sheng had indeed reached the threshold of being a pharmacist. The sentiment remained. If Old Sun could be signed on, Bai Zixuan would not hesitate to grant Sun Sheng a pharmacist's position. Relishing the resounding applause, Sun Sheng cast a proud glance back at Chu Yun, filled with arrogance and disdain, and then looked towards the audience, noticing Tang Shui's shocked expression, which only inflated his ego further. The accolades and applause continued for quite some time before subsiding. The faculty and students of the medical academy breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Sun Sheng had taken the lead. Otherwise, their reputation would have been severely tarnished. Just then, the announcement rang out once more. Number 300, Chu Yun. Before the testing even commenced, laughter erupted among the audience. This was truly absurd. The first and last place were to be evaluated together. It seemed they were intent on amplifying the humiliation. The crowd chuckled at Chu Yun. Chu Yun and Sun Sheng garnered nearly equal attention. Yet the former was the subject of ridicule, while the latter was met with admiration. Sun Sheng was delighted by this arrangement, perfectly highlighting the insurmountable gap between them. Tang Shui had already covered her eyes, believing it best not to witness what was about to unfold, as she could already imagine Chu Yun's impending embarrassment. The entire venue erupted in laughter. Only Bai Zixuan stood abruptly, fixated intently on Chu Yun's furnace. Wang Chong rubbed his temples in exasperation. Bai Zong, perhaps it's best if you don't watch this. Tianxin hastily added, "Indeed, Bai Zong, our academy has prepared a sumptuous lunch for you. Let us go dine." After witnessing Sun Sheng, there seemed little point in remaining, especially since the next would be the last place elixir, which could only bring disgrace to the academy. Tian Sun aimed to hastily usher Bai Zixuan away, fearing a negative impression. Yet Bai Zixuan stubbornly shook her head, insistent on watching this before departing. Though she now harbored doubts about Chu Yun's abilities, it would be unsatisfactory to leave without witnessing the culmination of what had been prepared for him. Tian Sun and Wang Chong sighed helplessly. Two individuals averted their gazes, genuinely reluctant to witness the ensuing trial of the medicinal concoction, for it was undeniably embarrassing. Chu Yun's elixir instantly captivated the entire assembly. After all, even the last place holds its own intrigue, as one could never anticipate what amusing spectacle might unfold. The drug tester retrieved Chu Yun's medicine, a pill entirely white in hue. Sun Sheng exaggeratedly gasped, turning to commend Chu Yun for not producing a mere lump of excrement. Quite impressive. His words elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Tang Shui, however, felt a degree of relief. After all, the appearance of the pill suggested it was not a mere viscous mass. Just as the tester was about to place it in his mouth, an immense voice resonated through the venue, reverberating throughout the space. How dare a mere mortal attempt to test this medicine? The thunderous rebuke sent shockwaves through the venue, as if a formidable pressure had descended from the heavens, rendering the hall utterly silent, with every heart quaking in response. Eyes turned toward the corner where Chu Yun stood. Bai Zixuan wore an expression of confusion, while the others were equally bewildered. Chu Yun, with a frigid demeanor, stepped forward. The candidates instinctively parted to create a path, and as Chu Yun passed by them, they felt an overwhelming aura of intimidation, compelling them to lower their heads involuntarily. Noticing Chu Yun's approach, the drug tester instinctively recoiled a step, nervously swallowing. Chu Yun snatched the foundational pill and swallowed it whole. Subsequently, his cold gaze swept over the assembly. causing a shiver to run down their spines. Ignorance, he murmured softly, before departing the venue amidst the silence of the crowd. After Chu Yun's exit, the venue remained hushed. Moments later, the audience cautiously began to murmur. Sun Sheng's laughter soon shattered the stillness, exclaiming that the lad was merely afraid of embarrassment, yet ended up humiliating himself. His words quickly snapped everyone back to reality, prompting a wave of laughter. Reflecting on it, it was indeed amusing, fearing a designation of mediocrity. He had hastily consumed his own creation without awaiting the tester's verdict, quite the foolhardy act that could have led to his own demise. Tang Shui exhaled in relief. This fellow had displayed a degree of cleverness, orchestrating a ruse that successfully spared him from disgrace. In the VIP section, Wang Chong chuckled wryly, addressing Bai Yu Si. That Chu Yun could only bring shame upon himself, but it bears no relation to our academy. He simply neglects his studies and lacks intelligence. Tian Sun joined in the laughter, suggesting they proceed to dinner. Bai Zixuan, unable to conceal her disappointment, had not anticipated that Chu Yun was merely a charlatan, realizing she had completely misjudged him. With over 100 million invested in the assessment, it felt like a waste. Although disheartened, Bai Zixuan could only shake her head in resignation as she followed Tian Sun and the others out of the venue. Just as they were about to exit, a voice blared over the loudspeaker. Contestant 299, Lu Wanner, superlative golden ointment. The announcement echoed suddenly, freezing Bai Zixuan and the medical faculty in astonishment as they turned in disbelief. The audience erupted into a cacophony of shock, the sound resonating throughout the venue. Sun Sheng's smug expression faltered. He believed he had misheard, staring in astonishment at the scoreboard, which clearly read superlative. How could this be? What constituted a superlative? It was akin to a genius scoring a perfect 100 on an exam, not indicative of their overall prowess, but merely a reflection of the exam's limitations. A superlative represented the pinnacle of medicinal quality, while a superlative plus was reserved for those exceptional formulations that far surpassed the standard. The drug tester was left dumbfounded, unable to gauge its worth. The silence in the venue was palpable. All eyes turned towards the corner where the exquisite maiden stood. Lu Wanner remained frozen in place, her head bowed in trepidation. She too had not anticipated that Chu Yun's casual guidance would result in the creation of such an extraordinary pill. This revelation had utterly captivated the attention of both students and teachers alike. It was well known that even the most esteemed pharmacists would struggle to concoct a superlative elixir, with such occurrences being rare highlights in their careers. Yet, this young girl, newly transferred to the medical academy, had managed to produce one during the assessment. Was this the legendary talent in alchemy? Astonishment and commotion ensued. People could hardly believe their eyes. Lu Wanner had ignited the atmosphere within the venue. In an instant, she eclipsed Sun Sheng, becoming the center of countless gazes. Wang Chong and Dean Tian stood frozen, utterly bewildered. At that moment, Bai Zixuan finally broke into an excited smile, exclaiming, "Marvelous! Absolutely splendid. This journey was not in vain. I am grateful to Teacher Wang and Dean Tian for nurturing such talent. We at Baiwa shall claim this girl." Initially prepared to return in disappointment, she was now elated, having stumbled upon a treasure that dispelled all her gloom. Wang Chong and Tian Sun exchanged awkward smiles, particularly Wang Chong, whose face flushed with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that Lu Wanner had only attended a few classes, having no connection to him, leaving him equally incredulous. Bai Zixuan, overwhelmed with joy, was flushed with a delightful hue. She had decided not to dine with Dean Tian that afternoon. With a smile, she announced, "I wish to invite this girl and discuss a contract." She fully understood what it meant for a pharmaceutical company to have a genius capable of crafting superlative elixirs. Bai Zixuan could hardly contain her eagerness to secure this gem. The assessment concluded amidst the astonishment of the crowd, and the results were officially announced. Sun Sheng was pending admission, while Lu Wanner was accepted. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanner remained in a daze, utterly astounded. She had merely followed Chu Yun's instructions, intending to produce a mediocre result, yet inadvertently emerged as the academy's prodigy, receiving formal acceptance from Baiwa. What was she to do now? At the Yunming Hotel, within an opulent private room, the sound of high heels echoed crisply as Bai Zixuan paced anxiously. She had just received word that Lu Wanner had declined to sign with Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. Even with an offer of a 2 million annual salary, she had refused. It was worth noting that a freshly graduated university student would consider themselves fortunate to earn a mere 100,000 annually. Bai Zixuan could not fathom why Lu Wanner would turn down such an offer. She had no choice but to send her assistant to urgently invite her over. The cacophony emanating from the room's television disrupted Bai Zixuan's concentration. In her heart, she harbored a deep resentment for Chu Yun. Had it not been for him, she would not have needed to request over 100 million in assessment materials from her family, nor would she have ventured here, only to discover he was nothing but a charlatan, devoid of any real skill. If she could secure Lu Wanner, it would ease her return. Otherwise, she would surely face scorn from her family. She was already lowly regarded within the Bai family. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Miss Bai, Miss Lu has arrived. Bai Zixuan quickly rose, adjusting her appearance. Lu Wanner timidly entered the room, seemingly apprehensive. Please, take a seat, Bai Zixuan urged, guiding Lu Wanner to the sofa. Student Lu, you astonished me today. Lu Wanner kept her head bowed, nervously fiddling with her fingers. Bai Zixuan continued with a smile. If you are dissatisfied with the salary, we can negotiate. Baiwa Group recognizes your talent and hopes you will not refuse. And no, that's not it. Lu Wanner mustered the courage to lift her gaze. Bai Zixuan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Wanner spoke in a voice so soft it was almost a whisper, stammering, actually. That elixir was not crafted by me. I just transferred to the medical academy, and I don't know how to refine medicine. I merely followed Chu Yun's instructions and followed his steps. I did not anticipate this outcome. Bai Zixuan's body jolted, her entire being trembling as if struck by lightning. What did you say? She exclaimed in disbelief. Lu Wanner was so frightened that her eyes were red, resembling a startled white rabbit. I did not intend to deceive you. I am just as terrified. I truly know nothing, which is why I declined your contract. Please, just let me be. Bai Zixuan sat on the sofa, bewildered and seemingly petrified, devoid of any reaction. In the quiet private room, the only sound was Lu Wanner's muffled sobs, while Bai Zixuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning, enduring a profound blow. At that moment, the television began broadcasting a news report, following citizen reports. A significant pharmaceutical incident has occurred in Baiguan City. The medication Jintayan, produced by Taikong, has caused numerous patients to vomit blood and fall into comas after consumption. Currently, there are 15 reported victims, and the number continues to rise. Our reporters will keep you updated. Bai Zixuan suddenly trembled once more, as if reliving a moment of intense climax. She mechanically turned her head, her large eyes fixated on the television screen, which displayed the related events and interviews with the victims' families. Bai Zixuan stared blankly, her mind flooded with memories of that day at Taikong Pharmaceuticals. Recalling the derision aimed at the so-called madman, who had uttered every word with conviction, along with Old Sun's warning to her, there is a problem with your company's Jintayan. I can help you resolve it, but I require 50 portions of each medicinal ingredient. Remember, the opportunity one, Chu Yun, provide is a singular one. You ought to sign with me. Not the other way around. All the fragmented memories seamlessly fused with the present reality. Suddenly, Bai Zixuan slapped her own delicate face, roaring, I am such a fool. Lu Wanner, frightened, cried even harder, desperately apologizing in her confusion. Bai Zixuan was wholly absorbed in her thoughts. I must retrieve him. I cannot afford to miss this chance again, she vowed within herself. Later that afternoon, at the Taikong Pharmaceuticals building, the conference room was shrouded in a heavy gloom. The atmosphere tense and oppressive. The executives bowed their heads, not daring to utter a sound, while the commotion from various official agencies outside could be distinctly heard. The Drug Administration, the police department, all were present. After a lengthy pause, the noise outside gradually subsided. With a loud bang, the conference room door was forcefully flung open, startling the seated executives. Chairman Tai Lei entered, his complexion ashen. He took his seat at the head of the table, his dark expression sweeping over the assembly. He had just invested considerable effort to manage the official agencies, and fury still coursed through him. Where is Tai Linen? He coldly inquired. A trembling executive replied, last night. Young Master Tai had too much to drink and did not come today? What the hell? Tai Lei seized a pen and hurled it at the executive's face, shouting, get him here immediately. Carry that scoundrel over if you must. The executive hurriedly covered his face and rushed out. Moments later, 2 security guards escorted a dazed Tai Linen into the room. Tai Linen pushed the guards aside, walking towards Tai Lei with sleepy eyes and yawning, Dad, did you call for me? I called for who? Tai Lei delivered a resounding slap, sending Tai Linen tumbling to the floor as he bewilderedly covered his face. Tai Lei crouched down, gripping Tai Linen's face tightly. I ask you, what did you do regarding the drug inspection? There is a problem with Jun Taiyan, and you imbecile, were unaware. Tai Linen stared blankly at the news on the television. He gulped nervously, suddenly recalling something, and in an instant, the alcohol-induced haze vanished. Tai Lei continued to rage, berating the executives. Am I feeding you all for nothing? You worthless lot. From the top down to the pharmacists. Not a single one of you noticed anything. The executives bowed their heads, the room filled with the sound of his scorn. Tai Linen cautiously stood up. Dad. Tai Lei bellowed. Don't call me Dad. Tai Lei, he stammered. Just as Tai Lei raised his hand, Tai Linen quickly dodged, shouting, Someone has discovered something. Tai Lei abruptly froze. Tai Linen recounted the events of that day in full detail. Our pharmaceutical company. Tai Lei's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope. I never imagined there was such a capable individual, with this expert on our side. The pharmaceutical incident can surely be resolved. Tai Linen scratched his head, stammering. I thought he was a madman and sent him away. A sharp slap rang out once more. Tai Lei pointed at his fallen son, roaring, He must be recruited into our company. If you can't bring him back, get out of the Tai family. Tai Linen, covering his face, trembled and nodded. Tai Lei took a deep breath, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the tiny cars below, squinting. The old man is aware of this matter, he said softly, his voice echoing throughout the conference room. Before long, he will return to oversee things once more. The executives looked up in shock, joy illuminating their faces. They could already envision the impending upheaval in Baiguan's pharmaceutical sector. The founder of Taikong Pharmaceuticals was set to return. That night, Sun Sheng hummed a cheerful tune, clutching a videotape as he joyfully returned home. He had long dwelled in the shadows. This was his happiest day. All his nightmares and gloom would be banished from this moment on. Grandpa. Sun Sheng rushed into the house without changing his shoes, hurrying to his grandson, Sun Zitao. Sun Zitao wore a stern expression. What is it? Sun Sheng shook the videotape. Grinning, I have something wonderful to show you. He switched on the television, inserting the tape, revealing the high-definition video of today's assessment. This was a recording he had arranged. The video showcased Chu Yun's perspective during the evaluation, selecting all the medicinal materials, his steady demeanor while concocting, and his theatrical display of consuming his own medicine. Sun Sheng watched, laughing heartily as if it were a comedy. However, he failed to notice that Sun Zitao's expression was growing increasingly grim. Grandpa, I have good news. Sun Sheng proclaimed proudly, I have been accepted by Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. I may very well join them. Slap. The moment he finished speaking, Sun Zitao slapped him across the face. This unexpected blow left Sun Sheng dazed, staring blankly at his grandfather. You think you're so special? Sun Zitao could no longer contain his fury, leaping to his feet and pointing at Sun Sheng, berating him. Just now, Baiwa Pharmaceuticals contacted me. Only if I join will you have a chance to enter, do you understand? Sun Sheng stood frozen. Sun Zitao jabbed his finger at his forehead, shouting, It's only because of my influence that you can get in. Do you comprehend? You disgraceful fool. Sun Sheng staggered back 2 steps, clenching his fists in frustration, gritting his teeth. Even so, I am still superior to Chu Yun. The assessment proves everything. Proves what? Sun Zitao, infuriated, picked up the remote and slammed it against the television. Sparks flew, and the screen shattered into static. Sun Sheng was instantly paralyzed with shock. Sun Zitao glared at him, his voice trembling with rage. Do you realize why Baiwa Pharmaceuticals suddenly came to your university for recruitment? Sun Sheng instinctively shook his head in confusion. This question baffled not only him, but many faculty and students as well. Baiwa Pharmaceuticals never recruited in Jianglong province. Especially not for university students. They looked down upon them. Even when short-staffed, they typically hired experts or scholars, preferably from esteemed institutions. At the very least, they sought master's degree holders. In that moment, with his grandfather's inquiry, Sun Sheng found himself at a loss for words. Sun Zitao spoke each word with gravity, declaring, You are merely a backdrop. They have come from Mr. Chu. Sun Sheng trembled violently, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him petrified. This is impossible. He instinctively shouted, unable to accept this truth, his disbelief overwhelming. Sun Zitao sighed deeply. I must inform you that it was I who recommended Mr. Chu to Baiwa Pharmaceutical. Otherwise, how could such a prominent provincial enterprise deign to associate with a mere academy like yours? It is precisely because this humble establishment boasts the presence of a true dragon. Sun Sheng's body shook uncontrollably. He staggered back a couple of steps, instinctively shaking his head. Yet words failed him. All his nightmares and shadows seemed to resurface in an instant. His mind was flooded with visions of Chu Yun's face. Countless images etched in his consciousness, terrifying and inescapable. Observing his grandson's distress, Sun Zitao felt a pang of sorrow. He did not wish to crush Sun Xing's spirit, rather. He believed it better for him to comprehend the disparity early on than to face a more devastating reality later. Sun Zitao gently reassured him, in truth, you need not harbor psychological scars. You and he are worlds apart, entirely different beings. Focus on living your life well. Was this comfort? It was nothing short of an insult. Sun Sheng's eyes reddened as he spun around and dashed back into the house, slamming the door behind him. Sun Zitao gazed at the closed door, shaking his head with a sigh. Inside the darkened room, Sun Sheng leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The intense nightmares causing his head to throb. The inescapable shadow of Chu Yun filled him with despair. He felt bitter and unwilling to accept it. The very person he had once bullied and trampled upon had now risen above him. That whom he had scorned had become the esteemed Mr. Chu in his grandfather's eyes. Trembling, Sun Sheng picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, brother Sun, came the voice of Wang Chong. Have you contacted the martial artist? Yes, I found him. Good. I want him dead, to vanish completely from this world. A foundational elixir had minimal effect. Chu Yun sought a secluded spot and, after half an hour, had fully absorbed its essence. However, the benefits were evident. With the aid of the elixir, his half-hour of training equated to a week's worth of cultivation. That night, upon returning home, during dinner, Tang Shui excitedly recounted the day's assessment. It was terrifying, absolutely incredible, she exclaimed, her wide eyes sparkling with astonishment. Can you believe it? A student concocted a superlative elixir. A genius girl. Tang Zhangwo, equally astonished, exclaimed, this is undoubtedly a super talent. You must understand. Even the top pharmacists like Jiang Long can rarely produce such superior elixirs. Lu Shuxiang, curious, inquired, how much is it worth? Tang Zhangwo shook his head, marveling. Its value cannot be measured in mere currency. Such a genius is beyond the comprehension of us ordinary folks. It is truly unimaginable. Chu Yun silently consumed his meal. Lu Shuxiang glanced at him. Yun, how was your day? Tang Shui quickly gestured for her mother to refrain from asking. Tang Zhangwo cast a dismissive glance at Chu Yun, chuckling. What could he have done? Not embarrassing himself is already commendable. Tang Shui also avoided mentioning Chu Yun's affairs that day, as it was far too humiliating. She wanted to spare him some dignity. Chu Yun continued to eat in silence, offering no explanations. The Tang family remained enraptured by the miraculous girl and her astonishing superlative elixir. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn, Chu Yun arose early, running 20 kilometers and training extensively. As a cultivator, he understood that one must not only refine the spirit but also strengthen the body, a task far more arduous than the singular focus of martial artists, thus yielding a higher potential. Approaching noon, Chu Yun made his way to the Gu family residence, a grand estate located in the western suburbs of Baiguan. Upon stating his purpose, the steward announced him and led him into the courtyard. The Gu family estate was extravagant, its vastness impossible to gauge at a glance. The courtyard featured artificial mountains and lakes, with birds chirping merrily among the dense treetops, creating an illusion of a forest. After a lengthy walk, the steward paused beside a pavilion, noting Chu Yun's gaze fixed on a verdant jade mountain. This is what Mr. Gu intends to trade today, he explained, known as Pine Forest Stone Mountain, rich in jade components. With a dismissive glance at Chu Yun, he added, you seem awestruck. It's clear you haven't encountered such wonders before. The jade mountain captivated Chu Yun, for within it lay a massive spirit jade, sufficient to serve as the focal point for a spiritual formation, enabling him to construct a vast array of spiritual energy. There would even be surplus material to forge several low-level magical artifacts. Please, continue leading the way, Chu Yun replied calmly. Though he lamented not having engaged in the darker deeds of the cultivation world, the steward guided him into a room before departing. Inside, fragrant incense wafted from an incense burner. The walls were lined with sandalwood shelves, each compartment housing artifacts and antiquities. Chu Yun perused the collection, his 3 centuries in the cultivation realm granting him considerable insight into antiques. Each item was an authentic relic from antiquity, and he could discern their historical periods with a mere glance. The value of the treasures in this room alone likely amounted to hundreds of millions. Do not break anything. You, a penniless wretch, cannot afford to pay for damages, a cold voice interrupted. Turning, Chu Yun faced Gu Huaibao, who approached with an impatient demeanor. He had not anticipated that the day he had been polite at Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall would lead this youth to seek his own demise. Displaying a shocking lack of awareness, Gu Huaibao frowned. "You were Chu. What was it again?" "Chu Yun," he replied flatly. Gu Huaibao scrutinized him. "Very well. Since you've come, let it be as it is. But heed my warning. Do not cause me trouble. I have invited a skilled expert. You must follow his orders." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Is my assistance not required?" Gu Huaibao chuckled lightly. "Not exactly, if you can help me resolve matters. The conditions I promised will not be diminished." Though he spoke amiably, Gu Huaibao inwardly scoffed. Had it not been for his respect for Xiaofengyan, he would have expelled this inexperienced youth long ago. As a mere ordinary person, he could not afford to offend a martial artist of Xiaofengyan's caliber. Gu Huaibao led Chu Yun to the pavilion, where a serene lake teemed with countless koi fish swimming gracefully. Just then, the steward hurried over. "Mr. Gu, the guests have arrived. They are at the entrance," he whispered. Gu Huaibao sprang to his feet, his face lighting up with a smile. "Quick, let us greet them personally," he exclaimed, disregarding Chu Yun as he followed the steward in haste. Chu Yun paid no mind, sitting on the pavilion railing, leaning against a redwood pillar, admiring the fish in the lake. This sight reminded him of the similar lake at his home in Yinjing, only much larger, where he had raised the fish since childhood. Gazing at the koi, he felt a wave of nostalgia. He pondered the fates of old friends and foes from Yinjing. The tranquility of the courtyard was abruptly shattered by the sounds of cheerful greetings echoing from the corridor. "Mr. Chong, your visit amidst your busy schedule brings me great reassurance. I, Chong Yunyu, vow to honor my word to Mr. Gu. Mr. Chong, your efforts are truly appreciated. Thank you." Chong Yunyue and Gu Huaibao walked one after the other, followed closely by Su Li, as the trio approached the pavilion. Upon hearing the commotion, Chu Yun turned his head, and instantly, the smile on Chong Yunyue's face vanished, while Su Li froze in his tracks, his body twitching slightly. Gu Huaibao stood in confusion, unsure of the situation. "Ah, how small is Big Wan?" Chong Yunyue sneered as he sat on a stone bench, thinking to himself that he had been pondering how to deal with this fellow, and now he had presented himself at his doorstep. Su Li stood excitedly behind Chong Yunyue, relishing the ease of the situation, envisioning that both Chu Yun and this matter could be resolved today. Chu Yun cast a nonchalant glance at the two before turning his attention back to the fish in the lake, completely ignoring them. As a shrewd businessman, Gu Huaibao immediately sensed the tension. He quickly smiled and interjected, "Everyone, come here. It's all for my benefit. Mr. Chong, what do you think about this personal favor?" Chong Yunyue's expression turned icy. "Rest assured, Gu boss, I won't handle it here." Gu Huaibao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he looked down upon this Chu Yun and even wished to have him removed, he knew that, being recommended by Tianyuan, neither Tianyuan nor Yunmin would be worth offending for a mere businessman like himself. He hastily waved at Chu Yun. "Young man, come sit." Chu Yun jumped down from the railing, just about to take a seat on the stone bench. Thud! Chong Yunyue kicked the stone bench, sending it sliding several meters and leaving a long mark on the ground. Chu Yun immediately stood still, narrowing his eyes. Chong Yunyue spoke indifferently, "Gu boss, how could a nameless nobody from Baiguan share a table with me? If you arrange it this way, you're looking down on me, Chong. I shall take my leave first. Remember, I, Chong Yunyue, do not dine with the likes of rodents." Hearing this, Gu Huaibao was taken aback. Mr. Chong was a master he had paid handsomely to invite. If he left, he would have no sense of security at all. The success of today's transaction depended entirely on Chong Yunyue's presence. Feeling embarrassed, Gu Huaibao approached Chu Yun awkwardly, rubbing his hands. Young man, why not feed the fish or something? This stone table is small. There may not be a spot for you." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "You don't need me?" Gu Huaibao laughed in irritation. "With Mr. Chong here, what need is there for you? As for the benefits, you shall not be shortchanged." Chu Yun chuckled nonchalantly. He returned to lean against the railing of the pavilion, leisurely feeding the fish. Since he was not required to take action and could still gain benefits, he was more than content to relax. Chong Yunyue and Su Li exchanged satisfied glances, feeling they had finally regained their lost dignity after the humiliation at Taoran Hotel a few days prior. Relishing the sight of this young man in distress. "Why did Gu boss seek out this young man?" Chong Yunyue inquired with a sly smile. "Are you worried about me?" Gu Huaibao forced a smile and waved his hand. "Mr. Chong, not at all. It's precisely because I am worried about this young man that I sought you out." Upon hearing this, Chong Yunyue's smile widened. Su Li loudly repeated Gu Huaibao's words as if afraid Chu Yun hadn't heard. After a brief moment of mockery, Chang Yunyue ceased to pay any attention to Chu Yun. In his eyes, this young man was hardly worthy of acknowledgement. Now that he had lost the backing of the Li family, he was nothing more than a triviality. Who would bother with a triviality? The three resumed their discussion about the day's transaction. Han Yu seems to indeed be a martial artist, Chang Yunyue remarked casually. However, Gu boss, you need not worry. In Baiguan's martial arts realm, I still hold some influence. With me here, Han Yu would not dare to cause you any trouble. Gu Huaibao was overjoyed. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Chang Yunyue leisurely sipped his tea, seemingly unwilling to engage further with Gu Huaibao. Gu Huaibao, eager to please, poured him more tea. But Chang Yunyue had already closed his eyes to rest. Time passed, and a gentle breeze rustled through. Chang Yunyue's ears twitched slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes, whispering, "They've arrived." Just as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Gu Huaibao nervously swallowed and straightened his back. From the corridor emerged a man in a suit, a scar running across his eyes, his tall and powerful frame reminiscent of a suited thug. He walked with an air of authority. The man did not enter the pavilion, but instead stood before the Jade Mountain, surveying it with evident delight. Gu Huaibao, steeling himself, stood up with a beaming smile. Approaching, "Mr. Han, welcome to my humble abode." Yet Han Yu didn't even glance at him. He merely continued to admire the Jade Mountain for a while before finally stepping into the pavilion. Gu Huaibao could only awkwardly follow behind him. Han Yu glanced at Chang Yunyue and Su Li, completely disregarding Chu Yun by the railing. He smiled. "Gu boss, am I being treated as an outsider?" Gu Huaibao, grinning broadly, replied, "Not at all. It's just that Mr. Chang happens to be here as well. Please, have a seat." Han Yu took a seat, pouring himself tea, and leisurely stated, "I prefer to be straightforward. As per our previous agreement, 500,000 for this Jade Mountain." Gu Huaibao's expression changed dramatically, awkwardly forcing a smile. I previously informed you that it's 5 million. Han Yu glanced at Gu Huaibao. "You must be mistaken." Gu Huaibao stuttered. I didn't tea." Crack. Before he could finish, Han Yu crushed the teacup in his hand, the shards cascading like dust from his fist. Chang Yunyue's expression shifted immediately. From the moment Han Yu had entered the corridor, Chang Yunyue's countenance had been somewhat off. The way he walked with purpose, the palpable strength, and the shattered teacup indicated that he was clearly not the ordinary martial artist the outside world spoke of. Or perhaps, as rumored, Han Yu had indeed taken a formidable master as his teacher and, in a matter of months, had ascended to the ranks of Baiguan's top martial artists. Facing Gu Huaibao's pleading gaze, Chang Yunyue found himself compelled to act. As the esteemed leader of Yunmen and Baiguan, having navigated the martial arts landscape for many years, he possessed his own dignity and could not be intimidated by Han Yu's petty tricks. Chang Yunyue smiled and cupped his hands. "Brother Han, you should recognize me. Chang from Yunmen. Years ago, when I first entered Baiguan, I fought against 3 martial artists at your dock and emerged unscathed. It was from that point that I established Yunmen, gaining a modest reputation in Baiguan martial arts." Reflecting on this, it had been 15 years since they last met. Gu Huaibao mentally applauded Chang Yunyue. This was a skillfully delivered speech. It not only showcased his credentials, but also subtly conveyed his strength while fostering a connection with Han Yu. Han Yu clapped his hands, grinning. "Of course, I remember. Back then, Mr. Chang's remarkable presence inspired me. It was after that encounter that I developed an interest in martial arts. In a way, you could say that Mr. Chang is my guiding light." Hearing this, Chang Yunyue felt a surge of joy. If that were the case, wouldn't he regain his lost face? He feigned calmness and smiled. "In that case, Brother Han, I would appreciate it if you could spare me some face and not make things difficult for Gu boss." Han Yu picked up another teacup, toying with it. Without glancing at Chang Yunyue, he focused on the cup in his hand, casually stating, "But how would Mr. Chang know that I am not as I once was?" Chang Yunyue was taken aback, his expression changing dramatically. "What do you mean by that?" Han Yu set the teacup down and finally looked at him, smiling. "What I mean is, you have no face with me." The entire courtyard fell into an oppressive silence. Gu Huaibao, trembling, swallowed hard, and instinctively took a step back. Chang Yunyue's face turned a shade of green with rage, and he immediately signaled Su Li. He sought to ascertain the extent of Han Yu's prowess, to discern the source of his confidence. In a trice, Su Li launched a fierce punch toward Han Yu's face. "Get out of my way," Han Yu roared. With a swiftness that left afterimages, he delivered a resounding slap to Su Li's face. Su Li cried out in agony, his body spinning in midair before crashing to the ground, teeth and blood intermingling. Su Li, disheveled, rose from the ground, clutching his swollen cheek, and was about to resume his attack when Chang Yunyue intervened. It seems I must take action myself, Chang Yunyue said with a narrowed gaze and a cold smirk. As he rose to his feet, Han Yu erupted in unrestrained laughter, arrogant and unmatched. Elder Chang, I ask you, what will you use to contend with me after this strike? Simultaneously with his words, Han Yu exploded into action, a palm descending with thunderous force, carrying a potent gust of wind and forming a terrifying afterimage. Boom! A muffled, resounding crash echoed as the palm struck the stone table with full force. The pavilion shuddered violently, and the weeping willows outside swayed wildly. Upon impact, the stone table shattered, disintegrating into fragments scattered across the ground. Chang Yunyue's countenance underwent a drastic change, replaced by an expression of utter terror. His composure shattered. Using the palm to channel force, spreading internal energy, shattering stone upon impact. This is an inner strength martial artist. This Han Yu has truly entered the ranks of the top martial artists in Baiguan. This single strike shattered Chang Yunyue's confidence. His legs weakened, and he involuntarily knelt before Han Yu. Han Yu gazed down at him with disdain, no longer regarding his former mentor with respect. When Chang Yunyue regained his senses, he realized his lapse in decorum. His face flushed with shame as he scrambled to his feet, standing shakily before Han Yu. Han Yu resumed his seat with a smile, saying, I propose that this Jade Mountain is worth only 5 million. What is Elder Chang's opinion? Chang Yunyue swallowed nervously, then turned to Gu Huaiyan, who was dumbfounded. In fact, Mr. Han's offer of 5 million is already generous. You should be content. Contentment brings happiness. Accept this price and give it to Mr. Han. Gu Huaiyan's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated Chang Yunyue's swift change of allegiance. He had no choice but to suppress his resentment, acknowledging his misfortune. Without Chang Yunyue as his backing, he had no leverage and could only nod in reluctant agreement. Han Yu laughed heartily. Excellent. Then I shall trouble Boss Gu to deliver this Jade Mountain to my peer. Gu Huaiyan's face was pallid, filled with anguish. This Jade Mountain could easily fetch tens of millions. Yet, he was only receiving 5 million, and after accounting for Chang Yunyue's share, he would even incur a loss. Gu Huaiyan's heart bled. Han Yu cupped his hands in a gesture of farewell. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, Mr. Han, hold on. Chang Yunyue called out. Han Yu turned back. Is there anything else? Chang Yunyue cast a cold glance at Chu Yun, who was seated on the railing. Today, I have a personal matter to settle. Han Yu squinted, finally noticing the young man on the railing. The martial arts world also has its own circles. The Baiguan martial arts scene is a small circle. Today, Han Yu had humiliated Chang Yunyue, causing him to lose face. Chang Yunyue naturally sought to recover his standing elsewhere. Otherwise, how could he maintain his position in the Baiguan martial arts community? Therefore, he stopped Han Yu, wanting him to witness this moment. Han Yu understood, feeling a tinge of sympathy for the young man, who had unfortunately become a scapegoat. Gu Huaibao sighed in despair. He had lost control of the situation. Su Li, seeing his master about to discipline Chu Yun, perked up and eagerly awaited the spectacle. Chang Yunyue coldly addressed Chu Yun, boy, come over here and kneel down to apologize. Then I shall spare you for what happened that day. Chu Yun remained facing away from the crowd, calmly gazing at the lake, scattering fish food. Did you hear me? Chang Yunyue stepped forward, shouting again. Chu Yun remained unresponsive, as if the world's clamor had nothing to do with him. Chang Yunyue clenched his fists in anger. Han Yu was one thing, but this kid dared to ignore him. He, the esteemed owner of Yunmen in Baiguan, a figure of some repute in the Baiguan martial arts community, was now being insulted twice by a mere ant. Then, I shall crush this ant. Ignorant fool, courting death. Chang Yunyue raised his fist, striking fiercely at Chu Yun. Gu Huaibao covered his eyes in fright. Han Yu shook his head with disdain. Chang Yunyue was now reduced to bullying a child to regain his lost face. Chang Yunyue's speed was remarkable, his fist carrying a chilling wind. His figure arriving before Chu Yun in an instant. His fist hurtled toward the back of Chu Yun's head. In that instant, as the fist was about to strike, Chu Yun glanced indifferently, reaching out to seize Chang Yunyue's thinning hair, lifting him entirely. Chang Yunyue screamed in agony, struggling like a chicken being lifted. Chu Yun did not pause, swinging him forcefully. Chang Yunyue tracing a semicircle in the air before splashing heavily into the lake. The lake's surface rippled. The weeping willows along the bank swayed in the breeze, rustling softly. The pavilion and its surroundings fell into utter silence. Gu Huaibao opened his eyes in astonishment, stunned in disbelief. Only now did he understand that Xia Fingyan had not been deceiving him, but had recommended a true expert. He had been foolish to dismiss this expert, placing his trust instead in the fickle Chu Yun. Han Yu staggered back, his expression frozen, swallowing hard. The uninitiated watched the spectacle, while the initiated observed the details. This young man's actions were decisive and clean. Although his grip seemed effortless, his speed was remarkable, like Tai Chi, casually tossing Chu Yun into the lake. His movements were as natural as breathing, as effortless as eating or drinking. A hint of apprehension arose in Han Yu's heart. Could it be that he, too, was an inner-strength martial artist? Su Li, who had been about to rush forward, froze in place, afraid to move. The three of them stared in shock at Chu Yun's back. He remained facing away, silently seated on the railing, leaning lazily against the post, scattering fish food. In the lake, Chu Yun continued to thrash and struggle. The fish food fell into his mouth as he cried for help, and into the water around him. Carp swarmed around him, vying for the fish food, turning the tranquil lake into a lively scene, with splashes erupting everywhere. Do not disturb the fish in my pond. Chu Yun's clear voice echoed through the pavilion. Su Li stood there stiffly, uncomprehending. Chu Yun glanced at him. Did you not understand? Get him out of the water. Su Li stammered for a few seconds before nodding hastily. He quickly pulled Chu Yun back to the pavilion. Only then did they realize that Chu Yun's legs were impaired, bleeding and trembling. The fall into the lake had injured his legs. No wonder he was struggling so desperately in the shallow water. How powerful must the force have been? Chu Yun lowered his head, trembling, like a drowned rat, utterly defeated. If one could see his eyes beneath his lowered head, they would reveal a deep terror. For only he could truly comprehend the terror and dread of Chu Yun's instantaneous outburst. A martial artist? An inner-strength martial artist? Or something even stronger? Chu Yun's thoughts were in turmoil, and he dared not speculate further. A gentle breeze brushed the willow bank, the branches stroking Chu Yun's serene face. The fish in the pond were no longer noisy, and no one dared to disturb the young man feeding the fish. Han Yu retreated quietly, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Gu Huaibao suddenly fell to his knees, his hysterical cries shattering the tranquility. I implore you, Mr. Chu, to seek justice on my behalf. Han Yu's expression changed, and he retreated even faster. Mr. Chu, I am willing to offer you 10 million. I beg you. Gu Huaibao fervently bowed his head, tears streaming down his face, his emotions in turmoil. He understood well that if Han Yu were to leave now, he would never be able to recover his losses. The only one who could save him was that young boy by the lake. Han Yu cursed inwardly, quickening his pace to leave. Grant me half of Yushan, and I shall kill him for you, Jian said softly, his back turned to the crowd as he gazed at the fish in the lake. His cool voice echoed in the courtyard, seemingly indifferent to the situation unfolding. As Han Yu was about to depart, Gu Huaibao gritted his teeth. Fine. Chu Yun finally turned around, brushing the remnants of fish feed from his palms. He looked at Han Yu's swiftly departing figure and said calmly, I can offer you a chance at life. Abandon this Yushan and vow never to trouble Boss Gu again, and I shall spare your life. Han Yu halted abruptly, his scarred eyelids twitching as he broke into a cold laugh. You have quite the audacity. Do you think you can speak such words to me after tossing someone into the lake? Do you even know my strength? Chu Yun slowly stood up, his figure towering above Han Yu as he gazed down at him. You are merely an internal energy practitioner. Why should I fear killing you? Han Yu's expression changed drastically. He realized that Chu Yun could discern his strength yet remained unafraid. Could it be that this boy was stronger than him? Impossible. He was too young. Han Yu took a giant step forward, his murderous intent erupting. Do you think I was raised to be frightened? Come on. Chu Yun smiled indifferently. With a swift motion, he grasped a willow branch, flicking it gently, causing the leaves to fall. He raised the branch, which began to emanate a faint white light. Trembling violently as wind swirled around him, his garments dancing in the air. In an instant, Chu Yun slashed downwards. This sword I offer you. With this sword, I shall sever all who stand in my way. A wave of sword energy surged forth from the willow branch. The white light shot across, splitting the stone floor of the pavilion, creating a fissure that extended several meters, reaching perilously close to Han Yu's feet, merely a few millimeters away. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene. The onlookers stared in astonishment, as if beholding a deity, gazing at the young man on the railing with awe. Was he a mortal or a god? As the sword energy descended, Han Yu's legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground, kneeling before Chu Yun several meters away. His breath came in rapid gasps, sweat trickling down his face, fear etched across his features. "This is external release of internal energy," Chu Yun exclaimed in a trembling voice, recognizing it as the pinnacle of internal energy practitioners. Martial artists are the foundational threshold of the martial way, yet they are categorized into levels. The most common practitioners are external energy warriors, possessing brute strength but lacking finesse. Next are internal energy warriors, capable of wielding internal power to inflict harm with skillful technique. The apex of internal energy warriors is the external release of internal energy. Chu Yun was thoroughly shaken by the sword energy. In that moment, he realized how fortunate he was that in Chu Yun's eyes, he was merely an inconsequential character, and his provocation resulted only in being tossed into the lake. Had Chu Yun used this external release of internal energy against him, he would surely be dead. Chu Yun looked gratefully at Chu Yun, his silhouette on the railing appearing so unattainable. Grateful for this mercy. Su Li's expression was stiff, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In hindsight, he reflected on his past provocations against Chu Yun, his hatred, and his thoughts of wanting to kill him. How foolish it all seemed now, as if he were a clown trying to display his skills before a master. The two men, facing Chu Yun, ultimately bowed their proud heads. At this moment, Han Yu trembled, unable to utter a word. The sword energy that had struck sent shivers down his spine, leaving him quaking in fear. "I was blind, unaware of the presence of a master. I am willing to relinquish you, Shan. Please spare my life. Spare me," he cried, repeatedly knocking his head to the ground, the sound echoing. The apex of internal energy practitioners, external release of internal energy, was beyond his capacity to contend with. He could only plead for mercy. Chu Yun gazed down at him indifferently, as if surveying an insect. "Now you know to beg for mercy?" Han Yu raised his head, trembling, blood oozing from his forehead. I understand. But it was too late." Chu Yun sighed. Han Yu's face changed dramatically. He suddenly sprang to his feet and fled in a frenzy, as if racing against death, almost escaping the courtyard. Yet, Chu Yun remained seated on the railing, smiling leisurely, seemingly unperturbed. "Bring me a stone." Chu Yun hurriedly picked up a stone from the ground, trembling as he presented it to Chu Yun. Chu Yun took the stone, weighing it lightly. Suddenly, with a swift flick of his wrist, he sent the stone skipping across the surface of the lake, creating ripples. As it neared the corridor, the stone leaped into the air, striking Han Yu squarely on the forehead. "Ah!" A cry of agony erupted as Han Yu's forehead burst forth with blood, crashing hard onto the ground, writhing in pain. Chu Yun leaned against the pillar, admiring the joyful fish in the lake, the scene serene and beautiful, as if nothing had transpired. Chu Yun and Su Li lowered their heads in terror, not daring to meet Chu Yun's gaze. His calm demeanor, capable of taking a life with a mere gesture, contrasted sharply with the tranquility he exuded, leaving all present in awe. "Bring him here," Chu Yun spoke softly. Du Huaibao excitedly ran over, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks to Han Yu before dragging him to Chu Yun. "You can't kill me. My master is a renowned martial artist, Jiang Long. If you dare to kill me, he will seek revenge and take your life." Han Yu shrieked in terror, his face a bloody mess, fear consuming him entirely. Chu Yun looked at the lake's surface and remarked calmly, "You tell him." Han Yu froze, believing he had misheard. "Tell him what? That I killed you?" Chu Yun and the others were stunned, shocked by such arrogance and audacity. Han Yu shakily pulled out his phone, his trembling hands unable to send the message. At that moment, he completely broke down. When faced with the indifferent presence of this reaper, all his threats and schemes seemed trivial. With his last ounce of strength, he lunged at Chu Yun in madness. Chu Yun furrowed his brow, seemingly casually swatting Han Yu into the lake. Han Yu struggled momentarily before gradually sinking beneath the surface, the lake quickly returning to its tranquil state. "Continue sending," Chu Yun instructed, glancing at Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded in terror, his hands shaking as he picked up the phone. He typed with trembling fingers. Chu Yun gazed at the calm lake and softly stated, "Tell him, my name is Chu Xiantian." Chu Yun could hardly recall how he sent that message or how he left the Gu estate. As he and Su Li exited the gates, they both exhaled heavily, as if a colossal burden had been lifted from their backs. Their minds were filled with the image of that serene figure. How could such a person emerge from Baiguan? Su Li marveled, his voice trembling. Chu Yun's eyes brimmed with reverence and longing. This was the true demeanor of a powerful individual. A true man ought to be like this. The scene of the day is one that will be etched in the memories of the two individuals for a lifetime. Sending a message to Master Han Yu was not an act of brazen provocation. Rather, Chu Yun harbored concerns about potential future vendettas that might befall those close to him. It seemed more honorable to inform them outright. As for the title of Chu Xiantian, it was the moniker Chu Yun had earned in the realm of cultivation. Revered by countless practitioners as the Xiantian Immortal, thus serving as a name of his own. In the Gu family's courtyard, everything had been meticulously cleaned. Gu Huaibao felt an overwhelming sense of reverence towards Chu Yun, accompanying him cautiously as they approached the Jade Mountain. Gently caressing the mountain, Chu Yun revealed a rare smile. This, Mr. Chu, it is impossible to split this Jade Mountain in half. Gu Huaibao suggested tentatively, how about I offer you 25 million as a reward? What do you think? As a businessman, Gu Huaibao had his own calculations. The quality of this Jade Mountain was exceptional if it were to be divided. His share would undoubtedly diminish in value, given the damage to its integrity. Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. The vast essence contained within a single piece of spirit jade was incomparable to mere currency. This can be easily arranged. Chu Yun asserted as he positioned himself and delivered a powerful punch to the Jade Mountain. A dull crack echoed as the mountain split open, resembling an apple being halved. And the two pieces collapsed onto the ground. Isn't this much better? Chu Yun smiled lightly. Gu Huaibao's smile was more mournful than that of a weeping person, exclaiming, Mr. Chu, you truly possess divine strength. Chu Yun stated, I will leave this half of the Jade Mountain with you for now, and when I require it, I shall have it returned. The confines of the Tang family residence were too small for him to activate the spiritual array. He needed to purchase a house first. Gu Huaibao agreed. Then I shall take my leave, Chu Yun remarked. As he observed Chu Yun's departing figure, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Gu Huaibao's eyes. He reminisced about his early days of fortune, having invested in an overlooked potential stock and reaping substantial rewards. More importantly, this was an undeniably powerful asset. In Jianglong Province, Yunju City, the summer sun blazed down upon the outskirts, where densewood swayed in the gentle breeze. The sound of punches rang through the air as an elderly man dressed in martial attire maneuvered deftly among the trees. With a powerful strike, he struck a tree, causing its trunk to tremble violently, and the green leaves cascaded down like autumn rain, creating a verdant curtain. After a series of punches, the elderly man swiftly changed his position. Another punch landed on a different tree, causing the trunk to sway and more leaves to fall. In just over 10 minutes, the forest floor was carpeted with a lush green covering, as countless trees stood bare, akin to bashful maidens stripped of their garments. The old man's punches intensified, each strike accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, and the rain of green leaves grew heavier. Unbeknownst to him, a young man stood at a distance. Motionless like a tree, seemingly hesitant to disturb the elder. He maintained a respectful distance, fearful that the residual force from the elder's strikes might affect him. Finally, the old man halted, sweat trickling down his aged cheeks. What is it? He asked coldly, remaining in place. The young man bowed respectfully. Mr. Ji, Han Yu has died. Ji Jinghong paused momentarily, his indifferent gaze sharpening immediately. The one who killed him was Northgate's Chu Xiantian, the young man continued. Chu Xiantian. Ji Jinghong narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. It appears that my absence from Northgate has rendered me forgotten. I no longer recognize the newcomers. He sighed softly, approaching the young man, who promptly offered him a towel. As he wiped away the sweat, the two figures, one old and one young, cast elongated shadows as they exited the forest. In a few days, I shall travel to Northgate, and along the way, I will take care of some matters. Yes. The elder carelessly tossed the towel behind him, where it landed on the green carpet. With a resounding crash, countless ancient trees in the forest collapsed like crumbling towers, shaking the ground and sending a flurry of green leaves into the air. The figures of the elder and the young man had vanished without a trace. Back indoors, Chu Yun was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The thin atmosphere of spiritual energy made his cultivation exceedingly arduous, despite his diligent efforts over the past few days. The results were meager. He needed to purchase a house and set up a grand array without delay to navigate the era of diminished spiritual energy. The most effective approach to cultivation involved establishing a spiritual array supplemented by medicinal pills. Although he could not procure the necessary herbs at present, he could set up the array's focal point. After leaving the Tang residence, Chu Yun first called Li Xiong, who was well acquainted with Northgate after years of experience and knew the prime locations for purchasing property. Following their consultation, Chu Yun proceeded to the Hanlon sales office. At that moment, in the Li household, whose call is that? Li Qingjun asked, glancing disapprovingly at Li Xiong over the dining table. Among his two sons, he held the deepest dissatisfaction with Li Xiong, as his elder son, Li Minnan, had upheld the legacy of their military family. While Li Xiong's pursuits seemed at odds with their heritage, often leaving Li Qingjun to clean up after him, Li Xiong nonchalantly chewed on a rib, replying, "It's Mr. Chu, inquiring about buying a house." Li Qingjun's frown deepened, and he slammed his chopsticks against Li Xiong's face. "Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. This opportunity is too precious to waste." Li Xiong covered his face, bewildered. Li Qingjun was seething with anger, exasperated by his son's negligence. "We have never had the chance to curry favor with Mr. Chu, and now that he has a need, you sit here munching on ribs." At present, Mr. Chu was still relatively unknown in Northgate. If one day he soars like the Great Rock, do you think he will still lack for a house? Li Xiong suddenly jolted as if waking from a dream. "I'll go there right now." He hastily stood up, quickly exiting while still shoving a piece of rib into his mouth. Witnessing this, Li Qingjun could only shake his head in resignation. Before heading to the sales office, Chu Yun also called Gu Huaibao, instructing him to deliver the Jade Mountain directly. Today, he was determined to resolve the housing issue without wasting time on trivial matters. Upon arriving at the Hanlon sales office, he found it to be the largest real estate company in Northgate. The Tang family villa was located in the Hanlon B district, and the properties of Hanlon were commonly regarded by Northgate citizens as the gathering place for the affluent. As Chu Yun entered the opulent sales office, he was greeted by an expansive scale model showcasing the entirety of the Hanlon properties. He circled the model, scrutinizing it earnestly. A group of salespeople sat chatting in twos and threes, enjoying their lunchboxes during the midday break. When Chu Yun entered, they merely glanced up, showing no inclination to rise. "Are there no sales representatives available?" Chu Yun inquired. Merely examining the model would not suffice. He needed someone to provide an introduction. At that moment, a heavily made-up woman raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings you here?" "To purchase a house," he replied. "And you?" The woman, Song Guilian, looked him up and down, her amusement evident. After years of experience at the Hanlon sales office, she could easily discern who could afford the properties and who could not. This young man, arriving in a taxi and dressed in ordinary attire, resembled a student. Given the exorbitant prices of Hanlon properties, he was clearly not in a position to purchase. She suspected he was merely a penniless youth hoping to score a free meal. In the Hanlon sales office, much like most automobile 4S stores, meals and beverages are generously offered to customers during lunchtime, free of charge, regardless of whether they make a purchase. This fellow, arriving at mealtime under the pretense of purchasing a property, is undoubtedly there to take advantage of the free food and drink. Such impoverished miscreants are all too familiar to Song Guilian. There must be several each week. However, being in sales, she chose not to confront him directly. "Xiao Lu, we have someone here for a free meal. For buying a house. Please attend to him." Song Jia's clever turn of phrase elicited laughter from the other salespeople. They all cast disdainful glances at Chu Yun. Suddenly, a slender figure emerged from the corner. Dressed in professional attire, a crisp white blouse that accentuated her graceful collarbones, complemented by a form-fitting black skirt that showcased her shapely legs, making her utterly captivating. Upon seeing Chu Yun, the girl froze in her tracks, her egg-shaped face lighting up with surprise and delight. "You," she exclaimed, beaming with joy. Chu Yun offered a subtle smile, taken aback to find Lu Warner working part-time in this place. She excitedly rushed to his side, looking up at him with a playful shyness that drew envious and resentful glances from the male sales staff, many of whom had taken a liking to the newcomer. Yet, Lu Wano had ignored them all since her arrival. But now, with Chu Yun present, she transformed into a love-struck girl, seemingly a different person altogether. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Lu Warner asked with a smile. Chu Yun nodded in response. "Then let us eat." She turned to Song Guilian and asked, "Song Jia, may I have an extra meal?" Without lifting her head, Song Guilian replied dismissively, "No." Her words ignited laughter among the sales staff in the hall. Lu Warner stood there, feeling awkward and bewildered. Song Jia," she said hesitantly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Aren't meals provided for those who come to buy houses?" Song Guilian put down her chopsticks. Her eyes filled with contempt. "Yes, we provide meals for buyers, but we fear those who come merely to mooch. Some people think we're here to support the impoverished." "Lu Warner, your family is poor. Could this be a relative of yours?" Should I provide meals for your whole family of paupers? Her sarcastic remarks drew uproarious laughter from the crowd, especially from those female salespeople who had previously resented Lu Wanner's beauty. Lu Wanner stood frozen, her head bowed, nervously fiddling with her clothes, feeling increasingly humiliated. Since she began working here, her attractiveness had made her a target for exclusion, and such mockery deepened her feelings of inadequacy. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but she held them back. Chu Yun, can you share a meal with me? Lu Wanner asked, her head lowered. Her voice barely audible, fearful that he might reject her as well. Sure, he replied calmly, taking her delicate hand and leading her to the corner seat she had occupied earlier. Throughout the encounter, Chu Yun paid no heed to Song Guolian or the others, finding them utterly unremarkable. The sales staff watched the pair with amusement, likening them to two pitiful monkeys sharing a meal in the corner. Lu Wanner pushed all the meat onto Chu Yun's side, while she delicately nibbled on her vegetables. They sat together, resembling a couple sharing a single lunchbox. You were incredible that day, Lu Wanner said, wiping away a tear. When you left, I was so scared. The medicine you taught me was extraordinary. They wanted to sign me on the spot. What do you mean by extraordinary? Chu Yun asked. In the medical field, it seems to be the highest praise. Beyond exceptional. Lu Wanner's eyes sparkled with admiration for Chu Yun. Realizing he was looking at her, she quickly lowered her gaze. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, I don't know. It was just casual. He had merely taught her a basic pill recipe from the cultivation world, indifferent to any evaluation it might receive. How did you end up working here part-time? Chu Yun inquired. Lu Wanner pouted adorably and shrugged. I had no choice. My father fell seriously ill, and our family is in debt. I'm just working part-time in my spare time. Chu Yun nodded in understanding. Lu Wanner, with a determined shake of her fist, said, Don't underestimate me. I earn $200 a month at my young age. Chu Yun smiled, impressive, just like you. After finishing their meal, Chu Yun stood up. Could you introduce me to the properties? Lu Wanner, taken aback, asked, Are you really looking to buy a house? Why else would I be here? Chu Yun replied. Lu Wanner's face flushed. Sometimes, a girl's sensitive thoughts can lead her to overthink, and she wondered if he had come up with an excuse just to see her. Most importantly, she found it hard to believe a college student could afford a house, especially considering the high prices in the Hamlin real estate market. Nevertheless, she maintained a responsible attitude as she began to explain the properties to him. The Hamlin real estate is divided into 3 areas, A, B, and C. Area C consists of standard residential buildings. Area B comprises villas, and Area A is a luxury villa district. I'll mainly introduce you to the properties in Area C. I don't need a residential building, Chu Yun stated. It's not suitable. His choice was naturally for a place of cultivation. Residential buildings are noisy, making it impossible to activate the spiritual energy formation, which would disturb those above and below. He required a tranquil and spacious environment. Lu Wanner paused slightly. Then it must be a villa. At that moment, in the middle of the day, Chu Yun was the only one in the sales office looking at properties. Song Guolian and the other salespeople sat back, eagerly anticipating his next words, bursting into laughter when they heard him say he wanted to buy a villa. What do you think he'll say next? Song Guolian asked the group with a wink. They all shook their heads, unable to guess. Song Guolian teased. He'll probably say he doesn't like villas or can't afford one, then leave in embarrassment, huh? The salespeople laughed along, fully aware that this was a common tactic of those who came in for free meals, asking a few questions before fabricating a reason to leave after enjoying their meal. They were all too familiar with such impoverished individuals and thus found it perfectly reasonable to refuse service to them. I want a villa, Chu Yun said calmly. Lu Wanner looked astonished. She had never heard that Chu Yun was from a wealthy family, and some classmates had mentioned he was living with others. How could he afford a villa? He was just a college student. Though Lu Wanner found it hard to believe, she continued her explanation. She merely viewed it as an opportunity to enhance her sales skills. She detailed the properties in Area B, speaking until her throat felt dry. Chu Yun, what's the lowest price? In Area B, the price for villas starts at no less than $7 million. They are all 3-story standalone villas, Lu Wanner explained. Chu Yun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such high prices, and he only had $5 million provided by Li Minin. I can't afford it, he replied, shaking his head. As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted from Song Guolian and the others nearby. I guessed correctly, Song Guolian exclaimed, pointing at Chu Yun as she laughed with the others. I knew he'd say he can't afford it. Huh. The salespeople were overjoyed. Lu Wanner sighed softly, as she had anticipated this outcome to some extent. Chu Yun, you should leave quickly, she said gently, unwilling to see him ridiculed by the crowd. Beggar, get lost. Song Guillian laughed, waving her hand dismissively. Remember, don't come to our sales department for free food and drinks. You want tea, get any. She felt quite smug inside. Not providing him with a meal surely left him feeling frustrated, and the sensation of watching this impoverished fellow suffer was simply delightful. Chu Yun frowned as he glanced at Song Guillian and the others. He didn't care much for their mockery. It was their incessant buzzing like flies that truly annoyed him. Just then, a Cory Nan and a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the sales department, followed by a pickup truck carrying half a piece of jade. Inside the sales department, upon seeing the vehicles outside, Song Guillian's eyes widened, and her laughter ceased immediately. She quickly straightened her attire, adjusting her white shirt to reveal a deep neckline, and hurried towards the entrance, casting a triumphant glance at Lu Wanner. Sister, let me teach you what a big client looks like. Pay attention and learn well. The salespeople turned their attention earnestly to the scene. Song Guillian, who consistently topped sales, clearly had her talents, and everyone aspired to learn from her. Lu Wanner lowered her head in resignation. She was no match for Sister Song. After all this time, she had sold a single property. As Song Guillian reached the door, Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao rushed into the hall, as if in competition. Just by observing their attire, Song Guillian couldn't help but smile broadly. The two of them together must have spent hundreds of thousands. Surely, she would sell at least 2 villas today. When they approached her, Song Guillian bent down slightly, deliberately accentuating her curves, and smiled alluringly. Good day, gentlemen. Before she could finish, Li Xiong impatiently brushed her aside and scanned the hall. Upon spotting Chu Yun, the two of them eagerly made their way toward him. Mr. Chu, they exclaimed, bowing in excitement. Lu Wanner was taken aback by this display and instinctively moved closer to Chu Yun. The sales staff, including Song Guillian, were left dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Yun glanced at Li Xiong and asked, "What brings you here?" Li Xiong cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "Mr. Chu, as this is your first property, I believe it is most fitting for me to gift it to you. Purchasing it would diminish the joy of the experience." Upon hearing this, Gu Huaibao immediately became agitated. "You're delusional. If anyone is going to buy it, it'll be me for Mr. Chu. Who knows if your money is clean? Buying a house with it would be an insult to Mr. Chu." At this remark, Li Xiong exploded with anger, rolling up his sleeves and gesturing aggressively at Gu Huaibao. "What did you say? Do you want to fight? Mr. Chu's house is mine to gift." Gu Huaibao refused to back down. "Just because you have Li Lao backing you up doesn't mean I'm afraid. I'm willing to buy the most expensive and the best house for Mr. Chu." Li Xiong scoffed, as if anyone would hesitate to spend money. "I'll buy it. No, I will buy it." The two wealthy magnates began to bicker like market vendors, refusing to yield to one another. The entire sales hall was filled with the sound of their quarrel, leaving the other salespeople, like frightened mice, silent and pale, their earlier mockery vanishing. Song Guillian stood frozen, her lips twitching, her face stiff. The heavy makeup she wore seemed on the verge of melting away, her flushed cheeks resembling those of someone who had been slapped. Indeed, the very person she had looked down upon was now being offered a house, and not just any house, but the most expensive one. Her face was etched with regret and self-recrimination. Had she seized the opportunity when he first arrived, she could have made a fortune today. Instead, she not only failed to do so, but also offended him. The other salespeople shared her sentiments, each lamenting their missed opportunity. Who would have imagined that a person who appeared unable to afford a home would attract not one, but 2 wealthy patrons vying to gift him a house, even nearly coming to blows over it? This was the true essence of a big shot. Lu Wanner, peeking from behind Chu Yun, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding drama. She couldn't help but glance at Chu Yun's calm demeanor. What kind of latent power did this university student possess that could elicit such fervent competition from 2 affluent individuals? Lu Wanner increasingly found Chu Yun to be a mystery, one she could not unravel. As Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao seemed on the verge of a physical altercation, Chu Yun frowned and admonished. "What kind of behavior is this?" The 2 men ceased their squabbling, each turning their heads away, unwilling to concede. Chu Yun felt no inner turmoil regarding the offer of a gift. In fact, he was reluctant to accept it. Good fortune does not simply fall from the sky, and such generosity would only lead to future obligations. However, given their earnestness, he found it difficult to refuse. "Let us split it evenly," he stated calmly. Though both men were still displeased and desired to monopolize the gift, they had no choice but to comply, understanding that further arguments would only displease Mr. Chu. At that moment, Song Guolian hurried over with a sycophantic smile. Young man, you truly are accomplished at such a young age. She pushed Lu Wanner aside and leaned closely against Chu Yun, saying, I'm the top salesperson here. I can provide you with a detailed introduction. We can get to know each other better. As she spoke, her hand brushed against Chu Yun. He frowned slightly and abruptly pushed her away, causing her to stumble back and fall to the ground. Commonplace and insipid, do you think you're worthy? Chu Yun's cold voice echoed throughout the hall. Song Guolian scrambled to her feet, indignation flaring within her. You, she began, but the icy glares from Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao quickly quelled her anger. She lowered her head in defeat, standing there, unable to express her wrath. Previously, the salespeople had supported her, but now they all kept their heads down, fearful of incurring Chu Yun's displeasure. Little did they know, they lacked even the qualification to face his wrath. He had never even glanced at them. Wanner, lead the way. Let us take a look at the properties, Chu Yun said nonchalantly. Lu Wanner, taken aback by the turn of events, nodded cautiously and led Chu Yun and the two men away from the sales department. Song Guolian, unwilling to concede, gritted her teeth and followed them, eager to see what kind of property they would choose. Once the group departed, the remaining salespeople finally breathed a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipating. From now on, regardless of who comes in for lunch, I will provide catering. Indeed, who knows, they might be wealthy patrons. Sighing, Lu Wanner lamented. I really missed a great opportunity. A chorus of regretful murmurs filled the room as they reflected on their mischance. In Hanlin District A, with Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao both contributing, they were determined to purchase the finest villa for Chu Yun. Li Xiong feared Gu Huaibao would mock him for choosing a cheaper option, while Gu Huaibao worried about being ridiculed by Li Xiong. An atmosphere of one-upmanship permeated their interaction. From 10 million to 20 million, and then to 30 million. Their competition escalated. They were both eager to avoid giving the impression of being reluctant to spend. However, after a thorough examination, Chu Yun remained unsatisfied. Each property had its flaws, whether in layout or surrounding environment. His standards for a house were exceedingly high. Not only must there be a spacious layout, but also a secluded environment, preferably in a place rich with spiritual energy. After gazing for a considerable time, Chu Yun suddenly halted, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the luxurious villa perched atop the distant mountain, nodding in satisfaction. This house is quite remarkable. The others followed Chu Yun's gaze and, upon seeing the villa at the summit, both Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao shuddered. TCH, Song Guolian suddenly scoffed, declaring, you can't afford this house, so don't harbor any illusions. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao exchanged awkward glances. The property that captured Chu Yun's attention was named Baiguan No. 1. It is renowned in Baiguan City, its exorbitant price being the highest in the area, valued at 200 million. Moreover, the property is already owned by Lin Yuqiao, the prominent owner of Hanlin Real Estate, a well-known tycoon in Baiguan. Setting aside whether Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao would be willing to pay, Lin Yuqiao would certainly not sell. After all, this villa has become a landmark in Baiguan, where only the most luxurious residences command the highest prices and only individuals of the utmost status can reside. This villa transcends mere property. It symbolizes social standing in Baiguan. Over the past 2 years, even Lin Yuqiao himself has refrained from living in this house, with rumors circulating that he feels unworthy of residing in Baiguan No. 1. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Lu Wanner was equally taken aback. She quietly reminded him that this is the finest house in Baiguan. Chu Yun nodded, finding it to his liking. Lu Wanner couldn't help but smile wryly, as her intention was to caution Chu Yun that he could never afford it. Let us go take a look, Chu Yun suggested. Gu Huaibao and Li Xiong had no choice but to drive up the mountain with him. This opulent villa is situated atop a mountain, shrouded in a thin mist that envelopes it like a celestial paradise, offering a panoramic view of the entire Baiguan city. It is akin to a sovereign surveying his realm. Chu Yun scrutinized the villa, thoroughly pleased. His admiration stemmed not from its luxury or its price, but from the environment, where the ethereal mist signified the most abundant spiritual energy in Baiguan City. The spiritual energy array is, in essence, an enhancement of the spiritual environment, and this location possesses the finest conditions. It is indeed the perfect place to establish such an array. This one will do, Chu Yun declared. Gu Huaibao and Li Xiong exchanged uneasy glances. Mr. Chu, this villa already has an owner, Li Xiong awkwardly chuckled. Oh, Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Song Guolian crossed her arms, reveling in the unfolding drama, and mocked. This house belongs to our esteemed Hamlin real estate boss. Do you think you are worthy? Chu Yun ignored her entirely. He inquired, do you know this person's contact number? I do, Gu Huaibao replied eagerly. Previously, Lin Yuqiao often bought antiques from him, and they were quite familiar with each other. Call him over, Chu Yun instructed. Gu Huaibao promptly dialed the number. After a brief moment, he hung up, stating, coincidentally, he was just about to come over. Chu Yun nodded slightly and settled onto the grass, closing his eyes to relax. Gu Huaibao and Li Xiong exchanged glances, silently reaching an agreement. If they could persuade Lin Yuqiao to sell the villa, they would spare no expense to secure it for Mr. Chu. Lu Wanner gazed dreamily at the villa, somewhat entranced. Poverty had confined her imagination. The sprawling property, the crystal-clear swimming pool, the tennis court, the parking area. It dawned on her that the luxurious lifestyle she had only seen on television was indeed real. Could he truly acquire this villa? Lu Wanner couldn't resist glancing at Chu Yun, unable to fathom the possibility. Song Guilian stood nearby, coldly laughing, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of the boss's arrival to see how this young man would fare. A gentle breeze swept across the mountaintop, bringing a refreshing chill. After a while, a stretched Lincoln arrived at the summit. From the vehicle emerged a middle-aged man clad in exquisite attire, accompanied by an elderly man dressed like a Taoist priest, carrying a cloth bag. Upon seeing the elderly man, Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao were taken aback. They momentarily disregarded Chu Yun and Lin Yuqiao, rushing to the elder and respectfully clasping their hands together in greeting. Master Mingjing. The elder arrogantly raised his head, casually glancing at the two. It has been a while. The two had not expected Master Mingjing's presence. As the most esteemed feng shui master in Baiguan City, he had consulted countless affluent merchants and dignitaries, earning the respect of high society in the region. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao felt somewhat awkward standing before him. Gu, what brings you to seek me? Lin Yuqiao asked with a smile. Gu Huaibao quickly regained his composure and remembered Chu Yun. He hastily introduced, this is Mr. Chu, who wishes to purchase your property. Oh? Lin Yuqiao paused, scrutinizing Chu Yun intently. He was familiar with most individuals capable of affording his property, yet the young man before him was a stranger. At that moment, Chu Yun spoke nonchalantly. Mr. Lin, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. This house harbors deep waters. If you cannot manage it, entrust it to me, and I shall handle it. The remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Gu Huaibao and Li Xiong had not anticipated that Mr. Chu would present such an absurd rationale. Lu Wanner stifled a laugh, thinking that Chu Yun was merely jesting with Mr. Lin. Lin Yuqiao couldn't help but chuckle as well. You truly are humorous. Just as everyone was laughing, Chu Yun's expression turned serious. Indeed, you cannot manage it. This house is not meant for ordinary people. If your children or wife were to reside here for an extended period, they would likely become weak and feeble, struggling even to get out of bed. In an instant, the laughter ceased. Lin Yuqiao's mirth vanished abruptly. Master Mingjing, whose expression had previously been indifferent, narrowed his eyes at Chu Yun. How do you know this? Lin Yuqiao inquired, astonished. Witnessing Lin Yuqiao's reaction, Gu Huaibao and the others fell silent, taken aback that Chu Yun's seemingly playful words had struck a chord with Lin Yuqiao's unspoken concerns. Chu Yun replied calmly, the feng shui of this location is not conducive to habitation. This house, throughout the world, can only be subdued by me, Chu Yun. What a brazen declaration. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Haha. Laughter erupted suddenly. Lin Yuqiao hurriedly gestured for silence, as the elder smiled and approached Chu Yun, saying, it seems you are also well-versed in this field? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Master Mingjing stroked his white beard, speaking haughtily. I have come today to help Mr. Lin subdue the negative energy in this residence. With my presence, you, a mere junior, dare to speak such arrogance? How bold? You can subdue it? Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and questioned. Mingjing disdainfully glanced at him, as if regarding an insignificant insect. You have no right to question me in my presence. Get lost down the mountain. At this moment, Lin Yuqiao revealed an expression of displeasure if he offended Master Mingjing. He would not show any goodwill towards this young man. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao hastily intervened. Mr. Chu, let us leave. With Master Mingjing here, we surely have no chance. Indeed, Master Mingjing is the foremost expert in feng shui in Baiguan. We should consider another property. They were reluctant to offend Mingjing on account of Chu Yun. After all, they would need Master Mingjing's guidance for their feng shui fortunes in the future, as wealthy individuals placed great faith in such beliefs. Lu Wanner sensed the situation was turning sour and discreetly tugged at Chu Yun's sleeve, attempting to persuade him to depart. It was evident that Master Mingjing held a significant position in the eyes of these influential figures. Song Guilin, witnessing Chu Yun's predicament, couldn't help but chuckle with delight. Yet Chu Yun abruptly shook off their hands. With a faint smile, he declared, "Then I shall observe how you intend to subdue this realm. Still wish to watch? Is this not self-deprecation?" Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao sighed helplessly, feeling utterly powerless. They could comprehend Mr. Chu's arrogance, yet in matters of feng shui, no one in Beiguan could rival Mr. Mingjing. The two resolved to abstain from this affair and leave it to Mr. Chu. Primarily, they feared offending Mr. Mingjing. In their eyes, he held more significance than Mr. Chu. This was largely due to their professions. Li Xiong was involved in the underworld, while Gu Huaibao dealt in antique collecting, both of which held a deep respect for feng shui, and neither dared to offend Mr. Mingjing. They wisely chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Song Guilin was laughing heartily, relishing Mr. Chu's self-inflicted humiliation. Her eyes widened, eager not to miss the unfolding drama. Lu Wana trembled as she stood behind Chu Yun. To be honest, she felt a twinge of fear at Chu Yun's audacity. After all, any one of the powerful figures present could easily make her life unbearable in Beiguan with a mere word. She dared not speak, as the scene had already frightened her. Lin Yuqiao furrowed his brow, casting an inquiring glance at Mr. Mingjing. Mr. Mingjing stroked his beard and smiled. It was indeed amusing. For many years, he had dominated the feng shui scene in Beiguan, where countless practitioners bowed respectfully and referred to him as Sir. Yet, here was this youth, speaking recklessly, completely unaware of the peril he faced. Under ordinary circumstances, how could a minor character like you dare to witness my craft? Mr. Mingjing said to Chu Yun with a detached air, "Today shall serve as an eye-opener for you, teaching you that there are always greater forces beyond your comprehension." Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao quietly exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Mr. Mingjing seemed magnanimous, not only unperturbed, but also willing to bestow an opportunity upon Mr. Chu. However, they could only chuckle at the calm demeanor of Chu Yun, who appeared to be rather presumptuous in this matter. Since Mr. Mingjing had consented, Lin Yuqiao refrained from further commentary, merely cautioning Chu Yun to remain quiet and avoid disruption during the ritual, lest he face the consequences. Chu Yun showed no reaction, even stifling a laugh. The villa doors swung open, and a throng of individuals stepped inside. Lu Wanner had thought the exterior was extravagant enough, but the opulence within the villa left her utterly speechless, covering her mouth in astonishment. Everything was exquisitely luxurious, akin to a royal palace. The living room alone was the size of 2 basketball courts, not to mention the centerpiece, a flowerbed fountain, with a classical statue standing proudly amidst it. And the entire floor was adorned with a red carpet imported from France. Just a small section of this carpet could likely purchase her entire home. Lu Wanner mused in awe. She followed Chu Yun closely, walking softly, fearful of damaging even the slightest detail. In contrast, Chu Yun strolled through the villa as if it were his own. "I must redecorate this house," he remarked casually. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao wished they could vanish into the ground, utterly embarrassed. "Brother, can we just hold our tongues?" Lin Yuqiao chuckled at Chu Yun's remarks, bewildered as to how individuals like Gu and Li could hold such respect for this eccentric man. Had it not been for their influence, he would have long since expelled Chu Yun. Upon entering the house, a chill permeated the air, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily, as if they had stepped into a haunted abode. Only Chu Yun seemed to revel in this atmosphere. He understood that this chill signified abundant spiritual energy that had permeated the house. Though it paled in comparison to the richness found in the realm of immortals, it was certainly superior to the barren spiritual environment of the modern world. The presence of this energy affected ordinary people, which was why Lin Yuqiao's family could not reside here. It had nothing to do with feng shui. "I shall commence the ritual now," Mr. Mingjing announced. The crowd hastily quieted, retreating from the living room to leave the spacious area to Mr. Mingjing, who was the esteemed foremost feng shui master of Beiguan. His fees were exorbitantly high. This time, Lin Yuqiao had spent millions to invite him out of retirement, a rare occurrence indeed. "Mr. Chu, if you understand feng shui, you might learn something valuable." "This is a significant opportunity," Li Xiong whispered. Chu Yun merely smiled faintly. Mr. Mingjing stood at the center of the living room, extracting an ancient feng shui compass from his bag. The compass appeared quite old, yet faint ripples seemed to flow across its surface. The sight of this artifact drew gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. It was indeed Mr. Mingjing's prized possession. "Young man, do you recognize this item?" Mr. Mingjing asked with a hint of arrogance. The group turned their gazes toward Chu Yun. He hesitated momentarily. Is this a magical artifact? Mr. Mingjing, taken aback, chuckled. Indeed, you possess a discerning eye. Chu Yun had not anticipated that magical artifacts existed in Huaxia. Yet this particular item was ancient and in disrepair. Its spiritual energy long diminished, barely capable of withstanding a few uses. If one were to call it a magical artifact, it would be a rather subpar one. Mr. Mingjing then produced a peachwood sword, similarly worn and emanating a faint glow across its surface. The appearance of these two treasured items was enough to leave everyone in awe. A wood sword and a feng shui compass. These are Mr. Mingjing's two most precious treasures. Even Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao had never witnessed both appearing simultaneously, heightening their excitement. Mr. Lin, you've truly invested a significant amount, Gu Huaibao exclaimed. Lin Yuqiao grinned with pride. It took great effort to invite the master out. Naturally, it must be done with the highest standards. Over the past decade, few had managed to see Mr. Mingjing present both treasures. This event was indeed a rare spectacle, showcasing the grandeur of the occasion. Aside from Lu Wanner and Song Guilian, who were oblivious to the significance, Chu Yun's calm demeanor, however, amused Mr. Mingjing. A typical feng shui practitioner would be utterly astonished and even kneel in reverence upon recognizing such treasures. Yet this young man maintained his composure, displaying an unparalleled audacity. Since you understand feng shui, what is your assessment of my two treasures? Mr. Mingjing raised an eyebrow, directing his inquiry at Chu Yun. The others turned to observe him as well. Lin Yuqiao regarded him with disdain. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao thought that surely Mr. Chu would now recognize his limitations and concede. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun replied, both could be considered magical artifacts. Upon hearing this, Mr. Mingjing smiled with pride, and the others chuckled, relieved that the young man had finally acknowledged the reality, no longer speaking defiantly. After all, with both treasures presented, he must have been thoroughly shaken. However, Chu Yun paused slightly. They're merely subpar items, hardly distinguishable from worthless debris. As these words echoed, the laughter within the villa abruptly ceased, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Chu Yun had encountered numerous magical artifacts, and these two inferior items were, in his eyes, mere refuse. His remarks, though tactful, drew curious glances from those around him. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao exchanged disappointed shakes of their heads, disillusioned by Mr. Chu's obstinate demeanor. These treasures were among the most coveted in Baiguan. Gu Huaibao had even offered millions, only to be turned down by Mr. Mingjing. The affluent merchants and dignitaries of Baiguan coveted them, yet they were dismissed as trash by Mr. Chu. Was this mere stubbornness? Or did it reflect the narrow perspective of Baiguan's elite? Lin Yuqiao cast a scornful glance at Chu Yun, suggesting he should be grateful for Mr. Mingjing's generosity. Otherwise, his words would have warranted his expulsion from the villa. Song Guilian chuckled, reveling in Chu Yun's impending downfall, while Lu Wanner anxiously clutched Chu Yun's sleeve, silently pleading with him to refrain from further provoking these influential figures. Mr. Mingjing, with a disdainful snort, ignored Chu Yun completely. After all, he was but a Navi youth, leagues away from understanding the true value of these artifacts. Silence. I shall perform a ritual, Mr. Mingjing stated calmly. The crowd promptly quieted, their attention fully directed towards him. He held a geomantic compass in his right hand and a peachwood sword in his left, pacing rhythmically across the living room, as if his steps were conjuring an ancient incantation beneath his feet. Suddenly, he brandished the peachwood sword, piercing the air in accordance with the compass's direction, each thrust seemingly releasing waves of energy. Simultaneously, he whispered an incantation, and soon his movements accelerated. With each strike, the room filled with a roaring wind, his robe billowed, and a chilling breeze swept through the villa. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This was indeed Baiguan's foremost feng shui master, conjuring winds and summoning rain. Lin Yuqiao and the others struggled to maintain composure as they felt the intense chill. Their hair was whipped about by the gale. Lu Wanner, terrified, hid behind Chu Yun, her face pale with fear. The spectacle she had only witnessed in dramas was unfolding before her eyes. Truly remarkable. She gazed at Mr. Mingjing, who was swept up in the wind, murmuring in awe. However, Chu Yun shook his head inwardly, choosing not to watch any longer. He had harbored some expectation of witnessing how this individual would wield such inferior artifacts, only to find that it was merely a simple release of spiritual energy to generate wind. His disappointment was palpable. The cold wind persisted for quite some time. The initial anticipation had transformed into stunned silence as the crowd beheld Mr. Mingjing with awe, their spirits subdued by his extraordinary abilities. After a considerable duration, the wind gradually subsided. Once Mr. Mingjing retracted his artifacts, the spectators regained their senses, realizing the ritual had concluded. "Master, I bow to your divine prowess," Lin Yuqiao exclaimed, rushing forward to deeply bow to Mr. Mingjing. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao quickly followed suit, and even Lu Wan'er and Song Guolian, overwhelmed by the experience, instinctively lowered their heads. Mr. Mingjing stroked his white beard, stating calmly that the malevolent energy in the villa had been suppressed by him, and it would dissipate in a few days, allowing General Lin to take residence. Overjoyed, Lin Yuqiao expressed his gratitude, promising to deliver all expenses to Mr. Mingjing's residence the following day. Mr. Mingjing waved his hand dismissively and exited the villa. As he passed Chu Yun, he did not spare him a glance. Having never regarded the young man as significant, Lin Yuqiao hurried to accompany Mr. Mingjing, while Gu Huaibao and Li Xiong also neglected Chu Yun, eager to see him off. Such childish antics, and you dare claim to suppress this residence? A nonchalant voice suddenly interjected. Mr. Mingjing halted abruptly, frowning as he turned to face Chu Yun. Lin Yuqiao could no longer contain his anger, glaring at Chu Yun in fury. Mr. Mingjing had generously forgiven him multiple times, and yet he persisted in his provocations, truly tiresome. In this tense moment, Gu Huaibao and Li Xiong exchanged exasperated glances, their patience wearing thin. Chu Yun Lu Wan'er, fearful, tugged at his sleeve, urging him to remain silent. However, at that moment, Mr. Mingjing was determined not to let this insolent youth go unchallenged. He strode forward, his voice thunderous. "Impudent child, how dare you tarnish my reputation? Kneel and apologize." Lin Yuqiao's cold gaze bore into Chu Yun, insisting that he must kneel and apologize today, or he would not be permitted to leave. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao stood by, choosing to observe as Chu Yun sought trouble, unwilling to intervene. Meanwhile, Song Guolian gleefully prepared her phone, eager to capture the moment of Chu Yun's humiliation. Yet, amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Chu Yun remained unperturbed. He strode past them towards the pickup truck, leaping into the bed with a mighty heave, effortlessly lifting a half-block of Jade Mountain onto his shoulder before leaping down with grace. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances. Clearing a path for him, Chu Yun entered the villa, placing the Jade Mountain heavily on the ground. What was he planning? The crowd looked on in confusion, while Mr. Mingjing regarded him with puzzlement, wondering if Chu Yun intended to apologize by offering the Jade Mountain as compensation. Once the Jade Mountain was positioned, Chu Yun finally lifted his gaze. His cold, indifferent eyes scanned the assembly, locking onto Mr. Mingjing. "In this realm, I alone shall exert my control," he declared, raising his hand as a surge of energy coalesced within his palm. With a thunderous clap, Chu Yun slammed his palm onto the Jade Mountain, channeling spiritual energy into it, merging with the Jade's essence, and unleashing a terrifying wave of power. Spirit Tide Formation. Activate. In an instant, Chu Yun's robes billowed. His hair whipped about wildly as a tempest engulfed the room. A radiant light erupted from the Jade Mountain, expanding outward with ferocity, accompanied by a tumultuous wind that tore through the space like cannon fire, sending shockwaves radiating outward. With a resounding crack, the villa's statues and flower beds splintered, debris scattering everywhere. The television in the living room toppled under the force, shattering upon impact. The glass coffee table shook violently, cracks spiraling like centipedes before it collapsed into a shower of shards. Mr. Mingjing's compass and peachwood sword, contained within his bag, shattered instantly, reduced to fragments. The crowd's expressions morphed into horror, terror-stricken as they stumbled back, but the ground quaked violently, causing them all to fall, gazing in dread at the wild-haired youth. The Jade Mountain shimmered with an ethereal green glow beneath his command. The earth trembled in response. The entire villa quaked. "Quick, look! There's blue light above!" Li Xiong shouted in terror. The crowd looked skyward, their faces frozen in shock. Above the villa, a beam of blue light shot straight up from the Jade Mountain, resembling a pillar reaching towards the heavens, as if it would pierce through the rooftop. "What kind of divine magic is this?" Gu Huaibao stammered, trembling. Lin Yuqiao, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, speechless. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Mr. Mingjing's forehead as he trembled in terror. His deeper understanding of the situation only heightened his fear. This Mr. Mingjing's lips quivered violently, nearly exhausting his strength to scream in terror. "This is a feng shui formation. A feng shui master can only establish such a powerful formation. In the realm of feng shui, Those capable of divination and geomancy are referred to as masters, with Mingjing being the most esteemed practitioner in Baiguan. At his level, he commands immense respect within the region. Ascending even higher, one encounters the true masters of feng shui, individuals who can gauge the celestial and earthly forces, determining past and future, and arranging intricate feng shui formations. Among these masters, those adept at crafting formations are truly transcendent beings. At this moment, the scene unfolds as a master arrives. Lu Wanner, overwhelmed with fear, kneels before him. Though only a short distance separates her from Chu Yun, she feels an insurmountable chasm between them. She gazes up at him as one would at a deity. Reminiscent of the day he appeared in the hospital, a figure of striking valor. Perhaps he is indeed divine, Lu Wanner absurdly muses. Meanwhile, Song Guilin, in sheer terror, has already scurried beneath the table, resembling a frightened rodent. This display leaves the onlookers awestruck, their hearts resonating with both admiration and fear. They appear as if witnessing a celestial phenomenon, compelled to revere and worship. Amidst the tremors atop the mountain and the quaking of the villa, Chu Yun whispers, "Arrange the formation." A brilliant blue light erupts from the jade mountain, radiating outward in all directions, forming an invisible barrier that envelopes the summit. As the shimmering blue waves sweep over the crowd, they experience an unprecedented, bone-chilling cold, causing their bodies to shudder violently, as if thrust into the Antarctic. The waves dissipate, and the tide spirit formation is successfully established. Mingjing and his companions remain trembling on the ground, unable to recover their senses for a long while. Gasping for breath as if they have undergone a harrowing trial of life and death, their minds a blank slate, utterly stunned. A gentle breeze caresses the mountaintop. The sun sets in the distance, casting a golden hue over the city. After some time, the crowd regains their composure, staring blankly at the youth standing at the mountain's edge. With his hands clasped behind him, he gazes upon the scenery of Baiguan, exuding an imperial presence, with the breeze occasionally lifting the hem of his garment, as a soft golden light bathes him, bestowing upon him an ethereal glow. In that fleeting moment, the onlookers find themselves entranced by his silhouette, as if witnessing an immortal descending from the heavens, so near yet so far. When they finally rise from the ground, their legs tremble uncontrollably, as if they are unable to command their own limbs, leaning on one another for support. Mingjing attempts to stand, quaking. "Now do you yield?" A dispassionate voice reverberates across the mountaintop. Thud. Mingjing, startled, immediately kneels again, bowing repeatedly towards Chu Yun's back. "I yield." The disciple submits. "I remark that your artifacts are of poor quality, akin to mere refuse. Do you dissent?" Chu Yun's voice is chillingly calm. Mingjing breaks into a cold sweat, his heart heavy with despair. He touches his satchel, realizing his peachwood sword and geomantic tools have already been shattered into debris by the recent upheaval. With a profound bow, he trembles and cries out, "No, absolutely not. I accused you of being a charlatan, engaging in childish tricks. Do you acknowledge this or not?" Chu Yun's demeanor remains unyielding. Mingjing's expression stiffens, his body quaking. Clenching his fists, he kneels in utter submission. "I acknowledge." The disciple acknowledges. "I beseech. I implore the master to spare the younger generation." Chu Yun gestures dismissively. "Leave. Do not let me see you again." Mingjing stumbles to his feet, scrambling away in disarray, not daring to pause even for a moment. Once he descends the mountain, he gasps for breath, casting a fierce glance back at the summit before hurriedly averting his gaze. On the mountaintop, Li Xiong and Lin Yuqiao gaze at Chu Yun's retreating figure, lost and uncertain. They no longer feel the chill emanating from the villa. All the coldness seems to have been quelled by Mr. Chu's mere presence. Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, while they had sought to remain discreet, they had not mocked Chu Yun, thus avoiding a severe rift. Conversely, Lin Yuqiao's complexion is notably awkward. Cautiously, he steps closer to Chu Yun, swallowing nervously. "Mr. Chu, about my villa." Chu Yun responds coolly, "I have stated that you are incapable of managing this villa. It must be entrusted to me for proper oversight." Lin Yuqiao hesitates before nodding earnestly. At that moment, Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao seize the opportunity and rush over, eager to speak. "Mr. Lin, hasten to quote a price. I am willing to purchase it on behalf of Mr. Chu." "Indeed, I too am willing. Please state your price. I am eager to part with my money." Fearing they appear insufficiently enthusiastic, the two press Lin Yuqiao to make an offer, seeking to alleviate the earlier awkwardness with Mr. Chu. Had they known the extent of Mr. Chu's prowess, They would have wished to reprimand Mingjing immediately to demonstrate their loyalty. Lin Yuqiao contemplates. His villa is valued highly. He would not sell it for less than 200 million. Suddenly, a light flickers in his eyes as an idea strikes him. Selling? Only a fool would do that. Lin Yuqiao immediately bows to Chu Yun, declaring, I wish to gift this villa to Mr. Chu. I sincerely hope you will accept. By heavens! Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao are left dumbfounded. This audacious act is nothing short of thievery. They are utterly astounded by Lin Yuqiao's audacity. The two nearly suffer a back injury from the shock, mentally cursing his ancestors. This cannot stand. We must offer money to buy it. What does gifting even mean? I will pay more. Is that not acceptable? Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao's faces flush with indignation as they clamored to thrust checks into Lin Yuqiao's hands. Lin Yuqiao stands with his hands behind his back, basking in his triumph, adamantly refusing any payment. He is not a fool. Previously, he had underestimated Chu Yun's capabilities and made some disparaging remarks, thus incurring his ire. Now, he sees an opportunity to draw closer through the villa, a chance that must not be squandered. Enough of this racket, Chu Yun states flatly, given Mr. Lin's goodwill, I shall accept it. Lin Yuqiao beams with delight, as though he has struck a great bargain, while Li Xiong and Gu Huaibao stand red-faced, their eyes burning with envy towards Lin Yuqiao, wishing they could eliminate him. After exchanging a few more words with Chu Yun, the trio quickly takes their leave, sensing his growing impatience. By the way, if you dare to insult Master Chu again, consider your employment terminated, Lin Yuqiao coldly warned Song Guilian as they depart. Song Guilian stands frozen, tears brimming in her eyes. While Lin Yuqiao may have offended Mr. Chu, he could at least placate him with money. She, as a mere employee, becomes the scapegoat, earning a modest income at Hanlin Real Estate. The loss of her job leaves her despairing. As twilight descends, the grass atop the mountain sways gently, leaving only Chu Yun and Lu Wanner in each other's company. Lu Wanner lowers her head silently, standing behind Chu Yun as they admire the encroaching darkness over Baiguan. Here is the key, Chu Yun states, causing Lu Wanner to pause in surprise, uncertain as she accepts the key he offers. Would you be willing to help me care for this place? The salary is 20,000 a month. Lu Wanner shakes her head quietly. Chu Yun raises an eyebrow. You are unwilling? I do not desire payment. Chu Yun smiles faintly, saying nothing further as he waves and descends the mountain, departing. The last rays of the sun cast a golden glow upon the solitary figure of the youth, elongating his shadow on the descent. Lu Wanner gazes longingly at his retreating silhouette, watching as he fades into the distance. Fool, she whispers softly. On that day in the hospital, I entrusted my soul to you, unchanging for a lifetime. As Chu Yun makes his way down the mountain, he receives a call from Aunt Lu. Tang Jingwo has been promoted to vice president of the hospital, and they are going out for dinner tonight to celebrate. In the A and B districts of Hanlin, separated merely by a street, Chu Yun strolled back to the Tang residence. The three members of the Tang family awaited him by their vehicle at the doorstep, with Tang Shui particularly radiant in a delicate floral dress and sporting twin ponytails, resembling the quintessential girl next door. The atmosphere was filled with joy and laughter, especially as Tang Jingwo's face glowed with excitement, his cheeks flushed and his smile unyielding. Upon Chu Yun's arrival, they all got into the car and headed towards the Taoran Grand Hotel. Throughout the journey, Tang Jingwo's chatter was incessant, recounting the hardships he had faced over the years, how arduous the journey had been. As he spoke, his eyes glistened with emotion, yet his smile never waned. I have realized, Tang Jingwo mused, in this world, connections are paramount. Lu Shuxiang nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude for Old Sun's recommendation letter, without which Tang Jingwo would have never ascended to the position of deputy director before retirement. The family was acutely aware that, had it not been for Old Sun's timely endorsement a few days prior, Tang Jingwo would have never secured the deputy directorship, thus marking his entry into management. Tang Jingwo felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Old Sunday. Strangely enough, he chuckled. After accepting my gift, Old Sun wrote the recommendation letter the very next day. Poor Song Tao, however, was not as fortunate. He didn't even get his gift accepted. Tang Shui laughed joyfully. It must be because Dad is exceptional. Old Sun surely recognized his talent. Tang Jingwo waved his hand modestly, yet his pride was palpable. He vividly recalled Old Sun's praise. Little Tang is quite a decent fellow. Such words would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Oh, by the way, Tang Jingwo reminded them, tonight, Old Sun and his grandson will be joining us. You must observe proper etiquette and not neglect our esteemed guests. With that, he shot a pointed glare at Chu Yun, particularly admonishing him. You young man. Must refrain from your usual frivolity and show some decorum tonight. If you impress old son, you might find yourself enjoying a life of luxury. Lu Shuxiang glanced at Chu Yun through the rearview mirror, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, Yun, this is a splendid opportunity for you. How often does one get to dine with old son? You must be attentive. Tang Xuan nodded nervously, having dressed up specifically for the occasion, hoping to leave a favorable impression on old son, perhaps garnering some invaluable advice that could smooth her path ahead. Despite her disdain for Sun Sheng, she held old son in the highest regard. Chu Yun gazed silently out the window, choosing not to engage in the conversation. As the car passed through District A, Tang Jingwo couldn't help but envy the luxurious villas that adorned the area. After a few more years of hard work, we shall move from District B to District A. Residing in one of the finest villas in Baiguan, he asserted with conviction. From chief physician to deputy director, his salary had risen significantly, allowing him to dream of the villas in District A. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Shui shared in his envy, casting their eyes toward the opulent homes. Although both districts featured villas, the disparity in price and luxury was monumental. In Baiguan, there was a saying, in Hanlin District B, reside the wealthy, in Hanlin District A, dwell the elite. The distinction between the two was nothing short of a class leap. The villa perched atop the hill, illuminated and breathtaking, captured Tang Shui's attention. It was hard to fathom that within a city, there existed a mountain with such a magnificent villa atop it. Chu Yun briefly glanced at it, wondering if one heir had returned home yet. Tang Jingwo, overhearing his daughter's comments, chuckled wryly. Even if you sold your father, you could not afford that villa. It is known as Baiguan No. 1. Valued at 200 million, it is the most expensive and luxurious residence in Baiguan. Lu Shuxiang gazed longingly at the vanishing Baiguan No. 1. Expressing her admiration, I've heard tales that only the most esteemed individuals can reside there. It was originally owned by the big boss of Hamlin Real Estate, who seemingly does not even dare to live there. I wonder who has now purchased it. Tang Jingwo shook his head, his smile dimming slightly. He understood all too well that no matter how hard he strived, he could never become one of Baiguan's elite. Some things were simply beyond reach. No amount of effort could alter one's birthright. To reside in Baiguan No. 1, one must possess more than mere wealth. You may occupy it at any time. That is my property. Chu Yun interjected, observing Lu Ai's wistful expression. The car fell silent as the three exchanged bewildered glances at Chu Yun. Tang Shui couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Tang Jingwo rolled his eyes, exclaiming, You worthless brat. Even if I sold you, I couldn't afford a single tile from that villa. Lu Shuxiang interrupted their banter with a frown. What is so amusing? Yin Yun's ambition is commendable. If he works hard, I shall be expecting to move in myself. Chu Yun smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Reflecting on his own words, he deemed them too absurd for their ears and saw no need for clarification. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the Taoran Grand Hotel. Tang Jingwo's pride had always been robust. He vividly recalled the recent gathering organized by Tang Yuling, where he had felt isolated among relatives, nearly losing face were it not for Chu Yun's presence. Perhaps, through Chu Yun's familial connections, they could have dined here at no cost, but Tang Jingwo had no need for that. He was now the deputy director of Baiguan People's Hospital, earning a substantial salary, and had booked the Imperial Dining Hall to showcase his newfound status and strength. After years of perseverance, he was finally reaping the rewards. We can now afford a lavish banquet costing tens of thousands. Tang Jingwo proudly raised his head, addressing Chu Yun, thus, You must comprehend that relying on family connections is fleeting. True success comes from oneself. Your Uncle Tang, sitting in the deputy director's position, is solely due to his own efforts. Chu Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging Tang Jingwo's words. Indeed, one's reliance on oneself is what sustains a lifetime. Upon entering the Taoran Hotel and stepping into the imperial private room, they found Song Tao already seated, who rose eagerly upon their arrival, greeting Tang Jingwo with a handshake. My old classmate. Congratulations. I suppose I must now address you as Director Tang. Tang Jingwo beamed with delight, repeatedly waving his hands, insisting, just deputy, just deputy. Though Song Tao wore a cheerful facade, internally he seethed with frustration. He could not fathom how old son had penned a recommendation letter for Tang Jingwo, allowing him to soar to such heights in a matter of days. Doubts crept in, leading him to suspect that perhaps Tang Jingwo was old son's illegitimate child, as the esteemed elder seemed to treat Tang Jingwo's affairs as if they were his own. Confusion reigned in Song Tao's mind as he grappled with the reality of his own perceived shortcomings. Just days prior, he had not even accepted his gift. Given their relative standings, it defied logic that Tang Jiangwo had garnered old Sun's favor over him, especially since he was, after all, Sun Sheng's teacher. As they settled into their seats, Song Tao's gaze fell upon Chu Yun, his irritation flaring. "What are you bringing this kid along for?" he snapped. Recently, during a recruitment event at Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, this young man had created quite the spectacle, causing Song Tao to lose face in front of President Bai. Had he been the principal, Chu Yun would have been expelled long ago. "What is going on?" Tang Jiangwo and Lu Shuxiang inquired anxiously, sensing the tension. Given Song Tao's ire, they surmised that Chu Yun had once again landed himself in trouble at school. Tang Shui's heart sank as she cast a worried glance at Chu Yun. She had kept the details of his recruitment assessment from her parents, fearing it might bruise his pride, but it appeared that fate had caught up with them. "You don't know?" Song Tao retorted incredulously. Subsequently, he recounted the events of the recruitment assessment that day in their entirety. As they listened, the countenances of the Tang family grew increasingly somber and displeased. Upon hearing the full account, Tang Jiangwo's buoyant mood had diminished considerably, and he cast a stern glare at Chu Yun, lamenting his incompetence. Lu Shuxiang sighed and gently patted her husband's hand, signaling him to cease his reproaches. However, even she could not conceal her disappointment. She was unconcerned with Yun's academic performance. Even if it were subpar, she could safeguard the pharmacy for her in the future, ensuring the child's lifelong sustenance. However, feigning profundity and deceiving others in public, proclaiming that mere mortals dare to essay this elixir. This was not merely embarrassing, but also reflected poorly on his character. Chu Yun offered no explanation in response, merely casting a fleeting glance at Song Tao before disregarding him. The couple shook their heads in further disappointment at his nonchalant demeanor. Nevertheless, the children's affairs were ultimately of minor consequence. As the appointed time drew nearer, the Tang family and Song Tao grew increasingly anxious. Soon, elder Sun would be arriving. This marked the first occasion for all present to dine with such a prominent figure as elder Sun, and their trepidation was, therefore, inevitable. Tang Jiangwo reiterated the importance of decorum to the others on numerous occasions, meticulously detailing even the minutiae of etiquette, such as the proper manner of serving oneself food. Repeating his instructions ad nauseum, particularly to that odious Chu Yun, Tang Jiangwo and Song Tao also meticulously attended to their personal grooming, lest any impropriety be found. For Tang Jiangwo, elder Sun was the benefactor of his family, the nobleman who had paved his path to success. He naturally dared not be remiss. For Song Tao, this represented yet another opportunity to redeem himself, and he secretly resolved to seize it. He had even done extensive preparatory work, considering how to extol elder Sun and Sun Sheng and how to ingratiate himself with them. His prospects for promotion hinged entirely on this occasion. Inside the Emperor's hall, the collective anxiety grew palpably, with Chu Yun remaining the sole exception, engrossed in his mobile phone. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the door to the private room was opened. Sun Zitong, adorned in a Tang suit, was clearly dressed with meticulous care. Sun Sheng, also formally attired in a suit, followed closely behind as they entered the room. The assembled company immediately rose to their feet as if by reflex. Tang Jiangwo and Song Tao vied to reach elder Sun first, each eager to shake his hand. "Elder Sun, we are immensely grateful. Thank you for honoring our invitation amidst your busy schedule," Tang Jiangwo exclaimed. Seeing that elder Sun was dressed so formally, he was deeply moved. Never expecting that elder Sun would hold him in such high regard, treating even his invitation with such earnestness. "Little Tang, congratulations on becoming the vice president," Sun Zitong remarked with a smile. As he spoke, he gestured, and Sun Sheng promptly presented the gifts. This is..." Tang Jiangwo and the others stood dumbfounded. Utterly bewildered, Sun Zitong chuckled. "These are congratulatory gifts to celebrate your appointment as vice president. A mere token of our esteem. Please accept them without reservation." A mere token? This was a mere token? The others stood in stunned silence. Although the gifts were wrapped, they could still discern the words Nanshan ginseng through the packaging. This was the most prized ginseng in the Jianglong region, and as those present were all involved in medicine and pharmaceuticals, they were acutely aware of its exorbitant value. This mere token was worth hundreds of thousands. It was several times more valuable than the gift Tang Jiangwo had given him. The Tang family was completely taken aback. Tang Jiangwo owed his current success entirely to elder Sun's patronage. Logically, he should have prepared a lavish gift for elder Sun. But elder son was instead presenting him with a generous gift. This was backwards, wasn't it? Song Tao watched, his anger simmering. He strongly suspected that there was an illicit quid pro quo arrangement between Tang Jiangwo and elder Sunday. Tang Jiangwo stood frozen, unsure of what to do. He hesitated to accept the gift, but Sun Zitong insisted on placing it in his hands. Immediately thereafter, Sun Zitong surveyed the room, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Hasn't student Chu Yun arrived? The others were taken aback. Tang Jiangwo immediately understood and turned to Chu Yun, who was engrossed in his phone in the corner, his lips trembling with anger. You insolent brat. Hurry up and greet elder son, he rebuked. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Shui also wore expressions of embarrassment. However, Chu Yun was even more egregious. He raised his head, cast a cursory glance, and then resumed playing with his phone. You little. Tang Jingwo was about to charge forward in fury, but was swiftly restrained by Sun Zitong. Instead, he chuckled amiably. It's good for young people to have individuality. On the contrary, your grand welcome appears overly affected. I admire student Chu's attitude. With that, Sun Zitong laughed heartily and proceeded to sit directly beside Chu Yun. Sun Xing clenched his fist surreptitiously and glared coldly at Chu Yun as he took a seat next to his grandfather. These words, and elder son's seating arrangement, left the others bewildered and at a loss for words. Tang Jiangwo hastily said, Elder son, please take your seat. Why are you sitting with the younger generation? Sun Zitong waved his hand with a smile. I prefer to sit with young people. It makes me feel younger too. Please, everyone, be seated. With that, the others had no choice. Everyone took their seats, and sumptuous dishes and expensive wines were brought in at that moment. The seating arrangement was indeed peculiar. Elder son was seated next to Chu Yun, which was the position closest to the door, the lowest seat at the table, leaving Tang Jiangwo and Song Tao, who were seated in the principal seats, feeling extremely uneasy. Fortunately, elder son did not seem to mind, and the others gradually grew accustomed to it. As the meal and drinks progressed, the conversation began to flow more freely. Elder son's grandson is truly remarkable. Song Tao seized the opportunity, offering Sun Sheng a thumbs up with a smile. Did you know that just the other day, Baiwa formally hired Sun Sheng? Student Sun has become one of only 2 university students in the entire Jianglong region to be admitted to Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing this, the others gasped. This was not mere flattery, it was truly impressive. Baiwa Pharmaceuticals had never hired a Jianglong University student before. Aside from that prodigious young woman who could concoct ultra-high-quality medicines, Sun Sheng was undoubtedly the most outstanding. At such a young age, he had already become a pharmacist at Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. We must congratulate student Sun. Tang Jiangwo hastily raised his glass, toasting Sun Sheng, like father, like son, worthy of the Sun family of Beiguan. Every generation produces distinguished figures. Student Sun's future is boundless. Song Tao also hurriedly raised his glass in a toast. Even Lu Shuxiang and Tang Shui rose to offer their congratulations. Although Tang Shui loathed Sun Sheng, she admired him from the bottom of her heart for being admitted to Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. Sun Sheng, however, did not appear pleased, his expression somber. He forced a smile and rose to return the toast to everyone. Even Tang Shui, whom he admired most, did not hold his attention at that moment. He merely toasted perfunctorily. Some people are both exceptional and diligent. Others are both inadequate and complacent. After taking his seat, Song Tao glanced at Chu Yun and remarked with a smile, having these 2 students of mine sitting together truly fills me with both love and resentment. One is in the heavens, the other on the earth. Ha. Tang Jiangwo gave a wry smile and waved his hand. How can Chu Yun compare to elder son's grandson? It's like comparing a wild chicken to a phoenix. I'll be content if this boy can become a clerk in a pharmacy in the future. The others nodded in agreement. The disparity between Chu Yun and Sun Sheng was indeed vast. To say that one was in the heavens and the other on the earth was no exaggeration. Setting aside the recruitment assessment, even their daily grades were worlds apart. Chu Yun consistently ranked at the bottom, while Sun Sheng consistently ranked second in the academy. Perhaps the only things they could compare were their height and appearance. Hearing the others' derision, Sun Zitong shuddered. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Yun and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was expressionless. Then, he hastily said, Student Chu is also very talented. You just don't understand. Elder son, you're mistaken. Song Tao had by now fully embraced his role as a flatterer. He even felt grateful for Chu Yun's presence, as comparing him to Sun Sheng allowed him to better extol the Sun family. He immediately interrupted old Sun, laughing loudly. He is excellent? He is no match for your grandson, Old son. This kid, I think he has some issues. As he spoke, Song Tao turned to Chu Yun, teasing. What did you say during the assessment? You should learn to say something like, what audacity does a mere mortal have? Haha. With that, Song Tao amused himself. However, Sun Zitao felt a pang of anxiety within. He shot a fierce glare at Song Tao, who was completely absorbed in his banter. At that moment, Chu Yun calmly raised his head and asked, could you please be quiet? Tang Jiangwo, hearing this, grew furious. He slammed the table and reprimanded, you're inadequate yourself. Yet you don't allow others to speak. If only you could possess even a tenth of what Sun's classmate has. Teacher Sun wouldn't have to say such things about you. Tang Jiangwo was seething. Had he known Chu Yun would act so foolishly during the assessment, he would never have brought him along, making a laughingstock of the Tang family. Now, facing Song Tao's mockery, he found it hard to hold his head high. This disgraceful situation, and he still had the audacity to argue back. Lu Shuxiang sighed softly. She gently advised, indeed, Yin Yun, you should learn more from Sun Sheng in this area. You're not lacking in intelligence. With effort, your grades will surely improve. Tang Shui also lightly nudged Chu Yun, sharing the same sentiment. It wasn't shameful for Chu Yun to be Sun Sheng's aide, as long as he was merely following him around but rather learning from his strengths. Suddenly, Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. You ask him if he is worthy? Sun Sheng kept his head bowed deeply, nearly touching his lap, trembling as he clenched his fists, his face contorted with suppressed rage. A profound sense of inferiority etched on his features. The others shook their heads in helplessness at Chu Yun's remark, baffled by his inexplicable sense of superiority and confidence. The Tang family genuinely wanted to help him improve, yet his stubborn attitude left them at a loss for words. With an attitude like yours, you might as well settle for being a pharmacy assistant for life. Song Tao sneered. Sun Zitao felt overwhelmed, itching to slap Song Tao, and quickly changed the subject as the conversation shifted to other topics. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Soon, a knock sounded at the door of the Imperial box. Come in. The door opened to reveal several men in suits, standing at either side. Following them was a young man, impeccably groomed and dressed in a sharp suit, who entered the box cautiously, glancing around. Upon seeing the young man, several of them felt a sense of familiarity. Lu Shuxiang suddenly recognized him, standing up hastily. Vice Chairman Tai, what brings you here? She rushed to greet Tai Linen, shaking his hand with utmost respect. Tai Linen, the vice chairman of Taikong Pharmaceutical, the scion of the Tai family. Lu Shuxiang's pharmacy had always supplied products to Taikong Pharmaceutical, so she recognized him immediately. The others were taken aback. It was hard to fathom that Tai Linen had come. He and Sun Zitao were both significant figures the Tang family could not afford to offend. Taikong Pharmaceutical was their financial benefactor. Tang Jiangwo quickly rose to his feet, lowering himself slightly when he approached Tai Linen. Oh dear, what have I done to deserve such honor? Tang Jiangwo beamed, his face flushed with happiness as he tightly grasped Tai Linen's hand. To have stirred your presence with my modest promotion to Vice Dean. I am truly humbled. Despite his words, Tang Jiangwo couldn't hide his pride. Becoming Vice Dean placed him in senior management. His status was indeed different now, and the Tai family scion came personally to congratulate him. Song Tao watched, his eyes burning with jealousy. He felt the gap between him and this old classmate widening. Now, this person was at the Vice Dean level, and even the vice chairman of Taikong had come to acknowledge him. A wave of envy surged within him. Tai Linen, however, scrutinized Tang Jiangwo with curiosity, asking cautiously, You are? Everyone present froze. They had no idea who Tang Jiangwo was, nor who he was here to see. Old son, Tang Jiangwo felt utterly embarrassed. Mr. Tai, who are you here to see? Tai Linen replied, I came to see Mr. Chu. Who? Everyone stood in bewilderment, completely unable to process this. Mr. Chu? Chu Yun, Tai Linen reiterated. They gaped in disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend, all eyes turning toward Chu Yun in the corner. There he sat, leisurely savoring his meal. What do you want with him? Tang Jiangwo stammered. Tai Linen smiled. Our company wishes to hire Mr. Chu. I personally came to deliver the offer. At his words, the box fell utterly silent. Did they hear that correctly? People stood frozen in shock, even questioning if Tai Linen was real. As a surreal feeling washed over them, Tang Jiangwo was at a loss for words. Lu Shuxiang's face filled with astonishment and joy, while Tang Shui gasped, covering her mouth. Song Tao's expression twisted in disbelief, akin to having tasted something foul. Only Sun Sheng and Sun Zitao exhibited little surprise. Sun Sheng had kept his head down since entering, rendering his expression unreadable, while Sun Zitao, at the sight of Tai Linen, nervously pinched his arm hard enough to bruise, oblivious to his own discomfort. "Are you sure?" Tang Jingwo attempted to ask again, but Tai Linen pushed him aside. Clearly, in his eyes, this middle-aged man was not worthy of his time. He excitedly approached Chu Yun. "Excuse me, could you make some room?" With no space left beside Chu Yun, who was flanked by Sun Zitao on one side and Tang Shui on the other, he had to address Tang Shui. Tang Shui stood there, dazed for a moment. Okay." After what felt like an eternity, she finally snapped back to reality, instinctively swallowing hard, then awkwardly stood up, carefully shifting her seat to make way. Tai Linen naturally sat beside Chu Yun. Chu Yun continued to eat leisurely, casting a fleeting glance at Tai Linen before picking up his phone to play. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. The people present held their breath. As the only one daring to treat young Master Tai with such indifference was Sun Zitao. What audacity did Chu Yun possess? Yet, Tai Linen seemed unfazed. It was as if he feared interrupting Chu Yun's phone game. So he opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, closing it again. The atmosphere in the box was peculiarly silent. Everyone's eyes were glued to the two, while Tai Linen's gaze was solely fixed on Chu Yun, who was absorbed in his phone. The silence lingered for a long while. "Mr. Chu, do you also enjoy playing King of Glory?" Tai Linen finally broke the ice with a soft question. He had to find a topic to discuss. Chu Yun remained silent. Tai Linen scratched his head. "If you're free, I can help you rank up. I play Yao on our server." Chu Yun continued to ignore him. The conversation devolved into Tai Linen talking to himself. After a while, perhaps feeling awkward, he turned to the others, smiling as he invited Tang Jingwo and the others to take a seat. Indeed, the aura of the Tai family's scion was overwhelming, creating a sense of reversed roles. Tang Jingwo and Lu Shuxiang exchanged glances, cautiously returning to their seats. Noticing Chu Yun's indifference, Tai Linen cleverly shifted tactics, engaging the others in conversation, while Tang Jingwo and the others sat uneasily, contributing only sporadic remarks. Upon learning that Chu Yun was staying with the Tang family, Mr. Tang is truly remarkable. At a young age, having ascended to the position of vice president, I find myself unprepared with a substantial gift for you, Mr. Tang. I shall certainly make amends next time. Mr. Tang, allow me to toast to you." "No, please, do not rise. As a junior, I shall drink first in respect." Just moments ago, Tai Linen was unfamiliar with Tang Jingwo. Now, he refers to him as Mr. Tang, as if they have suddenly become close friends. At this moment, Tang Jingwo's mind is overwhelmed, clearly unable to process the complexity and shock of the situation. He gazes blankly at Tai Linen, who humbly raises a toast, his demeanor now resembling that of a polite junior, a far cry from the princely air he exuded upon entering. Upon discovering that Aunt Lu's pharmacy is stocked with their family's medications, Tai Linen excitedly slaps his thigh, beaming with joy. "What a fortunate coincidence. This truly makes us one family. No wonder I felt such warmth upon our first meeting, as if I were reunited with long-lost relatives. Tang Shui resembles my sister. Aunt Lu is akin to my mother, and Uncle Tang embodies my father. The relationship has swiftly drawn closer, and formal titles of Mr. and MS have been discarded in favor of uncle and aunt, even hinting at a desire for familial reconnection." Tai Linen's face flushes with excitement as he speaks animatedly, his words flowing freely. Internally, he is elated, realizing that Lu Shuxiang's pharmacy is merely a subsidiary of his own family's business. With this connection, securing a contract with Mr. Chu should be a straightforward endeavor. The past few days have been restless, filled with sleepless nights. He mobilized the entire network of Beiguan to locate the esteemed Mr. Chu, and tonight, he is determined to win him over, to report back to his father with good news. Observing Tai Linen's exuberance, the three members of the Tang family are taken aback. Even Tang Shui feels a strange urge that if this young prince were to change his surname, he might immediately call himself Tang Linen. Unable to resist, Tang Shui steals a glance at Chu Yun, who is still engrossed in his phone. In this moment, she feels an unfamiliar detachment from him, as if she has never truly known him. Is all of this truly for him? Tang Shui ponders, her thoughts tangled. Tang Jingwo also casts a glance at Chu Yun, his expression complicated. This young man does not seem as inept as he initially believed. Only Lu Shuxiang beams with pride, her face radiant, having always believed that her Yun Yun is an uncut gem, not inferior to Sun Sheng. Though Taikang Pharmaceuticals may not compare with Baihua, each year, only a few graduates manage to secure a position there. The room is filled with Tai Linen's animated voice. Sun Zitao sits tense, clenching his fists, his face a mix of anger and anxiety, while Sun Sheng keeps his head bowed, rendering his expression completely invisible. The reactions of the grandfather and grandson do not escape Song Tao's notice. He muses that Tai Linen's presence has overshadowed Chu Yun, causing discontent among Sun Lao and Sun Sheng. This presents an opportunity. Taikang Pharmaceuticals has a decent reputation. At this juncture, Song Tao calmly interjects, however. Our academy only admits a handful of students each year, and it's not unusual for one or two to slip in through the cracks. Ultimately, Sun Sheng is still impressive. Reflecting on the history of Jianglong University, only Sun Sheng has managed to join Baihua Pharmaceuticals. How can Chu Yun possibly compare to such an achievement? Song Tao's remarks momentarily quiet the room. The Tang family members must concede in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. While securing a position at Taikang Pharmaceuticals is commendable, it does not warrant excessive astonishment. The true surprise lies in the realization that someone like Chu Yun, deemed academically deficient, has been hired by Taikang. When compared to Sun Sheng, the gap remains vast. Baihua Pharmaceuticals is a provincial leader in the pharmaceutical industry, while Taikang stands unrivaled in Baiguan. Upon hearing Song Tao's words, Tai Linen does not feel anger. Rather, he cannot help but smile broadly. What a fine ally. Song Tao's comments, made in private, are benign, but in this public setting, they serve to undermine Chu Yun by invoking Baihua. This naturally delights Tai Linen, who is eager to draw Mr. Chu closer to his side. Tang Jiangwo nods in agreement. Indeed, Chu Yun must not become complacent and should learn much from Sun Sheng. After all, the grandson of Sun Lao is the undisputed prodigy of Bai Guan's medical field. Tang Jiangwo's words reflect his genuine belief, while also serving to flatter the Sun family. Sun Zitao, however, is not pleased. He glares at the two men, wishing he could tear their insufferable mouths apart for their unwarranted arrogance. Despite Tang Jiangwo and Song Tao's remarks, Lu Shuxiang is overjoyed. After all, Yun Yun's acceptance into Taikang is a tremendous surprise for her. She never dreamed of comparing him to Sun Sheng, let alone aspiring for him to join Baihua Pharmaceuticals. Tang Shui shares her mother's sentiment, feeling elated for Chu Yun. It is akin to a clumsy bird that, having never learned to fly, can now walk. Such progress is already commendable. Must it also aspire to soar? As the conversation continues, the earlier astonishment begins to fade. Yet, Sun Zitao remains restless, unable to focus on the discussion, frequently checking his watch and glancing toward the entrance, as if awaiting something. Just then, hurried footsteps echo from the corridor. Before anyone can react, the door swings open. First, two impeccably dressed individuals enter, standing at either side of the entrance, akin to those accompanying Tai Linen. Following them is a strikingly beautiful woman in professional attire, who strides in with urgency, her high heels clicking rapidly against the floor. Her arrival captivates everyone's attention. Tai Linen's heart skips a beat, his expression turning fierce. Sun Zitao visibly relaxes, wiping the nervous sweat from his brow. Song Tao and Tang Shui stare in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Tang couple wears expressions of confusion. Who are you? Tang Jiangwo rises hastily. Father, this is the representative from Baihua Pharmaceuticals. Ms. Bai is here to recruit from our academy. Before Bai Zishuan can speak, Tang Shui jumps to her feet, exclaiming in surprise, only to realize her outburst and quickly cover her mouth. The Tang couple is immediately taken aback. Tang Jiangwo could never have dreamed that his promotion banquet would attract such esteemed guests. Uncle Tang, greetings, Bai Zishuan says graciously, presenting the carefully prepared gift. I heard about your promotion. I am here on behalf of Baihua Pharmaceuticals to congratulate you on becoming vice president. Please accept this small token. Tang Jiangwo trembles as he accepts the gift, his mind a blank slate, unable to comprehend the situation. Thankfully, this visit is indeed for him, a congratulatory gesture. Yet he remains perplexed as to why he has garnered the attention of Baihua Pharmaceuticals. Nevertheless, this does little to diminish Tang Jiangwo's excitement and pride. He quickly invites Bai Zishuan to take a seat. After all, she represents a leading pharmaceutical enterprise. Bai Zishuan glances toward the corner where Chu Yun sits. She intends to approach him, but seeing the company of Tai Linen and Sun Lao beside him, she follows Tang Jiangwo instead and takes a seat at the head of the table. The atmosphere in the private room is a mixture of shock and intrigue. Tai Linen's entrance was astonishing enough, but Bai Zixuan's personal appearance leaves everyone utterly speechless. Tang Shui beams with joy, never anticipating her father would receive such recognition from Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, a momentous honor. Lu Shuxiang is equally thrilled. Old Tang, I never imagined you were so remarkable. Tang Jingwo's face flushes with excitement as he laughs heartily, dismissing the praise. It is not my doing. It is entirely Ms. Bai's kindness. Although he claims humility, he cannot suppress the pride that radiates from his expression. Indeed, after his promotion, he had transcended social classes, and the people and circles he interacted with underwent a tremendous transformation, he thought with great satisfaction. At this moment, however, Song Tao let out a cold smirk filled with jealousy. Old Tang, you don't even know President Bai. He is surely here for elder son and his grandson. What are you so proud of? Upon hearing this, Tang Jingwo's smile abruptly vanished, leaving him with an awkward grin. Upon reflection, he realized he had been overly excited and hadn't he thought it through. What merit did he possess to warrant a personal visit from President Bai? Clearly, the visit was aimed at the Sun family, and he was merely a minor figure in the grand scheme of things. Seeing his old classmate humbled, Song Tao felt a sense of satisfaction. Not only had he diminished Tang's pride, but he had also managed to praise the Sun family, achieving 2 goals with 1 shot. If you ask me, elder son truly has clout. He doesn't need to act, yet President Bai is stirred into action. Tang Jingwo could only nod with a forced smile. Yes, indeed, only elder son holds such stature. At that moment, Bai Zixuan lifted her teacup and nervously took a sip. May I say something? The room fell silent, and everyone turned to her in unison. Actually, Bai Zixuan smiled shyly. I didn't come here for elder son. I'm here to congratulate Uncle Tang, and that's merely incidental. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. If it was neither for elder son nor for Tang Jingwo, then who could it be for? I'm here personally to deliver an offer letter, Bai Zixuan added. The room was immediately engulfed in silence, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Another offer letter? Why did that sound so familiar? Sun Sheng was already an employee of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, and Tang Shui was in the nursing profession, so this. After a moment, the crowd seemed to collectively slow in their understanding, all turning stiffly to glance at Chu Yun in the corner, their faces etched with disbelief, utterly petrified. That boy was still playing with his phone. No, it's impossible. Song Tao exclaimed in shock, breaking the eerie silence of the room, his face contorting in disbelief. The 3 members of the Tang family gasped in astonishment. Tang Jingwo's expression froze, unable to fathom the truth, while Lu Shuxiang sat dumbfounded. Tang Shui was so shocked that she covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide open. What is impossible? Bai Zixuan smiled slightly, her gaze fixed on Chu Yun as if he were a rare treasure. I specifically came to deliver the offer letter to Mr. Chu, extending a formal invitation for him to join Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue. Song Tao felt as if his very core had been shaken, his body slumping against the backrest, rendered utterly dazed and almost lifeless. The 3 members of the Tang family stared at Chu Yun with expressions of shock, as if they were looking at a stranger, momentarily unable to recognize him. President Bai must be confused. At this moment, Song Tao could contain himself no longer. He angrily slammed the table and stood up. Have you forgotten the recruitment assessment? Have you forgotten how this boy has played tricks? If you employ such a useless individual, how can the students of Jianglong respect you? Song Tao simply could not accept this reality. After all, Chu Yun hardly attended his classes, and when he did, he was either sleeping or preoccupied with other matters. If he were to be hired, wouldn't that imply that Song Tao was utterly ineffectual? Bai Zixuan lightly tapped her fingers on the table, creating a rhythmic sound. She looked at Song Tao with a smirk. Mr. Song, have you ever considered? Perhaps mere mortals are simply unworthy of attempting to grasp that elixir? Everything was in utter chaos. The world had become too insane. Even a weasel was acting as a best man for a chicken. President Bai must have lost her mind. Song Tao stood trembling in place, momentarily frozen before he slumped back into his chair, his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling, as though he had died. In the private room, no one dared to speak. Tang Jingwo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a tissue. Lu Shuxiang sat dazed in her seat, wanting to be happy but unable to, struggling to distinguish reality from illusion after such an unexpected surprise. She needed time to process this. Tang Shui maintained a small, astonished expression, utterly adorable. Tai Linen glared coldly at Bai Zixuan, resembling a famished wolf guarding its food, while Sun Zitao remained silent. The atmosphere in the quiet private room was tense and stifling. Finally, Chu Yun put down his phone. Everyone instinctively turned their attention to him, who had yet to speak. "Let us step outside to talk," he said calmly. Rising from his seat, he exited the private room. Tai Linen and Bai Zishuan hurriedly followed him out, eager to keep pace. The three of them had been gone for quite some time, yet those remaining in the room remained silent, steeped in oppressive tension, until Lu Shuxiang's sobs shattered the quiet. Wiping her tears, she murmured as she wept, "I can finally explain to Yun's mother. She is far away in Yanjing. If she hears this news, she will surely be comforted. Yun has achieved something." Tang Shui, noticing her distress, quickly offered quiet consolation, even though she, too, felt the urge to cry. Tang Jiangwo suddenly let out a sigh of relief, leaning against the backrest, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. For an ordinary child like Chu Yun, being able to enter Baiwa Pharmaceuticals could be considered the pinnacle of his life. Despite often reprimanding the boy, he genuinely felt happy for him. "Old Song," Tang Jiangwo suddenly called out. Song Tao hung his head, listless. "May I politely inquire if there might be some issues with your teaching methods?" Tang Jiangwo ventured cautiously. Song Tao's face turned crimson with indignation. In that instant, he recalled how Chu Yun had told him twice, "You're not worthy to teach me." The humiliation surged within him, overwhelming his senses. With a flushed face, Song Tao straightened his back and declared loudly, "So what if he is? He is merely a colleague of Sun Xing. The gap between pharmacists is still vast. Can he compare to Sun Sheng?" Tang Jiangwo blinked in surprise, but nodded in agreement. This statement held merit. The disparity between pharmacists could indeed be as vast as a chasm. If Chu Yun joined Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, it would be inevitable that he would need Sun Sheng's assistance. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, Sun Zitao exploded with rage, flinging a cup of tea directly at Song Tao's face. "Shut your mouth," he roared. Song Tao was taken aback, rendered speechless and confused. After flattering everyone for an entire evening, he had never anticipated provoking the horse into anger. He immediately bowed his head, awkwardly wiping his face dry, not daring to inquire why. The three members of the Tang family fell silent as well. Sun Zitao, still fuming, sat down, his expression tense and anxious. Tonight, he was not there for Tang Jiangwo. He was there for Chu Yun. The gifts he brought were all in recognition of Chu Yun. Days prior, he had signed with Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, becoming a top pharmacist there. The benefits were numerous. His inept grandson could bask in his glory and gain entry into Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. Moreover, Sun Zitao was also gambling. Since Taikong Pharmaceuticals had previously turned down Mr. Chu, it was highly likely he would sign with Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. If he were in the same company as Chu Yun, being a top pharmacist would effectively allow him to learn from him. In this endeavor, Sun Zitao was primarily focused on the latter. He knew very well that Chu Yun was not merely a colleague of his grandson. Sun Sheng was nowhere near Chu Yun's caliber. Sun Sheng was merely a pharmacist, while Mr. Chu was destined to secure a prominent position among the pharmacists. The difference between the two was as vast as heaven and earth, impossible to compare. Song Tao, tonight, time and again, had sought to belittle Mr. Chu while praising the Sun family, essentially sowing discord between him and Mr. Chu. Sun Zitao had already reached his limit of tolerance, and now he could endure no more. This fool nearly jeopardized his own prospects. If a rift were to develop between Mr. Chu and himself, even if they were to work in the same company in the future, how could he possibly muster the courage to seek guidance or learn from him? Simultaneously, Sun Zitao's heart raced with anxiety, reaching an overwhelming peak. Tonight, he had informed General Bai about Tang Jiangwo's promotion, and he had also advised General Bai to prepare gifts in advance, hoping to leverage his connections to Mr. Chu to foster a closer relationship and facilitate early cooperation. Yet, he never anticipated this. Having previously declined Mr. Chu's offer from Taikong Pharmaceuticals, he was now faced with an unexpected resurgence. Not only did they come, but with utmost sincerity, the heir of Taikong Pharmaceuticals personally arrived to extend the invitation. In terms of status, Bai Zishuan held no candle to Tai Linen within the Tai family. Now, with three individuals engaged in discussions, it remained uncertain which company Mr. Chu would favor. If he were to choose the Tai family, Sun Zitao's hopes would be utterly shattered. He had already signed a contract with Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, and it would be too late to retract. He would be left with nothing, a futile endeavor. He had come to Baiwa Pharmaceuticals solely to pursue Mr. Chu. At this moment, his anxiety was palpable. His heart raced with trepidation, and he could only silently pray. Meanwhile, in the adjacent private room, Chu Yun watched the two bickering with exasperation, unsure of what to say. The room had devolved into a debate. Bai Zishuan exclaimed, "Mr. Chu should join our company. We are the leading pharmaceutical enterprise." Tai Linen retorted, "Huh? That's laughable. You may be leading, but we are the local champions. Do you even have a market in Baiguan?" Bai Zishuan countered, "Our company offers excellent benefits and is willing to provide Mr. Chu with any perks he desires." Tai Linen shot back, "Our company's benefits are always double that of yours." Bai Zishuan shouted, "Our company can even introduce Mr. Chu to potential partners." Tai Linen angrily responded, "As a playboy of Baiguan, why would I worry about finding women for Mr. Chu if he comes to our company? I could make him a king." Bai Zishuan, flushed with rage, shouted, "I am willing to marry Mr. Chu. I've even tasted his saliva. He took my first kiss, the kind that was like pulling silk." Tai Linen was momentarily stunned. Is this how it goes? Even for a mere person, the competition is fierce? Tai Linen clenched his fists, determination and excitement flashing in his eyes. "I will go to Thailand. When I return, I, too, can marry Mr. Chu. I can taste saliva, even if it means eating excrement." Chu Yun twitched his lips, hastily intervening. "Enough?" Both individuals, flushed from their argument, turned to Chu Yun with eyes brimming with eager anticipation. Chu Yun gazed indifferently at Tai Linen. "Mr. Tai, do you remember what I said?" Tai Linen was taken aback, as if he recalled something, stumbling back a step, stammering. "What do you mean?" Chu Yun replied coolly, "I mentioned that the opportunity one provide is a one-time affair." Upon hearing this, Bai Zishuan beamed with delight. She vividly remembered how Tai Linen and the executives had mocked and ridiculed Chu Yun, even forcing him out. She also recalled his parting words, "The opportunity one provide is a one-time affair." Tai Linen stood there, his face a mask of humiliation. He forced a stiff smile. "Mr. Chu, surely you jest. When we first met, we were unfamiliar with each other. I sincerely apologize. There's no need for such finality." Chu Yun found it rather amusing. Who was the heartless one that day? Though he was unfazed by ridicule, akin to hearing a swarm of ants buzzing incessantly, the attitudes displayed were still vividly etched in his memory. Moreover, as the esteemed celestial being, Chu Shintian, could he possibly go back on his word? Perhaps, in today's world, promises and words are mere trifles, malleable as human affairs shift. Words may seem as light as feathers, inconsequential. However, within the grand realm of cultivation, promises and words bear the weight of mountains. How could they be so easily retracted? Chu Yun regarded Tai Linen with indifference, asserting, "What I have said remains unchanged." Bai Zishuan covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter from excitement. Tai Linen stood trembling, his anticipation morphing into fiery anger. The grotesque visage of a capitalist revealed in an instant. "Are you truly so unyielding?" Tai Linen gritted his teeth. Chu Yun replied blandly, "You may leave." Tai Linen sneered coldly, "Mr. Chu, do not forget that Lu Shuxiang's pharmacy uses my family's products. Are you attempting to sever the Tang family's livelihood? A threat?" Chu Yun's eyes narrowed, his intent to kill evident. He would not permit anyone to threaten him through those close to him. At that moment, Bai Zishuan stepped forward excitedly, declaring, "Mr. Chu, rest assured, Aunt Lu's pharmacy can use our Baiwa Pharmaceuticals products." 666. Thank you to my dear friend for presenting the pharmacy. Bai Zishuan trembled with joy, thrilled that Tai Linen had inadvertently pushed Mr. Chu towards her while also bestowing her a pharmacy. She had been concerned about breaking into the Baiguan pharmaceutical market. She longed to kiss this brilliant mind on the forehead. Tai Linen was momentarily taken aback, his frustration nearly bursting forth. He glared at Bai Zishuan, wishing to devour her whole. He had intended to threaten Chu Yun into submission, but this meddlesome woman had overstepped. Bai Zishuan stood proudly behind Chu Yun, her delight growing at the sight of Tai Linen's vexation. Tai Linen took a deep breath. When one plan fails, another arises. He promptly dialed a number. "Mr. Zhao, can you come over now?" After hanging up, he turned to Chu Yun with a smug grin. "Mr. Chu, if you wish to avoid humiliation before your family and friends, I advise you to comply and sign with Tai Kong. Otherwise, you may find yourself in an embarrassing situation soon." "Oh." Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Tai Linen strutted about, hands clasped behind his back, lifting his chin, clearly pleased with himself. "As luck would have it, the location you chose is quite to my advantage. Mr. Chu may not be aware of my status at the Taoran Hotel." Chu Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Zishuan, however, felt a pang of anxiety. In Bayan City, Any hotel would grant her family some consideration, but here in Baiguan, her standing was utterly insignificant. She recalled Tai Linen's tactics. He planned to leverage his status to expel Uncle Tang and his associates from the hotel, stripping Chu Yun of his dignity. Mr. Chu, you still have options. Tai Linen threatened, raising an eyebrow. Chu Yun remained calm, leisurely sipping his tea. He had made himself clear and had no desire to waste further words on him. Seeing Chu Yun's demeanor, Tai Linen's teeth ground together in frustration. Once Mr. Zhao arrives, I shall have all your relatives and friends thrown out, and I will force you to kneel and beg for a contract, leaving you no choice but to comply, he thought bitterly. Moments later, the private room door swung open. Zhao Qiming entered with a few others. Ah, what brings you here? Before reaching Tai Linen, Zhao Qiming wore a beaming smile, hurriedly shaking his hand. Young Master Tai, you should have informed me in advance. Tai Linen coldly withdrew his hand. Your guest has offended me, and you still think to arrange something for me? Zhao Qiming was taken aback, his expression shifting. Who? Tai Linen pointed accusingly at Chu Yun. Bai Zixuan stood nervously beside Chu Yun, utterly uncertain of how to navigate the situation. In Baiguan City, her reputation held no weight, and she could not compare to Tai Linen. If they truly intended to oust Mr. Chu and his companions, she would be powerless to intervene. Zhao Qiming and the executives exchanged dark glances. This sight was more than they could bear. A few individuals suddenly shivered, their lips trembling as they stood frozen in place like statues. Noticing their silence, Tai Linen sneered and questioned, "What's the matter? Doesn't T-Boss Zhao wish to intervene?" Zhao Qiming gulped nervously, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. How could this deity appear once more? He needed to consult a fortune teller tomorrow. His luck had plummeted recently. Boss Zhao? After a prolonged silence, Tai Linen furrowed his brows, directing his gaze at him. Zhao Qiming anxiously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stuttering, This cannot be resolved. Tai Linen was taken aback. He never expected Zhao Qiming to dare speak to him in such a manner. Enraged, he reached into his pocket, ready to produce his card. Zhao Qiming, I spend millions here annually. I am one of your hoteliers. Before he could finish, Zhao Qiming dashed forward, covering Tai Linen's mouth with one hand while restraining his pocket-pulling hand with the other. No, brother, please don't. Zhao Qiming trembled, recalling the last person who had brandished a gold card before Mr. Chu. His grave would be overgrown with grass by now. Let us take it easy, just leave quickly. Zhao Qiming was also distressed. Did these gold card clients not have a grudge against Mr. Chu? This month, one had already been lost. Zhao Qiming was merely being polite in asking Tai Linen to leave. It was the most prudent course of action. If matters escalated, he would risk losing his own gold card. Tai Linen stood rigidly, his face contorted in a hue akin to that of liver. He glared at Chu Yun, now fully aware that Chu Yun's status at this hotel surpassed his own. These consecutive threats had backfired spectacularly, leaving Tai Linen utterly humiliated. Chu Yun, however, had ceased to regard him, leisurely savoring his tea. Please leave. Spare me the trouble. Zhao Qiming urged softly, pushing him away. Tai Linen forcefully shook off his hand, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. He trembled with fury, pointing at Chu Yun and Bai Zixuan, roaring, I will not let you off. Baiwa shall never establish itself in Baiguan. And you, Chu Yun, shall not survive. With that, he turned and stormed off, utterly disgraced, having lost all semblance of dignity. The private room fell into silence. Bai Zixuan stared with wide, beautiful eyes, curiously glancing at Chu Yun and then at Zhao Qiming. She had not anticipated that Mr. Chu wielded such considerable influence in Baiguan. Observing Tai Linen's disheveled retreat, she felt an immense satisfaction. It was likely that Tai Deshao had never faced such humiliation in his life. Zhao Qiming awkwardly rubbed his hands, cautiously approaching Chu Yun with several high-ranking officials. Let us leave. Before they could reach him, Chu Yun, without even looking their way, spoke in a detached manner. Zhao Qiming and his companions swallowed nervously, nodding slightly, not daring to utter a word. They tiptoed out of the private room, careful not to disturb Chu Yun, and gently closed the door behind them. Inside the room, only the two remained. Bai Zixuan smiled as she sat across from Chu Yun. Mr. Chu, may we discuss? What I desire is still the same. Chu Yun calmly interrupted her. You should be well aware of that list of medicinal materials. You have already used it to test me. Bai Zixuan was taken aback, her face flushing slightly as she offered an awkward smile. After all, selecting a resident pharmacist in Baiguan required prudence, and she hoped Mr. Chu would understand. Chu Yun again interrupted her, stating coolly, each month, 50 of each medicinal material. Bai Zixuan sat rigidly in her seat, her smile turning bitter. Each item on that list was worth 500,000. 50 of each amounted to 25 million monthly, translating to 300 million annually. It was important to note that the head pharmacist at Baiwa Pharmaceutical earned merely around 10 million a year. Such a demand was outrageous. Moreover, one of the materials, known as base leaf grass, was exceedingly rare and often unavailable. Baiwa Pharmaceutical would have to explore various channels to procure it, potentially exceeding 300 million in a year. Bai Zixuan wanted to negotiate, but upon observing Chu Yun's indifferent demeanor, it was clear there was no room for discussion. Anger and frustration welled up in her. Do you think of yourself as a celestial being? 300 million a year. That sum is unfathomable. Many large companies don't even see such profits annually. And I have never heard of a resident pharmacist demanding such exorbitant fees. When Sun Zitao and Bai Zixuan signed their contract, it was merely 3 million. While he may indeed surpass Sun Lao in skill, 300 million was simply unthinkable. Did he consider himself a deity? Bai Zixuan felt a surge of anger. She simply could not accept the price Chu Yun had proposed, and Baiwa would certainly reject it as well. Mr. Chu, Bai Zixuan's tone grew firm. This collaboration must be mutually beneficial. For Baiwa to meet your conditions, it would require substantial sacrifice, potentially tightening their cash flow in the future. You may not comprehend the mechanics of commercial operations. To clarify, if we engage in a partnership and find you unworthy of such a price, Baiwa Pharmaceutical could face bankruptcy due to you. So Bai Zixuan coldly countered, how will you prove your worth? As she spoke, her frustration bubbled over. If you truly possess that capability, accompany me to buy in and demonstrate it to the Bai family, so I won't have to explain it to them. With that, she angrily raised her teacup and took a sip. She had come with sincerity but saw none from Chu Yun, who was demanding an unreasonable price. Her words were born of frustration, not intent. She merely wished to temper his arrogance for better bargaining. Very well, another day. You and I shall head north to Bayan. The indifferent words echoed in the private room. Uffed. Bai Zixuan spat out her tea. She was taken aback, utterly stunned. And before she could comprehend, Chu Yun had already exited the room. He actually dared to go to Bayan. Bai Zixuan remained seated, her head spinning. She seriously doubted Chu Yun's overconfidence. He seemed completely unaware of the Bai family, which emboldened him to make such grandiose claims. What on earth would happen now? The situation was spiraling entirely out of her control. The two returned to the private room one after the other. Chu Yun announced his intention to join Baiwa Pharmaceutical. The three members of the Tang family instantly erupted in joyous laughter. Lu Shuxiang excitedly covered her face and wept. Embracing Tang Zhangwo, while Tang Shui flushed with excitement. These three were sufficiently thrilled. To their surprise, this is wonderful. Heaven has eyes. My son Zitao has a lifetime of renown. Sun Zitao leaped up in exhilaration upon receiving the news, his old limbs dancing with glee. He was so overwhelmed with joy that he threw his arms around Song Tao, planting a vigorous kiss on his large forehead. This unexpected kiss left Song Tao momentarily stunned, standing there awkwardly, forcing a smile. The onlookers were baffled by the jubilant Sun Lao, their faces filled with confusion as they wondered what had sparked his elation. Seeing this, Bai Zixuan could only sigh and shake her head. Chu Yun may have spoken too soon. She held little hope for his joining Baiwa. After the meal, the group exited the hotel. It was already 9 in the evening, and Sun Zitao still had to visit the Li family to assist Old Li with his rehabilitation. Song Tao slinked away, and Bai Zixuan, looking disappointed, took her leave first. Chu Yun, shall we go for a drink? At the hotel entrance, Sun Sheng suddenly approached with a smile, inviting Chu Yun. Sun Lao regarded him with some surprise. Sun Sheng had kept his head down all evening and had said little. So this sudden cordiality was unexpected. Moreover, he was aware that Sun Sheng had never been on good terms with Mr. Chu. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Sun Sheng explained with a smile, now that we have both joined Baiwa, it would be beneficial for us as classmates to look out for one another. Let us go out for a drink and discuss our future developments. Upon hearing these words, the three members of the Tang family were filled with joy. Lu Shuxiang nudged Chu Yun and urged, indeed, Yun, you will be colleagues from now on, so make sure to get along well with classmates, son. You two should go have a drink. I'll keep the door open for you. Tang Zhangwo and Tang Shui also smiled and nodded in agreement. As Chu Yun had just entered Baiwa Pharmaceutical without much background and was not as powerful as Sun Sheng. Especially since Sun Sheng had the support of his grandfather in the company, it was only natural for Chu Yun to gravitate towards Sun Sheng. Establishing a closer relationship with the Sun family could provide him with protection, making his journey at Baiwa much smoother. Sun Zitao, upon hearing Sun Sheng's words, wore a satisfied expression. It seemed that Sun Sheng had matured and no longer harbored jealousy or resentment towards Mr. Chu. Their ability to mend their relationship was what he had hoped for. If Sun Sheng could align himself with Mr. Chu, his future path would undoubtedly be much easier. This child had finally grown up. With a half-smile, Chu Yun scrutinized Sun Sheng and asked with a hint of meaning, "Are you really inviting me?" Sun Sheng nodded with a smile, "Of course." "Good," Chu Yun replied, and after bidding farewell to the others, he followed Sun Sheng into his car. The vehicle roared to life and sped away down the midnight streets. Inside the car, Sun Sheng's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy demeanor. His eyes seemed to blaze with fire, and his hands trembled with excitement on the steering wheel, his face contorting with hatred and anger. He cast a cold glance at Chu Yun through the rearview mirror and quietly took out his phone, sending a precomposed message. "I am on my way. Please have the martial artists ready." Later that night, at the Li residence, Sun Zitao assisted Li Qingjun in sitting up from the bed. He meticulously checked his condition, massaging him and utilizing various medical instruments to monitor his vital signs. After a moment, Sun Zitao removed the stethoscope and remarked with a smile, "Brotherly, you are recovering well. It won't be long before you are back to your former self." Li Qingjun smiled gratefully. "This is all thanks to Mr. Chu's rescue." "Indeed," Sun Zitao sighed. Previously, Mr. Chu's Guxian Dan had awakened Li Qingjun, but a full recovery would take time. Such routine checkups could not trouble Mr. Chu. So Sun Zitao took it upon himself. The recovery was better than anticipated, largely due to the potency of Mr. Chu's Guxian Dan, which facilitated such rapid healing. "You and I should enjoy a drink and appreciate the scenery," Li Qingjun said, smiling as he took his old friend's hand, leading him out of the house. In the courtyard beneath the eaves, a low sandalwood table was set on the wooden floor, accompanied by a pot of steaming clear liquor, 2 exquisite cups, peanuts, and cold dishes laid out before them. Seated cross-legged on cushions, Li Qingjun and Sun Zitao toasted and shared heartfelt conversation. A refreshing summer breeze rustled through the courtyard, bringing a sense of tranquility, while the trees whispered gently and vibrant flowers swayed, their fragrance mingling with the scent of the forest, creating an exceptionally pleasant atmosphere on this night. At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the night sky. The rain dripped from the eaves, pattering on the wooden floor and landing nearby. "Zitao, you seem exceptionally happy tonight," Li Qingjun remarked, raising his cup for a toast. Sun Zitao took a contented sip, savoring the sweet taste of the clear liquor. "Indeed, Mr. Chu has agreed to join Baiwa. How could I not be happy?" he replied with a smile. "Oh," Li Qingjun set down his cup, listening intently to the news about Chu Yun. Sun Zitao continued with a grin. "I joined Baiwa a few days ago, betting that Mr. Chu would also join. Tonight, my wish has come true. Although I cannot formally become his disciple, being near him allows me to learn a great deal." Hearing this, Li Qingjun's eyes glimmered with envy. He reflected on Sun Zitao's good fortune in being able to approach Mr. Chu easily, contrasting it with his own son, who had missed opportunities to connect with Mr. Chu, causing a twinge of discomfort within him. "My grandson has also matured significantly," he thought. Sun Zitao, having enjoyed a few more drinks, became more animated, recounting, "Tonight, I witnessed Mr. Chu join Baiwa. After our banquet, he even invited Mr. Chu to share a drink with us. At this very moment, they must be conversing just like you and I." As he spoke, Sun Zitao gazed at the beautiful scenery of the courtyard, unable to hide his satisfaction. Compared to Mr. Chu's joining Baiwa, the maturity of his grandson brought him even greater joy. After years of concern for the boy, he felt relieved to see such growth. "What did you say?" Suddenly, Li Qingjun's expression changed dramatically. His cup fell from his hand, spilling wine on the small table. Sun Zitao looked at him, puzzled. "Are you sure Sun Sheng took Mr. Chu out for drinks?" Li Qingjun grasped his wrist tightly, anxiety written on his face. Sun Zitao, bewildered, nodded. "What's wrong?" Li Qingjun inhaled sharply, his expression shifting as he hesitated, unsure whether to speak further. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and fixed a penetrating gaze on Sun Zitao. "What I tell you tonight must not leave this room." Sun Zitao stiffly nodded, feeling a wave of tension wash over him. "I have investigated Mr. Chu's past," Li Qingjun said gravely, lowering his voice. "However, all I could find was his experience of coming to Baiguan to study last year. The past 20 years of his life is completely blank. Not even I could uncover anything." Sun Zitao's face paled. How was that possible? He knew his old friend's capabilities. Li Qijun had retired from the Jianglong military and had extensive connections throughout Jianglong province. To investigate someone, he only needed to make a call to uncover their entire background. Do you know what this implies? Li Qingyuan's eyes narrowed. Sun Zitao trembled and shook his head. Li Qijun stared intensely at him, stating emphatically, this means that Mr. Chu does not belong to Jianglong province. He likely hails from a much larger place. And his background is extraordinarily deep, someone who can erase all traces of their past and remain hidden in this small corner of Baiguan. His background is powerful enough to have left a blank slate for 20 years. Boom. As his words hung in the air, a flash of lightning illuminated the pale faces of the two elders. The rain intensified in the night sky. Sun Zitao forced a smile. What does this have to do with my grandson? Li Qingyuan's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Let me tell you one more thing. A sensational incident occurred in Baiguan's martial arts community a few days ago. Han Yu, from the Baiguan docks, was brutally murdered in Gu Huaibao's residence. Within that house, a sword energy several meters long shattered the floor. The one who unleashed that sword energy wielded nothing but a tender willow branch. This incident was covered up at a great cost by Gu Huaibao, and since it was a martial arts dispute, the police did not pursue it. However, it has already caused an uproar in Baiguan's martial arts community. It even alarmed the Beiwuzuo. Sun Zitao's expression changed dramatically. What does this have to do with Mr. Chu? Li Qijun trembled as he lifted his cup, taking a sip. The Beiwuzuo has scoured the directory of martial artists in Baiguan for this matter and found no leads, except for one name that emerged alongside this incident. Sun Zitao swallowed nervously. That name is Chu Xiandian. The torrential rain poured down, drowning out the sounds of the trees and flowers swaying. While the rainwater fell loudly from the eaves onto the floor, splashing droplets that had already soaked the corners of their clothes. The two men sat still, enveloped in silence for a long while. What does this mean? Sun Zitao forced a smile, his expression clearly tense. They're just going out for a drink. A drink? Li Qingjun fixed a cold gaze upon him. Suddenly, his voice surged dramatically, resonating like thunder. As he interrogated Sun Zitao, are you aware of the actions your grandson has taken against Mr. Chu this past year? Are you aware that Sun Sheng has bullied Chu Yun since a year ago, dragging him to the refuse site, subjecting him to verbal abuse and physical assault? He has left him battered and humiliated every single day. Do you know that Sun Sheng once forced Chu Yun's head into a heap of garbage, mercilessly tormenting him, treating him as if he were no better than a pig or a dog? As he spoke, Li Qingjuan's anger erupted, and he slammed his hand on the table, causing dishes and wine glasses to shatter on the floor amidst a cacophony of breaking glass. The torrential rain fell ominously. Li Qingjun's roar momentarily drowned out the storm. And do you know that tonight marks your grandson's demise? Boom. The explosive thunderclaps reverberated, illuminating the northern night sky, casting a stark light on Sun Zitao's pale, terrified visage. The cup in his hand fell, shattering upon impact with the ground. Sun Zitao jolted awake, akin to a stray dog, stumbling and frantically fleeing the Li residence. Li Qingjun watched the pitiful figure of his old friend retreating beneath the downpour, exhaling a long sigh. The deluge cleansed the streets of Northern Pass in the dead of night. The streetlights flickered uncertainly, seemingly affected by the rain. A van was parked at the entrance of Yunmen, a martial arts school with over a decade of history in Northern Pass. Its weathered sign was washed clean by the rain. Wang Chong, holding an umbrella, stood at the door, anxiously awaiting. After receiving news about Sun Sheng, he had hurried to this location. Before long, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man accompanied by a young man. The youth donned a raincoat, shielding the elder from the rain. Mr. Chong, Wang Chong said, bowing deeply, his voice trembling with trepidation. The realm of martial arts felt so distant from an ordinary person like him, especially since he was merely a student. In his eyes, martial arts represented an unattainable pinnacle. Upon encountering Chang Yunyao for the first time, he instinctively lowered his head in reverence. Chang Yunyao cast a detached glance at the rain-soaked street. The heavens are unkind. Killing this man will expedite our return. With that, he and Su Li entered the vehicle. Wang Chong hastily drove off, the van navigating the slick road. Who is this person? Chang Yunyao inquired nonchalantly, glancing at his phone. Wang Chong replied, his voice quivering, just a student. Simply a student? Chang Yunyao raised an eyebrow. Wang Chong hesitated, adding, he has some martial prowess, but it pales in comparison to a true martial artist, let alone to you, Mr. Chong. Chang Yunyao immediately lost interest. You will handle the aftermath. Understood, Wang Chong replied. The mere fact that he was just a student somewhat disappointed Chang Yunyao. He had anticipated a worthy opponent to showcase his skills tonight. Recently, having witnessed a sword strike that cleaved the floor at the Gu family residence, he had been inspired to practice diligently, even experiencing a breakthrough in his training. He had hoped to demonstrate his prowess tonight, boldly proclaiming, "I wield a sword that can vanquish all under heaven," and then executing a graceful strike like that of Chu, a master he aspired to emulate. Yet now, it seemed he would only contend with a student, a notion that dampened his spirits. "Su Li, you handle this," Chang Yunyao instructed. "Yes, master," Su Li exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had longed for an outlet to release the humiliation suffered at the Gu family residence, and tonight presented the perfect opportunity to unleash his frustrations upon this student. The van swiftly disappeared into the rain-drenched street. At the Northern Pass garbage dump, the torrential rain masked the foul stench of refuse, bringing an unexpected freshness. The rain cleansed the filthy heaps of garbage, while several cars with headlights ablaze illuminated the desolate sight, making the downpour appear vividly clear. "They're here. Brother Sun's car has arrived. Everyone get out." A group of affluent youths, wielding white umbrellas, disembarked from their vehicles, standing gleefully in the rain, eagerly anticipating Sun Sheng's arrival. The car halted among the clustered vehicles. Sun Sheng emerged with a wicked grin, personally opening the door for Chu Yun. "Come down," he sneered. "Classmate Chu, our revelry awaits." Chu Yun stepped into the rain, the only one without an umbrella. The torrential downpour soaked him instantly, drenching his face and obscuring his indifferent gaze beneath wet hair. He stood quietly before the refused site, allowing the rain to cascade over him. "Do you remember this place?" Sun Sheng taunted from behind, his voice chillingly excited. Chu Yun gazed ahead, seemingly transported back in time. How could he possibly forget? In a past life, it was here that Sun Sheng and his gang first tormented him, forcing his head into a pile of garbage, mercilessly beating him. He could never erase the memories of the blood he shed, the tears he cried, the desperate pleas he uttered in this very place, all in vain. He had not forgotten. In that previous existence, it was not only Sun Sheng. There was also the man currently abroad, the more ruthless one who forced him to eat refuse, to kneel and bark like a dog, to prostrate himself in supplication, endless torment inflicted upon him. It had been so long. For 300 years, the memories had nearly faded, dulled by the countless tribulations endured, rendering past humiliation seemingly trivial. Yet, how could he ever forget? "I once offered you a chance," Chu Yun murmured. The rain blurred his vision as he stood amidst the mingling refuse, his silhouette desolate and forlorn. Sun Sheng and his comrades paused, then erupted into laughter. Sun Sheng's laughter was frenzied and terrifying, his expression contorting grotesquely. Fixated on Chu Yun's back, his fists clenched in fury, an overwhelming surge of rage, resentment, jealousy, and murderous intent welled within him, ready to erupt at long last. He had waited far too long for this moment. He glared at Chu Yun's figure, howling in a frenzy beneath the rain. "You offered me a chance. Chu Yun, do you truly think yourself formidable? Why should my grandfather hold you in esteem? Why should you be granted entry into Baiwa Pharmaceuticals? You are nothing but refuse I can easily trample upon, a stray dog, just a wretched being who begs for mercy on his knees. How dare you speak of offering me a chance?" Sun Sheng's countenance grew increasingly twisted and deranged. He could not accept that a lowly insect from the societal underbelly could rise above him. He could not bear the thought that his grandfather had once knelt before this person, regarding him with utmost respect. He could not endure the reality that the very nightmare haunting him now was someone he had once bullied at will. He yearned to eradicate him, to obliterate the specter of fear that lingered within. As long as Chu Yun drew breath, he would never find peace. "So, have they all arrived?" Chu Yun inquired coolly. Sun Sheng, taken aback, demanded, "What do you mean? Have they arrived?" A faint smile appeared on Chu Yun's lips. "Those who have wronged me." Sun Sheng burst into raucous laughter. "Of course, we shall witness your demise firsthand. Only by seeing you perish will I find solace." Chu Yun closed his eyes, allowing the rain to wash over his cheeks. He murmured, "Then that is good." At this moment, under the distant shroud of darkness and rain, two beams of light emerged. A van slowly entered the landfill. In this instant, Sun Sheng trembled with excitement, his expression a tumult of emotions, exhilaration, malice, hatred, all converging on his contorted face. He gritted his teeth, vociferously proclaiming each word. "Chu Yun, your time has come." The late-night North Gate resembled a colossal graveyard. Torrential rain washed over this sepulchre, with flashes of lightning illuminating the night, casting an eerie and terrifying pallor, revealing countless rain streaks that connected the night sky to the city. As if the heavens were ferrying lost souls. Amidst this rain-soaked expanse stood Chu Yun. The downpour had thoroughly drenched him, his hair, his clothes, and his detached expression were all marked by countless rivulets that cascaded from his form, pooling on the ground. He stood like an unyielding statue, allowing the rain to pummel him. With his back to the crowd, he faced the towering heaps of refuse, leaving behind a solitary and desolate silhouette. The two distant beams of light brightened the landfill further. The rain curtain seemed to transform into a stage, illuminated by this light. People gazed with fervor at the approaching van, each eye brimming with anticipation and youthful, reckless ardor, mirroring Sunshing's own long wait for this day. No one could accept that one they once bullied so easily had suddenly transformed into someone formidable, no longer under their control. If that were the case, it would be better for him to perish. The van halted 100 meters away from the crowd. Wang Cheng emerged, personally opening the door. The deluge was so fierce that it blurred their vision and obscured the scene, casting everything into a haze, rendering it difficult to discern the two figures descending from the vehicle, one old, one young. Su Li, clad in a raincoat, stood behind, shielding his master with an umbrella. Yet, the torrential downpour could not muffle the old man's resolute footsteps. The duo, an elder and a youth, accompanied by a white umbrella, stepped forth, their strides powerful and assured, each footfall splashing water around them. With the thunder rumbling and rain cascading, the warriors approached, heralding Chu Yun's impending demise. Sun Sheng and his companions could no longer contain their fervent excitement. They bowed deeply to the slowly advancing figures, their voices rising in unison through the rain curtain, infused with boundless hatred and fervor, intertwined with endless anticipation and malice. Mr. Chong, please make your move. Kill my enemy. Mr. Chong, please make your move. Kill my enemy. Mr. Chong, please make your move. Kill my enemy. The thunderous shouts echoed, drowning out even the roar of the heavens. The downpour seemed to carry an undercurrent of unrestrained animosity and frenzy, with the crowd's cries escalating ever higher. As the cacophony of shouts crescendoed, Chang Yunyu advanced slowly. The rain-soaked night blurred the lonely silhouette of the youth. In a fleeting moment, as the thunder clapped, Chang Yun, you could barely glimpse the outline of the boy through the rain. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. What manner of youth could stand so composed and unflinching in the face of life and death, turning his back on the throng? Chu Yun, your time has come. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may grant you a swift end. You are finally to die. Aha! You are finally to die. As Mr. Chang drew nearer, Sun Sheng's countenance morphed into one of madness and malice. He resembled a pump, his body convulsing violently, his eyes bloodshot and wild, consumed by jealousy and hatred. He had lost all sense of reason. Trembling with excitement, he was nearly driven to madness, his mind a blank slate save for a singular thought. To kill Chu Yun, to kill Chu Yun, thus banishing the nightmare from his heart, forever freezing time at that moment of tormenting Chu Yun. With Chu Yun's demise, all those moments of humiliation would dissipate like a fleeting dream. At last, Chu Yun, who had remained motionless, slowly lifted his head. He gazed upon the rain-laden night sky, allowing the icy rain to wash over his chiseled features, as if he could see 300 years past, to that wretched time in this very landfill, where a cowardly boy pleaded, "Please, spare me. Do not strike me again. Sungu, Sungu, I kneel before you. I bow my head. Please, please do not hit me. I am willing to serve you like a beast. Just spare me." That once distant voice echoed in his ears. The boy, stripped of status and reduced to a mere wretched creature, felt so foreign, so distant, as if it belonged to another life entirely. Now I, Chu Yun, return. Chu Yun's murmured voice resonated through the tempestuous night. His words, though low, reverberated with an intensity that struck the hearts of all present, like a clarion call echoing within their souls. In that instant, the crowd's fervent shouts halted abruptly, as if silenced by an unseen force. Chang Yunyu and Su Li, too, stood transfixed, uncertain why they had stopped, but compelled to do so nonetheless, their eyes fixated on the boy's silhouette. The landfill fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the relentless patter of rain upon the ground. The storm's clamor filled the air, as the crowd stood, momentarily stunned, gazing at the boy's figure. "You shall know who I am." At that moment, Chu Yun finally turned to face them. A fearsome thunderclap illuminated his icy visage. Chang Yunyu and Su Li finally beheld the boy's countenance, their bodies shivering as if the cold rain had seeped into their very bones, rendering them petrified in place. The thunder roared. The rain poured. Within the landfill, the scene seemed to freeze, the headlights cutting through the rain-soaked night, illuminating the cold and desolate figure of Chu Yun. At this juncture, he dared to be audacious. What right did he still possess? Sun Shang, consumed by rage, loathed Chu Yun's calm demeanor. He should not be so composed. He should be begging like a stray dog, kneeling and kowtowing, just as he had in the past. Kill him. Mr. Chang, kill him. Sun Shang's voice trembled as he shouted frantically. At his behest, a throng of privileged youths echoed his frenzied cries. Kill him. Mr. Chang, please act. Kill Chu Yun. Kill him. The rain's onslaught stripped the young men of their reason, revealing the terrifying beastly nature within them. The thunder and rain could not mask their fervor and madness, as the cacophony of their bloodthirsty cries seemed intent on tearing the night sky asunder, accompanied by Sun Shang's frenzied shouts. Chang Yunyu and Su Li's faces contorted with fear, trembling as they gradually sank to their knees, like two guilt-ridden souls, bowing before Chu Yun from several meters away, kneeling in the deluge. In this moment, all the howls and shouts were reclaimed by the heavens. Only the merciless sound of the rain remained, mocking the ignorance of the masses. The night rain raged on. The torrential downpour seemed intent on engulfing the city. The streets flooded, transforming roads into rivers, while the landfill became a shallow lake. The relentless rain pounded down, a multitude of droplets descending like resolute warriors upon the earth. The terrifying sound of rain drowned out all other sounds of the world. Sun Shang and his companions finally fell silent, their mouths agape in shock and fear. Frozen in place, they watched in horror as Mr. Chang and Su Li knelt on the ground beneath the torrential rain, the car's headlights illuminating their figures so clearly that it seemed as if all the light in the world converged upon them. In the midst of the thunderous storm, their posture of submission appeared so desolate, as if the downpour weighed heavily upon them, forcing them to bow their heads in trembling despair. Mr. Chang, Mr. Chang. Sun Shang instinctively took a step back, murmuring in terrified confusion. A group of young aristocrats stood dumbfounded, their eyes reflecting bewilderment and rising fear. Quick, kill Chu Yun. I paid for this. I paid. Sun Shang's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible over the rain, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Seemingly a soliloquy that only he could hear, until finally, his trembling lips could no longer form words. The crowd remained in stunned silence for a long while. Eventually, the confusion on their faces dissipated, replaced by a growing sense of terror that overtook their features. They finally understood. Mr. Chang and Su Li were kneeling before Chu Yun, kneeling before someone they had once mercilessly bullied. Upon realizing this, they wilted like frostbitten eggplants, all hysteria and hatred extinguished, leaving only fear, shock, and dread. The crowd turned to gaze at Chu Yun, the youth drenched in the rain of that stormy night. His eyes remained eerily calm and indifferent, as if he were one with the tempest, undeterred by the thunder and rain. They looked upon him with unfamiliarity. Suddenly, the words he had spoken echoed in their minds. Only then do you realize who I am? He was once the Chu Yun they knew, yet he had transformed into someone altogether different. In that stormy night, no one dared to move. Only the relentless rain, cutting through the beams of light from the headlights, created a flickering dance of illumination, like restless spirits in the night. Chu Yun slowly crouched down. The moment he moved, the crowd instinctively recoiled, swallowing hard in trepidation. In that instant, all their fears emanated from this young man's every gesture, as if he were the grim reaper descending at midnight, casting a pall of fear over the land. Chu Yun knelt in the rain, gracefully washing his hands in the puddles, as if it were a mundane act before a meal, or perhaps before taking a life. One must be sacrificed, he said casually while rinsing. The heavy downpour could not muffle his voice. His seemingly tranquil words pierced through the air with striking clarity, resonating in every ear. Otherwise, I have endured this rain for nothing. His tone was strikingly calm, as if he were discussing the mere squashing of an ant rather than the act of killing. The crowd stood frozen in horror. Each person could almost hear the rapid beating of their own hearts, drowning out even the sound of the rain. After washing his hands, Chu Yun flicked off the excess water and stood up. He turned his gaze toward the two kneeling figures several meters away. You choose. Chang Yunyu and Su Li were abruptly stunned. Tremors of terror coursed through them as they realized the words were directed at them. Mr. Chu. Chang Yunyu cried out, his head thudding heavily against the rain-soaked ground. We didn't know. Chu Yun reiterated, you choose. Chang Yunyu suddenly halted. As if petrified, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging, and in an instant, he pointed a trembling finger at the still-dazed Su Li. Kill him. Mr. Chu, kill him. He betrayed Tian Yuan. He has been seeking revenge against you. Spare me. Kill him. Su Li's face turned ashen. He inwardly cursed, but had no time to ponder as he scrambled to his feet, frantically fleeing into the rain, stumbling and terrified for his life. Chu Yun's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, he dashed forward, moving through the rain-soaked ground, as if merely skimming the surface of shallow puddles, each step taken without a splash, only creating gentle ripples. In an instant, he was beside Chang Yunyu, swiftly picking up the discarded umbrella. Chang Yunyu let out a terrified scream, nearly having his heart stop from fright, believing Chu Yun was about to kill him. But in a heartbeat, Chu Yun had surged past him. Chang Yunyu turned in horror, trembling as he watched Chu Yun's figure vanish into the night rain. In those fleeting seconds, Chu Yun had already collapsed the umbrella and pursued the fleeing Su Li. Don't kill me. Su Li cried out in terror, glancing back in desperation, yet the umbrella shot forth like a chilling blade, piercing through his raincoat, his clothing, his skin, his heart. In a split second, Su Li's body was impaled by the umbrella. His mouth remained in a plea, the last and ever to be uttered. With a thud, his body fell straight into the rain, splashing water everywhere, his blood quickly diluted by the downpour, leaving no trace of its scent, entirely masked by the freshness of the storm. Chu Yun did not even glance at the lifeless form on the ground. He turned and walked slowly back toward the crowd, his expression unchanged, as if this were of little consequence to him. In the vast realm of cultivation, he had slain countless cultivators and decimated countless sects. The renown of the Xiantian Immortal Sovereign was built upon a mountain of corpses. A mere ant's life held no value. Yet to the onlookers, the scene was utterly petrifying. As Chu Yun approached, some recoiled in terror, only to find their retreat blocked by the very refuse that had once obstructed Chu Yun. Others, like Sun Sheng, trembled in place, overwhelmed by fear, devoid of the strength to flee, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, paralyzed by terror. You may leave now. Take care of him, Chu Yun said softly as he passed by Chang Yunyu, gently patting his shoulder. Chang Yunyu shuddered, hurriedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chu. He then clumsily rose, shouldering Su Li's corpse, stumbling as he fled the scene, the dread and shock already having seeped into his very being, vowing never to return. The rain fell incessantly, the headlights illuminating Chu Yun as he finally turned his gaze upon Sun Sheng and the others. This was the first time he looked at them directly that night. He offered them a faint smile. Sun Sheng gulped, his face twisted in terror. Nearly on the brink of collapse, he suddenly recalled Chu Yun's earlier question. So, has everyone gathered? It dawned on him that tonight he intended to spare no one. Chu Yun's footsteps echoed softly on the cold, rain-soaked ground as he advanced toward the group of people. Chang Yunyu had long since fled with Su Li's lifeless body, and the bloodstains on the wet earth had been washed away. In the dark of this rainy night, the atmosphere was ripe for violence. The faces of Sun Sheng and his companions were etched with sheer terror as they retreated step by step before Chu Yun's ominous approach. It was reminiscent of the time when they had forced him back, but now the roles were reversed. Chu Yun single-handedly compelled them to cower in fear, trembling with dread. With nowhere left to escape, they stumbled and fell onto a heap of refuse, scrambling in panic to climb over it. Chu Yun observed these individuals with a bemused expression. The rain had completely obscured his visage, his drenched hair concealing his eyes, and the indifference in his gaze grew colder still, mirroring the relentless downpour. He found it perplexing how he had become their adversary. These were the very people who had tormented him, treating him as a mere outlet for their frustrations. Had their animosity arisen merely because he had suddenly transformed, no longer under their control? Such reasoning struck Chu Yun as absurdly laughable. Chu Yun, let us speak calmly, one man cried out, collapsing in despair before him. Tears mingled with rain as he wept uncontrollably, his emotions spiraling beyond his control. He crawled to Chu Yun, clinging desperately to his leg, his pleas echoing as though he were the most pitiful soul in existence. Chu Yun regarded him with a puzzled expression, unable to recall the man's face, lost to the sands of time 3 centuries ago. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Suddenly, a white umbrella came crashing down, piercing through the man's body in an instant. Blood stained the refuse, quickly washed away by the heavy rain, and the man's grip on Chu Yun's leg slackened, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Chu Yun murmured. This scene utterly shocked the onlookers. Fear enveloped the refuse dump, consuming the crowd. They were mere students, witnessing murder for the first time, especially against someone they knew, and deep down, they understood that they might be next. In an instant, terror overwhelmed them completely. Sun Sheng and his companions froze in place, some paralyzed with fear, their minds blank, while others reacted and fled in all directions, desperate to escape. This was no longer a refuse dump. It had morphed into a hellish purgatory. The blood-stained white umbrella in Chu Yun's hand was soon rendered pristine by the pouring rain. He turned to smile at the fleeing figures, their frantic escape under the night rain reminiscent of pitiful creatures striving to evade the grasp of a mighty eagle. They stumbled and fell, only to rise again, their terrified cries swallowed by the storm, their pleas for help sounding so insignificant against the vastness of the night. After they had run several dozen meters, Chu Yun swiftly pursued them. His steps were light and agile, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. And in the blink of an eye, he caught up with the fleeing individuals. 2, 3. He had become utterly unhinged. The white umbrella gleamed like a sword, each thrust claiming a life with chilling precision, as he murmured numbers to himself. Each sweep of the umbrella cleaved through the rain, momentarily halting its descent. There were no cries of anguish, no sounds of torment, no pleas for mercy. Chu Yun's speed was such that those who perished felt no pain, unable to utter a single scream or beg for their lives. The white umbrella in his grasp resembled the scythe of death, reaping the fragile strands of life. The unfolding spectacle left those who remained paralyzed in horror. What terrified them most was not the act of murder itself, but Chu Yun's unwavering composure. His eyes remained as tranquil as still waters, devoid of fear, excitement, or anxiety, as if slaughtering was as mundane as eating or sleeping. He appeared not to be killing, but rather harvesting straw. How many lives must one extinguish to attain such calmness? To him, these lives were not precious, but mere insects, mere dust. Amidst the stunned crowd, 7, Chu Yun's voice resonated clearly. The 7 fleeing souls collapsed into pools of blood, their crimson essence mingling with the rain. The metallic scent overpowering the downpour, gradually permeating the air. The blood of the 7 painted the area in an unusual shade of pink. When Chu Yun turned to approach the remaining onlookers once more, their fear had morphed into a profound internal collapse, a despairing wail echoing in the face of death. The anguish etched on their faces was grotesquely twisted. Fleeing was futile. Paralyzed by terror, they could only await their demise. They staggered to their knees, begging for mercy like wild animals. "I was wrong. Please, spare me," they cried. "I deserve to die. I'm scum. I can soon refuse. I will punish myself." In the face of death, humanity manifested in myriad forms. Some slapped their own faces amidst the rain, the sound of flesh striking flesh ringing out as they begged for forgiveness. Others shoved refuse into their mouths, desperately seeking self-punishment, while some picked up sharp objects from the trash, inflicting wounds upon themselves in a futile attempt to atone. Yet, what crushed their spirits was Chu Yun's complete lack of compassion. Even hatred was absent. He remained disturbingly calm, indifferent to their plight. He bore no resentment toward them, including Sun Sheng. If it weren't for their incessant torment, he would scarcely have acknowledged their existence. They were not worthy of his ire. Killing them was merely a convenient way to eliminate a bothersome swarm of ants. Their pleas for mercy stirred no emotions within him, merely creating a cacophony. "Too noisy," Chu Yun murmured softly. Then, with a sudden, fierce sweep of his umbrella, a blinding white light erupted, slicing through the rain and silencing all cries for mercy. 11. The thunder rumbled, illuminating Chu Yun's deathly figure. The torrential downpour could no longer wash away the blood from the white umbrella, droplets falling steadily from its tip as he stood before the last remaining individual. Sun Sheng lay crumpled amidst the refuse, paralyzed by terror, his eyes vacant. A foul odor wafted through the air, in his fright. Sun Sheng had lost control of his bodily functions. It was somewhat amusing. Among the 12, he was the only name Chu Yun remembered. Yet, in truth, he harbored no lingering hatred. It seemed trivial to resent an insect. Over the past 3 centuries, the number of individuals who could evoke such feelings within Chu Yun had dwindled significantly. "Please, don't kill me." As Chu Yun approached, Sun Sheng was nearly immobile, his face contorted in desperation. "I was wrong before. Chu Yun, I beg you. I don't want to die. I truly don't want to die. Please spare me, and I will serve you like a beast." A trembling voice echoed repeatedly. Sun Sheng's pleas for mercy were incoherent. At this moment, his mind was in a haze, unsure of what actions might ensure his survival. All he could do was babble incoherently in his desperate appeals. Chu Yun approached him calmly, slowly raising a white umbrella. His expression remained unchanged, serene as still waters, devoid of any ripples. The umbrella thrust forward. Sun Sheng let out a quivering scream. "Mr. Chu, I beg you, spare my wretched grandson. Beneath the thunderous storm, the voice of an old man pleaded with all his might. The white umbrella in Chu Yun's hand hovered just above Sun Sheng's chest, poised to pierce the skin and draw forth crimson blood. Sun Sheng gasped in shock, breathing heavily. He turned his head slightly and saw a car parked at the entrance of the garbage dump, its headlights casting fragmented beams of light that illuminated the hazy figure of an elderly man hunched over. Chu Yun glanced over indifferently. The torrential rain had thoroughly soaked Sun Zitao, rendering him a disheveled figure akin to a destitute scavenger. Trembling, he took 3 faltering steps forward. He knelt heavily, bowing his head. "I implore you, Mr. Chu, spare my wretched grandson. Our family will serve you loyally for generations." He then stood up and took 3 more steps forward. Again, he knelt, bowing his head. "Please, spare my grandson. I beg you." Rising once more, he wobbled forward, the relentless rain nearly toppling him, resembling a wobbling toy. 3 more steps, kneeling and bowing, choked with emotion. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the roaring storm, Sun Sheng gazed at his grandfather's figure, bowing every 3 steps. And tears of remorse streamed down his face, a torrent of pain akin to a river bursting its banks, unable to be contained. 3 steps and a bow. This was the method employed by Buddhist ascetics to express their devotion during their arduous journeys. It was the highest homage an ascetic could offer to Buddhism. Each 3 steps, bowing to heaven and earth. And for Sun Zitao to do the same for Chu Yun indicated that his family was willing to revere Mr. Chu as a deity, as an object of their sincere admiration, hoping to barter this for his grandson's life. The wind and rain fell heavily. The thunderous roar seemed unable to suppress the old man's choked pleas. His forehead gradually bled from repeated impacts with the ground. And after being knocked down by the rain multiple times, he trembled as he rose again, continuing his 3 steps and bows. The distance from the entrance to the garbage heap stretched for hundreds of meters, a seemingly endless expanse. Sun Zitao knelt countless times, rose countless times, his voice hoarse from repeated pleas. Time passed without notice. Sun Zitao persisted, bowing every 3 steps, until he could rise no more, his forehead completely battered, the torrential rain drenching his frail, hunched form. Who would have thought that this disheveled old man was the foremost physician of Baiguan, the revered Sun Lao? "Grandfather." Sun Sheng's tears flowed freely as he murmured. Guilt, regret, and pain. A complex array of emotions converged upon his face. Hatred and jealousy dissipated. He recalled his grandfather's words. He and Mr. Chu were from 2 entirely different worlds, distant and disconnected. Yet, when he finally comprehended this truth, it was far too late. Chu Yun observed in silence, his face betraying no hint of sympathy. Perhaps there was a flicker of compassion within, but it resembled a hunter witnessing a mother rabbit pleading for her young, nothing more. Yet, amidst this chaos, someone had to take charge. "Can you handle this?" Chu Yun looked down at him and asked coolly. Sun Zitao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at the 10 or so corpses around him, swallowing hard in trepidation, and nodded eagerly. With a swish, the blood-red white umbrella suddenly sliced through the air. The rain was instantly cleaved, piercing through the layers of water, and in an instant, it severed Sun Sheng's trousers, cutting through his legs. Bones shattered, flesh flew apart. Under this blade of light, akin to a saw, Sun Sheng's legs were cleanly severed. Ah! The anguished scream of Sun Sheng echoed through the stormy night, a sound of sheer horror. Sun Zitao's face turned ashen, instinctively turning his head away. Tears of pain streaming down, unable to bear the sight before him. Chu Yun discarded the white umbrella, rubbing his weary wrist. "This is your responsibility." As he passed by Sun Zitao, he remarked coolly, then picked up a clean umbrella from the rain-soaked ground, opening it and walking away slowly. The night rain was hazy. His figure seemed to merge with the storm, a solitary figure with an umbrella, drifting away, creating a melancholic and desolate scene against the backdrop of the tempest. Sun Zitao slowly turned around, trembling. He watched the departing silhouette of the young man with tears of gratitude, realizing that despite the loss of Sun Sheng's legs, this was the greatest act of mercy towards his grandson. He knelt once more, bowing deeply until that figure vanished entirely into the depths of the rainy night. The sound of the door opening startled Tang Shui from her slumber. She had been waiting for Chu Yun, dozing off at the dining table, leaving the door ajar for him. You're back." Tang Shui rubbed her eyes, suddenly wide awake. "Why are you soaking wet?" Chu Yun tousled his damp hair and smiled faintly. "I got caught in the rain on my way back." "Did Sun Sheng not see you off?" Tang Shui blinked her beautiful eyes, eagerly asking, "How was the drinking?" Chu Yun smiled, "Quite enjoyable. The wine was splendid." Tang Shui couldn't help but feel relieved, secretly pleased for Chu Yun. If he could cultivate a good relationship with Sun Sheng, His future at Baiwa Pharmaceutical would surely be easier. Completely drenched, Chu Yun headed for the bathroom to shower. Just as he reached the door, Chu Yun. Tang Shui hesitated, but called out to him. Chu Yun turned back. What is it? Tang Shui's face flushed slightly, her words stumbling awkwardly. Well, congratulations on becoming an employee of Baiwa Pharmaceutical. I didn't expect you to be so capable anyway, congratulations. As she spoke, her face turned red as she lowered her head. All night, she had been contemplating how to congratulate him. Perhaps she once thought him too weak and ineffectual, and the sudden change was difficult for her to accept. Or perhaps it was her pride that hindered her from voicing her congratulations. But thinking it over, she realized that if Chu Yun received her blessing, he would surely be delighted, so Tang Shui mustered the courage to say it. Oh, Chu Yun replied tersely, shutting the bathroom door with a click. Tang Shui stood there, feeling as though she were a disheveled penguin caught in a gust of wind, staring blankly at the bathroom door, utterly stunned. What a facade of indifference. He must be overjoyed inside. Tang Shui's face flushed with frustration, and after a bit of self-reassurance, she returned to her room, slamming the door with a force even greater than Chu Yun's. The next morning, as Chu Yun emerged from his room, the three members of the Tang family were seated together at the breakfast table. Tang Shui shot Chu Yun an annoyed glance, then bit into her pastry with a fervor that seemed to channel her irritation towards him. Aunt Lu couldn't help but inquire about Chu Yun's drinking escapades from the previous night. Chu Yun casually deflected the questions, offering little detail. Today, Tang Jiangwo's demeanor toward Chu Yun was markedly more amiable, with far fewer sarcastic remarks, even serving him a piece of pastry and urging him to maintain ties with the Sun family. My heavens, how is this even possible? As the four enjoyed a harmonious breakfast, Tang Shui was scrolling through her phone when she let out a terrified scream. Her face turned pale instantaneously, her hand trembling as it clutched her phone, causing the chopsticks in her other hand to clatter to the floor. Lu Shuxiang and Tang Jiangwo looked at her in confusion. Tang Shui placed her phone, trembling, on the table and nervously clicked on the news video. Last night, torrential rains in Baiguan had caused a catastrophic rear-end collision on South Ring Road, resulting in the tragic deaths of 11 individuals and leaving one severely injured, who had lost both legs. Upon verification, it was confirmed that all 12 were students from Jianglong University. The incident was precipitated by the slick roads due to the rain, leading to reckless speeding, and the investigation into the aftermath was still ongoing. The three members of the Tang family watched the news, their faces ashen with fear. The video displayed a harrowing scene of cars colliding, flames engulfing the vehicles, and the charred bodies being removed, a sight too gruesome to bear. Sun Qing, the survivor who had lost his legs, appeared terrified as he was interviewed by a reporter, visibly shaken from his near-death experience. The trio instinctively turned their gaze towards Chu Yun. Last night, he had shared drinks with them. Chu Yun slowly sipped his thin porridge, wiped his mouth, and smiled gently at the three, stating, I returned home by myself last night. Lu Shuxiang sighed heavily, relief washing over her. Thankfully, Yun had come back on her own. Had she returned in one of those cars, the outcome could have been dire. Such a thought was too horrifying to contemplate. Tang Jiangwo leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, lamenting the fleeting nature of youth and life's unpredictability. However, Tang Shui scrutinized Chu Yun with a hint of confusion. His calm demeanor was perplexing. Even if he felt no fear, one would expect some level of shock, yet he remained unfazed. I'm full, I'll head out first, Chu Yun announced as he stood up and left the house. Mom, don't you think Chu Yun is too composed? Tang Shui stammered, still shaken and astonished. The contrast between her fear and Chu Yun's unusual tranquility was unsettling. Lu Shuxiang paused, also sensing the oddity of the situation. Oh, you don't understand. Tang Jiangwo interjected, shooting them a glance of disbelief. That brat has never faced such events. He is likely hiding somewhere, terrified and crying. Hearing this, both Tang Shui and Lu Shuxiang nodded in agreement, their concern for Chu Yun deepening. At that moment, in Baiguan No. 1, within a spacious living room, the Tide Spirit Array was activated, diligently gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. Chu Yun sat cross-legged beside the array's center, focusing intently on his cultivation. The array significantly accelerated his progress, yet it was still limited. Without medicinal aids, he could not exponentially increase his cultivation speed. Only the combined power of the elixirs and the array could yield a qualitative leap. While Chu Yun cultivated, Lu Wanner tended to the garden outside the villa, occasionally stealing glances at him through the window. During his training sessions, Chu Yun forbade anyone from entering the villa, not out of fear of disturbance, but because the concentrated spiritual energy generated could be harmful to ordinary individuals. In the following days, Chu Yun remained sequestered within the villa, neglecting school. Lu Wanner rushed over every day after classes to assist him with household chores and cooking, seemingly relishing the routine. Thus, a week passed, and Chu Yun began to sense that he had encountered a bottleneck in the early stages of foundation building. To overcome this obstacle, he realized he needed the aid of medicinal pills in conjunction with the array. He halted his training and dialed Bai Zixuan's number. Now that he was stuck at this initial stage, it was time to head north to Bayan. After a considerable wait, Bai Zixuan finally answered, albeit hesitantly. Eventually, they agreed to set out together the following day. Setting down the phone, Bai Zixuan sat in the hotel lobby, massaging her temples in frustration. Her assistant, sitting across from her, sighed sympathetically. Why not just tell him we no longer need him? Bai Zixuan forced a smile. I still want to give it a shot. Her assistant, exasperated, replied, what is there to struggle with? His terms were rejected by the headquarters. Our branch in Baiguan has been stalled because of him. We are now the laughingstock of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. As she spoke, the assistant couldn't help but murmur, now. The headquarters refer to you as the fortune dispeller and him as Chu 3 billion. Bai Zixuan shot her a cold glance, prompting the assistant to quickly look down in silence. Deep down, Bai Zixuan felt a sense of despair. Just days prior, she had submitted Chu Yun's information and terms, only to face the ire of the higher-ups at Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. The 3 resident pharmacists had withdrawn their support, leading to severe repercussions. The headquarters not only rejected Chu Yun's proposal but also canceled the establishment of the Baiguan branch, forcing Bai Zixuan to abandon her aspirations and return to Bayan, where her standing was already precarious. She had cherished the opportunity to expand the market in Baiguan, seeking to prove her worth. Yet everything had crumbled due to Chu Yun, leaving her capabilities seriously questioned. The prospect of 3 billion in resident pharmacists had become a joke, and they had been branded within the company as Fortune Dispeller and Chu 3 billion, a complete mockery. Originally, Bai Zixuan intended to leave Baiguan that day, bidding farewell. However, Chu Yun's call sparked a flicker of hope within her. One day, you and I will head north to Bayan. She recalled that night when he calmly shook his cup and uttered those words. Perhaps he truly had the potential to make it happen, and despite knowing the odds were slim, she wished for him to try. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight bathed the mountaintop villa, causing the garden's flowers to sway gently in the breeze. Lu Wanner was watering the plants when an Audi A8 glided up to the villa entrance. A stylishly dressed woman emerged from the vehicle, donning sunglasses and a sun hat, her black dress accentuating her alluring curves, exuding a mature femininity that captivated even Lu Wanner. As the woman approached the villa, Lu Wanner hurriedly intercepted her. Who are you looking for? She asked, her voice tinged with caution and a hint of hostility. The woman's beauty evoked a sense of danger. Bai Zixuan smiled and removed her sunglasses. Is Mr. Chu at home? He's still resting. Lu Wanner replied firmly. Bai Zixuan scrutinized the girl before her. This young woman possessed a beauty that rivaled her own, though they were of entirely different types. Lu Wanner radiated a gentle, sweet demeanor akin to that of a neighborly girl, and even her subtle hostility struck Bai Zixuan as endearing. What is your relationship with Mr. Chu? Bai Zixuan inquired curiously. Lu Wanner hesitated, considering calling herself the housekeeper. However, that title seemed insufficient to convey her connection, while calling herself the mistress felt too blunt and presumptuous. As she pondered, her face flushed a rosy hue, her thoughtful expression utterly adorable. Noticing this, Bai Zixuan couldn't help but tease, you wouldn't happen to be a maid, would you? Lu Wanner froze, her face turning as red as an apple. I am not. She stammered in protest. Then what are you? Bai Zixuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Lu Wanner bit her crimson lip tightly, revealing a hint of rosy red. Feeling aggrieved, she clenched her small fists and instinctively exclaimed, I am his. Just then, a cough echoed from behind her. Startled, Lu Wanner turned around and realized that Chu Yun was standing right behind her. In an instant, she wished to find a crevice to hide in. Her previously flushed cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red, a mix of embarrassment and indignation. As she stomped her foot and hurriedly retreated into the villa, shutting the door firmly behind her, Bai Zixuan, who had been standing nearby, burst into laughter. Chu Yun cast her a faint glance and said, let us go. As the car drove away from Baiguan, Bai Zixuan outlined the general itinerary. She did not plan to return directly to Bayan, but intended to visit 3 other cities first. seeking the support of 3 resident pharmacists to further establish a branch of Baiwa Pharmaceutical in Baiguan. Baiwa Pharmaceutical had 4 resident pharmacists in total. 3 were stationed at other branches, while 1, the chief pharmacist, was based at the headquarters in Bayan. The resident pharmacists held a position of great importance in any pharmaceutical company. They were not merely employees, rather, they were collaborators and, in a sense, revered figures within the firm. For significant decisions, such as establishing a new branch, the opinions of these pharmacists were indispensable. Bai Zixuan knew that to regain control of the Baiguan branch, she required the support of these 3 pharmacists. As for the chief pharmacist in Bayan, she dared not even think about it. Just days prior, Bai Zixuan proposed an annual salary of 300 million for the resident pharmacist Chu Yun, only to be met with outrage from the higher-ups and vehement opposition from the 4 resident pharmacists. They collectively declared that if this ignorant junior were ever to ascend to the position of resident pharmacist, it would mark the day they left Baiwa Pharmaceutical. This statement sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Baiwa, resulting in an immediate rejection of Chu Yun and a swift revocation of Bai Zixuan's authority to develop Baiguan. The indignation of the 4 pharmacists was not without cause. It was worth noting that the annual salary for the chief pharmacist was merely a little over 10 million, while the others earned only a few million. Bai Zixuan, a member of the Bai family, had audaciously proposed an astronomical salary for an obscure pharmacist, effectively slapping the faces of the 4 esteemed pharmacists. This time, Bai Zixuan aimed to mend relations. Mr. Chu, should you go to Bayan, you will be unable to demonstrate your worth of 300 million, so I hope you can temper your expectations, Bai Zixuan reminded him as they sat in the car. Chu Yun glanced at her, assuring her, do not worry. Sighing inwardly, Bai Zixuan noted that Chu Yun still bore an air of arrogance. However, she viewed Chu Yun merely as a backup plan. If she could secure the support of the 3 resident pharmacists, she could easily expel Chu Yun from Baiwa and let elder son assume the position of resident pharmacist in Baiguan. She held little hope for Chu Yun. By the afternoon, they finally arrived in Wudong City, Zhonglong Province. Bai Zixuan headed straight for the Baiwa Research Institute. President Bai, I sincerely apologize, said Cheng. The director of the institute, greeting Bai Zixuan and her companions at the entrance. Unfortunately, Old Zhang is currently closed off for research on elixirs and cannot be disturbed. I'm afraid you won't be able to enter the institute for the time being. Disappointed, Bai Zixuan lowered her head. How about this? Cheng grinned. I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Let us go eat first and discuss things over dinner, shall we? Having come all the way to Wudong City, Bai Zixuan was reluctant to give up so easily and nodded in agreement. Cheng Bin, along with a dozen leaders from the Research Institute, led Bai Zixuan and her party to the Wudong Grand Hotel. On the way, Cheng Bin and others exchanged smirking glances at Chu Yun, occasionally throwing condescending remarks his way. Chu Yun, seated at the back of the bus, closed his eyes in meditation, seemingly oblivious to their mockery. Hey, young man, Cheng Bin suddenly called out. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, looking at him calmly. You can't beat Chu 300 million, can you? He asked with a playful tone. Laughter erupted within the bus, as if they had heard the most ludicrous joke, their amusement filling the air. Bai Zixuan sat stiffly in her seat, her expression awkward. What do you mean? Chu Yun asked coolly. Cheng Bin gave him a thumbs up, saying, it means you're impressive. ISNT 300 million impressive? The others chuckled knowingly. The entire Baiwa pharmaceutical community was aware of the Chu 300 million joke, referring to an unknown pharmacist from Baiguan demanding such an outrageous sum. Chu Yun cast a dispassionate glance at Cheng Bin before closing his eyes again. Cheng Bin, however, sneered coldly, thinking to himself that any pharmacist from his institute could easily outshine this young man. What was he pretending for? Did he truly believe himself to be worth 300 million? Upon arriving at the Wudong Grand Hotel, the group entered a private room. Seeing a case of liquor on the table, Bai Zixuan's expression subtly changed as she hesitated but ultimately took a seat. Chu Yun sat beside her while Cheng Bin and others continued to tease them, frequently mentioning Chu 300 million and the wealth-dispensing boy throughout the meal. Bai Zixuan could only force a smile. Her hands clenched tightly beneath the table, her knuckles turning pale. Chu Yun glanced at Bai Zixuan, sensing that her standing within the Bai family was perhaps not as elevated as he had imagined. If she held a high position, Cheng Bin and his associates would not dare to ridicule her. The dishes were soon served. At that moment, Cheng Bin stood up with a smile, slapping the case of liquor on the table. President Bai, let me be straightforward. We, the people of Wudong, love our liquor. Old Zhang has said that if you can drink down all of us, he will agree to meet with you. Otherwise, please head back. The implication was clear. They did not wish to meet Bai Zishuan. As a woman, it would be no small feat for her to outdrink a dozen men, let alone defeat them. This was merely a dismissal disguised as a drinking challenge. The men at the table laughed knowingly, and within the Bai family. The only person they dared to disregard was Bai Zishuan, this exquisite woman, who was the object of their greedy gazes. Bai Zishuan trembled at the sight of the case of liquor. Memories flooded back of her time in the Bai family, the days of being overlooked and mistreated. She did not want to return to Baian, a place devoid of her rightful place. She had poured countless efforts into obtaining the opportunity to expand into Baiguan, only to see it slip away. She was unwilling to accept defeat. She yearned to prove to the Bai family and everyone that she, Bai Zishuan, was not merely a tool for family alliances but was capable of bearing the banner of the Bai family. All right. Bai Zishuan bit her lip in determination and nodded resolutely. Everyone present was taken aback, then erupted into laughter, their derisive chuckles echoing throughout the private room. President Bai, are you sure about this? Chung Bin chuckled. We've got quite a few big guys here. Bai Zishuan forced a smile, replying, as long as Director Chung keeps his word. Chung Bin laughed heartily, assuring her, rest assured, this is old Zhang's word. If you can indeed drink down more than 10 of us, he will meet with you tomorrow. Bai Zishuan fell silent. Then, gentlemen, let us accompany President Bai for a drink. Chung Bin exclaimed, waving to the others. Several bottles of liquor were opened, and before Bai Zishuan sat 12 small cups. While each of the 12 men at the table had 1 cup of their own, to succeed in this drinking challenge. It was simple. Bai Zishuan would take turns drinking until they could no longer continue. The wine cups were filled to the brim. And Bai Zishuan raised her glass to the first individual, promptly downing the contents in 1 gulp, her complexion slightly altering. The man, appearing relaxed, smiled and finished his drink in a single swig. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, dismissing Bai Zishuan entirely. They believed that any man present could easily outdrink a woman. They were merely indulging in the merriment of having such a stunning beauty join them for drinks. As the clear liquor flowed, Bai Zishuan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, her eyes becoming increasingly glazed with inebriation. The men at the table gazed at her with unabashed desire, their glances lingering on her sheer black stockings and the slightly unbuttoned white shirt. Chu Yun sat beside her, observing with a calm demeanor. He could distinctly see the tears glistening at the corners of Bai Zishuan's eyes, as well as the fierce defiance reflected in her intoxicated gaze. As the second round commenced, Chung Bin inched closer to Bai Zishuan. He began to engage in subtle, suggestive gestures, casually brushing against her or lightly touching her shoulder. As Bai Zishuan succumbed further to her intoxication, her body swayed, emboldening him to act with increasing audacity. The banter at the table grew ever more provocative and unrestrained. Bai Zong, why not loosen a button and give the brothers a visual treat? Huh? President Bai's face has turned crimson, as if he has just been awoken from a deep slumber. President Bai's silk-clad legs are indeed captivating. A multitude of eyes, glimmering with mischief, fixated intently on Bai Zishuan. At that moment, her flushed visage rendered her irresistibly alluring, especially as her inebriated form swayed gently, enveloped in a haze that left the men present utterly captivated. The third round had drawn to a close. Bai Zishuan's complexion gradually shifted from a rosy hue to an increasingly pallid shade. Her head began to droop, her fingers clenching tightly around the wine cup, while the surrounding jeers and derisive laughter faded into a distant murmur. In her mind, a singular voice resonated. Bai Zishuan, you must endure. One day, they shall no longer dare to look down upon you. Having consumed 4 rounds, she had downed 2 bottles of liquor. As she raised a fresh cup for the next round, it slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the floor, splattering liquid everywhere. Bowing her head deeply, her hair cascaded down, obscuring her features entirely, and she remained frozen in that position. Suddenly, she shot her head up. A torrent of viscous blood mixed with bile erupted onto the table. Bai Zishuan slumped in her chair, her attire disheveled, her complexion ghastly pale, with crimson and green fluids trickling from the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of one who has endured great humiliation. For a brief moment, the crowd stood in stunned silence, only to erupt into laughter. Some even brandished their phones, capturing the grotesque tableau before them. Continue, Bai, they jeered. This is only our 4th cup. President Bai looks as if he has been through quite the ordeal, haha. The unrestrained laughter echoed throughout the private booth as the men gazed at the woman, nearly drowning in her inebriation, as if she were a trophy of conquest. Her disheveled appearance elicited a chorus of derisive chuckles. "Come on, Mr. Bai. May I lean on your shoulder?" Chungbin chuckled, attempting to wrap his arm around Bai Zishuan. Yet, just as his hand was about to encircle her petite shoulder, it was abruptly seized by a formidable hand, preventing any further advance. "You." Chungbin cast a piercing glare at Chu Yun, and the private room fell into a brief silence. Yet, Chu Yun paid him no heed. With his other hand, he gently grasped Bai Zishuan's delicate chin, lifting her pale, exquisite face to compel her to meet his gaze. What was the need for such cruelty? Chu Yun inquired softly, while Bai Zishuan gazed dreamily at the handsome visage before her. She momentarily believed she was ensnared in a dream, her mind clouded by the intoxicating effects of alcohol. Before her stood the rogue, the very person she had trusted the most within Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, yet it seemed that this trust only led to heartache. "It is all your fault. Could it not be less? I find myself in a most difficult predicament," murmured Bai Zishuan, tears cascading down her exquisite yet pale visage like a river unleashed from its dam. Were it not for this nefarious individual before her, she would not have faced scorn from her family, nor would she have lost the support of the four esteemed pharmacists, nor the privilege to venture into the Northern Pass. Everyone deemed her a fool. He demanded an astronomical salary of 300 million. She genuinely reported this, believing in his capacity to warrant such a figure. Consequently, she incurred the wrath of the Bai family, alienated the pharmacists, and forfeited everything she had fought to achieve. Chu Yun gently embraced Bai Zishuan, her warm tears soaking into his steadfast chest. Onlookers observed this scene, their expressions twisting into contemptuous smirks. "No wonder President Bai reported 300 million for you. It appears you share a deeper connection." Changbin spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Chu Yun cast a casual glance at the crowd present, and I raised my glass for her. The people were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. These two truly are a pair of hidden talents. How could these two fools not see it? This is clearly a deterrent drink. Old Zhang intentionally set this up to avoid meeting them. Do they truly believe they can outdrink these 12 individuals? Everyone present is a leader forged through the trials and tribulations of the drinking scene, each possessing an insatiable capacity for liquor. This Chu San-yi, is it not a gross underestimation of one's own abilities? He still dares to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress, which is nothing short of courting disaster. "Young man, what are your limits? Do dare to say such a thing?" Chungbin remarked with amusement. Chu Yun slowly extended a finger. Chungbin chuckled, "1 or 2. Chu Yun shook his head and continued to drink. In an instant, the private room fell into silence. Subsequently, laughter erupted uncontrollably, with people doubled over in mirth. Chungbin too was amused by this foolish lad. Did he truly comprehend the consequences of so brazenly provoking them? Everyone present possessed at least a pound of experience in the realm of libations, seasoned veterans of the drinking scene. Chu Yun's words were undoubtedly a significant provocation and a display of disrespect toward them. Several individuals rolled up their sleeves, shaking their heads, eager to engage. The host, perhaps feeling a sense of chivalry, thought that since this young man dared to proclaim his intent to drink continuously, they must teach him a lesson. It would be a disservice to their years of imbibing not to send him to the hospital. Changbin also let out a cold smile. Immediately, he opened several bottles of white liquor. Manager Liu, seated next to Chu Yun, had already raised his cup, ready to toast with him. Just as Chungbin was about to pour the liquor, he was halted by Chu Yun. "Are you feeling timid?" Chungbin raised an eyebrow. Chu Yun casually picked up a bottle and remarked, "The cups are too small. Drinking from the bottle will expedite the process." The private room fell immediately silent. People stared at Chu Yun in bewilderment. Changbin was momentarily taken aback and cautioned, "Brother, this is liquor." He has heard of the sound of beer bottles clinking, but he has never encountered the audacity of embracing a bottle of white liquor for a drink. What a truly reckless way to indulge. Chu Yun smiled and raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Have you all grown timid?" People exchanged glances, and a collective sneer arose among them. It became immediately apparent that this young man's cunning was transparent. His capacity for liquor was clearly lacking. He sought to intimidate everyone with his absurd antics, hoping to deter them from partaking in the drink. This was a well-known ruse often employed in the realm of revelry. "How amusing." Chungbin let out a chilling smile and said, "Come on. Whoever flinches shall be deemed a coward." For these seasoned veterans of the drinking scene, employing such trivial tricks is indeed rather naive. Chungbin could foresee that if they agreed, this young fellow would immediately concede defeat and abandon the challenge, rendering any notion of a showdown utterly impossible. Manager Liu also took a bottle of white liquor and hastily advised Chu Yun, You should drink first. He was apprehensive that Chu Yun might resort to tricks. The crowd gazed at Chu Yun with a sense of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Now that everyone had agreed, all eyes were on this young man to see how he would navigate the situation. No one truly believed that he would dare to chug a bottle of white wine. Little did they know, at that moment, Chu Yun lifted a full bottle of white liquor and gulped it down. The liquor in the bottle visibly diminished at an astonishing pace. The people remained frozen in their seats, staring in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. It was the first time in their lives they had witnessed someone consume a bottle of liquor in such a manner. Just as the shock settled over them, Chu Yun placed the empty bottle on the table, wiping his mouth with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Chung Bin instinctively picked up the empty bottle to sniff it, confirming it was indeed liquor, not water. They had been so frightened that they had begun to doubt whether the bottle contained water. A strange silence enveloped the private room, especially when they saw Chu Yun down an entire bottle of liquor and remain completely unfazed. Their nervous gulps replaced the earlier laughter, and everyone grew tense. Chu Yun turned his expectant gaze towards Manager Liu, indicating it was his turn. Trembling, Manager Liu grasped the bottle under the scrutiny of the crowd, steeling himself to drink. However, before he could finish half the bottle, puff, Manager Liu suddenly shook violently and collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a torrent of foulness, instantly losing consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively recoiled in fear. While they could typically handle 1 or 2 bottles, and even 3 or 4 in some cases, it was always done gradually. The real danger in drinking was not in consuming too much, but in consuming it too quickly. No one could withstand such a method. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Yun raised another bottle of liquor and downed it. As the spirit entered his body, the vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him rapidly decomposed the alcohol, transforming it into water, which was then swiftly absorbed and eliminated. Thud. When Chu Yun set down the second empty bottle, the sound reverberated through the room, causing everyone to tremble. He was unharmed. He had consumed a pound of liquor and then another. Could this be the reincarnation of the legendary god of wine? The onlookers' pupils constricted in shock, their expressions shifting as they gazed at Chu Yun, now viewing him as a monster. The earlier jovial atmosphere dissipated, replaced by grim faces. The second person hesitantly lifted the bottle, shaking violently. Summoning immense courage, he managed to endure another bottle of liquor. This act instilled great confidence in the crowd. Bravo! Incredible! Minister Song! Truly magnificent! The god of wine! They exclaimed. Yet, moments later, vomit. After finishing, within 3 seconds, Minister Song hunched over like a shrimp, violently expelling filth and blood, before staggering and collapsing to the ground. Another one down. The crowd stared in shock and fear at the fallen Minister Song. His agonized and desperate expression seemed to foretell their own fates. Yet, at that moment, he did it again. He downed yet another bottle. Damn, this guy is the real deal. Terrified cries erupted in the private room. As they turned to look at Chu Yun, he had already set down the third empty bottle, having consumed yet another. He drank faster than one would sip water. Chung Bin's face turned pale. The most terrifying aspect was not that this monster had downed 3 bottles of liquor, but that after doing so, he sat there as if nothing had happened, casually playing on his phone. He looked up at the rest and simply stated, "It's your turn." The third person collapsed. The fourth person vomited blood and rushed to the restroom, only to faint at the door. The fifth one lost consciousness and began to vomit. The sixth? Approximately half an hour later, 11 empty liquor bottles lay before Chu Yun. In the entire room, only Chung Bin stood trembling in the corner, horrified at Chu Yun, experiencing for the first time a psychological shadow before even drinking. The other 11 were either sprawled on the floor, slumped in their chairs, or lying at the door in disarray, the scene resembling a battlefield, utterly chaotic. Some who had downed a bottle of liquor were not typically fainting or bleeding. Yet, they were not foolish. Witnessing Chu Yun consume multiple bottles of liquor and remain unaffected, they had no desire to take a second round. After finishing a bottle, they simply pretended to faint. When Chu Yun lifted the 12th bottle of liquor, "Damn, brother," Cheng Bin shouted, rushing to Chu Yun in tears, desperately snatching the liquor away. "Brother, let's not drink anymore. You've won. You truly have won. From now on, you're our big brother." Chu Yun frowned, believing that downing 12 people constituted a victory. Cheng Bin trembled as he glanced at the remaining bottle of liquor on the table, then back at Chu Yun. He bit down on his lip in anguish and lifted a bottle of liquor, gulping it down. Yet, halfway through, Bin staggered and collapsed to the floor, completely unconscious. Observing this, Chu Yun finally picked up Bai Zishuan, stepped over Bin's body, and exited the private room. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Chu Yun alerted the staff. Several staff members, puzzled, approached room 302, standing at the door in shock. Inside the room lay a scene of utter disarray. Some were on the floor, some slumped in chairs, while others lay on the table, foaming, bleeding, or laughing foolishly, mumbling incoherently. The chaos was overwhelming. At that moment, a hand suddenly gripped the table, startling the staff. Bin struggled to prop himself up, his eyes bloodshot, his face resembling a ripe tomato as his anguished cries echoed throughout the room. "Call an ambulance. Quickly call an ambulance. Vomit." Bai Zishuan appeared to have fallen asleep. Chu Yun had booked her a room in the hotel, gently placing her on the bed and removing her high heels, revealing her delicate jade-like feet, clad in Balenciaga black stockings that hugged her slender legs, exuding mystery and allure. She lay quietly on the bed, resembling a sleeping little white rabbit. The slightly open collar of her white shirt revealed hints of a pristine bustier, concealing two mysterious and firm peaks. Chu Yun gazed, momentarily dizzy. The peaks towered, yet he was fearful of heights. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Zishuan's smooth, fair hand gently grasped him. "Can you help me take this off? I feel so uncomfortable." With her eyes slightly squinted and a rosy hue to her cheeks, she appeared dazed, reminiscent of a drugged girl, her body shifting slightly from the discomfort brought on by alcohol. Chu Yun was reluctant to assist her, knowing it could easily disturb his resolve and place him in a precarious situation. However, as Lu Sun wisely stated, the way to avoid danger is to confront it. Now was the perfect opportunity to test himself. As a cultivator, one must face the trials of this world. Chu Yun gently undid the buttons of Bai Zishuan's shirt. The fabric glided down her smooth skin, revealing her creamy complexion and flat abdomen, devoid of any excess flesh. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her delicate skin, soft and elastic. He carefully lifted her legs, pulling back the edges of the stockings, slowly gliding down her slender thighs, revealing the pink triangle beneath. Her thighs firm and white with no excess fat. Chu Yun swallowed hard, unable to resist. He gradually removed the stockings, exposing her thighs, her knees, her smooth calves, and finally her petite jade-like feet, ultimately leaving her completely unclothed. He covered her with a blanket. Chu Yun approached the window, gazing at the beautiful night scene of Wudong City. Below the hotel, several ambulances were parked, familiar figures being carried out on stretchers. The ambulances lined up neatly as they departed the hotel, disappearing into the night. "If I cannot prove myself in Baiguan, I will merely become a pawn in the family's marriage alliance." The sound of murmuring echoed softly in the room, reminiscent of dreams or perhaps self-reflection. "How foolish I must be, placing all my hopes upon you, while others deem me naive. Truthfully, I do not believe you are worth 300 million. You could escape, and they would only mock Bai Zishuan, not Mr. Chu." The voice gradually faded, replaced by gentle snoring. Chu Yun gazed out at the nightscape, quietly absorbing her every word until her murmurs ceased. Only then did he tenderly tuck her in before departing the room. The following morning, Chu Yun sat in the hall, sipping his morning tea. Bai Zishuan descended the stairs, clad in professional attire, and upon spotting him, her face flushed with embarrassment, causing her to lower her gaze. "Good morning, Mr. Chu," she stammered. Chu Yun nodded gently, inquiring if she had rested well. "Yes." Her cheeks reddened further. She had intended to ask about the previous night, but hesitated, as she had consumed far too much alcohol and could barely recall the events. Upon waking, she discovered herself disrobed, but felt too shy to inquire of Chu Yun. "Let us depart from Wudong City," Bai Zishuan stated disheartedly. "Should we not pay a visit to the esteemed pharmacist?" She added with a bittersweet smile, knowing he would likely refuse to see her. Her memory of the previous night halted after her fourth drink. She realized that her drinking prowess was severely overestimated, as those seasoned in such gatherings would not be easily outdone. "Perhaps it is worth a try," Chu Yun remarked with a faint smile. Reflecting on their unfruitful journey to Wudong, Bai Zishuan felt a sense of dissatisfaction. She bit her lip, resolved. "Very well, if we cannot enter, we shall leave directly." The two resumed their journey, heading toward the Baiwa Pharmaceutical Research Institute. Upon their arrival at the entrance, Bin and several others hurriedly emerged, standing at the gate. As Bai Zishuan stepped out of the car and witnessed the scene, she turned to leave, feeling utterly disheartened. She had anticipated that Cheng Bin and the others would urge her to depart once more. However, when Chu Yun exited the vehicle, Cheng Bin and his colleagues suddenly stiffened, assuming a posture of military precision as they eagerly greeted him. "Good morning, brother." Bai Zishuan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. At that moment, she noticed the pallor on Cheng Bin and the others' faces, their spirits visibly low, and the strong scent of alcohol lingering about them. Chu Yun offered a faint smile. "Good morning, shall we have a drink at noon?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Bin and his companions trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Their faces contorted in expressions more painful than tears, hastily waving their hands in refusal. "No more, brother. We drank enough last night." The previous night's drinking session had left them with profound psychological scars. Several colleagues were currently bedridden, trembling at the mere sight of liquor. "Am I permitted to visit old Zhang?" Bai Zishuan inquired cautiously. Cheng Bin quickly replied, "Ms. Bai, old Zhang is awaiting you. Please, come inside." The group escorted the two into the research institute, maintaining a respectful distance from Chu Yun, fearful he might express displeasure and drag them for another round of drinks. Before entering the institute, they donned thick isolation suits, as pharmaceutical research must be conducted in a sterile environment. Once Bai Zishuan was suited up, she was led to old Zhang's office, while Chu Yun, under Cheng Bin's guidance, began a tour of the facility. Old Zhang had explicitly stated that Chu Yun did not qualify for an audience. Inside the institute, pharmacists donned isolation suits, busily attending to their tasks. Hundreds of barrels of medicinal solutions filled the research room, each connected by wires to a massive screen displaying data such as 001, 46, 002, 67, 003, 23, indicating the efficacy of each solution. The screen hung on the wall, showcasing the corresponding serial numbers and percentages derived from precise scientific instruments. On the opposite side of these barrels stood a long table lined with countless small compartments, each containing various herbs, totaling in the thousands. The pharmacists moved between the barrels and the herb storage, occasionally adding ingredients to the solutions, which resulted in fluctuations in the displayed efficacy on the screen. "We are currently researching cardiovascular drugs," Cheng Bin proudly declared, noticing Chu Yun's puzzled expression. "Under old Zhang's leadership, our Wudong Institute has been dedicated to this for 5 years, achieving a maximum efficacy of 72. He pointed to the screen, indicating 025, 72. Baiwa Pharmaceutical has invested billions into this research, and old Zhang has promised that within 5 years, we will surely complete the development of this cardiovascular drug. So," Cheng Bin turned to Chu Yun, a smirk on his lips. "Do you understand what 300 million signifies? It equates to nearly 2 years of our institute's investments. Do you truly believe you can rival 2 research institutes?" The laughter among Baiwa Pharmaceutical's staff regarding the Chu 300 million jest was not merely mocking, but stemmed from the sheer absurdity of the claim. Perhaps this young man possessed some capability as a pharmacist, but such a valuation was exceedingly rare in the global pharmaceutical sphere. Even their top pharmacist, a revered figure in Huaxiao, earned merely in the millions annually. The conditions set forth by Chu Yun were equivalent to the combined worth of 30 leading pharmacists. Chu Yun paid no heed to Cheng Bin's provocations, maintaining a calm demeanor as he observed the diligent pharmacists. Baiwa Pharmaceutical operated 4 research institutes, each overseen by a leading pharmacist specializing in different pharmaceutical topics, with the Wudong Institute focusing on cardiovascular medications. "What constitutes successful research?" Chu Yun inquired. Cheng Bin explained. "Once the progress reaches 100, the drug is considered successfully developed. We utilize cutting-edge international detection instruments. There is no need for lab rats. These barrels equipped with technology can autonomously assess the drug's properties and reliability. Comprehensive analysis allows for accurate tracking of the development progress displayed on the screen." Cheng Bin and his colleagues found Chu Yun's questions amusing, incredulous that he lacked understanding of such advanced technology, leaving them puzzled as to how he could justify his demand for 300 million. "Honestly, brother, allow me to offer you some advice," Cheng Bin urged earnestly. "The 4 leading pharmacists at Baiwa Pharmaceutical far surpass you in both experience and expertise. Take old Zhang, for instance. He has led our team of over 100 for just 5 years, achieving a 72 efficacy in cardiovascular drug development, a pinnacle within the pharmaceutical research domain. His annual salary is a mere 6 million. As for you," Cheng Bin pondered momentarily, "I believe 3 million would be the utmost." In truth, upon encountering Chu 300 million, Cheng Bin and his peers were even less inclined to believe he was worth that sum, considering him even inferior, unworthy of the esteemed title of leading pharmacist. A mere 20-year-old, even if he had studied alchemy since birth, would only have 2 decades of experience. The established pharmacists at Baiwa Pharmaceutical, the true masters of their craft, were all in their 60s or 70s, possessing at least 4 to 5 decades of experience, rendering them more than twice his age. In the medical field, age equates to prowess, and by mere virtue of his youth, Chu Yun could not attain such stature. Did not respond to Cheng Bin's words. Instead, he gazed curiously at the large screen and the vials of medicine. Cheng Bin raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter? Do you want to give it a try?" Chu Yun nodded slightly, indeed eager to experiment with this cutting-edge technology. Cheng Bin, unfazed, chuckled, "Feel free to try. The components in the vials have all been meticulously calculated. Even if you ruin one, we can quickly prepare a new one. The pharmacists here are also striving to surpass their previous limits." Nodding and understanding, Chu Yun began to observe the vials. He glanced at the labeled herbal compositions on each and eventually halted before the vial marked 05923. The 59th vial was among the slowest progressing of the hundreds. Seemingly at random, Chu Yun selected a few herbs and tossed them into the vial. The entire process appeared playful. He did not meticulously choose the ingredients or adhere to any strict ratios, simply allowing them to mingle freely. Cheng Bin and the others paid little attention, assuming he was merely toying around. Moments later, the screen displayed 059-0, indicating the complete loss of efficacy. Chu Yun shook his head in disappointment, muttering, "It seems this won't work." Observing his demeanor, Cheng Bin and the others could not help but laugh. Each of these hundreds of vials represented years of dedicated effort from countless pharmacists who had poured their hearts and souls into their work. To think he believed he could achieve results by carelessly tossing in a few herbs was nothing short of absurd. It was an affront to the field of pharmaceutical research. "Do you even understand the art of alchemy?" Cheng Bin laughed. "Brother, alchemy isn't like drinking. You can't just gulp it down and expect to be impressive. Let us get out of here and not cause more trouble for the pharmacists." Chu Yun fell silent as he exited the research facility with Cheng Bin and the others. Aware of his lack of understanding of such advanced technology, he merely wished to experience it. In this vast world, beyond the pursuit of immortality, there remained much for him to learn. As he stepped out, Bai Zishuan emerged with a downcast expression. "How did it go?" Chu Yun inquired. Bai Zishuan forced a bitter smile and shook her head. When she encountered the head pharmacist, Zhang Zhe, he offered no unnecessary words. "Bai, you have 2 choices. Either completely expel Chu Sanyi and give us a reasonable explanation, or raise our salaries to 30 billion to correspond with our status." The latter was, of course, impossible. Zhang Zhe only wished to drive Chu Yun away. Bai Zishuan did not linger, leading Chu Yun away from the research facility. Watching the departing vehicle, Cheng Bin sneered coldly, his disdain and contempt evident. If not for the fear of Chu Yun dragging him into a drinking binge, he would have relished the opportunity to mock this self-important frog in a well. After the two left, Cheng Bin entered Zhang Ze's office. Zhang Ze sat trembling in his chair, furiously smoking. Women truly ruin nations. That Bai Zishuan has lost her mind. Zhang Ze fumed. How dare she say she won't give up on Chu Sanyi? Is she out of her mind? That girl seems completely bewitched by him. Unfamiliar with the audacity of someone who dared to negotiate on equal footing with them and demanded 3 billion, Zhang Ze was clearly enraged, slamming a folder to the floor as he spoke. Cheng Bin, seated on the sofa, nodded in agreement. I believe Bai Zishuan is definitely in league with that man, trying to con the Bai family out of money. I suspect they met in a drinking establishment. That man drinks exceptionally well. As for alchemy, Cheng Bin chuckled. I just saw him experiment with our vials. From selecting the vial to choosing the herbs, he exhibited no method whatsoever. The efficacy plummeted to 0. It was pure nonsense. Can you believe it, Zhang? A so-called head pharmacist who dares to demand 3 billion doesn't even comprehend the cutting-edge technology of international alchemy. At Cheng Bin's words, Zhang Ze's fury escalated. I must expel Bai Zishuan and Chu Sanyi from Baiwa. If they remain in Baiwa, it will be a disgrace to the Jianglong pharmaceutical community. Cheng Bin nodded emphatically. If Chu Yun were to become a head pharmacist, his name would be eternally etched in the disgrace column of Jianglong's pharmaceutical industry. No. If he is on that disgrace column, it would be the disgrace of the disgrace column. As the two fervently condemned the chaotic and unjust Jianglong pharmaceutical realm, the office door was gently pushed open. A pharmacist cautiously poked his head in. "What is it?" Zhang Ze barked, his temper flaring. The pharmacist gulped nervously, his voice trembling. Disbelief etched across his face. "Zhang, Director Chung, you must come see. The cardiac rhythm medication has made a significant breakthrough." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ze and Chungbin did not react much. Over the years, significant breakthroughs in cardiac rhythm medication were commonplace. An increase of 5 was considered a major advancement. So they were accustomed to such news. "What is the number, and how much has the progress increased?" Zhang Ze inquired. The pharmacist stuttered, trembling. "Number 059, breakthrough." "Breakthrough?" He struggled to articulate, finally slapping his thigh in urgency. "You should see for yourselves. I can't explain it. It's still rising." "It's still rising." Zhang Ze and Chung Bin exchanged puzzled glances. This was TA stock. What did it mean that it was still rising? Realizing something was amiss, they quickly got up and followed the pharmacist to the research lab. Inside the lab, hundreds of pharmacists had ceased their work, gathering around the giant screen, pointing and murmuring in shock and fear. For the first time, the lab buzzed with chaotic noise. "What? Is the machine broken? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Is this a miracle?" The expressions on the faces of the crowd were remarkably uniform. Shock reflected in their wide eyes as they gasped in disbelief. Zhang Ze coughed several times to regain their attention. The crowd quickly parted to let him and Chung Bin through. As they reached the front, their eyes fell upon the screen displaying 059, and in that instant, their expressions froze in unison with the rest of the assembly. On the screen, the numbers flashed: 059, 10, 059, 36. 059, 78. As they stood in a daze, the 059 vial had surpassed their highest progress of the 025 vial, and it was still climbing. Zhang Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he trembled with anticipation, fixated on the 059 vial, unable to look away. He understood that this was not a malfunction of the testing equipment. Such a phenomenon could only mean one thing. The efficacy had skyrocketed. This led to a slow response from the testing machine, causing the numbers to fluctuate upward. Chung Bin stood there, dumbfounded, completely at a loss. His mind racing as he sensed familiarity in the number but was too swept away by the exhilaration to process it. The lab gradually fell into an eerie silence. As the 059 vial exceeded the 025 vial, which they had painstakingly developed over 5 years, everyone held their breath in tense anticipation, afraid to utter a word, lest they disrupt this moment of witnessing a historical miracle. 059, 86. 059, 100. 059, 126. How can this be possible? How could there be a situation that exceeds 100%? The testing machine must be malfunctioning. Why is it still rising? When it surpasses 100% and continues to ascend, people can no longer contain their astonishment and disappointment. They have never encountered a medication with efficacy exceeding 100%. At this point, it is evident that the machine must be malfunctioning. A collective sense of despair envelopes the crowd, filled with sighs of disillusionment. Chung Bin, overwhelmed by disappointment, exclaims, "Enough! Enough! Return to your respective posts. The machine is under maintenance today. Do not look anymore." But before he could finish his sentence, silence fell abruptly. Zhang Ze, his face flushed crimson, in a moment of desperation, struck him across the face. As the chief pharmacist of Baihua, Zhang's actions startled everyone present, leaving Chung Bin bewildered as he covered his face. "What do you know?" Zhang Ze, visibly agitated, shouted. Surpassing 100 signifies that the efficacy far exceeds the machine's assessed value. In over a decade since the advent of this cutting-edge international technology, only one individual has achieved such a historic breakthrough: Mekon Rofli. At that time, Mr. Mekon dedicated 8 years to the study of traumatic disease medication, ultimately attaining an efficacy of 105. This stands as the sole documented instance in the international pharmaceutical realm of surpassing 100 efficacy. Zhang Ze trembled with excitement. His fists clenched tightly as he fixated on the rising figure of 059, his eyes brimming with mania and exhilaration, utterly unable to restrain his emotions. Taking several deep breaths to slightly calm himself, he slowly uttered the final words: "We are witnessing history." In that moment, silence enveloped everyone. They were acutely aware of Mr. Mekon's stature and reputation within the international pharmaceutical community, a revered grand pharmacist. And now, their research institute had not only broken Mekon's record, but was still setting new heights. The crowd gazed in awe at the large screen, the ascending and fluctuating numbers igniting a fervor far more exhilarating and shocking than any stock market surge. They were witnessing history, bearing witness to a monumental event that would reverberate throughout the international medical field. Ultimately, the number stabilized at an astonishing 216. This represents more than double the efficacy of the completed product. Within the research laboratory, an extended silence prevailed as people stood frozen in place, repeatedly confirming the reality of what they saw, until they were certain it was not a dream. Then, the laboratory erupted into a fervent celebration. Some applauded vigorously, while others embraced each other in tears of joy. The laboratory resonated with a cacophony of excitement, as the crowd could no longer suppress their emotions. They had invested 5 years, and even anticipated 5 more, to possibly complete this pharmaceutical research, yet on this day, it had surpassed 216. Akin to a colossal pie falling from the heavens, utterly stunning everyone. Zhang Zhe, transfixed by the large screen, was already in tears, overwhelmed with emotion. He had poured his heart and soul into this research, and 5 years had aged him considerably. Who could have anticipated such a miracle unfolding? This moment would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of medical history, yielding value far beyond mere monetary worth. The culmination of his 5 years of labor paled in comparison to the significance of this moment. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Zhe wiped his tear-streaked face and, with a trembling voice filled with excitement, inquired, "Who conducted the research on 059 today?" Instantly, the laboratory fell silent. People exchanged glances, but no one stepped forward. The progress on 059 had been exceedingly slow, and no one had been willing to pursue it, leaving it in a state of abandonment. Who could this divine individual be? Cheng Bin, embracing several leaders and weeping with joy, suddenly heard Zhang Zhe's question, leaving them all in a state of shock. In an instant, he realized why this number sounded familiar. "This I did not expect." This Cheng Bin trembled as he emerged from the crowd, disbelief etched on his face. Almost to himself yet addressing everyone, he merely tossed in a few herbs. How could it be? How could it be? Zhang Zhe abruptly froze, his expression shifting in astonishment as if coming to a realization. "What did you say?" Cheng Bin swallowed hard. It's Chu Sanyeo no. Mr. Chu. Chu Yun and Bai Zixuan departed from Wudong City, heading towards Nantong City, the residence of a distinguished pharmacist from Baiwa. The distance between Wudong and Nantong was considerable, requiring nearly a day's drive. At noon, the group paused for a meal at a roadside restaurant. Throughout the journey, Bai Zixuan appeared lethargic, and her assistant mirrored her exhaustion, frequently casting glances of disdain at Chu Yun, seemingly to vent her frustrations. She could not fathom why President Bai retained someone as incompetent as Chu Yun, who merely engaged in empty chatter and exorbitant demands, having already caused considerable distress to President Bai. When in Wudong City, President Bai could have discarded Chu Yun in exchange for the support of Elder Zhang, but chose not to, leaving the assistant perplexed by her decision. Consequently, she could only express her pent-up resentment through disdainful glances directed at Chu Yun. Suddenly, the assistant gasped as she glanced at her phone, exclaiming about a sensational piece of news in the international pharmaceutical realm. Her hand trembled as she held her phone, her fatigue vanishing in an instant as she focused intently on the report, stuttering in disbelief. Bai Zixuan, captivated by her assistant's astonishment, leaned in closer. The assistant swallowed hard, trembling as she placed her phone on the table. Upon seeing the headline, Bai Zixuan's mouth fell agape, her complexion paling in shock and excitement. The international news headline proclaimed, "Huaxia Baiwa, Pharmaceutical Wudong Research Institute achieves historic breakthrough." The brief but momentous report, evidently released in haste, seized the headlines in the international pharmaceutical community. It marked the first time Baiwa Pharmaceuticals had graced international news, and it occupied the top slot. What was even more astonishing was the revelation of a 216 efficacy rate in cardiac medication development, surpassing international standards and breaking Mr. Miken's records, among other eye-catching claims. Bai Zixuan instantly grasped the implications. "It was utterly incredible," she gasped, her face flushed with astonishment, realizing that Elder Zhang had completed the cardiac medication research 5 years ahead of schedule, achieving an efficacy rate of 216. This event would likely elevate Elder Zhang to legendary status within the international pharmaceutical field. The assistant, equally awestruck, cast an accusatory glance at Chu Yun, her resentment deepening. She scoffed, "President Bai, I suppose you're regretting your choice now. It's no wonder Elder Zhang disdains certain individuals. Just look at the comparison. It's glaringly obvious." In the future, even 300 million might not secure Elder Zhang's loyalty, yet some people still dared to demand such a price. Bai Zixuan managed a bitter smile. Although she wished to refute her assistant's claims, she knew they held a kernel of truth. The benefits Elder Zhang would bring to Baihua far outweighed the 300 million, and the international prestige and reputation of Huaxia's pharmaceutical industry were immeasurable. The new cardiac medication, boasting an efficacy rate of 216, was poised to bring Baihua fortunes far exceeding mere billions. Glancing at Chu Yun, Bai Zixuan sighed internally, uncertain whether her choice was wise or foolish. Yet, to claim she felt no regret would be disingenuous. Chu Yun sipped his tea calmly. 059. He inquired softly. The assistant raised an eyebrow. Yes. What about it? Are you envious, Mr. 300 million? Chu Yun murmured to himself. That's right. The news regarding Elder Zhang stirred a complex mix of excitement and regret within Bai Zixuan, and both she and her assistant ate in distracted silence. The group continued their journey towards Nantung City, knowing that regrets could not be undone. Bai Zixuan remained determined to garner the support of the other two prominent pharmacists. Upon reaching Nantung City in the afternoon, they were halted by several security personnel before even entering the gates of the Nantung Pharmaceutical Research Institute. The guards instructed them to lower their windows and scrutinize their identification against a photograph in hand. Upon spotting Chu Yun, the guards exchanged furtive whispers before delivering their verdict. Entry denied. Bai Zixuan, perplexed, leaned out to inquire. This is a buy-in license plate. Why can't we enter? Any vehicle with a buy-in plate should be allowed on Baihua's grounds in Jianglong province. The guards pointed to a sign that read, Chu Sanyi and dogs are not permitted. Bai Zixuan was taken aback, realizing that the sign bore a photo of Chu Yun alongside a dog's silhouette, both marked with a red cross. The assistant burst into laughter, while Bai Zixuan's face drained of color, feeling humiliated. It was evident that elderly Tianlong had anticipated their arrival and had arranged for this sign to be posted. Bai Zixuan was not particularly surprised, as she had anticipated some resistance due to her strained relationship with Elder Li, who had consistently supported her brother over her. Years ago, when she expanded into Baiguan, Elder Li had been her staunchest opponent. Now, with the absurdity of the 300 million incident, his targeting of both her and Chu Yun was entirely expected. However, concerned for Chu Yun's feelings, she hastily sought to offer comfort, only to find that his attention was elsewhere. He was curiously observing the research institute's outer wall, which was crowded with people writing various messages, with several bold red characters adorning the top, internal medicine theory wall. What is that? Chu Yun inquired calmly. Bai Zixuan, slightly taken aback, replied. You don't follow the Jianglong pharmaceutical scene? Chu Yun nodded lightly. Bai Zixuan sighed, realizing she needed to explain. The internal versus external medicine debate between elderly Tianlong and elderly Tianhu has captivated the Jianglong pharmaceutical community for a decade and has become a popular topic of discussion that remains ongoing. Both elders are prominent pharmacists for Baihua, yet their conflicting medical theories have led to a deep-seated animosity, perpetually opposing one another. Elder Tianlong advocates for internal medicine, asserting that long-term medication can cultivate health and ward off diseases, while Elder Tianhu believes medication should only be used when ill, deeming long-term use a foolish notion that undermines bodily functions. Their dispute has persisted for 10 years with neither side achieving a definitive victory. Thus, Elder Tianlong established the internal medicine theory wall, while Elder Tianhu set up the external medicine theory wall, both hoping to gather perspectives and arguments from the Jianglong pharmaceutical community to outmaneuver the other in this decade-long contention. The internal and external medicine theory walls have become landmarks within the Jianglong pharmaceutical landscape. This conflict is often referred to as the century-long life debate. What is the century-long life debate? Chu Yun asked. Bai Zixuan explained. The theories of both elders have garnered numerous followers within the Jianglong pharmaceutical community, and their ongoing dispute will undoubtedly shape the direction of the industry for the next century, impacting the health of the Jianglong populace. Hence, it is called the century-long life debate. Chu Yun fell silent. Upon hearing these words, he finally comprehended the esteemed position of a master pharmacist within the realm of medicine, one that could even wield influence over the health and lives of the populace. A mere dispute over pharmacological principles could capture the attention of the entire province. Bai Zixuan, perceiving his thoughts, continued with a smile, explaining that it was not merely the transcendent status of the two elder gentlemen in the Jianglong circle, but rather the ideological contention that had persisted for a decade, unyielding and unresolved, thus garnering increasing attention. Nevertheless, the standing of these two elders in the Jianglong pharmaceutical domain was certainly beyond that of an ordinary pharmacist. With an apologetic expression, Bai Zishuan remarked, "Mr. Chu, since you are not permitted entry, I shall." Chu Yun nodded. "Very well, you may proceed." Bai Zishuan offered a sheepish smile, exited the vehicle, and entered the research institute. Initially, the Nantung Research Institute had barred Chu Yun from entry, and Bai Zishuan should have stood by his side and departed with him. However, she desperately needed the endorsement of the master pharmacist. Since she had arrived, she felt compelled to make an attempt. Chu Yun, finding her absence dull, alighted from the vehicle and approached the wall of internal medicine discussions. A female assistant, with an expression of disbelief, trailed behind him, muttering under her breath, as if she could comprehend the nuances. Unperturbed by her remarks, Chu Yun focused intently on the wall. The white surface was adorned with various phrases asserting the validity of internal medicine. A throng of individuals gathered beside the wall, some deep in thought, others scribbling fervently, while others engaged in animated discussions, all exuding palpable enthusiasm. Chu Yun felt himself swept up in this fervor. He reminisced about his previous life, recalling his first alchemy class under his master, centered on the debate between internal and external pharmacology. He had once engaged in heated arguments with several senior disciples, mirroring the current scene's rich atmosphere of contemplation. He vividly remembered the answer his master provided that day, which quelled all further disputes and profoundly influenced him. It was astonishing that such a seemingly trivial matter continued to provoke debate in this mundane world for an entire decade. Observing the turmoil of those around him, he could not help but reflect on his former self. "Very well, I shall offer a few insights." "Hand me a pen," Chu Yun stated calmly. The female assistant, with a sullen expression, begrudgingly handed him the pen, muttering, "What can you possibly write?" Chu Yun casually inscribed a line on the blank white wall. "Adhere to the 5 elements. Deviation leads to ruin. The body exists in harmony with nature. Nurture it according to its roots. Internal principles endure, thus ensuring longevity." As he wrote, his words quickly attracted the attention of those around him. Each time someone picked up a pen, a crowd gathered, eager to witness new ideas that might inspire their own. However, upon glancing at Chu Yun's phrases, the onlookers merely scanned them before dispersing, losing interest almost immediately. Many regarded him with disdain, as if his words were an affront to the white wall itself. Over the years, people had become accustomed to pretentious individuals who would scribble convoluted phrases on the wall, appearing profound while lacking any substantive meaning, often incomprehensible even to the authors, merely to attract attention. Naturally, Chu Yun found himself categorized among them. "Do you even understand what you wrote?" The assistant scoffed, unable to contain her laughter. "I doubt you could reproduce it if asked." Chu Yun regarded her with indifference and returned the pen. He did not harbor any expectations of comprehension from others. He simply wished to leave a mark. And if by chance someone could glean insight from 1 or 2 of his lines, it would serve as a fortuitous opportunity for them. At that moment, Bai Zishuan emerged, looking disheveled and covered in dust. "Mr. Bai, look. Mr. Chu is once again pretending to be profound," the assistant exclaimed, pointing at the wall with a suppressed laugh. Bai Zishuan merely glanced over, sighed, and shook her head. "Let us depart." She had not only failed to meet the esteemed Mr. Li Tianlong, but had also faced a scolding from him from behind a closed door, leaving her in a rather despondent state, unwilling to engage with anyone. The group climbed into the vehicle and left Nantung City. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, Li Tianlong, supported by a young assistant, slowly exited the research institute. The rays of the setting sun illuminated his white hair, imparting an air of solemnity. His presence immediately silenced the discussions surrounding the wall. All present bowed respectfully and greeted him, boldly. Mr. Tianlong. Li Tianlong, oblivious to the surrounding crowd, continued to berate his assistant. "What can that by family girl possibly accomplish? A mere woman should focus on marrying well. Look at the disgrace she has brought upon her family." The assistant nodded in agreement, attempting to placate him. Li Tianlong continued, "That Chu San-yi is nothing but a pretty face. Merely a wretched creature who seduced by Zishuan for his own gain. He dares to demand 3 billion? He has no right. If that man were to ascend to the position of master pharmacist, I, Li Tianlong, would willingly take my own life to atone for my family." His words elicited applause and cheers from the crowd, many of whom were pharmacists from Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, well acquainted with the moniker Chu San-yi. Li Tianlong's remarks struck a chord with them. After a few more irate comments, he turned his attention to the white wall, observing the inscriptions as he walked. It had become his habit to review the perspectives on internal medicine at the end of each day. Although largely unhelpful and often superficial, it was better than having no insights at all. The onlookers felt a surge of anxiety. Many of the viewpoints today were their own. If by chance one of them caught the old man's attention, their futures would be secured. Yet, predictably, Li Tianlong shook his head in disappointment as he perused the comments, occasionally sighing. For over 4 years, he had found it increasingly difficult to encounter anything that satisfied him on this wall. To challenge his brother with such rudimentary thoughts was nothing short of folly. The Jianlong pharmaceutical realm was devoid of successors. In his dismay, Li Tianlong could not help but lament. Just then, he was momentarily taken aback, drawn to a particular line in the corner. Adhere to the 5 elements. Deviation leads to ruin. The body exists in harmony with nature. Nurture it according to its roots. Internal principles endure, thus ensuring longevity. Li Tianlong read this line aloud, musing over it. After finishing, he shook his head in disappointment. He had not expected that even in this day and age, there were still individuals attempting to appear profound on this white wall. With that, he turned and walked away, disheartened, as the crowd parted to let him pass. All feeling discouraged as well, having presented hundreds of ideas, yet none worthy of the old man's attention. However, just a few steps later, Li Tianlong suddenly halted, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes as he frowned in contemplation. "Old Li, what troubles you?" the assistant inquired. Ignoring the question, Li Tianlong swiftly turned back, hastening toward the white wall once more, fixated on the earlier inscription. The crowd, curious, paused to watch him and the words on the wall. Li Tianlong repeated the phrase several times, pondering it for an extended period. Again, he shook his head, seemingly speaking to himself. It must be pretentious nonsense. It should be. He lowered his head and began to leave, but clearly, his thoughts weighed heavier than before. Yet, after a few more steps, he turned back once more, scrutinizing the words on the white wall with renewed seriousness. The surroundings gradually fell silent, as although the spectators did not comprehend, they dared not disturb the focused Li Tianlong. This time, however, he did not depart. He gazed at the words in silence, occasionally puzzled, at times enlightened, as if completely immersed in his own world, remaining oblivious to the passage of time until dusk fell and night enveloped him. The surrounding crowd, filled with curiosity and astonishment, did not disperse. Old Li had stood there without uttering a word for 3 hours. People spontaneously took out their phones, illuminating him with their lights. The cold night breeze brought a shiver to the onlookers, who were beginning to tremble from the chill. Yet Li Tianlong remained as still as a statue, seemingly petrified. What could have befallen Old Li? Indeed, staring at those words, he had lost track of time. It felt as though Old Li had grasped some profound mystery. Whispers circulated among the crowd as the researchers, including many pharmacists and the director, were stirred into action. The initial gathering of a few dozens had swelled into hundreds, all eyes fixated on Old Li in the enigmatic phrase. Yet, none present could decipher those words. They could only pin their hopes on Old Li's reaction. As time ticked by, Li Tianlong furrowed his brow, then suddenly sighed deeply, tears welling in his eyes, 2 trails of emotion cascading down his cheeks. Who penned these words? Who could it be? His sigh sent shockwaves through the crowd. They exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to step forward. Who was capable of eliciting such profound contemplation from Old Li? Nearly a decade had passed since the establishment of the internal medicine theory wall, and Old Li had never expressed such sentiments before. The director cautiously stepped forward, inquiring, "Old Li, have you comprehended it?" Li Tianlong shook his head. "No." The author of these words is exceedingly profound. Even I feel like a mere elementary student struggling to grasp a doctoral thesis. The intricacies of this matter elude my full understanding. Even I have only grasped the surface. This revelation left everyone in stunned silence, the director equally dumbfounded. So Old Li had only skimmed the surface. No wonder, although they recognized each character, they could not comprehend the entirety of the phrase when pieced together. What remarkable pharmacological prowess could provoke such admiration from Old Li? Wiping his tear-streaked eyes, Li Tianlong clenched his fists in excitement, laughing heartily. This is more than enough. The essence contained within these words could topple my obstinate younger brother. I am now certain. The internal and external medicine theory will mark the triumph of my internal medicine theory. He called out, "Xiaowang, prepare the car swiftly." I must journey to Beitong and settle this century-old debate that has lingered for a decade. The car arrived promptly. Li Tianlong climbed in without delay and drove off. The onlookers stood in awe, hearts racing with fervor, unable to contain their excitement. After years apart, Old Li was heading to Beitong to resolve the century-old debate in the realm of medicine. This was bound to send ripples throughout the entire Jianglong pharmaceutical community. Soon, news spread across major forums in the Jianglong pharmaceutical circles, igniting a frenzy of excitement and speculation online. Concurrently, in various cities across Jianglong province, countless pharmacists departed their locales overnight, their vehicles converging toward a singular destination: Beitong City. Each pharmacist within the Jianglong pharmaceutical community understood the implications of Li Tianlong's journey to Beitong. It could very well signify the conclusion of the century-old life theory and potentially reshape the future landscape of the Jianglong pharmaceutical realm. At this moment, the significance was paramount for the Jianglong pharmaceutical community. They were not merely there to witness the spectacle, but to bear witness to history. It was utterly astonishing, terrifying. Just yesterday, they had departed, and now Old Li was en route to Beitong. In the hotel lounge, the female assistant gasped in shock. The surrounding guests turned to her in confusion, and she quickly covered her mouth. Bai Zixuan froze, snatching the phone to read the message in astonishment. Old Li has contemplated the internal medicine theory wall for hours, overcome with joy and tears, and is now racing to Beitong City to resolve the decade-long dispute. Bai Zixuan murmured, her expression shifting from shock to a dazed bewilderment. After absorbing the news, she seemed to lose all reaction, her exquisite face turning rigid. More than Old Li's journey to Beitong, she was curious about the words on that wall that could inspire such profound contemplation in Old Li for hours, granting him the confidence to return to Beitong. It was noteworthy that 6 years had elapsed since their last debate. Despite the proximity between Nantong and Beitong, Li Tianlong had not set foot in Beitong since. And now, those words on the white wall had rekindled his resolve to return, breathing new life into a seasoned pharmacist. I found the words. The female assistant exclaimed excitedly. She recognized the phrase, having seen it among a plethora of words the previous day. Bai Zixuan fixated on the phrase, reciting it repeatedly. After a considerable time, she shook her head in frustration, conceding defeat. It was simply too complex to comprehend. Chu Yun nodded slightly upon hearing her repetition of the phrase. It was indeed impressive that Li Tianlong could extract even a semblance of understanding after hours of contemplation. This incident is bound to send shockwaves through the Jianglong pharmaceutical community, Bai Zixuan said with a tremor in her voice. The female assistant nodded emphatically yes. I have received news that, at this very moment, many pharmacists are heading to Beitong City to witness the debate between the two esteemed pharmacists. Bai Zixuan, brimming with excitement, sprang to her feet. Let us not delay any further. We must head to Beitong immediately. This is a moment to witness history. She envisioned the grand scene unfolding in the Beitong pharmaceutical community. Upon reaching Beitong City, it was already early the next morning. The streets of Beitong were more vibrant than ever, bustling with traffic. Even the road leading to the Beitong Research Institute was congested. The traffic jam stretched for miles, rendering Bai Zixuan and her companions nearly immobile. Their vehicle was ensnared in the thick of the congestion. Surrounding them were primarily out-of-town license plates. And several familiar pharmacists emerged from their cars, chatting and smoking while waiting for the flow to clear. They were engrossed in discussions about the century-old life theory. This matter had captivated the attention of pharmacists province-wide. Equally notable was the phrase on the white wall that had prompted Li Tianlong's contemplation. It was being passed around among the people, and numerous interpretations had emerged online, yet none were accurate. After 6 years, Old Li was returning to Beitong City thanks to these words, prompting every pharmacist to seek an understanding while striving to showcase their own talents alongside Old Li. Yet none succeeded. Especially after many learned that Old Li had merely grasped the surface, they all chose to abandon their pursuits. So many had come. The female assistant gazed at the seemingly endless stream of vehicles, exclaiming, "Surely, half of the province's pharmacists have arrived." Bai Zixuan sighed. This is a debate that has lingered for 10 years. For the past decade, the internal and external medicine theory has been the predominant topic in the Jianglong pharmaceutical community. The mere utterance on that white wall could compel Old Li to return to Beitong after 6 years. This alone is enough to shake the foundations of the Jianglong pharmaceutical community. The congested traffic moved at a snail's pace. If they continued to linger, it would take an eternity to reach the research institute. Bai Zixuan called the Beitong Research Institute. Shortly after, 2 motorcycles from the institute arrived, clearing a path for her vehicle. Compared to Li Tianlong, Bai Zixuan maintained the closest relationship with the venerable Mr. Li Tianhu. He was undoubtedly her most reliable ally among the pharmacists. This connection was largely due to the fact that the 2 elderly gentlemen always took opposing stances. Li Tianlong supported Bai Zixuan's 2 brothers, while Li Tianhu backed Bai Zixuan as well. It was not that he held her in high regard. It was merely that whenever they disagreed on a particular matter, they would never align with one another. With the research institute leading the way, Bai Zixuan and her companions swiftly arrived at their destination. It is no wonder that the roads are congested. The parking lot is already full, forcing many vehicles to line the streets. Pharmacists from various cities stand outside the research institute, waiting. After all, pharmaceutical research is a sensitive domain, and outsiders are prohibited from entering. Many pharmacists gather around the external pharmacy discussion wall, some writing, some pondering, and others engaging in animated discussions. This has transformed what was once a white wall bearing only a few dozen opinions into one adorned with hundreds. I have contacted Mr. Tianhu, and he has agreed to meet us, Bai Zixuan said with a smile as she put down her phone. Although Li Tianhu only allotted her half an hour, it was a source of great joy, especially considering that the 2 senior pharmacists before her had refused even to meet her. The female assistant cast a glance at Chu Yun and remarked, "President Bai, don't let one person's misdeeds affect your mood." Bai Zixuan offered a wry smile. Yet she felt compelled to remind Chu Yun, "Mr. Chu, we have already lost the support of 2 senior pharmacists. Mr. Tianhu is crucial to us, so I hope you." Chu Yun calmly raised his hand to silence her, prompting Bai Zixuan to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Yun remained humble and courteous, she was confident in securing Li Tianhu's support. After all, logically speaking, the more Li Tianlong opposed her, the more Li Tianhu would be inclined to support her. Waiting was indeed tedious. Chu Yun approached the external pharmacy discussion wall to observe. Bai Zixuan paid him no mind, allowing him to do as he wished. Who does he think he is? The female assistant scoffed. Bai Zixuan glanced at Chu Yun's figure and sighed softly. Perhaps he simply wishes to prove his worth. In truth, she empathized to some extent with Chu Yun's eagerness to validate his worth of 300 million. However, the concept of 100 years of fate is not easily deciphered. Unless he could articulate a profound insight akin to Li Tianhu's, he would fail to create any significant impact. Chu Yun surveyed the white wall. Though the writings were of little merit, they were sincere. Moreover, having only written half of his thoughts on the internal pharmacy discussion wall, he felt a tinge of regret that could now be remedied on the external pharmacy discussion wall, out of boredom. He casually took up a pen and scrawled a line of small characters on the wall. To govern the external with strength is to act decisively. When faced with the unexpected, one must inject strength. Even losses can be compensated. 100 repairs are better than a broken bone. External matters require adept handling. This is fate without suffering. With that, his master's words from years past were finally complete. Chu Yun felt a sense of fulfillment, as passing on his master's teachings throughout the realm was a fitting tribute to the elder's memory. He set down the pen and returned to Bai Zixuan's side. However, his words were soon overshadowed by numerous other opinions, rendering them nearly invisible, entirely overlooked by the crowd. Hoping to emulate the pharmacist's sage? Perhaps seeking to inspire Mr. Tianhu? Upon his return, the female assistant teased with a smirk. The term pharmacist sage refers to the mysterious individual who left an insightful remark on the internal pharmacy discussion wall. That remark inspired the senior pharmacist Li Tianlong, leading him to meditate for several hours until he achieved enlightenment. Consequently, the online community likened this enigmatic figure to Confucius, dubbing him the pharmacist sage. Bai Zixuan shot a glare at the female assistant, urging her to be silent. She was gratified that Mr. Chu was eager to prove himself and did not wish to impose further demands or allow anyone to slander him. Bai Zixuan now resembled a petulant child. She knew Chu Yun was not worth that much, yet she defended him vehemently, unwilling to admit her poor judgment. To deny Chu Yun was, in essence, to deny herself. Chu Yun, however, remained unfazed, calmly awaiting the meeting. Before long, an assistant hurriedly entered. "President Bai, please follow me to Mr. Tianhu's office." Bai Zixuan and her companions followed the assistant into the research institute. The 2 settled onto a sofa as the assistant prepared tea before departing. The office was spacious, with a wall lined with bookshelves filled with various rare tomes, exuding a faint scent of literature. Chu Yun instinctively glanced out the window. A frail old dog lay in the shade of a tree in the courtyard outside, resting. The dog appeared near death, its fur nearly gone. Its body marred with red sores and scabs, festering with pus, while flies and fleas danced upon it. Its hind legs were crippled, rendering it unable to rise. Lying there, it seemed restless, its expression occasionally contorted in pain, having been tormented by illness and old age, its eyes vacant. This was the dog Mr. Tianhu had cared for nearly 20 years. Noticing Chu Yun's gaze, Bai Zishuan sighed and explained, "It is too old and plagued by many ailments. Mr. Tianhu has tried countless remedies, yet none have been effective. I fear it will not survive the year." She continued, "Mr. Tianhu is quite fond of dogs, which is why the Nanton Research Institute has a sign that reads 'No dogs allowed.' Mr. Tianhu loves them, while Mr. Tianlong detests them. Thus, it is not personal. He simply dislikes dogs and..." Suddenly, Bai Zishuan fell silent, realizing her mistake, and cast an apologetic glance at Chu Yun. Yet, Chu Yun merely smiled nonchalantly, unperturbed. "He dislikes me as well." Given his current disposition, he had long ceased to care about others' opinions of him. More accurately, he found most of humanity unworthy of his regard. Their affections or aversions had no bearing on him. At that moment, the office door swung open once more. A group of pharmacists entered, pushing a long cart laden with various medicinal herbs, several carts collectively presenting hundreds of varieties. The pharmacists, curious, stole glances at Chu Yun and whispered among themselves, "Is this the 300 million guy? Huh, the rumors are true. Someone really is bold enough to forego the billion and demand a price of 300 million. I suspect he is President Bai's kept man." Although the group spoke in hushed tones, the office's quietude rendered their comments audible to Chu Yun and Bai Zishuan. Chu Yun remained indifferent, while Bai Zishuan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. The mention of kept man ignited her embarrassment and fury. She cleared her throat emphatically, prompting the pharmacists to hastily exit the office. Meanwhile, outside the research institute, the number of pharmacists arriving from various cities continued to swell. Unable to enter the institute, nearly 100 gathered beside the external pharmacy discussion wall, creating a cacophony akin to a bustling market. Everyone fervently discussed the notion of 100 years of fate and the enlightening words of Li Tianlong. Each individual eagerly anticipated this moment, hoping to witness the debate between the two senior pharmacists, or at the very least, to bear witness to this historical occasion. It was likely that this would mark a pivotal turning point in the Jianglong pharmaceutical realm for the next century. At that moment, an Audi A8 came to a halt beside the road. The occupant's descent immediately silenced the surrounding clamor. People instinctively parted to form a narrow path, regardless of the congestion. "Mr. Tianhu, greetings, esteemed elder." The crowd bowed and greeted the arrival, who was none other than Li Tianhu, a prominent pharmacist within the Jianglong pharmaceutical domain. Li Tianhu's brow furrowed as he acknowledged the crowd with a slight nod. His fatigue was evident. His disheveled white hair and weary expression revealed the toll of sleeplessness. Since learning of Li Tianlong's moment of enlightenment the previous night, Li Tianhu had not closed his eyes. Initially, he had dismissed the matter, untroubled by Li Tianlong's return to Beitong. However, upon encountering the words that rekindled Li Tianlong's courage to return, his restlessness took hold, leaving him unable to sleep through the night. He pondered how to counter that statement, yet until dawn broke, he could devise no means of rebuttal. He approached the issue from numerous angles, exhausting his intellect with countless methods, but to no avail. What filled him with even greater despair was that throughout the night, not only did he fail to formulate a strategy, but he also found himself subtly inclined to agree with that assertion. He even began to believe that the extraordinary viewpoint was indeed correct. This was utterly unacceptable to him. He had battled against Li Tianlong for 10 long years, firmly believing in the external medicine theory. Now, he found himself in tacit agreement with that perspective, which undoubtedly negated a decade of his efforts. A slap in his own face. It was precisely for this reason that Li Tianhu felt so utterly exhausted and tormented. As he saw Li Tianlong approaching, his discomfort intensified, for he had yet to devise a response, plunging him into a state of profound despair. "Everyone, step aside," Li Tianhu commanded coldly, and the crowd hastily moved away from the white wall. At that moment, the wall was densely covered with nearly 200 viewpoints, and Li Tianhu, like a desperate gambler, placed his hopes upon the external medicine theory wall, for it was there that Li Tianlong had achieved his epiphany. Yet, he understood that this was akin to winning the lottery. The odds of one person winning were already slim, and for two to win simultaneously was nearly impossible. However, he found himself utterly without recourse. Li Tianhu scrutinized the wall intently, reading each word as if fearing the loss of a potential revelation. Yet, the more he focused, the more disheartened he became. These superficial and simplistic viewpoints were a blight to his eyes. Either they were nonsensical or pretentious drivel. How could these fools have penned such rubbish? The onlookers, initially eager for Old Tiger's reaction to their contributions, were taken aback when Li Tianhu could no longer contain himself. Turning to curse, "Do not smear our research institute's walls with this filth. I can't stand the stench." Instantly, the crowd hung their heads in shame, their faces flushed. As Li Tianhu's gaze drifted over the wall, despair enveloped him further. He could not find a single statement to counter that extraordinary viewpoint. His body trembled with fear, tears brimming in his eyes, unable to suppress the emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Even before the debate had commenced, he recognized that he had already lost. His 10 years of faith and perseverance were on the brink of collapse. This despair and anguish were known only to Li Tianhu himself. After perusing the final corner of the wall, tears streamed down his face. He gazed up at the heavens and sighed deeply. Heaven favors the dragon, not the tiger. Old tiger, old tiger. At that moment, an assistant approached cautiously, holding a piece of paper. Some viewpoints have been overshadowed by new ideas. We have taken the liberty of noting them down for you. Li Tianhu despondently accepted the paper and scanned it quickly. Useless, useless, still of no value. Indeed, heaven favors the dragon, not the. Suddenly, Li Tianhu froze, wiping away his tears forcefully, his gaze fixated on the last line of the white paper. His eyes shimmering with newfound intensity. The powerful exterior can be forceful, sudden needs must be injected. Even if the body suffers, it can be replenished. 100 repairs are better than a rotten bone. External principles can transform dangers into order. This is the absence of suffering and fate. Li Tianhu read and recited it repeatedly, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. Suddenly, he realized that this phrase was merely a paraphrase of Li Tianlong's words. Yet another pretentious statement crafted by someone seeking to ride the coattails of fame. He sighed in disappointment, shaking his head, and returned the paper to his assistant. Just as the assistant was about to take it, Li Tianhu's eyes flickered with a spark, and he abruptly snatched it back, reading it anew. This time, he was completely captivated. He stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting from confusion to clarity, then to agonizing contemplation, as if he had been plunged into a world of introspection. The surrounding crowd, witnessing Old Tiger's reaction, instinctively fell silent, unwilling to disturb the moment. Those who had come from the south, having witnessed Li Tianlong's epiphany, recognized this scene, as Old Tiger's reaction mirrored that of Li Tianlong when he discovered that phrase. Could it be? Another groundbreaking viewpoint had emerged? Everyone held their breath in anticipation, afraid to disrupt this moment. As the expressions on Old Tiger's face became increasingly unsettling, the midday sun reached its zenith. Many returned from lunch, but Li Tianhu remained motionless. Time passed swiftly. Dusk descended. Stars blanketed the sky, and the full moon rose. A whole day had elapsed. Unbeknownst to him, Old Tiger had stood there for an entire day. Most of the crowd had remained, curious about what viewpoint could elicit such an extraordinary reaction from him. As night fell, at 11 o'clock, a wailing cry shattered the stillness of the night sky. Li Tianhu finally snapped back to reality, his legs numb and weak, and after a few faltering steps, he collapsed onto the ground. Clutching the paper, he wept loudly, his voice echoing through the heavens. Heaven has not forsaken me, Li Tianhu. This grace from above shall never be forgotten. I thank the sage for saving me. Under the vast night sky, the crowd looked on in shock at the weeping Old Tiger, unaware of the profound impact that phrase had on him. After a long while, with the assistance of his aide, Li Tianhu shakily rose to his feet. He wiped away the tears from his eyes, which now glimmered with excitement and determination. He raised the paper high, declaring passionately to the crowd, "Even if I, Li Tianhu, have only grasped the surface of this, it is sufficient to refute the internal medicine theory. I boldly proclaim here that the external medicine theory shall prevail." With that, Li Tianhu straightened his posture and walked with unwavering confidence towards the research institute, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. After Old Tiger entered, the crowd remained in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances. Particularly, the pharmacists who had rushed from the south were speechless. Old Tiger's earlier reaction mirrored that of Li Tianlong's, and the words spoken were nearly identical. What manner of phrases could evoke such fervor from both esteemed pharmacists, who had only scratched the surface yet exuded such confidence in their ability to topple one another? The onlookers stood immobilized in shock, unable to fathom the implications. Inside the research institute, Li Tianhu, supported by his assistant, hurriedly made his way to his office. Though his legs still trembled from exhaustion and he had gone a day without food, that phrase echoed in his mind, as if it had purified his spirit, washing away all fatigue and hunger, leaving him radiant with vitality. Old Tiger, by Zixuan and Chu San. Chu Yun are waiting in the office. His assistant reminded him. Li Tianhu paused momentarily, realizing that he had been so immersed in that phrase throughout the day that he had completely forgotten about the appointment with President Bai. What a nuisance, he muttered. How long have I kept them waiting? Half an hour, the assistant replied. Li Tianhu nodded to himself and entered the office. He intended to dispatch the two within 10 minutes, knowing that Li Tianlong would soon arrive. He needed to seize every moment to further contemplate that phrase. As Old Tiger entered, Bai Zixuan quickly rose to her feet. She and Chu Yun had been waiting there for nearly a day. Li Tianhu extended his hand to Bai Zixuan with a smile. I sincerely apologize for the unexpected circumstances that made you wait. Bai Zixuan smiled and shook her head. Though she felt some dissatisfaction, she dared not express it. Your willingness to meet with us is an honor. Li Tianhu's gaze swept the room. Besides Bai Zixuan, there was a handsome young man seated on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. Even as Li Tianhu stood directly before him, he did not open his eyes or rise. Upon witnessing this, Bai Zixuan felt a sense of foreboding and inwardly cursed Chu Yun in frustration. Externally, she anxiously called out, Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu, Chu Yun. Only then did Chu Yun slowly open his eyes, casting a faint glance at Li Tianhu. Li Tianhu, rather amused than angry, took a seat beside Bai Zixuan, across from Chu Yun, leisurely sipping his tea. What brings you here, President Bai? He inquired. Bai Zixuan sighed softly, forcing a smile. It's about the situation in Baiguan. I hope you could lend your thoughts on the matter. Li Tianhu glanced at Chu Yun, responding indifferently. Baiguan has always been a hot potato. Bai Hua entrusting this matter to you is tantamount to a challenge. I advise you to reconsider, President Bai. Bai Zixuan's expression stiffened, and she bitterly replied, Old who? I still wish to give it a try. Before she could finish, Li Tianhu cut her off with a wave of his hand, his tone intensifying. Must I spell it out for you? President Bai is offering a nameless individual a staggering 300 million in salary, which shatters the established norms we uphold as pharmacists. Do you think we are worth less than this fellow? With that, Li Tianhu's sharp gaze turned coldly upon Chu Yun, who had already closed his eyes again, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Just as Bai Zixuan was about to speak, Li Tianhu suddenly slammed the table and stood up, having lost patience with the two of them. Although I have often been at odds with Tianlong, in this matter, we are in agreement. To gain my support, either President Bai must expel this person from Baiwa, or he must prove himself worthy of the pharmacist position through my assessment. However, even if he passes, he must accept a reduced salary. 300 million is beyond his worth. Bai Zixuan exhaled slowly, relieved to still have a chance. Please, old who, assess Mr. Chu, she urged hastily. Li Tianhu cast a cold glance at Chu Yun before casually retrieving several herbs from a small cart and placing them on the table before Chu Yun. In truth, he had anticipated this turn of events, preparing the herbs in advance to demonstrate that Bai Zixuan must come to terms with the fact that this young man possessed no real skill, merely being a fraud with exorbitant demands. Should he actually pass the test, Li Tianhu would not acquiesce to the 300 million price, insisting it be lowered beneath their own. Please proceed, Li Tianhu announced, having arranged the alchemical materials before Chu Yun, yet Chu Yun remained unmoved. Bai Zixuan, anxious, stood beside him, nudging his arm with her little finger, determined not to let this prime opportunity for self-verification slip away. Finally, Chu Yun opened his eyes once more. His indifferent gaze swept over the herbs on the table before he coldly addressed Li Tianhu. What gives you the right to assess me, given your status? The chilling words fell, plunging the office into silence. Bai Zixuan couldn't help but shiver. Li Tianhu stood frozen, momentarily believing he had misheard, before bursting into laughter after regaining his composure. He had held a prominent position in the Jianglong pharmaceutical world for decades, and as the leading pharmacist of Baiwa, few dared to speak to him in such a brazen manner, certainly not someone like Chu Yun. Since the 300 million gentleman has made such a statement, President Bai, I believe there is nothing left to discuss. Li Tianhu coldly resumed his seat, dismissing the two. He picked up a sheet of paper, returning to his previous examination, deeming it more worthwhile to delve into his studies than to waste time on them. Bai Zixuan, desperate to speak again, found herself stifled by Li Tianhu's refusal. She shot a furious glare at Chu Yun, her earlier decision now laced with regret. Perhaps, as many had suggested, Chu Yun was nothing more than a charlatan, and that superlative pill might have been a mere stroke of luck. Old Hu, do you have any confidence in the 100-year fate theory this time? Bai Zixuan forced a smile, attempting to shift the topic. I heard you, Old Li, have had an epiphany. Li Tianhu stroked his beard, chuckling. What do you think I have been up to today? He proudly brandished the paper in his hand. In fact, I have also attained enlightenment, just like Li Tianlong, right there beside the white wall outside the research institute. Bai Zixuan was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that both leading pharmacists would achieve enlightenment in succession. Just then, a cacophony erupted outside the window. The headlights of cars pierced the darkness. Li Tianhu squinted out the window, murmuring, "They've arrived." Outside the research institute, a black sedan came to a halt at the entrance. The director and deputy director of Beitong Research Institute, along with numerous high-ranking officials, rushed out. In an instant, the dimly lit research institute was illuminated as if it were day. Hundreds of pharmacists gathered at the entrance, rushing toward the arriving vehicle, creating a chaotic scene that the security personnel struggled to manage. The director of Beitong personally opened the car door. Li Tianlong, supported by an assistant, stepped down slowly. Despite the long journey, the elderly man showed no signs of fatigue. His eyes sparkled with vigor, appearing rejuvenated as if he had undergone a transformation from a day and night of trials. Welcome to. The director began to offer pleasantries, but was abruptly pushed aside by Li Tianlong, whose gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the office. Ignoring the surrounding crowd, he strode purposefully into the research institute. The pharmacists, eager to follow in his footsteps, rushed forward, but a dozen security guards swiftly blocked the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Those left outside craned their necks, eagerly anticipating the unfolding scene. The atmosphere erupted with excitement the moment Li Tianlong entered. The final showdown of the 100-year fate theory has begun. 10 long years. It seems Old Li is even more confident now. Who can say? Old Hu has just had an epiphany. The crowd's eyes widened in anticipation, straining to hear any developments from within the research institute, their breaths held in suspense. At that moment, a thunderous argument erupted from inside the institute. Instantly, the outside fell silent. Hundreds of pharmacists held their breath, as if turned to stone, listening intently to the commotion within. Meanwhile, Li Tianlong kicked open the office door. He shook off the assistant's support and stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Tianhu, demanding thunderously, internal medicines adhere to the 5 elements, while external medicines provoke violent reversals, leading to self-destruction. How do you refute that, Li Tianhu? Li Tianhu, undeterred, sprang to his feet, stepping forward as well, angrily retorting. External medicines can address unexpected situations. Your internal medicines are feeble and weak. How dare you challenge them? Li Tianlong was taken aback. He had not expected Li Tianhu to respond with such fervor, and his argument bore a semblance of merit. Yet, this was not the moment for retreat. He pressed forward once more, demanding in a fierce tone, the body must align with nature, nurturing the mind and spirit in harmony with the universe. Thus, the nature of medicines should follow suit. External medicines that distort nature will surely lead to calamity. The heated exchange between the two leading pharmacists left Bai Zixuan trembling in fear. She regretted not having left earlier. The air thick with animosity between their words was palpable. Meanwhile, Chu Yun remained tranquil on the sofa, casually fiddling with the herbs on the table, listening with a faint smile as the two men argued. From various corners, the pharmacists gathered, captivated by the heated debate between the two leading figures in the field. Some took notes, others furrowed their brows in contemplation, while some appeared utterly perplexed. The argument intensified. Li Tianhu stepped forward, now standing directly in front of Li Tianlong. Their faces were almost touching, and he fixed his gaze on Li Tianlong, each word striking like thunder. When the body suffers damage, external medicine compensates. Hundreds of repairs are preferable to allowing it to deteriorate. Such is the function of external medicine. Can internal medicine achieve this? Can it? As his words echoed, those supporting the external medicine theory outside the research institute erupted in applause. Even Li Tianlong, taken aback, found it hard to believe. At that moment, he realized that Li Tianhu had likely experienced a moment of enlightenment. Otherwise, how could he articulate such powerful statements? This made Li Tianlong cautious. Have you also come to an understanding? He asked with a furrowed brow. Li Tianhu laughed triumphantly, slapping a piece of paper onto Li Tianlong's face. Take a good look. Do you concede or not? Li Tianlong's expression shifted as he examined the words on the paper. The phrases were strikingly similar to his own, equally profound and intricate, with insightful interpretations of external medicine. Yet, this did not imply the superiority of external medicine. Li Tianlong snorted dismissively. Internal medicine is the path to longevity, in accordance with nature. It nurtures health and longevity. How can external medicine achieve that? Li Tianhu scoffed in return, unwilling to back down, and shouted, the properties of medicine ought to confront peril, and the body will naturally align with nature. Suffering begets the need for medicine. If one cannot endure hardship, what hope is there for longevity and health? Their words detonated like bombs, igniting the crowd outside. Regardless of which side they supported, the onlookers erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The insights of the two leading pharmacists had ascended to a new level. However, many present struggled to comprehend the debate. Even those who did understand were often left with a superficial grasp. But even this rudimentary knowledge was enough to benefit the attending pharmacists for a lifetime. Gradually, the two pharmacists fell into a tense silence, staring intently at one another, unable to utter another word, seemingly caught in a stalemate. Bai Zixuan, trembling, swallowed hard. She could not comprehend their argument, feeling as if celestial beings were clashing, and she dared not breathe for fear of being caught in the crossfire. The sudden quiet only amplified her anxiety. Suddenly, the silence was deafening. The pharmacists outside began to feel perplexed. Could it be yet another stalemate? With a decade-long debate still unresolved? Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu's faces flushed with frustration. They each opened their mouths to speak, only to find themselves at a loss for words. Just as the crowd anticipated, they had exhausted all their arguments, unable to refute one another, left only to stew in their mutual frustration. In the midst of this deadlock, laughter erupted, shattering the silence. The pharmacists outside searched for the source of the mirth, while those inside the institute turned their curious gazes toward the sofa where Chu Yun lay. He was doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Bai Zixuan felt a pang of anxiety. She could only watch in dismay, puzzled as to why Chu Yun would find humor in such a critical moment. It was hardly surprising that Chu Yun was amused. From the onset of the debate, he had been stifling his laughter, and now he could no longer contain it. He never anticipated that these two would argue without even grasping the fundamentals of the subject, clumsily sparring with each other's ideas. To him, it felt like listening to children bickering. He had hoped his modest contributions might inspire them, but instead, they merely skimmed the surface and attempted to wield his insights against him. Chu Yun's unrestrained laughter shattered the stalemate. Li Tianhu and Li Tianlong glared at him, their eyes ablaze with indignation. Who are you? Li Tianlong demanded sharply. Chu Sanyi, Li Tianhu sneered. How dare he appear here? Li Tianlong felt deeply insulted. This was a momentous debate that had captivated the entire pharmaceutical community for a decade. How could such a character dare to confront him? He had entirely overlooked this minor figure in their earlier discourse. Li Tianhu shot a cold glance at Bai Zixuan, his irritation mounting. Get him out of here. Bai Zixuan felt utterly ashamed, wishing to disappear into a crevice. She regretted listening to this fool and bringing him to buy-in, as he had now disrupted the debate between the two esteemed pharmacists, putting her at odds with them. Her resentment towards him grew. She gritted her teeth and attempted to pull Chu Yun away. However, he gently shrugged her off, standing up and following her outside, a faint smile still lingering on his face. What are you laughing at? Li Tianhu roared, blocking Chu Yun's path. Li Tianlong's icy gaze was fixed on him as well. Chu Yun's smile felt like an affront to their dignity. If a renowned pharmacist had laughed, it might have been acceptable, but who was he to dare mock them? He had no right to even engage them. Bai Zixuan felt an overwhelming headache. Chu Yun was courting disaster, and there was nothing she could do to intervene. Chu Yun continued to smile at the two. I laugh at your folly. I laugh at your ignorance. Is it so difficult to express it in simple terms? This elixir is your final chance. If you still do not comprehend, it may be time for you to change professions. With that, he tossed the elixir to Li Tianhu. He had prepared it out of boredom while listening to their debate, never intending to use it as a teaching tool. But now he could no longer bear to watch them possibly squabble over the theory of lifespan for another decade. He offered the elixir. and whether they understood its significance was entirely up to them. With a serene smile, Chu Yun then exited the office. Do you think I need your guidance? Li Tianhu roared in anger, flinging the elixir out of the window. It landed squarely on the head of an old dog resting in the shade, who opened its eyes weakly, sniffed, and then swallowed the elixir. I am truly sorry. Forgive me. Inside the office, Bai Zixuan was nearly in tears, hurriedly bowing to the two men before rushing to close the door and chase after Chu Yun. Her mental state was unraveling. Despite all her calculations, she had not anticipated that Chu Yun would dare to lecture the two esteemed figures. With just a casual gesture, he claimed to offer them fortune. At this moment, she was seriously contemplating whether to send Chu Yun to a psychiatric hospital. Her faith in him was teetering on the brink of collapse. Outside the research institute, the pharmacists were curiously peering in the direction of the laughter that had interrupted the tranquility. Upon seeing Chu Yun emerge, many of the white-clad pharmacists began to connect the dots. Isn't that Chu Sanyi? He dares to mock the two leading pharmacists? They whispered. Oh dear. He is valued at 3 billion. How could the venerable Hu Lao and Li Lao compare? He is a cosmic-level pharmacist. As Chu Yun and Bai Zixuan stepped out of the research institute, the crowd erupted in laughter. Indeed, it was only a peculiar figure like Chu Sanyi who could commit such a bizarre act in this solemn setting. Truly a case of an eccentric person performing eccentric deeds. The two individuals were nearly overwhelmed by the relentless sounds of mocking laughter. Bai Zixuan, filled with embarrassment, quickly pulled Chu Yun into the car and fled. Throughout that day, being with Chu Yun had caused her to lose all sense of dignity. The joke about Chu Sanyi was merely a trivial interlude, a source of amusement for the onlookers. After a brief moment of laughter, the crowd gradually fell silent, refocusing their attention on the happenings within the research institute. Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu were indeed quite furious. How dare a deceitful charlatan masquerading as a pharmacist lecture them? Such insolence was an affront to their identities. Temporarily devoid of the will to argue, they both slumped onto the sofa in frustration. Gradually, an odd expression crossed their faces, as if they simultaneously realized something, prompting them to glance at each other. Did you also perceive the sentences I deciphered? Li Tianlong asked, bewildered. No, not at all. Li Tianhu replied, his expression one of confusion. Aside from the one I showed you earlier, no one else knows. Li Tianlong swallowed hard, his mind racing. What is happening here? Li Tianhu's expression grew increasingly stiff and frozen. In truth, both had an inkling of the revelation but dared not articulate their absurd suspicions. Yet, almost instinctively, they reached for pens and began to write their insights on the blank sheet before them. Entering the realm of the 5 elements, reversing the flow leads to destruction. The body is surrounded by nature. Nurturing health must align with one's essence. Internal principles are enduring. This is the essence of longevity. External forces must be wielded with vigor. In sudden circumstances, one must exert strength. Even when the body is damaged, there are ways to mend. 100 repairs surpass decayed bones. External principles transform peril into order. This is the path devoid of suffering. As the two phrases seamlessly merged together, Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu felt as though struck by a thunderclap, their bodies jolting as they froze in place on the sofa. They stared, trembling in shock, at the neatly written lines, their eyes quivering as they absorbed the symmetry and resonance of the text. At that moment, comprehension dawned upon them. These two sentences were, in fact, one and the same. This was not a mere rebuttal of internal and external pharmacological theories, but rather a harmonious amalgamation of both. Akin to the principles of Tai Chi, flawlessly blending two schools of thought. These lines opened a new frontier in pharmacology. Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu swallowed nervously, their hands unconsciously clasping together, their eyes locked onto the sentences as if they were children venturing into an uncharted realm, their breaths quickening. Excitement coursing through them as they yearned to glimpse the tip of this new iceberg of knowledge. As seconds turned to minutes, those waiting outside the research institute were filled with anxiety and anticipation. The prolonged silence from within was unsettling, leaving them to wonder what was transpiring. Eventually, the clock struck midnight. The resonant barking of a dog suddenly startled the two from their stupor. As they regained their senses, drenched in sweat and leaning against the sofa, Li Tianlong asked, "Can you comprehend this?" Wiping the perspiration from his brow, Li Tianhu shook his head stiffly, his eyes still filled with shock and exhilaration. "I can only grasp the surface. but I sense that the pharmacological heritage of Huaxia, spanning thousands of years, is destined to change because of these two sentences. Li Tianlong sighed, deeply in agreement. I do not fully understand either, but I am profoundly moved. They remained silent on the sofa for an extended period. After hours of intense contemplation, they had stepped into this new domain, akin to children clumsily exploring, utterly exhausted, yet still brimming with excitement and eagerness. Who on earth is he? Li Tianlong murmured. Li Tianhu shook his head slowly. I do not know, but it is clear that Bai Zishuan did not misjudge him. If he is not worth 300 million, then no pharmacist in this world could possibly be. Li Tianlong silently concurred. They refrained from speculating about Chu Yun's identity, especially after having glimpsed those sentences and ventured into this new and unfamiliar territory. They became increasingly cautious, humble, and respectful, no longer the arrogant figures they once were. At this moment, they finally understood the truth behind the saying that there are always greater talents and mountains beyond mountains. When he claimed they were ignorant, he was right. When he called them foolish, he was correct. Before these two sentences, before someone who might alter the course of Huaxia's pharmacological history, they were utterly humbled. Their hearts swayed, with no lingering grievances. In fact, they felt grateful for Chu Yun's guidance. A person of his caliber could have easily overlooked them, yet he still took the time to impart wisdom. Such simple guidance was enough to transform their lives. The more they pondered this, the greater their regret became. Li Tianlong suddenly slapped himself across the face, lamenting the fact that he had turned Mr. Chu away, a blatant insult. He felt as if he could die from regret. Li Tianhu also felt an immense sense of remorse as he recalled Chu Yun's words, recognizing that he was indeed unworthy of evaluating him. Wait, what about that pill? Li Tianlong exclaimed, suddenly jolted to attention. Chu Sanyi, no? Mr. Chu mentioned that pill was our last chance. Have you forgotten? Li Tianhu froze, his spirits lifting as he hastily patted his pockets. I placed it in. In the next moment, he fell into a daze, staring out the window, swallowing hard. Li Tianlong sensed trouble, stuttering. Why yes, did you hear the dog barking? I heard it. But your old dog hasn't barked in ages. I don't know. Both men were on the verge of tears, racing out of the office as if possessed. Outside the research institute, a commotion erupted. They're out. They're coming. The pharmacist who had been waiting eagerly shouted in excitement upon spotting the two esteemed figures emerging from the institute. However, the next moment, the clamor abruptly ceased. To everyone's astonishment, rather than exiting the building, the two elders rushed toward the old dog. At that moment, the crowd noticed that the old dog had risen to its feet, wagging its tail with enthusiasm. Its injuries inexplicably vanished. How is this possible? I remember seeing that dog barely alive just earlier today. The onlookers were taken aback, murmuring in astonishment. Yet, Li Tianhu did not share in the joy of the dog's revival. He and Li Tianlong crouched before the old dog, fixated on its rear end, their eyes wide with anticipation and desire. This scene left not only the onlookers bewildered, but also the old dog itself, which, unsure of the situation, instinctively tucked its tail between its legs, its big eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and confusion. As they gazed at the two elders, it felt as though they were yearning to consume the dog's feces. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence, everyone fixated on the two old men, who were in turn fixated on the dog, which lowered its head in embarrassment. No one knew what the parties were truly expecting. Suddenly, the old dog could no longer hold back, releasing a loud fart and dropping a foul-smelling pile of excrement. That's mine. At the moment the feces hit the ground, the two men lunged forward, competing fiercely for it, engaging in a tussle over a pile of dog waste, shouting at one another. This is my dog. Naturally. The poop belongs to me. Why should you have it? That should be split between us. I won't give you a single bit. That's all mine. Let us split it when we meet. The two men wrestled on the ground, rolling about, their clothes torn asunder, their thinning hair nearly pulled out, creating a truly chaotic and tragic scene. And at that moment, outside the research institute, onlookers were left utterly bewildered, their mouths agape in astonishment. Two prominent figures were, astonishingly, squabbling over a pile of dog excrement, even resorting to physical confrontation. This scene was nothing short of unprecedented. Even the old dog stood frozen in shock, glancing between its own waist and the entangled duo, paralyzed by confusion and questioning the meaning of its canine existence. Yet, amidst this chaos, only the two combatants understood the true significance of their struggle. They were not fighting over mere refuse, but rather a rare opportunity. The old dog had consumed a precious medicinal pill, which it could not fully digest. While the remnants were still warm, they could analyze and study it, for it undoubtedly contained traces of the elixir. To them, this pile of dog excrement was akin to gold. After a considerable time, Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu bore long streaks of blood upon their bodies, their garments tattered and in disarray, both exhausted from their brawl. Gasping for breath, Li Tianlong bellowed, "Li Tianhu, I tell you, if we continue this, the opportunity will be lost." With gritted teeth, Li Tianhu clenched his fists. Feeling a deep reluctance but fearing the loss of the valuable remnants, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Then it shall be half for each." The two mutually supported each other as they rose, drawing near the pile of excrement. Simultaneously, they extended a hand, carefully cradling it together. With exhilaration, they sprinted back to the research institute, the precious remnants held aloft, and did not emerge again. Under the veil of night, those outside the institute stood in a daze, unable to believe the events of the evening. Had the esteemed pharmacists truly lost their sanity after a decade of debate, or had they simply succumbed to temptation? The air was thick with silence as each individual grappled with profound doubts and introspection, reminiscent of Newton's epiphany under the apple tree. What deeper meaning lay behind this pile of dog excrement? Suddenly, a whispered question shattered the stillness. Will they consume it? The crowd exchanged glances, each silently pondering the absurdity of the inquiry, as the occurrences of that night transcended their comprehension. All eyes remained fixed upon the research institute, hearts restless with uncertainty. Days later, in the hotel lobby, Chu Yun presented a cup of coffee to Bai Zixuan. She turned coldly away, presenting her back to him like a petulant spouse, only to begrudgingly lift the coffee and sip angrily when he ignored her. It had been several days since the incident, and she seethed at his lack of apology. Reflecting on the events that unfolded, her anger reignited. She had sought the support of the esteemed pharmacists, yet Chu Yun had audaciously lectured the two, branding them foolish and ignorant, carelessly dismissing their findings as mere coincidences. That day, Bai Zixuan felt utterly humiliated. Returning to the hotel, she had been so incensed that it had made her ill. Only after days of recuperation had she begun to feel better. Now, upon entering the lobby and encountering Chu Yun leisurely sipping coffee and reading the newspaper as if nothing were amiss, her mood soured significantly. "Do you have nothing to say?" Bai Zixuan finally burst out. The surrounding patrons turned their curious gazes towards the pair, mistakenly believing them to be a quarrelsome couple. Chu Yun raised his coffee cup, remarking, "The coffee is delightful." "You." Bai Zixuan trembled with indignation, unable to articulate her frustration. Just then, a nearby female assistant emitted a gasp of shock. Leaping to her feet and dropping her phone, Bai Zixuan, momentarily taken aback, picked up the phone and her expression froze upon reading the news. The headline boldly proclaimed, "Dog excrement opportunity. Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu reach historic reconciliation and develop new medicinal pills." Bai Zixuan's hands shook as she absorbed the news, reading each word with trepidation. The events transpired on the very night they had departed. The two venerable pharmacists, inspired by a pile of dog excrement, achieved enlightenment, entering the research institute with their newfound insights, and after several days, Li Tianlong had developed the life-sustaining pill, while Li Tianhu produced the strengthening potion. Both concoctions boasted an efficacy exceeding 100. The life-sustaining pill was designed to regulate health for prolonged usage, whereas the strengthening potion was intended for critical injuries. This marked the pinnacle of their careers, becoming their signature achievements, and for Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, it represented an extraordinary milestone. The media lavished praise upon the two pharmacists, heralding them as figures poised to rival the greatest alchemists in the Jianglong medicinal realm. What does it mean to be a top alchemist? In the vast landscape of the Jianglong pharmaceutical industry, they stood among the elite, ranking within the top 3, for Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu. This was an extraordinary accolade. Yet, this was not the most significant development. The most crucial aspect was their collaborative introduction of the internal and external medicine theory, which dismantled the long-standing dichotomy between internal medicine and external medicine, merging both schools of thought into a groundbreaking synthesis, marking a revolutionary stride in the history of Chinese medicine. The internal and external medicine theory garnered admiration from several venerable figures within the Chinese medicinal community. The media even drew parallels between the discovery of this theory from dog excrement and Newton's revelation of gravity, celebrating it as a historic theoretical breakthrough. While the media often exaggerated, it underscored the profound importance of the internal and external medicine theory for the Chinese pharmaceutical landscape, poised to propel the evolution of medicinal practices. This was no hyperbole. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Bai Zixuan gripped her phone, murmuring with excitement. The emergence of a medication surpassing Mr. Mikan's 216 efficacy, followed by the revelation of the internal and external medicine theory, left her in awe of the unexpected surprises bestowed upon her by the three esteemed pharmacists. Whether through the development of new medicinal products or the theoretical advancements, each breakthrough was sufficient to stir a seismic shift within the Jianglong pharmaceutical industry. Yet, with each wave of elation, a profound sense of loss and despair enveloped her. As the three pharmacists showcased their extraordinary capabilities, their standing within Baiwa Pharmaceuticals escalated, granting their words increasing weight while they continued to oppose her. This rendered her hopes increasingly tenuous. Humph. The pills you concocted are worth less than a pile of dog excrement. The female assistant, incensed by the news, couldn't help but chastise Chu Yun. Bai Zixuan refrained from intervening. At this juncture, she too harbored similar sentiments. The three pharmacists, earning merely millions annually, had achieved such monumental feats, while Chu Yun. Bai Zixuan sighed heavily. She had to admit that her judgment had indeed faltered, yet now it seemed there was no remedy for regret. Chu Yun glanced at the news with a placid expression, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. It appeared that these two were not devoid of intelligence. They had seized the final opportunity. However, the newly proposed theory remained rudimentary, and he could not demand higher standards from them. It had been a mere act of convenience for him. Chu Yun was unfazed by the situation. Bai Zixuan helplessly shook her head and despondently inquired, "So, are we still heading north to Bayan?" Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" Bai Zixuan, exasperated, retorted, "The unprecedented 216 efficacy, the groundbreaking internal and external medicine theory, the life-sustaining pill, and the strengthening potions development. How can your value of 3 billion be justified?" Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, "These are merely trifles that I accomplished with ease." "What did you say?" Bai Zixuan stood frozen, utterly flabbergasted by his response. The female assistant chuckled heartily, reveling in the notion that these momentous events were all orchestrated by him. Bai Zixuan fixed her gaze intently on Chu Yun, who remained unflinching. After a prolonged silence, Bai Zixuan let out a deep sigh of disappointment. His arrogance, boastfulness, and self-importance. How could she possibly place her trust in him? Chu Yun cast a calm glance at Bai Zixuan, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. "If you do not believe me, I can leave at once. If you do, then silence yourself." Bai Zixuan was rendered speechless. At this juncture, if she could not trust Chu Yun, whom else could she rely upon? The three resident pharmacists had completely turned against her. Her only hope lay with Chu Yun to validate his worth of 300 million. She was placing all her hopes on this man. Even Bai Zixuan found it somewhat absurd. Yet, even the faintest flicker of hope, akin to a firefly-esque glow, was one she had to cling to. Otherwise, she would have to concede defeat, obediently marry, and become a mere tool for familial alliances. "Let us embark." Bai Zixuan managed a bittersweet smile, her final destination, northward to Bayan. No one could see the tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. Nor did anyone realize that upon entering Bayan, she might never emerge again. That place was destined to be her ultimate cage. Jianglong Province, Bayan City. In Jianglong Province, there exists a widely circulated saying. Every street corner in Bayan City exudes the scent of medicine among every 10 Bayan residents. There is one employee of Baiwa. Although this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, it underscores the undeniable significance of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals throughout Bayan City. Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, the leading pharmaceutical enterprise in Jianglong Province, underpins more than half of Bayan's economic income, having nearly monopolized the pharmaceutical industry in Jianglong, save for Baiguan. Baiwa Pharmaceuticals is situated in the bustling heart of Bayan. Its towering 38-story building stands like a majestic peak, the tallest structure in Bayan. Moreover, this is merely the corporate office. Vast pharmaceutical factories lie in the western and northern suburbs of Bayan, where, on workdays, the potent aroma of medicine wafts through the air, albeit distanced enough not to disrupt the normal lives of the citizens. Today, the employees of Baiwa wore expressions of joy and excitement, their delight evident on their faces. In the president's office on the 24th floor, cheerful melodies echoed, infused with a sense of light-heartedness and jubilation. Inside the office, Bai Yun, the head of the Bai family, lounged with his legs crossed atop the desk, his body swaying with the motion of the swivel chair. On the left side of his desk lay a newspaper featuring a momentous headline about Baiwa Pharmaceuticals, proclaiming a staggering 216 increase in stock and other eye-catching phrases emblazoned across the page. Yet, Bai Yun's gaze was fixated on his computer screen. Watching the stock of Baiwa Pharmaceuticals surge once more, a smile crept unbidden to his lips. Ever since the heart rate medication surpassed a 216 breakthrough, Baiwa Pharmaceuticals had been on a roll, with the stock repeatedly hitting its ceiling in recent days, bringing in billions in revenue for the Bai family. As the subsequent products, such as the heart rate medication and life-saving pill, come to market, it is unimaginable how much profit Baiwa Pharmaceuticals would generate. Reflecting on this, Bai Yun couldn't help but hum a little tune. Suddenly, the office door swung open. An elderly man, weary yet dignified, entered, clad in traditional attire. His sparse white hair framed a face marked by fatigue, yet his eyes held a sharpness that commanded respect. Upon sighting the elder, Bai Yun quickly rose, bowing respectfully. Elder Zhang. Zhang Mingsong glanced at him with a detached demeanor before taking a seat on the sofa, pouring himself a glass of whiskey with 2 ice cubes, sipping leisurely. Bai Yun approached him, cautiously inquiring, Elder Zhang, have you resolved the issue? Zhang Mingsong frowned slightly, shaking his head gently. Just days prior, residents of Luoping village in Baiyan had exhibited alarming symptoms, red rashes and bloodshot eyes, signaling a significant epidemic. The upper echelons of Baiyan were thrown into a frenzy. Multiple hospitals were mobilized urgently, yet none yielded results, compelling them to delegate the matter to Baiwa Pharmaceuticals for the development of a treatment. Given the gravity of the situation, Bai Yun dared not delay. He promptly enlisted the expertise of the esteemed pharmacist Zhang Mingsong to take charge. However, after several days of seclusion, Zhang Mingsong emerged without a solution, utterly at a loss. Not even you can manage this. Bai Yun was taken aback, realizing the severity of the situation. Over the years, Zhang Mingsong had seldom encountered challenges he could not surmount. As Baihua's chief pharmacist, his medical prowess was unparalleled in Jianglong province. Among the top 3 titans of the Jianglong pharmaceutical world, Zhang Mingsong undeniably held a prominent position. If even he could not resolve this, the situation must be more dire than anyone could fathom. Zhang Mingsong rubbed his temples wearily, slowly shaking his head. Without identifying the source of the rashes and bloodshot eyes, it is impossible to prescribe the appropriate treatment. I have attempted several mild medications, but the effects have been far from satisfactory. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Bai Yun appearing somewhat distracted. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, has anything significant transpired in my absence? Why is Bai so jubilant? Bai Yun could no longer contain his smile. Eagerly, he presented the newspaper for Zhang Mingsong's perusal. As Zhang Mingsong read, his surprise deepened with each line. Bai Yun, being an outsider, understood only the profitability of these developments, utterly unaware of their monumental significance within the pharmaceutical realm. The heart rate medication had surpassed Mr. Makin's 216 breakthrough. It had pioneered the internal and external drug theory, shattering millennia of pharmacological tradition in Huaxia. It had birthed the life-saving pill and potent remedies. Zhang Mingsong's eyes widened in disbelief, swallowing hard as exhaustion evaporated from his body, replaced by astonishment. When he finally emerged from his daze, he was drenched in sweat, his expression frozen in shock. No, this cannot be. Zhang Mingsong stammered, shaking his head vehemently. Bai Yun smiled. Elder Zhang, is it necessary for you to be so astonished? No. Zhang Mingsong slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. This is absolutely impossible. I'm certain. On one hand, he envied the achievements of the 3 resident pharmacists, fearing obsolescence. On the other, Zhang Mingsong's stature far surpassed theirs. He understood that their capabilities could not possibly generate such a seismic impact. If they indeed were responsible, the mere thought filled him with dread, for it would signify that these 3 had eclipsed him. Bai Yun perceived Zhang Mingsong's turmoil and offered a reassuring smile. Elder Zhang, they cannot possibly compare to you. Even if they are exceptional, you are still the chief pharmacist at Baiwa. Zhang Mingsong forced a bitter smile. Bai Yun simply did not grasp the magnitude of these achievements within the pharmaceutical community. Each accomplishment was monumental enough for a pharmacist to boast about for a lifetime. Merely the discovery of the internal and external drug theory could propel the history of Huaxia's pharmaceutical industry forward. This was a groundbreaking revelation, A shift occurred in Zhang Mingsung's demeanor, and a plan began to form. Since the 3 resident pharmacists are currently so formidable, it would be prudent to summon them to assist me in addressing the situation in Luoping village. After all, this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Bai Suiyun pondered briefly before agreeing. Indeed, the issues assigned by Baian's upper echelons could not afford any delay. He quickly instructed his secretary to contact the 3 resident pharmacists, urging them to come to Baian without delay. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Upon seeing his son, Bai Suiyun smiled and asked, "What is it?" Bai Xiao adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. "Zixuan will arrive in Baian tonight." Bai Suiyun immediately retracted his smile and asked solemnly, "Have you made all the arrangements?" Bai Xiao nodded emphatically. However, there is still Chu Yun. "Who is this?" Bai Suiyun inquired, puzzled. Bai Xiao explained, "It's that Chu Sanyi, the pharmacist from Beiguan, who quoted 300 million. Upon hearing this, Bai Suiyun chuckled, dismissively waving his hand. Let him be. From the beginning, he had never taken this person seriously. Upon arriving in Baian City, dusk had already settled. As they exited the highway, Chu Yun saw a village illuminated in the distance at the foot of a high mountain, cordoned off with a yellow warning line. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to discern such a distant place. However, as a cultivator, Chu Yun possessed senses far superior to those of the average individual. "What is that place?" Chu Yun asked casually. Bai Zixuan, who had been rubbing her temples in distress, looked up with a weary expression and replied listlessly, "It's Luoping village. It seems there's been an outbreak of disease lately." She had no inclination to converse with Chu Yun. The closer they got to Baian City, the more her demeanor changed. The pain and despair etched on her face were difficult to conceal, leaving her little room to concern herself with others. Chu Yun cast a brief glance, but chose not to speak further. As the vehicle entered Baian City, the streets were sparsely populated in the evening. Every few shops, one could spot a pharmacy or a herbal medicine wholesaler, ubiquitous throughout the area. The atmosphere in the car felt heavy. Bai Zixuan lowered her head against the window, while her female assistant in the passenger seat occasionally sighed. "Miss Bai, we have arrived at the Bai residence," the driver announced. Bai Zixuan jolted awake. As if emerging from a nightmare, her gaze fixed on the Bai family's estate, filled with resistance and fear. Hesitantly, her hand hovered over the car door handle, delaying its opening. Through the car window, Chu Yun surveyed the grand estate before him. It was far more imposing than the Li family's residence in Beiguan. With 5 villas standing proudly within the courtyard, towering trees stretching above the walls, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. "I'll go in first, please wait for me." Bai Zixuan mustered her courage and exited the car, her assistant watching her with concern as she walked inside. Guided by the butler, Bai Zixuan traversed the courtyard path and entered the corridor. Upon reaching the hallway, she sensed something amiss and abruptly halted. Her vigilant gaze swept her surroundings. "Butler Zhao, this is not the way to Uncle Bai's villa." Butler Zhao froze in place, his back turned to Bai Zixuan, his body trembling slightly. In a hushed, quivering voice, tinged with suppressed sobs, he whispered, "Miss Bai, if old Zhao were to perish, I would certainly owe an apology to the old patriarch." Before Bai Zixuan could respond, Butler Zhao hurriedly fled. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Bai Zixuan turned to escape, only to find her path blocked by a group of men in black suits, who sneered coldly. In a panic, she spun around, only to see another group of people ahead. Bai Xiao leaned against a pillar in the hallway, grinning ominously at her. "Ah, my dear sister, you've finally returned. I trust you won't act recklessly this time. The opportunity to develop Beiguan was presented to you. If you prove inadequate, why not simply return home and marry into wealth?" Bai Zixuan stood trembling in fear, glancing left and right. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she cried out, "You never gave me a chance. I can do it." Bai Xiao advanced step by step towards her. Terrified, Bai Zixuan stumbled and fell to the ground, desperately trying to crawl backward. "You can?" Bai Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking down at her. "The pharmacist demanding 300 million. Colluding with a pretty boy to swindle the Bai family? You still believe you can?" He spat. "Bai Zixuan, you are nothing but a wild seed that the Bai family cannot nurture." As his words fell, Bai Xiao gestured to several individuals, who promptly rushed towards Bai Zixuan. 2 men swiftly restrained her arms, while another 2 held down her struggling legs, pressing her head against the cold ground, her exquisite face suddenly covered in dust. She fought desperately, appearing so small and feeble, tears streaming down her pale, terrified visage. In a hoarse cry, she lamented, "He said he was worth 300 million. I believe him, I believe. Yet, any further words at that moment felt utterly powerless. The men carried her into the villa, firmly locking the door behind them. Bai Zishuan pounded on the door in anguish, her cries piercing the air, utterly disheveled. Bai Xiao leaned against the door, a smile of satisfaction on his face as he listened to his sister's cries, as if relishing a beautiful melody. As her cries gradually became hoarse and feeble, Bai Xiao settled against the door, lit a cigarette, and chuckled to himself. You fool, did you truly think my father intended to give you a chance to develop Baiguan? Bai Zishuan leaned against the door, trembling as she absorbed his every cutting word. Do you know how many times Baiwa Pharmaceuticals attempted to penetrate the Baiguan market? Only to fail? 13 times in total. From the moment you signed that gambling agreement with my father before you left, you were doomed to lose. You were merely a tool for a marriage alliance with the Bai family. Originally, we were worried about how long you would continue to cause trouble. Yet little did we expect you to self-destruct, daring to report a pharmacist worth 300 million, inciting the entire Baihua's resistance and dissatisfaction. Haha, silly sister. You have truly been ruined by that Chu Sanyi. Enjoy your single life tonight. Tomorrow marks your engagement day. The footsteps faded, and silence enveloped the space. Bai Zishuan's frail form slid down the door, her beautiful face buried in her knees, tears like raindrops falling silently as she wept in despair. At 3 a.m, a car stopped by the roadside opposite the Bai family estate. Inside, Chu Yun rested with his eyes closed. The female assistant in the passenger seat was increasingly agitated, anxiously watching the Bai family's front gate, unable to reach Bai Zishuan by phone. Aren't you worried? She snapped, turning to Chu Yun in anger. Her pent-up anxiety and fury erupted upon seeing him so calm. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes and glanced at her. You are being rather loud. What? The assistant was incredulous, her disbelief palpable. She could hardly fathom that, in such dire circumstances, with Bai Zishuan not emerging for a long time, clearly in danger, he could remain so nonchalant. Do you even have a heart? At that moment, all her grievances and fury surged forth. Do you realize the immense pressure and sacrifices Bai Zishuan is enduring for your sake? Do you understand that she has placed all her hope in you? Do you know that she signed a gambling agreement with the Bai family, stipulating that if she could not break into the Baiguan market, she would have to marry and become a sacrificial pawn of the Bai family? The night she discovered you, she told me that she regarded you as a treasure. You are her only hope of entering the Baiguan market. And now. Her finger pointed accusingly at Chu Yun, her chest heaving with indignation. Yet words failed her. Chu Yun regarded her emotional outburst with indifference, perceiving her frantic cries as mere noise akin to that of a babbling child. Having endured countless storms over 3 centuries, such trivial matters could hardly stir his emotions. It was not that he lacked feelings. Rather, after centuries of tempering, the things capable of evoking emotions within him had become exceedingly rare. Observing the assistant's tear-streaked, furious visage was akin to watching a monkey, too loud and chaotic. The female assistant, witnessing Chu Yun's indifference, was engulfed by despair. Tears streamed down her face as she leaned against the car's seat, seemingly speaking to herself, yet directed towards Chu Yun. I had advised her to give up on you. She refused to listen, insisting that once a promise is made, it must be honored. I knew all along that you possess no capabilities, let alone worth 300 million. Just look at her now, disregarding my words, suffering the consequences because of you. She is surely confined by the Bai family at this moment. As she spoke, the assistant wiped her tears away. The driver, seated in the front, couldn't help but sigh, feeling sympathy for Bai, who had endured great hardships. Her parents had perished in a car accident during her childhood, and the 2 members of the Bai family had schemed relentlessly to harm her, fearing she might uncover their wealth. In truth, Bai's current success was solely attributed to her father. Despite this, she had no desire to claim the family fortune, only wishing to honor her father's legacy and expand Baihua. Yet, the Bai patriarch continued to deny her opportunities, pressuring her into a marriage to ostracize her from the family. If it weren't for the presence of an elderly ancestor in the Bai family, Bai would not have survived to this day. Now, she found herself cornered with no escape. The female assistant rambled on, dabbing at her tears. Chu Yun frowned slightly. He opened his eyes and swiftly incapacitated the assistant with a precise strike, leaving her limp against the seat, unconscious. The driver, paralyzed with fear, glanced nervously between the assistant and Chu Yun, then, trembling, opted to feign unconsciousness himself. The car fell into silence. Chu Yun closed his eyes once more, returning to his meditation. The following noon, Under the blazing summer sun, several vehicles were parked outside the Bai residence. A few elegantly dressed individuals, upon by Chu Yun's invitation, entered the estate. By noon, the Bai family mansion had fallen quiet. Inside the villa, a pristine bed held a white embroidered qipao, while a group of maids stood frozen, clutching cosmetics and combs, bewildered by the chaos around them. The floor littered with shattered luxury beauty products and decorations. Bai Zishuan sat disheveled at her vanity, her countenance haggard as she stared vacantly at her reflection. She had not slept all night. Her once alluring crimson lips now appeared pale and devoid of color. She remained motionless, silent, and any who dared approach her would face fierce resistance, resulting in the current disarray. At that moment, the villa door swung open. Bai Xiao stormed in, fuming. He immediately seized Bai Zishuan's chin, his expression twisted with rage as he glared at her. What the hell do you intend to do? The Lu family is already here. If you dare jeopardize the Bai family's affairs, I will see to your demise. Bai Zishuan gazed at him with hollow eyes, resembling a soulless puppet. I just need one opportunity, she rasped, her voice weak. Bai Zhao's expression fluctuated as he struggled to contain his fury. He longed to slap her pale face, yet refrained, knowing it would ruin their asset and displease the Lu family. He swallowed his anger and demanded, what opportunity? Bai Zishuan swallowed hard, recalling that day at the Taoran Hotel in Baiguan, the man's steadfast and calm gaze as he had said to her, one day, you and I will head north to Bayan. Now he was all she could think of, her sole lifeline, her future, her existence, all resting upon him. Her last flicker of hope. Please allow Mr. Chu to enter, she murmured. Bai Xiao was taken aback, raising an eyebrow. Chu, the 300 million? Bai Zishuan nodded gently. Bai Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. This foolish sister still places her hopes on this pretty boy, a person everyone can see is a fraud. Except for this dimwit. Very well, let her be disillusioned. He first made a call to seek his father's approval, then turned to Bai Zishuan with a smile. All right, you can start getting ready now. I will bring him in. With that, Bai Xiao left, chuckling. As the sweltering midday heat persisted, the female assistant and the driver awoke from their stupor. She glanced back at Chu Yun, astonished to find him still resting with his eyes closed. The air conditioning seemingly off, yet not a bead of sweat adorned his brow. What an odd person, the assistant remarked. About to turn on the AC when she suddenly noticed something outside, her eyes widening in fear. Bai Xiao is coming, she screamed. The driver, startled awake, turned pale, and the two grew tense. Bai Xiao approached their vehicle, flanked by a group. He impatiently rapped on the rear window, and the driver hastily lowered it. Leaning down, Bai Xiao sneered at Chu Yun. Let us go, Mr. 300 million. Chu Yun slowly opened his eyes, casting a casual glance at Bai Xiao before stepping out of the vehicle, following him into the Bai residence. The female assistant, witnessing this, hurriedly exited the car. Cautiously trailing behind Chu Yun, Bai Xiao led them through a pathway and along a corridor to the grandest and most luxurious villa among the five. Inside the spacious living room stood an enormous circular dining table, large enough to accommodate at least 20 diners, laden with an array of sumptuous delicacies. A few individuals were seated around the table in conversation. Zhang Mingsong, the renowned chief pharmacist, occupied the central position, flanked by Bai Yun, the head of the Bai family, and a tall, imposing young man clad in camouflage, his muscular physique evident despite his attire. As Bai Xiao introduced Chu Yun, the trio merely exchanged glances. So, this is the famed Chu 300 million? Zhang Mingsong chuckled. Bai Yun nodded with a smile. Indeed. One daring to ask, another bold enough to report. When I received the 300 million offer, I was utterly astonished. I had never encountered such absurdity in my life. The young man, named Lu Bing, added with a grin, thanks to Chu 300 million, it has become evident that Zishuan is not cut out for business, allowing me to marry her swiftly. They conversed jovially about Chu Yun, yet he remained unacknowledged, as if the Chu 300 million they spoke of bore no relation to him. After some time, Bai Yun finally noticed Chu Yun still standing there. He casually gestured towards a corner by the villa entrance, dismissively stating, "You can sit there." In that corner lay a small stool and a minuscule table, barely sufficient for one. A maid approached with a small plate, serving a sample of various dishes, alongside a small bowl of rice and a bottle of liquor. It was not that Bai Yun sought to belittle Chu Yun. He simply did not hold the stature to warrant such treatment. However, the occasion was too significant. Present were distinguished figures such as Zhang Mingsong, a top pharmacist in Jianglong, and Lu Bing, hailing from the largest martial arts family in Bayan. with a reputable standing across Jianglong province. Lu Bing himself was exceptional, possessing connections to the Jianglong military, though the specifics of those ties remained unknown. Moreover, 3 esteemed pharmacists were set to arrive shortly, having recently made headlines in the pharmaceutical industry with their extraordinary feats. Any one of them far surpassed Chu Yun in stature. What was Chu Yun? Merely a con artist attempting to deceive by Zixuan and swindle by Hua Pharmaceutical. He could not possibly sit at this table. Should he be allowed at the dining table? It would be a profound insult to the dignities of Zhang Mingsong and Lu Bing, had it not been for Bai Zixuan's threats. Bai Suiyun would never have permitted such a lowly individual to enter the Bai family. Offering him a meal at this moment is already a significant act of grace. Neither Zhang Mingsong nor Lu Bing displayed any expressions of mockery. Both felt it was only appropriate. To allow this person to dine with them would indeed violate the established decorum. In high society, status and identity are paramount, and Chu Yun possessed neither. Chu Yun cast a calm glance toward the corner, his face betraying no emotion as he walked straight to the corner and sat upon a small stool. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of his female assistant. She had hoped that, despite his youth, he might exhibit some spirit, not necessarily proclaiming "do not bully the young and poor," but perhaps choosing to leave in a huff. Instead, he seemed to cower under the immense power of the Bai family. With a sense of frustration, she stood behind him. Chu Yun busied himself with wine and food, gazing serenely at the beautiful scenery outside the villa. In this moment of humiliation, he oddly found a sense of ease. The 3 others disregarded him, recognizing him merely as an inconsequential figure. Any further engagement with him would be a waste of breath. At that moment, a figure clad in white gracefully entered the villa. Bai Zixuan's appearance instantly captivated all eyes, particularly Lu Bing, whose gaze brimmed with avarice as he scrutinized her, as though she were a naked woman. At that moment, she was breathtakingly beautiful. The white embroidered chi pao accentuated her alluring, flawless figure, and as she walked, the outline of her shapely legs hinted at endless fantasies. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her exquisite, oval-shaped face, devoid of any hair to obscure her features, and her sorrowful, despairing gaze was hauntingly beautiful. In an instant, Chu Yun found himself drawn to her. In the vast realm of cultivation he had traversed, he had encountered countless enchanting women, yet none compared to Bai Zixuan, whose beauty was otherworldly, compelling admiration. He distinctly noticed a single tear gliding down her youthful cheek, rendering her akin to a beautiful doll, seemingly devoid of a soul. Bai Zixuan cast a glance at Chu Yun and offered a faint smile. He understood just how forced that smile was. "Zixuan, you have finally arrived." Before she could approach, Lu Bing eagerly rose to greet her. He reached out to embrace her slender shoulders, but she deftly evaded him and took a seat at the dining table. "Mr. Lu, it has been a while," she said, her tone devoid of any warmth. Lu Bing awkwardly withdrew his hand and sat beside Bai Zixuan, smiling as he spoke. "It has been ages. You mentioned going to Baiguan and causing a ruckus to the tune of 3 billion. You should just settle down in Baiyan." Bai Suiyun also raised his glass with a smile. "Today is a day of great celebration. Mr. Lu has returned from the military just to propose." Elder Zhang Mingsong had come in person to bless and witness this union. Bai Zixuan's significant life event finally had a resolution, and he felt he could provide a measure of comfort to her parents in the afterlife. As the group raised their glasses in unison to celebrate this moment, only Bai Zixuan remained coldly seated, her indifferent gaze sweeping across the assembly. "Has my marriage been decided without my consent?" Lu Bing's countenance shifted uncomfortably. Bai Suiyun's anger flared instantly. What kind of occasion was this, allowing her to act so recklessly? "Do not forget, you signed a wager agreement with my father." Bai Xiao pointed at her, his voice a furious shout. Bai Zixuan defiantly lifted her chin. "I have not lost yet." With a crash, Bai Suiyun angrily hurled his cup to the ground. Shaking with rage, he pointed at Chu Yun and bellowed at Bai Zixuan. "Do you dare to argue? Collaborating with some pretty boy to swindle 3 billion from the Bai family, I could overlook that, but you still claim you haven't lost?" Bai Zixuan immediately rose, fixing her furious gaze on Bai Suiyun, her words sharp and deliberate. "He is worth 3 billion. At this declaration, silence enveloped the villa. Lu Bing could not contain himself and burst into laughter, while the Bai father and son transitioned from anger to amusement. Zhang Mingsong shook his head in mirth. Bai Zixuan's words had indeed rendered the assembly both amused and perplexed. At this juncture, she still harbored fantasies about Chu Yun being worth 3 billion. Was it innocence or sheer folly? It was utterly hopeless. Then let her be thoroughly disillusioned. Bai Xiao turned to Chu Yun, amusement dancing in his eyes. Kid, how will you prove you are worth 3 billion? The gazes of those present turned toward the corner where Chu Yun sat. Bai Zishuan looked at him with pleading eyes. This was her last hope, however faint. Even she found it hard to believe. Yet, in the face of this final glimmer, she clung to it desperately. Chu Yun, as promised, we have arrived at Baiyan. You said you would prove it. I beg you. Please. Bai Zishuan's voice trembled as she fixed her gaze on him, yearning for a miracle. At this moment, her heart could only plead and pray. The female assistant held her breath, watching Chu Yun. All eyes focused on him, and the villa fell into an eerie silence. Chu Yun surveyed the scenery outside, taking a gentle sip of wine, never once glancing at the people within the villa. Their quarrels and shouts seemed utterly disconnected from him. I no longer need to prove anything, he said, calmly appreciating the view. What I have given to the Bai family is already ample. At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Ample? What does that even mean? Is an offer of 3 billion considered ample? Laughter erupted within the villa, and even Zhang Mingsong found himself chuckling. In his decades-long experience in the pharmaceutical industry, he had encountered all kinds of individuals, but this peculiar character was a first. The female assistant rolled her eyes in exasperation. She had anticipated this outcome. Expecting this man to deliver a miracle was utterly unrealistic. From the moment they set foot on the journey to Baiyan, he had only been posturing. The Bai father and son exchanged amused glances with Bai Zishuan. After Chu Yun's remarks, her previously strong demeanor crumbled, and she slumped into her chair, her eyes vacant. She had completely lost hope. All her expectations had evaporated with his words, and she was finally compelled to confront the reality that the one she had trusted possessed no real power. He had promised to journey north to Baiyan with her, yet upon arrival, he uttered such absurdities. All of this culminated in Bai Zishuan's despair. She shut her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Have you come to your senses now? Bai Suiyan mocked. I told you this kid was here to swindle money, but you wouldn't believe me. Now, the truth is laid bare before you. What more can you say? Bai Xiao chimed in with a grin. Sister, the opportunity was given to both you and him. It's time for you to let go and settle down with young Master Lu. Lu Bing stood nearby, grinning with satisfaction. He even cast a grateful glance at Chu Yun. Without this charlatan, he would never have had the chance to marry Bai Zishuan so soon. Bai Zishuan bit her lip, weeping silently in despair. Ultimately, she bore the consequences of her choices. Had she not chosen Chu Yun, the outcome might have been different, and she could not blame anyone else. All hope had vanished. Her last lifeline was severed. At that moment, Butler Zhao rushed into the villa, calling out urgently. Master, the 3 esteemed pharmacists have arrived. Bai Suiyan and Bai Xiao sprang to their feet, and Zhang Mingsong promptly wiped the smile from his face. The group hastily made their way to the entrance. Clearly, the arrival of the 3 pharmacists took precedence over Bai Zishuan's marriage. In times past, it would not have warranted such high regard for the trio. Even the esteemed great apothecary would rise to personally welcome them. However, today's circumstances are markedly different. The 3 resident apothecaries have recently achieved remarkable feats, undoubtedly securing substantial benefits for Bai Hua. Consequently, a personal reception is in order. If it were possible, Bai Suiyan would have gladly borne the trio into the venue himself. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, the 3 resident apothecaries approached with cheerful smiles, exuding an air of triumph. Without waiting for them to draw near, Bai Suiyan, overwhelmed with respect, stepped forward, bowing and shaking hands with them. His demeanor so humble it was as if they were the true proprietors of Bai Hua and he merely an employee. Bai Suiyan's attitude is entirely understandable. The contributions of these 3 have the potential to bestow Bai Hua Pharmaceuticals with several billion in profits. Looking ahead, with the launch of new medications, one could even foresee profits in the tens or hundreds of billions. Encountering them is akin to meeting a deity of wealth. Who would dare offend their own benefactor? Please. Esteemed gentlemen, do come in. Bai Suiyan insisted, bowing deeply in invitation. The trio merely smiled faintly at Bai Suiyan, and even upon meeting Zhang Mingsong, the strongest of Bai Hua's resident apothecaries, they only offered a slight bow of acknowledgement. Zhang Mingsong could only respond with an awkward smile. Amidst the throng of admirers, the 3 entered the villa and took their seats at the head of the table. Although Zhang Mingsong still occupied the highest seat, it was evident that with the 3 esteemed apothecaries beside him, his aura had diminished somewhat. In any profession, achievements speak volumes. And these 3 have shaken the foundations of the pharmaceutical world. accomplishing feats that suggest they may even eclipse Zhang Mingsong's standing. Their significance within Baiwa is now undeniable. As for Liu Bing, upon seeing these three titans, he dared not utter a word, lacking even the right to engage in conversation. He could only smile sheepishly at their laughter. At this table, the younger generation felt exceedingly insignificant. Particularly, being a member of the Bai family and having knowledge of the recent accomplishments of the three, Liu Bing's attitude was even more subservient. Truly remarkable. Absolutely remarkable, Bai Yun exclaimed, personally pouring wine for the three with a beaming smile. You gentlemen are the true benefactors of Baiwa. Your continuous creation of miracles and breaking of records is truly admirable. Zhang Zhe and his companions engaged in light conversation about recent events, sharing their research findings with the assembly. Liu Bing and Bai Yun could only observe the three elixirs displayed before them. However, Zhang Mingsong was profoundly shaken upon seeing the three elixirs on the table, fully aware of the immense profits they could yield if brought to market. At that moment, he had no choice but to set aside his previous doubts and acknowledge the prowess of the trio. How much profit could these elixirs generate? Bai Yun's eyes were fixated on the elixirs, salivating at the prospects, for he, as a businessman, could see nothing but profit. Li Tianlong and his companions remained silent, their expressions inscrutable. Faced with the silence, Zhang Mingsong steeled himself to speak. Within a decade, breaking the 100 billion mark is undoubtedly achievable. What? The Bai father and son exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes alight with greed and delight. Bai Yun bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Esteemed gentlemen, please allow me to pay my respects to you." The three waved their hands dismissively. They paid no mind to the head of the Bai family, their gazes instead drawn to the sorrowful Bai Zishuan. "What troubles you, Zishuan?" Li Tianlong inquired with concern. Bai Zishuan, startled, wiped away her tears in disbelief, straightening herself to feign a smile. "It's nothing." Li Tianhu, his voice low, added, "You say it's nothing, yet your complexion is pale. It's evident you haven't rested well. I will bring you some medicinal soup to help you recuperate." Their words puzzled those present. Even Bai Zishuan herself felt confused. In the past, the three resident apothecaries had shown her no attention, and considering the events that had transpired, she had even clashed with them. Now, however, they were suddenly concerned for her well-being. Bai Yun felt a twinge of discomfort. As the family head, he had not received their notice. So who was Bai Zishuan to garner such concern? He hastily shifted the topic. "Zishuan has become engaged. She may be experiencing some emotional fluctuations. There is no need for you three to concern yourselves. Let us instead discuss your magnificent accomplishments." Engaged? Zhang Zhe furrowed his brow sharply. Isn't Zishuan supposed to be pioneering the North Pass? The Bai father and son were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Zhe's remark left them momentarily speechless. Bai Xiao stammered, But you three were vehemently opposed to the North Pass endeavor, weren't you?" The three exchanged knowing glances, seemingly reaching an unspoken agreement. They turned to face the Bai family, their voices stern. "Who said we opposed it?" A profound silence enveloped the villa. Previously, when Bai Zishuan sought to develop the North Pass, the three resident apothecaries had unanimously opposed her, citing her report of 3 billion as a grave insult to their status. They had even submitted resignation letters over the matter. Were it not for the support of the three, the Bai family would have struggled to prevent Bai Zishuan from undertaking the North Pass project. Ultimately, the three were, in fact, instrumental in this affair. Now, why is it that? "I believe Zishuan possesses the capability," Li Tianlong declared. Li Tianhu asserted, "The North Pass must be entrusted to Zishuan. Otherwise, we shall be sorely disappointed." Zhang Zhe nodded in agreement. The North Pass cannot succeed without Zishuan, just as fish cannot survive without water. The trio spoke in unison, showering her with high praise. Bai Zishuan sat in stunned silence, overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events. Just days prior, she had endured their scorn. The sudden influx of happiness felt almost surreal. Liu Bing's discomfort was palpable. He attempted to speak several times but was met with Li Tianhu's fierce glare. Ultimately, this was not a space for him to voice his thoughts. Even if his elders were present, they would need to tread carefully around these newly ascendant titans of the pharmaceutical world. The Bai father and son listened in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of embarrassment and discomfort as Bai Zishuan's engagement seemed imminent, yet the trio suddenly stirred the waters. Most importantly, Bai Yun felt compelled to heed their words, not daring to offend them. As the three continued their dialogue, their gazes began to search the room, as if seeking someone. Eventually, Li Tianlong could no longer contain himself. "Zishuan, has Mr. Chu departed?" he asked anxiously. Zhang Zhe and Li Tianhu's eyes were fixed upon her. The villa fell silent once more. Bai Zixuan remained trapped in her daze, still reeling from the surprise. The primary issue was that no one had yet processed the identity of Mr. Chu, leaving them utterly bewildered. Chu. He accompanied Bai Zixuan, came the response. The villa was cloaked in an eerie silence for 3 seconds. It seemed as if everyone's cognitive faculties had dulled, until at last they turned their attention to the corner where Chu Yun sat. A collective gulp was heard as disbelief etched itself upon their faces. This cannot be real. Bai Zixuan echoed, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Chu Yun. At this moment, everyone was devoid of thought, unable to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Chu Yun remained ensconced in the corner, sipping from a bottle of wine, enjoying the view of the courtyard, seemingly detached from the world around him. The 3 resident apothecaries, following the astonished gazes of the gathering, turned their attention to Chu Yun. Upon laying eyes on him, their expressions flickered with excitement and eagerness. Before anyone could react, the trio raced toward Chu Yun. Thank you, Mr. Chu. You have enabled us to develop a 216 elixir. Without you, how could I bask in such glory today? Zhang Zhe exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion, his eyes glistening. Then, with a sudden motion, he knelt before Chu Yun, bowing deeply in reverence. Thank you, sir, for granting my brother and me this opportunity. Without the elixirs you have crafted, how could we have attained enlightenment? How could we have developed the nourishing life elixir and potent medicine? Sir, I pay my respects. Li Tianlong, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. As his words fell, an elderly man nearing 70 knelt heavily before Chu Yun, bowing devoutly. Without you, we would never have uncovered the theory of internal and external medicine. Your words have salvaged our lives. Li Tianhu also succumbed to tears, unable to contain himself. Following Li Tianlong, he too knelt and offered his respectful homage. The 3 of them bowed thrice, their heartfelt excitement, the gratitude shining in their eyes. And their profound reverence revealed their genuine feelings, truly regarding the figure before them, Chu Yun, as a benefactor, even a minor. The villa was enveloped in silence. Only the sounds of their fervent sobs could be heard as they remained kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. The Bai father and son stood in disarray, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief, jaws almost dropping to the floor at this spectacle. Zhang Mingsong's expression twisted in disbelief. Accustomed to calmness, he was now rendered abstract. Frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. Lu Bing staggered back a few steps, nearly falling over from shock, only managing to steady himself against the table. Bai Zixuan's pupils dilated, her mouth agape in astonishment as she stared at Chu Yun, as if gazing upon a deity, especially the female assistant standing behind Chu Yun, who witnessed this scene most vividly. She nearly fainted, leaning against the corner wall, her body trembling uncontrollably. Everyone was entranced. All were struck dumb. They stood petrified, breath held, minds clouded in confusion, unsure how to react to this unexpected scene. Only Chu Yun remained unaffected. He cast a casual glance at the 3 kneeling before him, then turned to the courtyard outside, softly intoning, "Rise." The 3 remained trembling in fear, even as Chu Yun spoke, not daring to stand. "We acknowledge that we have appropriated your achievements, and we are willing to return what we owe." Zhang Zhe, drenched in cold sweat, seemed to feel immense pressure even in conversing with Chu Yun, his voice quaking. Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu nodded vigorously. Everything they had accomplished was reliant upon Mr. Chu's insights, and now that his name resonated throughout Jianglong, the 3 felt anxious and fearful, concerned that all of it belonged to Chu Yun. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the Bai father and son transformed in an instant. Their faces contorted as if they had consumed something repugnant, and they wilted completely. Only now did they grasp the meaning of Chu Yun's statement. He had indeed given the Bai family more than enough. All the benefits and sensational news of recent days had been orchestrated solely by Chu Yun. At that moment, Bai Suiyun felt utterly humiliated, realizing that if Chu Yun chose to reclaim everything, it would spell catastrophic repercussions for the Bai family and Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. Zhang Mingsong's face initially broke into an excited grin. He clenched his fists, murmuring in a frenzy, "I told you, those 3 could never be so formidable. They could never surpass me." Suddenly, his self-talk halted abruptly, his excitement twisting into a rigid and absurd expression. He instinctively questioned himself. What am I so excited about? Shouldn't I be feeling more terror? This young man has accomplished all these terrifying feats alone. What is he? A prodigy? A genius? Zhang Mingsong could hardly fathom it. trembling as he gazed at Chu Yun, who, in his eyes, had transcended youth. Emerging as a titan at the pinnacle of Jianglong's medicinal realm, Bai Zixuan, however, hung her head in self-reproach, guilt shadowing her features. She had previously stated that all these achievements were his, and she ought to have trusted him unconditionally. The crowd's gaze ultimately converged upon the composed young man, who, though seated in the corner, had become the focal point of all attention. The Bai father and son were undoubtedly the most anxious. They knew well that if Chu Yun were to reclaim these assets, it could lead to losses of over 100 billion for Baiwa Pharmaceuticals. At this moment, Chu Yun waved his hand nonchalantly, displaying no concern. Just a few minor favors, hardly worth mentioning. The three esteemed pharmacists shared a bittersweet smile, feeling inferior. The minor favors Chu Yun spoke of could alter their lives, and his calm demeanor, indifferent to fame and fortune, epitomized true greatness, earning them profound admiration. The mindset of Mr. Chu was something they feared they would never surpass in their lifetimes. Bai Yun and Bai Xiao breathed a collective sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows. However, they felt undeniably awkward, having consistently neglected Chu Yun, even relegating him to a corner. Now they faced the consequences, having made themselves look foolish. Bai Yun approached with a wine glass, his demeanor now humble and awkward. Gone was his previous indifference, now he wore a forced smile. My family has been remiss in our treatment of Mr. Chu. Please, take a seat. Chu Yun, however, waved dismissively. This place is fine, the view is lovely. I will sit here. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe and the others hastily grabbed small stools, eagerly positioning themselves beside Chu Yun, gathering around a small table in a rather comical manner. Bai Yun stood frozen in embarrassment, hesitating before also grabbing a stool. Then I shall sit here as well. However, there was no space left for him, forcing him to awkwardly perch at the entrance. Zhang Mingsong remained stiff for quite some time, silent, before finally moving a stool to sit at the entrance, making the corner feel quite cramped. Bai Zixuan found no place left. Opting to stand with her assistant behind Chu Yun, her gaze fixed on him, a rare flush of happiness brightening her face. The most uncomfortable was Lu Bing, who sat all alone at the large dining table. It wasn't that he didn't want to join, but rather whether he had the right to sit there. Clearly, wherever Mr. Chu was, that was the seat of honor. Lu Bing's face burned with indignation. He felt trapped, unable to eat or leave, as this engagement banquet continued, leaving him sidelined, with the Bai family too preoccupied to acknowledge him. During the gathering, Li Tianlong and the others vied to praise Chu Yun. Zhang Zhe diligently served him food, Li Tianhu poured him wine, and Li Tianlong fanned him, the three titans of Jianglong's medicinal field now acting as Chu Yun's attendants. Bai Yun attempted several times to engage Chu Yun in conversation, but he mostly appeared indifferent. Even when Zhang Mingsong sought to befriend him, Chu Yun disregarded him entirely, further fueling Zhang Mingsong's jealousy and resentment, though he dared not reveal it outwardly. Once upon a time, such treatment had been his. Now, it had all been usurped by Chu Yun. The cacophony of flattery began to annoy Chu Yun, disrupting the tranquility of the courtyard. Mr. Chu, please accompany me upstairs for a discussion, Bai Yun quickly interjected, keenly reading the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, the others tactfully rose to take their leave. Bai Zixuan and her assistant clasped hands in excitement, both anxious, understanding the significance of this meeting. This was the moment that would determine Bai Zixuan's fate. Chu Yun followed Bai Yun upstairs. As he passed Lu Bing, the latter hurriedly stood, extending his hand, stammering, Mr. Chu. However, Chu Yun ignored him entirely, not even casting a glance. Lu Bing's hand hung awkwardly in the air before he retracted it, glaring venomously at Chu Yun's retreating figure. In the study, a faint scent of cologne wafted through the air, the furnishings exuding a classic elegance. Chu Yun sat gracefully on an opulent rosewood sofa, observing Bai Yun's meticulous tea brewing process. This was Bai Yun's prized white flower tea. Bai Yun smiled as he poured a cup for Chu Yun, remarking that due to its exorbitant price, he seldom indulged in it. Chu Yun took a sip, finding it pleasant. Bai Yun, rubbing his hands together, began, first and foremost, I must sincerely apologize to you, Mr. Chu. You must understand our humble perspective. After all, the initial valuation of 300 million truly startled us. Chu Yun interrupted with a dismissive wave, stating flatly, let us speak of serious matters. Bai Yun, somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, very well. Mr. Chu, you are a straightforward man. I shall be forthright. You are undoubtedly worth 300 million. In fact, Our Bai family is prepared to offer you 500 million annually in medicinal materials. Your demands can all be met. However, he paused, lowering his voice. The North cannot accommodate a dragon of your stature. You may easily establish your dominance in Bayan, and I could even grant you the title of chief pharmacist. These propositions sounded tempting, yet Bai Yun harbored his own ulterior motives. Previously, he was unaware of Chu Yun's true strength and did not believe he was worth 300 million. Now that he was enlightened, he feared the implications of placing him and Bai Zishuan back in the North. The chief pharmacist is the cornerstone of a pharmaceutical enterprise, and allegiances are delineated within. For instance, Zhang Mingsong and others supported by father and son, while Li Tianhu backed by Zishuan. However, with Chu Yun's emergence, the dynamics shifted, aside from Zhang Mingsong. The remaining 3 chief pharmacists evidently aligned with Bai Zishuan. This was no longer a matter of mere interests, but a fundamental challenge to the Bai family's foundation. He and Bai Xiao had gone to great lengths to oust Bai Zishuan, fearing that she might one day covet the white flower. Yet, with Chu Yun's arrival, the situation had become precarious. To be more explicit, if Chu Yun wished to collaborate with the white flower, he must ally with Bai Yun rather than Bai Zishuan. Bai Yun was eager to partner with Chu Yun, but Bai Zishuan must not be allowed to venture into the North any further. She must marry. Chu Yun smiled faintly. Having navigated countless schemes, he saw through Bai Yun's trivial tactics with ease. They were juvenile and laughable. My promises are unwavering, Chu Yun stated calmly. I have vowed to her to be the chief pharmacist in the North, and I shall not renege. Bai Yun, with a stiff smile, replied, Mr. Chu. People can always be flexible. Chu Yun raised his hand, resolute. Not in my case. Bai Yun's expression oscillated between uncertainty and discomfort. On one hand, he yearned to secure Chu Yun's alliance, yet on the other, safeguarding his and his son's inheritance took precedence. After all, no amount of profit mattered if it was not theirs in the end. Should Chu Yun join the White Flower, it would provide Bai Zishuan with an immense support. A notion Bai Yun could not tolerate. Given this, then Bai Yun sighed heavily, rising with disappointment as he extended his hand. Mr. Chu, it seems we cannot collaborate at this time. I hope that in the future. Before he could finish, Chu Yun stood and departed without a word, completely disregarding him. Bai Yun remained rigidly in place, his outstretched hand clenched into a fist, casting a cold glance at the closed door. Chu Yun emerged from the study. Bai Zishuan looked up at him, her face aglow with excitement and happiness, her delicate features suffused with a rosy hue, brimming with anticipation. In that moment, he felt a flutter in his heart, a pang of reluctance, as if fearing he might disappoint her expectations, betray the hope reflected in her eyes. Yet, he shook his head gently in response. As he observed her exquisite visage, the smile on her face gradually faded, and tears shimmered in her eyes. Held back with great effort, she offered him a silent smile, albeit strained, as she deeply bowed before him, and no further words were exchanged. Lu Bing, with a tense and unsightly expression, immediately revealed a triumphant smirk, arrogantly tilting his head towards Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun chose to ignore him and walked straight out of the villa. The Bai family had arranged a villa for Chu Yun to stay in, indicating that even if they could not collaborate with him, they did not wish to offend him. As the night breeze carried a hint of coolness, Chu Yun sat on the railing of a pavilion in the corridor, gazing at the gentle wind rustling the tender willows, reminiscent of a girl's skirt swaying with the breeze. Not far away, the intense sounds of heated discussions could be clearly heard from within a villa. Zhang Mingsong and 3 other esteemed pharmacists were embroiled in a fervent debate regarding the plans for Luoping village, their clamor disturbing the serenity of the night. The matters concerning Luoping village could no longer be delayed. The late-night disputes continued unabated. Chu Yun gazed at the swaying willow trees, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. What thoughts occupied Mr. Chu's mind? Behind him, a voice broke the silence. He turned to find Bai Zishuan standing before him, clad in a flowing white dress. The gentle breeze caressed her skirt, the delicate fabric brushing against her smooth, fair thighs. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, with a strand of hair drifting like willow leaves, swaying gently in the wind, partially veiling her eyes. I haven't thought much, Chu Yun replied mildly. Bai Zishuan seated herself beside him, her assistant standing behind her. Mr. Chu, are you leaving in a couple of days? She inquired with a smile. Chu Yun nodded softly. After a prolonged silence, she added, I'll come to see you off. Her smile was forced, yet she made a concerted effort to appear cheerful. Chu Yun nodded again. Another silence enveloped them. Suddenly, Bai Zixuan inhaled deeply, as if summoning great courage. As she spoke, tears shimmered at the corners of her eyes. Trying to appear at ease, she declared, I've made up my mind. Perhaps as a girl, I'm not suited for a career. I've decided to stay in Bayan and get engaged to Lu Bing. That way, everyone will be happy. She playfully winked, striving to convey joy. Mr. Chu, if you come to Bayan, do visit me. Chu Yun did not nod in response. He continued to gaze at the swaying willow branches, his expression still profound. The smile on Bai Zixuan's face gradually faded, and disappointment cast her gaze downward. She had longed for this man to say more to her, yet throughout their time together, his words had been scant, leaving her feeling as if she could never truly understand him, his depths as unfathomable as the sea. Then, Mr. Chu, I bid you farewell, Bai Zixuan said, trembling as she stood. In the last fleeting moment her smile faltered. She turned away hurriedly, silent tears cascading down her cheeks as she walked away, feigning composure amidst the encroaching darkness. I misjudged you, her assistant said sheepishly, scratching her head. I never expected you to be so remarkable. I was rather harsh on you during the journey, and I hope you can understand. Alas, there is nothing to be done. You need not blame yourself. With a background like Bai Zong's, it is impossible to alter one's fate. She is destined for a marriage alliance, and not even a celestial being could save her. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Chu Yun pinched a piece of paper between his fingers and presented it to her, his gaze still fixed on the swaying willows. Prepare this formula for me, he instructed softly. What is this? The assistant asked, curiosity piqued as she opened it. Consider it a parting gift, Chu Yun replied flatly. Days later, on the outskirts of Bayan, atop Bai Mountain, a car came to a stop at the summit. This was the highest peak in Bayan, the lush trees concealing its solitude and desolation. Chu Yun stepped out of the vehicle, fanning himself with a feather fan, which brought a refreshing breeze. You certainly know how to choose a location, the assistant exclaimed as she struggled to lift a box of crystalline blue powder from the trunk. Noticing Chu Yun gazing at two graves, she remarked, Did you know? Bai Zong's parents are buried here. With that, she set the box down on the ground. What shall we do with this? I find it strange to gift a box of medicinal powder. The assistant had exerted considerable effort to procure these materials for Chu Yun, visiting every herbal shop in Bayan to gather the ingredients, meticulously grinding them according to the specifications on the paper to produce this box of powder. Chu Yun settled onto a stone bench at the mountain's edge, gently fanning himself as he pointed to the summit's edge. Scatter it here. The assistant, perplexed, regarded him with incredulity, questioning his mental state. Yet, seeing his impassive demeanor, she could only sigh in resignation and comply, evenly distributing the blue powder across the mountaintop. For who could deny the commands of a great man? After completing the task, a while later, a white Maserati rolled up the winding mountain road, arriving at the peak. Lu Bing was the first to alight from the vehicle, casting a scornful glance at Chu Yun before leaning against the car, lighting a cigarette, and exhaling smoke with an air of disdain and arrogance. Bai Zixuan emerged from the other side, the warm mountain breeze tousling her hair, clad in a flowing white dress. Her hair cascading freely, and wearing a large sun hat, she resembled a slender maiden straight out of a comic. She first bowed deeply before the two gravestones in respectful homage before approaching Chu Yun and seating herself on the stone bench opposite him. Hurry up, Lu Bing shouted from a distance, his voice laced with impatience. However, Bai Zixuan seemed oblivious, removing her sun hat and beaming at Chu Yun, sunlight illuminating her long lashes and making her enchanting eyes sparkle. Mr. Chu, you truly know how to choose a place. Bai Mountain is my place of sorrow. Except for the memorial days for my parents and Qingming Festival, I've never dared to come here. Yet, farewells are always sorrowful, and this setting is quite fitting. Chu Yun gazed distantly into the horizon, his expression ethereal. Beneath the azure sky, a flock of birds flew by, and amidst the heat, the cicadas sang. In the nearby village, wisps of smoke rose, and the people at the foot of the mountain seemed to be in a noisy uproar. Do you wish to go to Beiguan? Chu Yun inquired simply. The question took Bai Zixuan by surprise, momentarily rendering her speechless. She considered giving a perfunctory response, but under the weight of his earnest gaze, she found herself swallowing hard. In that instant, tears streamed down her cheeks, despite her efforts to prepare herself for this moment. I dream of it, she confessed, a smile breaking through her tears. Chu Yun remained silent, offering no further words. Bai Zixuan vigorously wiped her tears and, smiling, said, Let us not dwell on this. Although we couldn't collaborate with you, at least it proves my judgment is sound. Mr. Chu, you are worth 3 billion, and far beyond that. She recalled, that day, when you mentioned heading north to Bayan, I thought you were jesting. I never imagined it would truly shake the foundations. She endeavored to steer the conversation toward lighter topics, hoping to temper the sorrow of their farewell. From a distance, Lu Bing's impatient voice echoed once more. Can you hurry up already? A cigarette but suddenly hurtled towards Bai Zishuan, landing at her feet. With a bitter smile, she trembled as she extracted a delicate box from her bag. Inside lay a completely transparent bead, radiating a spectrum of colors under the sunlight, quite exquisite. Upon seeing the bead, Chu Yun's expression subtly shifted. This was left to me by my parents, Bai Zishuan said, pushing the box towards him. I do not know what in this world might be precious to you, Mr. Chu, nor do I comprehend the significance of this bead. Consider it a parting gift. She refrained from revealing the deeper meaning behind her words. The bead had been a spiritual talisman from her parents, and now she wished to shield them from the sight of their ineffectual daughter, who had become someone else's wife, achieving nothing of note. So, she thought it best to let it be taken by someone capable. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, toying with the bead. He was astonished to discover such a treasure still existed in Huaxia. While it might hold little value for an ordinary person, for a cultivator, it was indeed a rare gem. This bead was known as a nurturing pearl, formed from the essence of all things in nature, absorbing the quintessence of the universe. While the bead itself bore no inherent utility, nurturing it with spiritual energy over time could lead to its growth and transformation, the final product of which remained a mystery. It could evolve into a water spirit pearl, a poison pearl, or perhaps a martial spirit pearl. Hey, were you not listening to me? Lu Bing bellowed at Bai Zishuan. She stiffened momentarily, then forced a sorrowful smile at Chu Yun. Then, Mr. Chu, I shall take my leave. Wishing you safe travels. Just as she prepared to rise and depart, not wanting Chu Yun to witness her current predicament, he calmly gestured for her to wait. I too have a parting gift. Bai Zishuan froze, staring at him in astonishment. In that moment, the cicadas atop the mountain ceased their song, the villagers below fell silent. And the vast azure sky enveloped them in tranquility, with only the gentle whispers of the wind narrating a tale of serenity and desolation. As Chu Yun slowly raised his feather fan, it seemed as if all creation fell silent. I bestow upon you a wisp of earthly breeze. His voice resonated from the mountaintop, and as he spoke, the feather fan descended lightly, like a feather gliding from the heavens. At the moment of its descent, a refreshing breeze surged forth. The trees atop the mountain rustled, their leaves whispering, while pebbles on the ground shifted slightly. The cool breeze, accompanied by the fan, swept across the mountaintop, transforming the sweltering summer into the crispness of early autumn. I offer you a breath of earthly breeze. The wind tousled Bai Zishuan's hair, and she brushed aside the strands that danced around her face, the swirling dust obscuring her stunning eyes. She gazed in astonishment at the sky by the mountainside, where crystalline blue powder rose from the summit, visibly enveloping the entire expanse in a shimmering azure hue. Bai Zishuan stood there entranced, her eyes fixated on the radiant blue horizon, which seemed to emit flickering azure light. So beautiful, she murmured dreamily. Even the female assistant and Lu Bing were left speechless, frozen in place. The gentle breeze carried the sparkling blue further away until it vanished completely, the fleeting early autumn moment also dissipating quickly, and the mountaintop returned to its usual calm. Meanwhile, not far away in Luoping village, today witnessed the convergence of over 1,000 pharmacists from the Baiwa headquarters. Nearly all the pharmacists had gathered here. The cacophony of voices and cries of anguish filled the village. All the pharmacists stood outside the caution tape, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Today marked the final day for the administration of relevant medications in Luoping village. The 4 leading pharmacists of Baiwa had come together to address this pressing issue. In addition to the over 1,000 pharmacists from Baiwa, numerous nurses, doctors, and relevant officials from Bayan City were present. Some had come to assist, while others were there to witness this moment, turning this plague-stricken area into a bustling market. This was a scene unseen for over a decade. The 4 leading pharmacists of Baiwa joined forces. Naturally, this attracted immense attention in Bayan City. Not only did the city's higher-ups arrive, but even Baihua's president, Bai Yun, and vice president, Bai Xiaowu, were present. Approximately 200 villagers lay weakly on stretchers. The situation in Luoping village had worsened over the past few days. Some had lost their sight, while others suffered from severe rashes that had erupted into festering sores. The situation was escalating alarmingly. It was imperative to find a resolution today. All eyes were nervously fixed on the white tent, the last bastion of hope. Inside the tent, four individuals were engaged in a heated argument. No, we have exhausted every means. None have yielded results. Zhang Ze hissed in a low voice. Li Tianlong sighed heavily, his expression grave. We can no longer control this situation. It is essential to report to Yanjing. Li Tianhu shook his head helplessly. After days and nights, we have made no progress. What can we do? Zhang Mingsong sat at the table, tapping his fingers in a restless manner, his brow furrowed, having remained silent for quite some time. He was acutely aware that this matter concerned not only the villagers' lives but also their reputations, and indeed Baihua's honor and prestige. Thousands of eyes outside were watching them. If they failed or were unable to resolve the issue, Baihua's standing in the eyes of the people of Bayan City would undoubtedly suffer. Thus, even though they knew they could not find a solution, they dared not step outside to inform the public of their predicament. Chu Yun paced anxiously within the tent. With the entire Bayan City focused on this matter, he found himself unable to provide explanations to the citizens. Everything had reached an impasse, leaving the four of them in a dilemma. Just as despair settled in, suddenly, terrified cries erupted from outside, sending thousands into a state of shock and chaos. What was happening out there? Inside the tent, the four leading pharmacists ceased their debate, and Chu Yun hurriedly pushed open the door, and they all rushed outside. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Mingsong and the others were left dumbfounded. They saw that everyone was gazing towards the distant horizon, where a sea of crystalline blue powder, carried by the breeze, drifted across the sky. Under the sun's illumination, countless sparkling particles emitted an ethereal glow. It resembled fireflies in the daytime. The glimmering blue lights dotting the azure sky, mingling with the cool breeze, bringing a refreshing sensation. Thousands of people were completely captivated by this daytime spectacle. In that moment, the entire sky was blanketed by a cascade of ethereal blue powder, transforming the horizon into a shimmering starry expanse. The particles swaying and dancing as if the blue sky were tinkling like bells. So beautiful. Where did this powder come from? A daytime starry sky. My heavens. People gazed upward, entranced by the celestial display in broad daylight. Even their whispers cautious, fearful of disturbing this fleeting tranquility and beauty. The blue sky seemed to linger above Luoping village, no longer in motion. The breeze that had brought it there vanished in an instant upon reaching Luoping village. As everyone was enraptured by the daylight starry sky, Zhang Mingsong furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling powder, he detected a familiar scent. It's medicinal herbs, Li Tianlong stuttered in response to his query. As everyone remained entranced by the breathtaking scenery, a cascade of fine dust began to descend from the sky. Countless azure particles fell like vertical meteors, leaving behind shimmering blue trails that connected the heavens and the earth. This mesmerizing spectacle left the crowd utterly astounded. Thousands stood in hushed silence, some capturing the moment on their phones, while others were rendered speechless. Even the patients on stretchers were captivated, their expressions frozen in awe. What was this? A divine intervention from the heavens? The myriad twinkling blue specks ultimately settled upon the village, blanketing the rooftops and the patients alike in a fine layer of azure dust. Under the sun's rays, the entire village of Luoping seemed to radiate a gentle glow. The onlookers were left utterly spellbound, failing to notice as the fine dust fell upon the patient's festering wounds and swollen eyes, which soon began to draw it in. The decaying skin visibly started to heal, while the bloodshot eyes gradually regained their clarity. Remarkably, I am healed. Laughter and exclamations of joy shattered the silence of Luoping village, awakening the dazed crowd. In disbelief, they turned their gaze toward the patients, who were now rising from their stretchers, dancing with joy. Their rashes and wounds vanished. Their eyes restored to their normal state, as if they had never been ill. How could this be? In the blink of an eye, these people were cured? It was simply beyond comprehension. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment, not only the thousands present but also the seasoned pharmacists like Zhang Mingsong, who were equally dumbfounded, their faces betraying disbelief. It was the blue dust. This was the celestial remedy. Li Tianlong and Li Tianhu gasped in awe, their hearts profoundly shaken, wondering who had summoned such celestial wonders to bestow healing upon the masses. Although Zhang Mingsong and Zhang Ze remained speechless, they too were deeply moved. The 1,000 pharmacists present gazed at the now healthy villagers of Luoping, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. They were witnessing a miraculous method of healing for the first time. Chu Yun and Xiao trembled, unable to articulate their thoughts, their breaths quickening. Could it be that a venerable master of traditional Chinese medicine had intervened? Or perhaps a reclusive sage? As they pondered, a villager suddenly pointed toward the distant Bai Mountain, the origin of the dust, which lay atop the mountain. There was someone there. The crowd's eyes turned in unison toward the mountain's peak, and when they beheld the figure atop, their pupils constricted in shock. Especially for Bai Yun, Zhang Mingsong, and others, their expressions shifted dramatically, trembling in disbelief. Atop Bai Mountain sat a young man, casually fanning himself, exuding an aura of tranquility that seemed to sever ties with the earthly realm, unaffected by the thousands of gazes directed at him. In that moment, a singular phrase echoed in everyone's minds: ethereal grace. Many of the pharmacists from Baiwa recognized him as Chu Sanyi, though no one dared utter the mocking title, fearing disrespect towards the revered figure. In an instant, the villagers regarded him with the reverence reserved for deities. Let us express our gratitude to this celestial being. They believed that the young man had descended from the heavens to save them, and with excitement, they rushed toward the foot of Bai Mountain. Li Tianlong and his companions exchanged tremulous glances, fully aware that if they did not act, it would be a grave loss for the Jianglong pharmaceutical industry and for Baiwa itself. Li Tianlong took a step forward, boldly questioning Bai Yun. Such a remarkable individual surely deserves 3 billion. Li Tianhu followed closely, declaring that if Mr. Chu could not join Baiwa, he would resign from his position. Zhang Zhe also stepped up, asserting that this cleansing rain of azure had restored the villagers' health while striking a blow to the Bai family's reputation. Not only these 3 prominent pharmacists, but also the thousands of Baiwa pharmacists present cast incredulous looks toward the Bai family. How could they have mocked him as Chu Sanyi? Now he had delivered a miraculous remedy for a problem that had long plagued Baiwa, restoring its reputation and standing. After a moment, even Zhang Mingsong sighed heavily and stepped forward, bowing deeply to the Bai family. I, Zhang Mingsong, am willing to relinquish my position as chief pharmacist, only asking that Mr. Chu join Baiwa and lead the Jianglong pharmaceutical industry. Zhang Mingsong did not specify Baiwa, for in his heart, he understood that Mr. Chu's presence was now beyond what Baiwa could accommodate. He was a treasure for Jianglong and would likely become its face in the future. In this moment, Zhang Mingsong recognized that no amount of jealousy could withstand the emergence of a dragon from the depths, nor could it halt the ascent of a soaring serpent. It was better to ride the tide and leave behind a legacy of commendation. This cleansing rain of azure was enough to win over even a titan of the pharmaceutical world, fully swaying him. Faced with the relentless inquiries and pressures from countless eyes, Bai Yun and his son stood trembling, cold sweat trickling down their faces, utterly at a loss. They assumed that the Bai family was unwilling to part with 3 billion, hence their reluctance to collaborate with Mr. Chu. Little did they know, Bai Yun was desperate to work with Mr. Chu, even willing to offer 5 or 6 billion. If only he could, Bai Yun would have gladly transformed into a woman on the spot to marry Mr. Chu. As a businessman, how could he not recognize Mr. Chu's worth? Yet, more than profit, he feared that one day, Bai Zishuan would covet the Bai family, rendering any future gains worthless. Although the Baiwa legacy was built by the late father of Bai Zishuan, Bai Yun was unwilling to relinquish it. Thus, he could never place Mr. Chu, who supported Bai Zishuan, above the position of chief pharmacist in Baiwa, especially with so many supporters rallying behind him. The 1,000 questioning gazes could not sway Bai Yun. Instead, they only reinforced his resolve to never invite Mr. Chu to Baiwa. Just as Bai Yun was about to voice his rebuttal, a loud call suddenly erupted from nearby. Silence. The ancestor is calling. The crowd instantly fell silent, parting to create a path, their expressions turning grave and rigid. Even Zhang Mingsong lowered his head in trepidation, unwilling to speak further. Suddenly, everything became eerily quiet with the phone call. The elder of the Bai family, a figure truly at the pinnacle of the Jianglong pharmaceutical industry. Even in retirement, his formidable legacy loomed large over Baiwa. He had founded Baiwa and left only 3 medicines before his retirement, laying the foundation for the company to rise to prominence. Though he had not interfered with Baiwa for decades, everyone knew he was the true spiritual leader, capable of altering the course of the company with a single word. Father. Bai Yun trembled as he answered the call. The overwhelming pressure, even through the phone, made his voice quiver, compelling him to bow instinctively. The voice on the other end, raspy and low, conveyed only a brief message regarding Zishuan's standing and Mr. Chu. Bai Yun anxiously explained, But, father, The line went dead with a busy signal. Trembling, Bai Yun set down the phone, his head drooping. Devoid of confidence. A mere brief exchange had left him drenched in sweat and pale with fear. After a long pause, he finally sighed deeply. Gazing towards the direction of Baishan, he intended to ascend Baishan and summon Mr. Chu. At that moment, on Baishan, Lu Bing impatiently urged, "Hurry up. We've seen enough. It's time to leave. Don't make me angry." Bai Zishuan stared blankly as Qing Feng and Lan Shen vanished from view, coming back to her senses only after a long while. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face. She forced a wretched smile, wiping away her tears. Mr. Chu's presence is like a breath of fresh air. I truly cherish it. Chu Yun lightly waved his feather fan, remaining silent. Bai Zishuan smiled sadly and bowed slightly. "Mr. Chu, I bid you farewell. Wherever life takes us, may we meet again." Slowly, she turned, her movements deliberate, as if hoping to hear Chu Yun say something, but he remained silent, and she departed in solitude. Not far away, the sound of a car door opening and Lu Bing's impatient complaints echoed. "What is there to cry about? I'll give you something far more romantic in the future. It's just a pile of blue powder. I can get it for you tomorrow. Just blow dry it. It'll be far more spectacular. Let us get going." Just as Bai Zishuan was about to step into the car, a resounding clamor erupted from the foot of the mountain. "Blessed by the divine, protect our Luo Ping village. A celestial being has descended. May the world be saved. I bow before you, O divine spirit." Bai Zishuan froze in astonishment, and Lu Bing was equally stunned. They hurried to the mountain's edge, witnessing a scene that left them utterly dumbfounded. The female assistant gasped, covering her mouth in shock at the spectacle below. At the foot of the mountain, hundreds of villagers from Luo Ping knelt reverently, their eyes filled with awe as they gazed up at Chu Yun on the mountaintop, as if he were a deity. What on earth is happening? Lu Bing trembled in place, his legs weakening upon hearing the villagers' reverent voices. Bai Zishuan was bewildered. She recognized the villagers, but recalled they were unwell. How could they suddenly show such veneration? Could it be the blue powder? Before they could grasp the situation, the entire Baishan began to tremble violently, resembling an earthquake. The mountains shook, trees swayed, and the cacophony of vehicles grew ever closer. What is happening? Lu Bing's pupils dilated in horror as he spotted the winding mountain road, now congested with vehicles, all belonging to the Baihua pharmacists, causing the entire mountain to quiver. Even during holidays, such a spectacle was unheard of on Baishan. Shouldn't these pharmacists be in Luoping village? Bai Zishuan's expression turned to one of terror. Disbelief etched on her face. The female assistant swallowed hard, pointing at the cars at the front. "Mr. Bai, the vice president has arrived. And there are 4 senior pharmacists as well." The 3 instinctively turned their astonished gazes to Chu Yun, who remained unfazed, casually waving his fan as if indifferent to the unfolding chaos. Finally, the convoy reached the mountaintop, with countless vehicles still stuck on the winding road. One by one, the Baihua pharmacists exited their cars, standing respectfully beside them. Bai Yun, Bai Xiao, and the other senior pharmacists also emerged, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. "Uncle Bai?" Lu Bing forced a stiff, awkward smile, but Bai Yun ignored him completely. He led the others to Chu Yun's side, hesitating for a long moment before slowly bending down. As he did, the entire mountain, from the esteemed Zhang Mingsong to the ordinary Baihua pharmacists, bowed in unison, like a line of dominoes. This scene left Bai Zishuan and the female assistant utterly astonished. Lu Bing stood there, mouth agape, trembling in speechless shock. At the foot of the mountain, villagers offered their reverent bows, while countless Baihua practitioners on the mountain bowed deeply. In this moment, everyone lowered their heads in deference to Chu Yun, who remained serene, calmly admiring the summer landscape. "Please," Bai Yun bowed his head, beads of sweat trickling down his face. "I implore Mr. Chu to join the ranks of the Baihua senior pharmacists." And also, Bai Yun glanced at Bai Zishuan. His eyes filled with reluctance and frustration, and shouted, "I beseech Zishuan to return to Baiguan." Bai Zishuan stood frozen, shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief. Overwhelmed by sudden joy, she felt like a mere marionette, lost in the moment. Lu Bing, eager to speak, stammered, "Uncle Bai." "Silence!" Bai Yun hissed in a low, furious tone. Cutting him off, Lu Bing's face turned crimson with indignation, resembling a ticking time bomb. At that moment, Chu Yun finally stood up, ignoring the multitude bowing before him. He paid no heed to Bai Yun or Zhang Mingsong, and slowly made his way down the mountain. The sunlight elongated his shadow, and as he departed, He left behind a simple yet profound phrase. One day, we shall meet again in Baiguan. The glaring sunlight bathed Chu Yun's figure, casting a soft halo around him. Bai Zixuan watched him leave, her dazed expression gradually transforming into a smile, radiant as a flower. She would never forget that silhouette or those words. On that day, he had said, one day, we shall meet again in Bayan. Today, he reiterated, one day, we shall meet again in Baiguan. All her doubts and uncertainties faded with those gentle words in the departing figure. Who exactly are you? Bai Zixuan gazed at his retreating form, muttering to herself, yearning to understand but unable to grasp the essence. Beside her, the female assistant gently nudged her, unable to resist reminding her, Miss Bai, there are so many people here. Can we rein in our infatuation? Your face is turning red. Although the assistant was equally captivated by Chu Yun, she felt it necessary to remind Bai Zixuan. Bai Zixuan, flustered, lowered her head shyly. All her reactions were observed by Lu Bing, who clenched his fists in frustration, trembling with suppressed rage. He watched as Bai Zixuan, within his grasp, was stolen away by Chu Yun, and his heart boiled with resentment. Uncle Bai, what does this mean? Once Chu Yun's figure had vanished, Lu Bing seethed in a low voice. Bai Yun's face twitched slightly. At that moment, his own feelings of sorrow and frustration mirrored Lu Bing's. He understood that if it weren't for the ancestral pressure above, he would not have endured such humiliation, nearly begging Chu Yun to emerge from seclusion. After a long pause, Bai Yun finally managed to retort, Don't call me uncle, we are not familiar. With that, he left the dumbfounded Lu Bing behind, and together with Bai Xiao, they departed with grim expressions, descending the mountain at a pace that could not surpass Chu Yun's. Lu Bing, feeling ignored, turned to the elderly Zhang Mingsong for support. Zhang Mingsong stroked his white beard, slowly shaking his head as he sighed. Master Lu, there's no need for you to fret. In this realm of Baiwa, Mr. Chu can easily dismiss or protect anyone at his whim. This miraculous breeze and blue rain are sufficient to liberate Miss Bai from the shackles of her family for the rest of her days. Upon hearing this, Bai Zixuan and her female assistant gazed in astonishment at Zhang Mingsong. Though Bai Zixuan felt a surge of excitement, she was also filled with confusion. She and Chu Yun had remained atop Baishan, yet how could this breeze and blue rain possibly save the entire village? Lu Bing's face flushed with anger as he bellowed. I can summon the breeze and blue rain too. Li Tianlong and the other resident pharmacists exchanged disdainful glances with him. A frog in a well can only perceive the surface of the breeze and blue rain, just as most people are captivated by its splendid facade while remaining oblivious to the profound intricacies within. They could only see the grandeur and splendor, unaware that the blue and pink composition involved the meticulous blending of hundreds of medicinal herbs, employing exquisitely refined ratios, knowledge that even the pharmacists present found astonishing. All these elements combined resulted in the miraculous phenomenon that saved the entire village. I cannot explain it to you. Zhang Mingsong waved his hand dismissively. In short, as a mere oaf, you should refrain from provoking Mr. Chu. At this, Lu Bing's fury nearly reached its peak, especially when the resident pharmacists regarded him as if he were a mere frog in a well. His pride was severely wounded. I will not let him off easily. He roared in anger, slamming the car door and speeding away. Initially intending to make a hasty exit and salvage some dignity amid the roar of his Maserati, he found himself stuck in traffic behind Bai Sun's vehicle, slowly descending the mountain alongside Chu Yun. At this moment, one could easily imagine Lu Bing's face, as pale as pig liver. The annulment of the engagement allowed Bai Zixuan to return to Baiguan, and her joy was unmistakable. Even the 4 resident pharmacists, who usually paid her no mind, offered their congratulations, fully aware that it was merely for Chu Yun's sake. As they descended, Zhang Mingsong could not help but glance at her. Miss Bai, are you aware of the significance of today's events? It has stirred such a reaction that even President Bai must bow his head. Bai Zixuan blinked in surprise, shaking her head in confusion. She was so absorbed in her joy that such thoughts had escaped her. Zhang Mingsong's expression turned pensive as he sighed. The ancestor of the Bai family. Bai Zixuan's countenance transformed in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief. Anyone within Baiwa would be familiar with the existence of the Bai family's ancestor, the acknowledged paragon of the medicinal field in Jianglong province, a figure of unparalleled esteem. He had withdrawn from the world decades ago, pursuing the ultimate limits of medicinal knowledge. The last time Bai Zixuan saw him was during her parents' funeral when she was just a child. Who could have imagined that a casual breeze summoned by Chu Yun could even astonish such an esteemed elder? Thus, you comprehend Mr. Chu's current weight in this realm. Zhang Mingsong raised an eyebrow. He commands the respect of even Mr. Bai? For decades, the ancestor had not deigned to acknowledge the Jianglong medicinal community, treating even Zhang Mingsong's generation with indifference. Bai Zixuan gasped inwardly, struck by the realization of the magnitude of the shock that Chu Yun had caused. With the conversation having reached this point, Zhang Mingsong did not mind offering Bai Zixuan further advice. Even if you can return to Baiguan now, in the eyes of certain individuals, you will still remain a thorn in their side. In the future, there is a possibility you may still be cast out from Baihua. Bai Zixuan listened silently, fully aware of whom he referred to. As the saying goes, one finds solace under a large tree. Zhang Mingsong continued. Currently, you are fortunate to lean against a giant mountain, but relying on it temporarily does not guarantee perpetual support. This is the crux of the matter. Bai Zixuan's expression shifted subtly as she deeply bowed to Zhang Mingsong. Please enlighten me, sir. Zhang Mingsong felt a slight blush creeping to his cheeks as he surveyed Bai Zixuan, clearing his throat. A man, whether divine or mortal, can be easily tethered. Simply bear him a child. Bai Zixuan's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she quickly lowered her gaze, while her assistant erupted in laughter. Do not find this amusing, Li Tianhu declared sternly. At present, he is still a hidden dragon, unnoticed by many. In the future, should he become a Qilin, the opportunity to bear his child may not even be yours. Bai Zixuan dismissed the words of the resident pharmacists as mere jest, due to the contract signing. Chu Yun lingered in the Bai family for a few more days. However, these days ignited a sense of urgency within Bai Zixuan. She often witnessed Bai Yun and Bai Shao accompanying various beautiful young women to Chu Yun's villa. Bai Yun tirelessly introduced them. Mr. Chu, this is my niece who just returned from studying in England. She currently serves as the financial director at Baihua. Not only can she cook and do laundry, but she can also perform pole dancing. Mr. Chu, this is a recent graduate from Yin University, not only stunning but knowledgeable in massage therapy. Having her around would be beneficial for your well-being. Bai Yun was not foolish. He sought to quickly win Chu Yun's favor. However, for a man like Mr. Chu, who cared little for wealth or worldly matters, often bestowing his remarkable achievements upon the resident pharmacists, Bai Yun could only resort to the allure of women. Though Chu Yun consistently declined with impatience, Bai Zixuan found herself increasingly anxious. On the day Chu Yun finalized the contract and prepared to depart from Baiyan, Bai Zixuan, blushing, instinctively inquired, Mr. Chu, do you like children? Upon asking, she wished to sink into the ground. Chu Yun regarded her with curiosity, while Bai Yun and Bai Shao felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary, their discomfort palpable. How bold! They had intended to proceed gradually. Yet this young lady aimed to leap directly into the deep end. If Mr. Chu is inclined, I can introduce you to someone quite capable of bearing children. Bai Yun hastily interjected. Chu Yun cast a peculiar glance at the group, waved dismissively, and departed. The journey back to Baiguan was smooth. 2 mornings later, Chu Yun returned. Having not visited the university for an extended period, he first went to Jianglong University. Upon entering the campus, he immediately noticed a festive atmosphere. At the school gate, a red banner proclaimed, "Welcome back, Lu Linyin, the returnee from America." The tree-lined paths were adorned with colorful decorations, and excited female students buzzed about, discussing the return of Lu Linyin. Chu Yun recalled Lu Linyin vividly. He had consistently topped the medical school rankings but had gone to Harvard University in America during his freshman year, excelling academically and becoming a legendary figure at Jianglong University, a star student. Comparisons to Sun Sheng were futile. At Jianglong University, Lu Linyin had amassed many admirers. With aspirations of entering the prestigious Yin capital and gaining renown in the Jianglong medical field. However, this did not leave a lasting impression on Chu Yun. What lingered in his memory was that in his previous life, shortly after Lu Linyin's return from America, he had allied with Sun Sheng and others to torment him for their amusement. Unfortunately for them, that opportunity was no longer available. Chu Yun merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before returning to the classroom, where his classmates were animatedly discussing Lu Linyin's return. Chu Yun entered the room, yet no one took notice of him. Even after his absence of half a month, he remained an invisible presence in the class, unnoticed by his peers. Sun Sheng, seated in his wheelchair, was engaged in conversation with his classmates. The instant he caught sight of Chu Yun, his expression froze, fear etched across his face, and instinctively, he lowered his head, beads of sweat pouring down his brow. Observing Sun Sheng's unusual demeanor, concern rippled through the group. Ever since his accident that rendered him legless, he had received considerable attention from his classmates. It was only when Chu Yun brushed past him that he gasped for air, the previous tension nearly suffocating him. Chu Yun. Chu Yun. In a corner, Lu Wanner waved cheerfully. Chu Yun smiled faintly and took a seat beside her. Today, Lu Wanner looked exceptionally beautiful. Adorned in a light blue dress with cascading hair and subtle makeup, resembling a girl from a comic book. I've tidied up Northgate number 1 quite nicely, she said with delight. The flowers in the courtyard have bloomed, the grass is neatly trimmed, and I've reorganized the house. You'll see when you return. As she spoke, her doe-like eyes sparkled with anticipation, akin to a child yearning for praise from an adult. However, Chu Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement, causing Lu Wanner to gradually lower her gaze, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features, for she had worked diligently to care for the house. Before long, Song Tao strode in briskly. Initially, his face bore a joyful expression, yet upon seeing Chu Yun, his smile abruptly vanished. Some people still know how to attend classes. He sneered sarcastically. With a bit of achievement, you think you're something special? Just look at LV Linyan. Even after returning from Harvard, with his prestigious reputation, he still comes back to school earnestly. Some students simply cannot match that level. Chu Yun, bored, fiddled with his phone, seemingly oblivious to the remarks. Song Tao, infuriated by Chu Yun's indifference, could no longer contain himself and shouted, Chu Yun, you've been marked for absence for half a month. One more time, and you'll be expelled. All eyes turned to Chu Yun. Song Tao smirked, believing this proclamation would make Chu Yun realize the gravity of the situation. For a mark on one's record would follow them for life, a catastrophic blow to any student. He expected Chu Yun to kneel and apologize, or at the very least, relent. However, to his astonishment, Chu Yun did not even lift his eyelids, casually responding, understood. This elicited laughter from the classmates, leaving Song Tao frozen in place, his face flushed with humiliation. To the auditorium, he bellowed. When Chu Yun's class arrived at the auditorium, it was already packed to capacity. Students and faculty from the medical school had gathered, and a vibrant red banner adorned the stage, proclaiming a warm welcome to LV Linyan. Chu Yun and Lu Wanner took their seats at the back, where they could clearly see many female classmates excitedly holding light boards and cheering, gazing at the stage like starstruck fans. His popularity is truly remarkable, Lu Wanner thought, her admiration palpable. Having heard of LV Linyan's illustrious reputation during her time at the literature department, she had not anticipated the extent of his fame. Before long, LV Linyan, clad in a sharp suit, took the stage, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the female students and warm applause from the faculty. He was undoubtedly the pride of Jianglong Medical College, as he eloquently shared his experiences studying in America over the past 2 years, along with his insights into medicine. The audience listened intently, sporadic thunderous applause resonating throughout the auditorium. Tang Shui was searching for Chu Yun in the crowd when she suddenly spotted him whispering intimately with a beautiful girl. Unable to restrain herself, she clenched her fists, her pearly white teeth grinding together. Chu Yun, come out, she called, her voice low yet seething with anger. Upon hearing Tang Shui's summons, Chu Yun turned his gaze toward her. Male classmates around him cast curious and envious glances, envious of his proximity to the medical department's flower, and even the nursing department's beauty, Tang Shui, whom he knew. Lu Wanner glanced at Tang Shui before hastily lowering her head. In truth, both she and Tang Shui were stunningly beautiful, yet Tang Shui had a flair for fashion and sophistication that Lu Wanner lacked, leaving her feeling somewhat inferior. I'll step out for a moment, Chu Yun said to Lu Wanner before exiting the audience. Tang Shui shot him a cold glare. Come with me, she commanded, striding ahead, with Chu Yun trailing behind. After they left, Lu Wanner felt a pang of disappointment. Although some male classmates engaged her in conversation, her mind was elsewhere. Lost in thought, behind the auditorium, Chu Yun inquired, what are you doing here? Tang Shui, hands on her hips, turned to him coldly and questioned, where have you been all this time? You've been marked absent, don't you know? Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, I went to Bayan and spoke with Aunt Lu. At this, Tang Shui was both exasperated and amused. She was well aware that Baihua's headquarters was located in Bayan, but she wondered what Chu Yun was doing there. He was merely a minor pharmacist at Baihua. Even if he were to be employed, he would never have access to the headquarters. Tang Shui thought Chu Yun was getting too carried away, perhaps believing that his association with Baiwa made him untouchable. Do you think signing with Baiwa ensures your future? She retorted angrily. If you don't graduate, Baiwa won't want you. Furrowing his brow, Chu Yun revealed a hint of irritation. Is that why you sought me out? He was grateful that Tang Shui was Aunt Lu's daughter, which granted him a degree of patience. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them outright. Tang Shui shot him a glare, muttering under her breath. It's because of you that Baihua's contract led to Taikong Pharmaceutical halting supplies to my mother's pharmacy. Her business has been shut down for half a month, and I had to pull strings to get her some stock. Just a fortnight ago, Taikong Pharmaceutical had ceased its supply of medicines, effectively ruining Lu Shuxiang's business. However, she refrained from sharing this with Chu Yun, fearing he would feel burdened or guilty. Knowing that Taikong's actions stemmed from his influence, both Tang Shui and Tang Jiangwo had not voiced their dissatisfaction, but it simmered beneath the surface. Particularly, Tang Shui was furious that Chu Yun had skipped classes for half a month, completely disregarding her mother's sacrifices, and she felt he was exceedingly selfish. Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Taikong's swift action. We can procure Baihua's medicine, he stated coolly. Tang Shui seemed to misinterpret his words, scoffing. It's only because I sought out Senior LV that we can acquire Baihua's medicine. Thankfully, Senior LV has returned from abroad. Last year, he assisted Baihua with a pharmaceutical study at Harvard and became acquainted with several leaders at Baihua. They specifically helped coordinate today's shipment. As for Chu Yun, the Tang family had no expectations. After all, he had yet to be officially employed by Baihua, and even if he were, he would merely be an intern, eventually reducing to a minor employee with no authority in such a vast organization, let alone the ability to procure supplies. LV Lin Yan, on the other hand, was different. He had previously collaborated with Baihua and had connections with prominent figures, making it a matter of a simple phone call to acquire what was needed. Tang Shui gazed at the stage where Lu Linin stood, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and reverence. It was no wonder that among the 10 female students in the medical college, at least 8 idolized him. Tang Shui was no exception. What do you want from me? Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. Tang Shui shot him an annoyed glance. I need help moving the medicine. Are we expecting Senior Lu to do it himself? Chu Yun found himself momentarily speechless. After a while, the welcoming ceremony concluded. Lu Linyan posed for photos with various leaders of the college before stepping down from the stage, only to be surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic female classmates seeking selfies and autographs. After what felt like an eternity, Tang Shui finally found a moment to wave as she stood on her tiptoes. Senior Lu. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Linyan immediately broke free from the crowd and approached her with a smile. Tang Shui, it's been a while. He shook her hand with a gentlemanly demeanor and added with a wry smile. The leaders and classmates are just too enthusiastic. It's really overwhelming. Tang Shui grinned. Senior Lu, having returned from Harvard, it's wonderful that you chose to study at our school. The leaders and classmates must be thrilled. Her compliment was sincere, not mere flattery. Given Lu Linyan's caliber, he should have gone to Yin University upon his return. Instead, he chose to return to his alma mater. Now, besides being a student, he also served as a teaching assistant in the medical college, where there were hardly any faculty members capable of instructing him. Lu Linyan regarded Tang Shui with a profound gaze. His choice to attend Jianglong University was undoubtedly not for the institution itself, but rather for her. All right, let us go. The supplies should have arrived by now, he said with a smile. Tang Shui excitedly bowed deeply. Thank you, senior. As they exited the auditorium, Lu Linyan finally noticed Chu Yun trailing behind them. And who might this be? He inquired, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Tang Shui hurriedly replied, This is Chu Yun. Also from the medical college. He is staying at my house and helping with the medicine. Lu Linyan's smile instantly turned frosty. Oh, I've heard of you from Teacher Song, the one at the bottom of the class who got lucky and signed with Baihua. As he spoke, Lu Linyan adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, casting a disdainful glance at Chu Yun. Junior, let me remind you, you really need to improve your grades. Getting into Baihua might be the pinnacle of your life, so don't get expelled. Tang Shui sighed softly. It was entirely normal for Lu Linyan to look down on Chu Yun. After all, Lu had already secured a contract with Baihua in his freshman year, which he had turned down. He was destined for greatness, while Chu Yun would struggle for a lifetime to compare. However, Tang Shui thought it was somewhat beneficial for Lu Linyan to reprimand Chu Yun. It would help keep him grounded. Chu Yun merely cast a glance at Lu Linyan, choosing not to retort, finding conversation too exhausting. Sensing Chu Yun's reluctance to respond, Lu Linyan smirked coldly, entirely dismissing him. After all, he was a high-achieving graduate returning from Harvard and now a part-time teaching assistant at Jianglong University. A laggard like Chu Yun was hardly worth his consideration. He also believed that his junior must surely look down on Chu Yun too. Yet, one thing irked him. That Chu Yun could reside in Tang Shue's home filled him with jealousy and disdain. The trio arrived at the parking lot, where Lu Linyan's friend Zhang Tong stood with a group of students from the Jianglong University Physical Education Department. Zhang Tong, who came from a well-off family, had brought his friends along to help with the medicine. "Hey, Tang Shui, you've picked quite a skinny fellow." Zhang Tong and his companions erupted in laughter upon seeing Chu Yun following Tang Shui. Lu Linyan wore a faint smile on his face. Tang Shui felt embarrassed, realizing she had only asked Chu Yun for help while Lu Linyan had gathered a whole group. "I'm sorry for troubling everyone," she said, expressing her gratitude with a slight bow. Lu Linyan waved dismissively. "Don't mention it, Tang Shui. It's a gentleman's duty to assist the ladies." He shot another glance at Chu Yun as he spoke. Zhang Tong and the others laughed again, clearly mocking Chu Yun. With so many people, one car was insufficient. Fortunately, they encountered Song Tao in the parking lot, who was more than willing to drive a few of them over. Zhang Tong and his friends piled into Song Tao's car, while Lu Linyan insisted that Tang Shui and Chu Yun ride with him. From a distance, he pressed the key fob for his Porsche Cayenne, its glaring headlights flashing like a frog's eyes. Lu Linyan noticed Tang Shui's slightly shocked expression and felt a sense of satisfaction. As for Chu Yun, he remained unfazed, simply opening the door and getting in. Pretending to be affluent when you're broke, how laughable. Lu Linyan thought coldly, judging him. After all, this guy still needed to stay at the Tang family's house, which made Lu Linyan naturally assume he was pretending to be someone he wasn't. Throughout the ride, Lu Linyan chatted with Tang Shui while Chu Yun sat silently in the back. "Do you know Bai Xiao?" Lu Linyan asked with a smile as he drove. He intended for Chu Yun to respond, but instead, Tang Shui replied, "Isn't he the vice president of Baihua?" Lu Linyan chuckled with pride, feigning nonchalance. "He once sent me an email from overseas, expressing his encouragement and gratitude." "My goodness," Tang Shui gasped, covering her mouth in shock, filled with both envy and admiration. Individuals like Bai Xiao were indeed seen as unreachable icons among students. The vice president of Baihua, who might one day oversee the company, had actually emailed Senior Lu. This was more astonishing than obtaining an autograph from a celebrity. Tang Shui couldn't help but glance back at Chu Yun. In truth, she wished for Chu Yun to forge a connection with Lu Linyan, as he knew many high-ranking officials from Baihua, and just a word from him could elevate Chu Yun's status. However, seeing Chu Yun's indifferent demeanor left her feeling quite helpless. At that moment, Zhang Tong called. "What the heck, Linyan? How did you manage to acquire so many supplies? We're not enough to move them all." Zhang Tong exclaimed in shock from the other end of the line. Lu Linyan was puzzled as he recalled Uncle Zhou mentioning that there wasn't an excessive amount. 4 or 5 people would suffice. "Hang on, I'm on my way." He quickly hung up and rushed to the pharmacy. Upon arriving at the pharmacy, Tang Shui stepped out of the car and was left speechless. Aunt Lu and Tang Jiangwo, who had arrived earlier, were equally dumbfounded. Even Lu Linyan himself was taken aback. The entrance was completely blocked. 3 large container trucks were lined up neatly along the road, emblazoned with the emblem of Baihua Pharmaceutical. They were clearly Baihua's shipping vehicles. "Thank you so much. Truly impressive. No wonder you returned from Harvard." Tang Jiangwo exclaimed excitedly as he approached Lu Linyan, shaking his hand in praise. Aunt Lu also looked thrilled, continuously expressing her gratitude. "This is Lu Linyan. What a remarkable student from Jianglong University. Only he could command such respect from Baihua." Song Tao chimed in, boasting. Tang Jiangwo nodded in agreement, smiling. Once Lu Linyan regained his composure, he couldn't hide his pride. He had not anticipated that his standing with Baihua was so substantial that they would send 3 truckloads of supplies. He felt a sense of vindication. Especially upon seeing Tang Shui's delighted and excited expression, it made all his efforts worthwhile. At that moment, a group of Baihua's dockworkers approached. Beckoning to Zhang Tong and his friends, were shorthanded. "Come help us move some boxes." Zhang Tong and his friends sighed in relief, knowing that with the dockworkers on board, they could manage the task. They climbed aboard the trucks to begin unloading. Tang Jiangwo, spotting Chu Yun among the crowd, hurriedly urged him, "You should go lend a hand." "Oh, Yun just got back?" Aunt Lu reproached. Her comment, however, seemed to ignite Tang Jiangwo's anger. "What's wrong? Is it too much to ask him to do some work after everything we've been through?" Related to Baihua, look at classmate Lu, with just a phone call. He brought in 3 truckloads of medicine. And then there's this brat, causing our family pharmacy to struggle to stay afloat. Tang Jiangwo harbored considerable resentment towards Chu Yun. The Tang family was on the verge of collapse for his job, but thankfully classmate Lu intervened, or else we would have been severely impacted by this kid's incompetence. Chu Yun cast a glance at Tang Jiangwo, said little, and continued to help Zhang Tong and others with the moving. Tang Jiangwo hastily pulled out chairs for Lu Linyan and Song Tao, inviting them to sit, while asking Tang Shui to fetch everyone some chilled beverages. Seated, Lu Linyan sipped on his cold cola, observing Chu Yun's hard work with a sense of pride swelling within him. This small act alone was enough to highlight the disparity in their statuses. Uncle Tang, please don't be upset, Lu Linyan comforted. Chu Yun is merely a lowly employee at Baiwa, lacking any real power or position. There's no need to stoop to his level. Song Tao, overhearing this, chuckled in admiration, praising Lu for his humility despite his high achievements, while contrasting it with Chu Yun's arrogance as merely a Baiwa pharmacist. Tang Jiangwo sighed, shaking his head. How can Chu Yun be compared to classmate Lu? It's like comparing a toad to a swan. Song Tao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that comparing Chu Yun to Lin Yin was somewhat insulting to Lin Yin. Listening to their conversation, Lu Linyan feigned modesty while secretly reveling in his triumph. He set down his drink and joined the moving efforts, eager to impress the Tang couple, especially Tang Shui. This was the demeanor of a future master. Seeing Lu Linyan join in the labor, Song Tao remarked on his diligence and effort, foreseeing a boundless future for the young man. Tang Jiangwo shared this sentiment, wishing fervently for a son like Lu Linyan. Glancing at Tang Shui and then at Lu Linyan, he mused that having him as a son-in-law would be quite splendid. As he pondered this, a wooling van pulled up behind the trucks, appearing quite diminutive in comparison. Upon noticing the person stepping out of the vehicle, Lu Linyan quickly abandoned his task, exclaiming, Uncle Zhou, you've arrived. Zhou Guang, a stout middle-aged man, elicited Lu Linyan's excitement as he rushed over to invite him to sit and personally opened a bottle of soda for him. Tang Jiangwo and Song Tao quickly rose, fearing they might appear disrespectful. Allow me to introduce you. Lu Linyan beamed with pride. This is Manager Zhou, the district manager at Baiwa. I met Uncle Zhou while at Harvard, and it's thanks to him that we have received such a large shipment. Tang Jiangwo, upon hearing this, eagerly offered Zhou Guang a cigarette, lighting it for him with both hands. Nearby, Tang Shui nervously bowed and greeted, Hello, Uncle Zhou. Lu Shuxiang also greeted him with a smile, her demeanor humble. Though the position of district manager was not particularly high, it still conferred a degree of authority within Baiwa. And Zhou Guang was essentially the Tang family's benefactor. Tang Jiangwo, even Song Tao, stood nearby with a smile, eager to curry favor with Zhou Guang. After all, the 3 truckloads of medicine represented a value of over 10 million, indicating that Zhou Guang was not simply a minor player and likely had significant connections. As Zhou Guang sipped his soda and smoked, observing the busy workers, he expressed some confusion. Did you contact someone higher up? He inquired. Lu Linyan, slightly taken aback, replied, I only contacted you, Uncle Zhou. He had no other significant contacts at Baiwa. The likes of Bai Xiao were merely acquaintances through emails, and he lacked the standing to seek assistance from higher authorities. The Tang family and Song Tao exchanged puzzled glances at this revelation. Zhou Guang pointed at the 3 container trucks, inhaling sharply. Didn't you notice the license plates? These belong to Bayan. The medicines were dispatched from headquarters. Lu Linyan's expression shifted, stammering, W8. Isn't this due to your influence, Uncle Zhou? Zhou Guang chuckled bitterly, his face flushing. He wished it were true, but he couldn't claim such influence. Please don't flatter me, Zhou Guang said awkwardly. To arrange such a large shipment, it requires a signature from President Bai. You don't happen to know Bai Suiyan, do you? As he spoke, Zhou Guang stood up nervously. Previously, he could play the part of a minor leader in front of Lu Linyan, but now, the possibility that Lu might know Bai Suiyan made him cautious. Lu Linyan stood there, bewildered. The Tang family and Song Tao were equally stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend the implications. If the medicines weren't sourced through Zhou Guang, then who was responsible? Moreover, according to Zhou Guang, these 3 truckloads required the approval of Bai Suiyan, the head of Baiwa. His very name sent shockwaves through the group. Lu Linyan gulped nervously. Then, Uncle Zhou, what about the medicines you brought? Zhou Guang cleared his throat, reddened, and pointed. That's what I brought. The group turned to see an inconspicuous van behind the trucks, containing merely a few boxes of medicine, a stark contrast to the 3 container trucks. I wish I hadn't come if you had contacted someone higher, Zhou Guang said sheepishly, embarrassed at the apparent disparity. The Tang family and Song Tao regarded Lu Linyin with newfound respect, realizing they had underestimated his standing within Baihua, capable of reaching even higher authorities. Yet, Lu Linyin stood there, feeling awkward and trapped. He had only contacted Zhou Guang, who was his most significant connection at Baihua. Yet he was at a loss to explain the 3 truckloads of medicine. Perhaps we should stop moving. There might be a mistake, Lu Linyin stammered. Hearing this, Zhang Tong and the others paused, turning their confused gazes toward Lu Linyin. Embarrassed, Lu Linyin scratched his head. These 3 trucks. I truly don't know where they came from. Perhaps Baihua's higher-ups took notice of me and sent this grand gift without contacting me. Or maybe some big leader has been secretly watching over me. In any case, please hold off on moving for now. I need to verify this. The others nodded in agreement, but deep down, they understood that this shipment was likely intended for Lu Linyin. Possibly an attempt by Baihua's higher-ups to curry favor and propose a contract. While everyone took a break, only Chu Yun and the loaders continued their work. The others ignored him, focusing on Lu Linyin, awaiting confirmation. Lu Linyin, anxious, pulled out his phone, intending to contact a higher authority at Baihua for verification, only to realize he had no other contacts besides Zhou Guang. Let us continue moving. Don't waste time. A cold voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to see Chu Yun, as Zhang Tong and the others burst into laughter, while Song Tao wore a disdainful grin. The Tang family looked quite awkward, with Tang Zhengwo glaring at Chu Yun. What gives you the right to speak here? Who appointed you as the supervisor? Lu Linyin, infuriated, retorted, Kid, if something goes wrong with this shipment, are you responsible? This cargo, until it's confirmed is ours, I can't afford to move recklessly. Yet here you are, pretending to be in charge. Chu Yun cast a glance at him, asserting, I am responsible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong and others laughed even harder, while Song Tao shook his head with a bitter smile. Tang Shui furrowed her brow in anger, and Lu Shuxiang's expression darkened. Chu Yun was indeed being overly arrogant. With goods worth millions, he dared to boast. What could he possibly be responsible for? Shut your mouth. Tang Zhengwo pointed at Chu Yun, angrily scolding. You can't help at all, yet you're here creating chaos. Noticing the collective disdain directed at him, Chu Yun chose to ignore it and continued his work. Just as Linyin was at a loss, a striking red Ferrari caught the eye as it parked by the roadside. The car door swung open, and a woman emerged. Sporting sunglasses, she wore a professional outfit, a white blouse paired with a black pencil skirt and black stockings, a briefcase slung at her waist, and high heels clicking as she walked briskly toward them. As she approached and removed her sunglasses, Zhou Guang, who had just taken a seat, seemed to awaken from a stupor, abruptly standing straight and exclaiming, Secretary Wang. Everyone turned to look at the woman. Secretary Wang appraised Zhou Guang with a frown of confusion, asking, You are? I am Zhou Guang, he replied hastily, wiping his hands as his face flushed with excitement. I saw you from afar at the Baihua conference. Oh, Secretary Wang casually nodded. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, realizing from their conversation and demeanor that Zhou Guang and this Secretary Wang were on entirely different levels. At that moment, Linyin stepped forward awkwardly, smiling nervously. Wang, Secretary, allow me to introduce myself. I am Linyin, and I previously assisted Baihua Pharmaceuticals while at Harvard. Linyin continued to speak, but Secretary Wang seemed oblivious, her gaze suddenly fixating on Chu Yun, her brow furrowing immediately. Impudence, she thundered, interrupting Linyin's introduction and startling everyone. The formidable aura of Secretary Wang expanded in an instant, her icy glare sweeping over the crowd, filled with fury. People stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Linyin's mouth hung open in fear, while the Tang family lowered their heads in trepidation, all stunned by Secretary Wang's unexpected outburst. Who dares to make Mr. Chu move things? She demanded, her voice sharp. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, still in a daze when Chu Yun broke the oppressive silence. I am merely helping my aunt. Please do not fuss. What is happening? The onlookers seemed to snap back to reality, staring incredulously at Chu Yun, their expressions morphing into disbelief. In that moment of shock, as silence enveloped the scene, Secretary Wang hurriedly approached Chu Yun with an apologetic demeanor. Bowing slightly, she smiled awkwardly. Please do not make this difficult for me. If President Bai finds out that I let you handle such menial work, do you believe I would be able to keep my position at Baihua? This Secretary Wang was none other than the assistant to Bai Zixuan. The crowd listened in astonishment, their shock intensifying. She addressed Chu Yun with the honorific you. and her words implied that neglecting him could cost her job, a revelation that left them all astounded regarding Chu Yun standing at Baiwa. One that could lead to the dismissal of executives. Was he truly just an ordinary employee? The Tang family couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at Chu Yun. Lu Shuxiang suddenly realized that she no longer recognized him. It felt as though she had never known him. Tang Shui wore a complex expression, feeling the vast distance between them, while Tang Jiangwo exhaled shakily, his body trembling. Song Tao lowered his head in fear, his face turning a deep shade of red. Lin Yin stood rigidly, resembling a petrified statue, unable to speak or flee, his body quaking with suppressed frustration. Seeing that Secretary Wang was adamant about preventing him from working, Chu Yun reluctantly halted his efforts. In the midst of the stunned silence, Secretary Wang quickly invited Chu Yun to sit down, opened a bottle of soda for him, and handed it over with both hands. She then took out a small fan from her bag, standing beside him to provide a refreshing breeze. The summer heat was indeed unbearable. Lin Yin and the others felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had entered an ice cave. Only Chu Yun and Secretary Wang dared to breathe in this atmosphere, while the rest held their breath, afraid to make a sound. The onlookers felt like trembling ants, listening intently to their exchange. The delivery is quite timely, Chu Yun remarked. Secretary Wang smiled wryly. Could it be any other way? President Bai learned of your association with this pharmacy and expedited the process directly through the board. The approval was given yesterday, and the delivery was made overnight. Please thank President Bai for me. There's no need for that, Secretary Wang replied with a smile, clearly pleased. She's happy to help. When will Zishuan arrive? Chu Yun inquired. She'll be here shortly, once she wraps up some matters regarding Bayan. She was concerned about you and sent me here in the Ferrari to assist you. The casual exchange between them left the audience in utter astonishment, their minds reeling from the implications. The 3 trucks had come solely because of Chu Yun's influence. Yet, it was puzzling. Why was President Bai delighted to assist Chu Yun rather than the other way around? And just how significant was Chu Yun that Bai Zishuan would dispatch her assistant to help him personally? The sheer magnitude of this information overwhelmed the spectators, leaving them feeling mentally incapacitated, frozen in place, unable to comprehend. Are you all not going to get to work? Secretary Wang chided, her frown breaking the spell that had entranced the crowd. Do you expect Mr. Chu to do it all himself? Her gaze swept over Lin Yin, Zhang Tong, and the others, their faces flushed with embarrassment, especially Lin Yin, who wished he could sink into the ground, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet, at this moment, they had no choice but to begrudgingly move toward the truck and start unloading the medicines. They were here to help, after all, and had no need to be reprimanded. Chu Yun glanced at Lin Yin and the others, softly telling Secretary Wang, please excuse them. Secretary Wang quickly nodded an apology. Although it seemed he was defending them, his words only deepened their humiliation, leaving them feeling as if they would explode from the pressure. Their faces burned with shame, and they trembled slightly, eager to finish their tasks and escape the scene. Unintentionally, this urgency hastened their work. Observing the diligent young men, Secretary Wang couldn't help but praise. These are some excellent candidates for unloading. Her comment was like a fresh wound for Lin Yin and the others, their expressions twitching with discomfort, their eyes glistening with suppressed tears. Tang Shui stood awkwardly behind Chu Yun, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Reflecting on the day, she felt utterly ridiculous for having sought out Chu Yun to be a laborer, only to realize that everything the Tang family had was courtesy of him, with Baiwa providing so much medicine solely because of his standing. She wanted to express her gratitude, but after having said so many unkind things, the words of thanks lodged in her throat, impossible to articulate. Tang Jiangwo felt similarly. He stood stiffly beside Chu Yun. The man who once boldly scolded him now nowhere to be found. He appeared to have shrunk into himself, anxiously fiddling with his fingers, lost and bewildered. As for Song Tao, he discreetly stepped back a few paces, making a hasty exit. Initially, he had intended to showcase his authority through Lin Yin, while simultaneously curbing Chu Yun's audacious demeanor. However, the situation took an unexpected turn, and Song Tao found himself too embarrassed to linger any longer. After approximately an hour, all the boxes of medicines were finally moved. With these supplies, the Xiangxiang pharmacy could resume operations. Lu Shuxiang glanced at Chu Yun, feeling at a loss for words, but eventually expressed her gratitude. Yun, thank you for your tremendous help. Chu Yun merely smiled. When it came to favors, Lu Yi's nurturing care had been akin to that of a mother. Thus, the assistance he provided seemed insignificant in his eyes. Lin Yin, Zhang Tong, and the others appeared disheveled, panting heavily. After an hour of strenuous labor, their clothes were drenched and soiled, their bodies glistening with sweat, exuding an unpleasant odor, rendering them quite a sorry sight. Secretary Wang, however, regarded them with admiration and couldn't resist extending an invitation. Gentlemen, we are looking for loaders at Baiwa. With a monthly salary of 6,000, including meals and accommodation, along with comprehensive insurance. You all seem quite talented. Secretary Wang genuinely saw potential in these young men. During their work, they had been silent, focused solely on their tasks. What should have taken 2 hours was completed in 1, and he appreciated their industriousness. Upon hearing this, LV Linyin and Zhang Tong turned pale. Was this an invitation? It was clearly an affront. They had worked quickly to leave and had refrained from speaking out of embarrassment. Not because they relished such grueling labor. Yet, faced with Secretary Wang's earnest words, LV Linyin forced a smile and replied, "No, thank you." As a distinguished Harvard graduate, being likened to a mere loader was an unbearable humiliation for LV Linyin, and this day had tarnished his pride irreparably. Tang Shui, I must take my leave," he said stiffly. "In a few days, please come to my welcome banquet." Tang Shui cast an awkward glance at LV Linyin, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Initially, the purpose of inviting Senior LV was to procure goods, but it had unexpectedly devolved into a laborious task. Tang Shui could only nod awkwardly, appreciative of his efforts. As they departed, the group, once walking tall, now leaned on one another for support, thoroughly exhausted after over an hour of relentless box moving. Upon reaching the car, as LV Linyin opened the door and finally exhaled in relief. This month, there are likely 2 more truckloads of goods. I should invite Senior LV again. He truly is efficient, came Chu Yun's voice behind him, addressing Tang Shui. At that moment, LV Linyin could no longer contain himself. His legs buckled, and he collapsed at the car door. Zhang Tong and the others hurriedly helped him into the vehicle before hastily shutting the door and fleeing. The roar of the Porsche was still melodious. However, their departure was rather ungraceful. After much toil, the medicines were arranged on the shelves. Baiwa had provided significant support to the Tang family. As the first Baiwa pharmacy in Baiguan, a fair contract was signed with Lu Shuxiang, allowing unsold medicines to be returned. This arrangement meant the Tang family could operate with zero risk, free from the pressure of excess inventory. Of course, such favorable terms were extended due to Chu Yun's influence. Once everything was cleaned up, dusk settled. The group exited the pharmacy. "Aunt Lu, you all can head back now." Chu Yun smiled. "Secretary Wang and I have a few matters to attend to." Lu Shuxiang hesitated but nodded. She had initially planned to prepare a lavish dinner to express her gratitude to Chu Yun, but now felt it inappropriate to intrude on him. Unlike before when she could speak freely, Tang Shui, unable to restrain her curiosity, asked, "What is your position at Baiwa? Surely, you are not merely a pharmacist?" The Tang couple also looked at Chu Yun, harboring the same question. Chu Yun hesitated before smiling and explaining, "I hold no substantial position. Baiwa is looking to expand in Baiguan. My visit to Bayan was simply to recommend Aunt Lu's pharmacy. I approached it with a trial and error mindset, but it turned out to be successful. Baiwa genuinely needs Aunt Lu's pharmacy." Chu Yun did not wish to create distance from Lu Yi over a trivial favor, so he offered a vague explanation. The 3 members of the Tang family visibly relaxed. His clarification was both bearable and heartwarming to them. They had initially feared he might reveal he was a secret child of the Bai family. They were surprised to learn that his absence from class was solely to support Lu Yi's pharmacy. After realizing the truth, Tang Shui felt an even greater sense of guilt and regret for her previous actions, believing she had wronged him. Yet, pride hindered her from voicing an apology. Chu Yun, however, paid it no mind. He waved his hand, entered his Ferrari, and drove away, instructing Secretary Wang to take him to Baiguan No. 1. Tang Jiangwo gazed at the retreating Ferrari, his heart filled with complex emotions. This boy, though lacking in ability, possesses a kind heart. Lu Shuxiang shot him a disapproving glare. "You should refrain from speaking ill of him in the future." Tang Jiangwo's face flushed slightly as he coughed lightly, awkwardly scratching his head. At the summit of the mountain, at Baiguan No. 1, Lu Wanner had completed tidying up the house early. She had watered the flowers in the garden and trimmed the grass, then sat idly on the steps, plucking the petals of a rose, distractedly murmuring to herself, "He comes. He doesn't he come. He comes." As she absent-mindedly tugged at the petals, her thoughts were tumultuous. Earlier that morning, she had excitedly shared much with him, yet he seemed indifferent. Their home, nay, his home, was tidied so well, yet he offered not a single word of praise. Perhaps she should let it become a mess instead. He had only stayed with her for a brief moment before leaving with that beautiful girl. Upon regaining her senses, she realized the rose was reduced to just a stem, and a shadow loomed over her frail figure. She looked up in confusion, meeting the gaze of a face that bore a hint of a smile. You're back, Lu Warner exclaimed, scrambling to her feet. His sudden appearance flustered her, turning her face a shade of crimson. Chu Yun surveyed the surroundings, smiling gently. I noticed the garden looks wonderful, and the grass is neatly trimmed. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Lu Warner was momentarily taken aback, her earlier despondence vanishing, replaced by a radiant smile, akin to a child who had just received praise. I'll give you a tour, she exclaimed, eagerly taking his arm and enthusiastically detailing the new arrangements inside and outside the villa. Once she finished, a look of contentment graced her face. Have the medicinal materials from Baiwa arrived? Chu Yun inquired. Lu Warner, as you advised, I had them moved to the second floor, she replied. Chu Yun nodded. Excellent. I will head up to get started. Okay, I'll wait for you, Lu Warner cheerfully replied, then turned down the volume of the television in the living room. Lying down on the sofa like a quiet little kitten, watching the screen intently. She would always wait for him like this during his practice sessions. Chu Yun ascended to the second floor and closed the door to his room. In the spacious practice chamber, boxes of medicinal materials were stacked in the corner. This month, materials worth 25 million had all been delivered, sufficient for Chu Yun to refine 50 foundation establishment pills. Soon, he utilized the alchemical furnace to successfully concoct all the foundation establishment pills. Immediately, he activated the Tide Spirit Great Array, preparing the foundation establishment pills. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the array, he took a deep breath, determination flashing in his eyes. The array was activated, and the pills were at the ready. He aimed to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The spiritual lake, nestled within his dantian, began to expand gradually with each breath he took. This lake served as a reservoir for a cultivator's spiritual energy. Practitioners would absorb spiritual energy into their bodies, transforming it into a form suitable for storage within the lake. The lake's size determined the practitioner's cultivation level, thus its expansion signified a breakthrough in cultivation. As beads of sweat began to accumulate on Chu Yun's brow, his expression grew increasingly pained. He occasionally swallowed a foundation establishment pill, utilizing the enhancement from the pills and the Tide Spirit Great Array to relentlessly impact the spiritual lake. This process was excruciating and intricate. A moment's carelessness could cause the lake to collapse, leading him into a state of madness. Chu Yun could only proceed cautiously, incrementally increasing the intensity of his efforts, with the accompanying pain intensifying as well. This was on Earth. Had he been in the realm of cultivation he once inhabited, such a minor stage as foundation establishment would not have required such meticulousness. However, in this environment, where spiritual energy was scarce, he had no choice but to temper his pace. Meanwhile, in the living room on the first floor, Lu Warner lay on the sofa in her pajamas, revealing her smooth, straight, fair thighs, her figure graceful and languid like a little fox. Faintly, she heard sounds of distress coming from the second floor. Turning off the television, she anxiously glanced towards the commotion above. Many times, she had considered going upstairs to check, but she was well aware of Chu Yun's warning that the second floor was a forbidden zone for everyone. Just as her worry deepened, the urgent sound of the doorbell jolted her from her thoughts. She hurriedly opened the door, peeking out with curiosity at the three individuals standing there. One of them she recognized as Mr. Gu, who had previously sought to purchase a house for Chu Yun. The other two were clad in martial attire, and behind them stood a heavy machine that somewhat resembled a punching bag. You? Lu Warner inquired, puzzled. Gu Huaibao smiled. Is Mr. Chu back? Lu Warner nodded. He has returned, but he is busy. Upon hearing this, Gu Huaibao displayed a look of delight. May we come in and wait? Lu Warner hesitated momentarily, but ultimately allowed them entry. Gu Huaibao and one of the men awkwardly sat on the sofa, resembling two students who had entered their teacher's office, while the other stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the villa with a detached demeanor. This man appeared to be around 50, yet his physique was robust, and his sharp, piercing eyes resembled those of an eagle. Lu Warner felt compelled to stop him from carelessly touching things, but confronted with his keen gaze, she hesitated, unable to voice her concerns. What a waste for such a fine house, he remarked coldly after inspecting the surroundings. Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan could only respond with awkward smiles and nods upon hearing this. They could not afford to offend this individual, the vice director of Bewuzhou, Lei Gu, a renowned inheritor of the thunder technique, who had dominated the martial arts scene in Beiguan for decades and had already attained the level of transformation. If one wishes to express sincere apologies, this villa must be relinquished, Lei Gu stated nonchalantly while sipping his tea. After all, Han Yu was a favored disciple of Mr. G. Simply kneeling and bowing one's head will not suffice. Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan's expressions stiffened at this revelation. Their visit was specifically to discuss the matter of Ji Jinghong's journey to Beiguan. Previously, during the incident at the Gu family residence, when Chu Yun killed Han Yu, they had not given it much thought. However, they later learned that Han Yu had been a disciple under Ji Jinghong. What kind of figure was Ji Jinghong? Decades ago, he had fought against numerous martial artists in Beiguan without suffering a single defeat. At that time, in his 30s, he stood atop the Mingfeng Tower in Beiguan, gazing at the rivers and lamenting, "In this tiny Beiguan, I have no rival." Afterward, he left Beiguan for Yunzhou and had not returned for decades. Over the years, people occasionally discussed the legends surrounding him. The battle at Mingfeng Tower, his youthful bravado, remained a topic of fascination in Beiguan. For decades, no one knew to what extent he had progressed in his cultivation. Some claimed he had reached the pinnacle of transformation, while others asserted he had entered the ranks of martial arts masters. His mystery and power were subjects of speculation, and just days ago, a letter from him sent shockwaves through Beiguan's martial community. The letter contained only one terse line, yet it was sharp and commanding, traveling through Beiguan and incidentally killing. Ji Jinghong is coming. The target of this killing was none other than the rising star of Bewuzhou, Chu Yun. Days prior, upon receiving the news, Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan had been plagued by anxiety day and night. Their connection to Han Yu's death, whether directly or indirectly, weighed heavily on them. Han Yu had perished in the Gu family residence, and the one who had killed him was recommended by Xia Fengyan. Both were terrified of Ji Jinghong seeking vengeance. This was a formidable figure renowned in Beiguan for decades. Initially, upon receiving the news, the two hurried to discuss matters with Chu Yun, but unfortunately, he had been away. Thankfully, he had finally returned today. They were now requesting Vice Director Lei Gu of Bewuzhou to mediate, hoping to quell the situation. As seconds ticked by, Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan sat anxiously, glancing at their watches periodically. After a lengthy wait, Lei Gu grew impatient. He glanced at the time, furrowing his brow as he coldly stated, "If we wait any longer, we shall miss the opportunity to welcome Mr. Qi." Upon hearing this, Gu Huaibao's expression changed dramatically, and he awkwardly turned to Lu Wanner. "Could you urge Mr. Chu? We have something very important to discuss." Lu Wanner shook her head stubbornly. "He has clearly instructed that the second floor is a forbidden zone for everyone." Lei Gu coldly inquired, "What is he doing on the second floor?" "I do not know," Lu Wanner replied, "but we cannot disturb him." "Humph. To think that we are nearing a critical moment, yet he dares to put on airs," Lei Gu exclaimed angrily, rising abruptly. "I shall see what is so undisturbable." With that, Lei Gu strode towards the staircase. Having heard of Chu Yun, he had never regarded the young man highly. As the vice director of Bewuzhou in Beiguan, any martial artist would be waiting at the door to greet him. Now, it was one thing for a junior to not welcome him, but to keep him waiting for over an hour was intolerable. Frustrated, Lei Gu could no longer contain his anger. Lu Wanner rushed forward, her slender arms outstretched, anxiously exclaiming, "You cannot go up. Step aside." Lei Gu bellowed furiously, lightly pushing her aside. Lu Wanner cried out in pain, falling to the ground, a red swelling forming on her delicate arm. Tears welled in her eyes as she watched Lei Gu ascend the stairs. Witnessing this, Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan swallowed hard, trembling, and dared not speak further. They could not afford to offend Mr. Chu, nor could they provoke Lei Gu. The two could only sit obediently on the sofa, watching the unfolding events. Lei Ji's footsteps were heavy and resolute. In just a few strides, he reached the tightly closed door on the second floor. Bang! Bang! The sound of his furious knocks echoed, accompanied by his booming voice. "Open the door!" Bang! 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 The force of the knocking reverberated throughout the first floor, making it impossible for those on the second floor to ignore it. Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan exchanged stiff glances, silently lowering their heads. They dared not intervene in Lei Ji's fury, praying that Mr. Chu would navigate this situation wisely. Meanwhile, in the spacious room on the second floor, Chu Yun was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in agony. Hearing the thunderous knocks at the door, he furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes shut. The impact on the spiritual lake was at a critical juncture. He could sense the expansion of the spirit lake, tearing at his body. The banks of the spirit lake within his dantian cracked open, and the overflowing spiritual energy coursed through him, nourishing and mending his suffering body, distorting his expression with agony. Cultivating martial arts required enduring physical pain, while cultivating the mind demanded the endurance of both mental and physical torment. The piercing sound of knocking and roaring distracted Chu Yun multiple times. Each distraction nearly resulted in the backlash of spiritual energy, placing him in perilous situations repeatedly. Just a little longer, it's almost there. Come out. Give it to me now. Lei Ji's furious roars grew louder, and with each strike against the door, the wood creaked ominously. Holding his breath, summoning all his strength for one final assault, Chu Yun was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth, and swallowed several Foundation establishment pills once more. If you don't come out, I will break this door down. The doorknob had become loose, and fine cracks appeared on the wooden door as Lei Ji's voice thundered like a storm, echoing throughout the villa. The spirit lake expanded, the final push. I will smash this door down. At that moment, outside the house, Lei Gu, frustrated by the lack of a response, was utterly enraged. In the entire north gate, who would dare to treat him with such disregard, let alone a fledgling? This was an insult to his dignity that required a lesson. As his words fell, Lei Gu raised his calloused fist, aimed at the door, and struck down with a powerful blow. His punch sliced through the air with a fierce wind, resembling a thunderous strike, creating a fleeting shadow just as it was about to crash into the door. Mid-Foundation establishment, breakthrough. In an instant, Chu Yun's bloodshot eyes opened wide, filled with determination and murderous intent, fixating on the door that was about to shatter. Beneath the forbidden ground, who dares disturb my tranquility? With a thunderous roar, the spiritual energy erupted forth, exploding around Chu Yun, the tremendous wave of energy demolishing the door and instantly reducing it to splinters. Outside, Lei Ji's punch struck nothing but air. The terrifying shockwave surged forth, enveloping his massive frame, lifting him several meters away and sending him crashing down the staircase. Rolling like a ball of flesh, this scene left the onlookers utterly stunned. Lu Wanner gasped in shock, covering her mouth. Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan sprang to their feet, staring wide-eyed at the tumbling Lei Gu, who lay on the ground, bruised and battered, utterly humiliated. The two swallowed hard in terror, instinctively glancing towards the second floor. The wooden door lay in ruins, debris raining down like confetti from the heavens, and amidst this shower of wood chips, Chu Yun emerged with an air of indifference, gazing down at Lei Gu on the first floor. Only then did Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan realized that Chu Yun's demeanor had transformed, emanating an aura of imposing authority. He had possessed such a presence before, but now it was magnified. The villa was shrouded in silence. Lei Gu, struggling to rise, pointed at Chu Yun on the second floor, hysterically cursing like a shrew. What were you doing in there, concocting an atomic bomb? Such power. Dare to harm me, and I'll make you pay? Among those present, only Xia Fengyan bore a complex expression. He understood that the terrifying shockwave emanating from Chu Yun's room likely originated from him, akin to when he had previously pushed Su Li away from a distance. Though Xia Fengyan did not comprehend how Chu Yun had achieved this, he could only speculate. Chu Yun cast a casual glance at Lei Gu before descending the stairs with measured steps. His decision not to kill Lei Gu was already the utmost display of leniency. Disturbing one's cultivation was a grave taboo in the realm of immortality. In the cultivation world, if this were to happen, countless admirers would be eager to assist him in eliminating the offender without him lifting a finger. That Lei Gu could still bark like a dog was merely due to Chu Yun's indifference. Facing Lei Ji's fury, Chu Yun chose to ignore him, passing by and settling on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea. What brings you here? He inquired softly. Lei Gu, his expression filled with frustration, approached and sat down with gritted teeth. Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan exchanged glances, cautiously taking their seats as well. Mr. Chu, allow me to introduce you. This is Lei Gu, the deputy director of the North Martial Institute. Gu Huaibao stated with an awkward smile. Chu Yun merely glanced at him and nodded. In his previous life on Earth, he had heard of the existence of martial institutes. Every city possessed one, and above them were provincial martial institutes, and then the national level. Higher organizations were said to be official bodies, while others were rumored to be private entities, leaving their true nature uncertain. The primary responsibility of martial institutes was to manage martial arts, resolve disputes, and regulate the behavior of martial artists to protect the innocent. Thus, martial institutes held considerable influence over martial arts in their respective regions. Of course, there were families and clans that surpassed these institutes, which fell beyond their jurisdiction. Legu had anticipated that upon hearing his title, Chu Yun would hastily offer him tea and apologize, promptly submitting to his authority. However, he was taken aback as Chu Yun remained nonchalant, unmoved, inciting Lei Ji's ire further, and he mentally noted this individual. "So what is it?" Chu Yun asked lightly. Gu Huaibao was equally surprised that Chu Yun remained so composed upon hearing the title of deputy director. He sighed and relayed the entire situation. "Yuzhou Ji Jingong." Chu Yun murmured, then asked, "So, what do you wish to convey?" The three of them were momentarily taken aback. "You haven't heard of this person?" Xia Fengyan asked in astonishment. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Xia Fengyan and Gu Huaibao exchanged helpless glances, their expressions mixed. Lei Gu burst into laughter, initially thinking that Chu Yun was feigning calmness, only to realize he was a novice in martial arts, a frog at the bottom of a well, completely unaware of Ji Jinghong. No wonder he wasn't afraid. Confusion filled Lei Ji's mind. How could such a novice have killed Han Yu? Xia Fengyan had no choice but to recount Ji Jinghong's legendary past once more. Chu Yun, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, "What does this have to do with me?" Xia Fengyan and Gu Huaibao felt overwhelmed by his response, despairing. "Brother, you may not fear death, but we do. You killed his disciple, and now they are coming to confront you. Even if you're willing to face death, you should consider us." Gu Huaibao could no longer remain seated and hastily expressed his true thoughts, primarily wishing to discuss an apology. Chu Yun nodded gently. Gu Huaibao and Xia Fengyan finally breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chu Yun would be too proud to apologize. Little did they expect, the next moment. "A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. I accept his apology," Chu Yun stated flatly.